The story begins with the image of a man's face, the owner of a bookstore. He introduces the books in his shop to customers. The young boy says, "I have a great book here." The image of a pair of legs with a honey brown color is shown, accompanied by the enthusiastic introduction of the owner. He combines cultivation and next is a pair of snow-white legs wearing long stockings. It's a. The owner extends his hands, wearing white gloves. The image of a beautiful girl dressed in an ancient costume looks incredibly seductive. It's a beast girl. Then, the customer holds the book in his hand, and he sees the cover of the book the store owner just introduced. It's an image of 4 incredibly beautiful girls wearing meticulously crafted costumes, striking seductive poses. He asks, 9 Provinces Beast Girl Collection? Seeing this, the owner's face lights up. He smiles brightly and picks up the book. Exactly, it has both plot and romance. A rare treasure in the mortal world. Gentlemen who have read it all say it's good. The customer feels hesitant and takes out his phone, looking serious. He coughs a few times. A bank transfer code appears on his phone screen. Below it is a line of text. "You're in a public place. You'll understand what I mean, right?" Then, he says to the owner, "But I'm looking for a book on human and animal anatomy." The owner smiles and replies, "I understand." In front of so many people, he looks a little panicked. "Exactly, this is a book on human and animal anatomy. The author just came in, and he saw you're a good person, so he's selling it to you at a discount." Then, he looks around frantically and stuffs the book into the customer's backpack. The customer plays along, putting his hand on his head and smiling awkwardly. He asks, "Really?" A small part of the computer screen suddenly appears. After returning home, the customer holds the book he just bought in his hand and quickly closes the door with his other hand. "Today, an 18-year-old like me has accomplished a great feat in my life." He placed the book on the table, his hands resting on the covers. He closed his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating. This is an 18-year-old boy named Lin Han. But when he tried to open the book, it was incredibly difficult. He couldn't open it. How do you open this book? Finally, after a long struggle, his efforts paid off. The book cracked open, emitting a dazzling golden light. The book is open and lying on the table. 1,300 years, and I finally waited for you, my lord. The girls emerged from the glow, each one incredibly beautiful. One girl placed both hands on her knees and said to him, "My king." Another girl with her arms spread out said, "My great lord." Then, the beautiful girl in the middle, seemingly the center of attention, said, "My younger brother, king." After that, "My king, my love. My elder brother, king." Seeing the scene before him, he opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape, and his nose started bleeding. He exclaimed, "What kind of fairyland is this?" A hand emerged from the book. Suddenly, more hands appeared, pulling Lin Han inside. Witnessing this unbelievable event, Lin Han was terrified and screamed, then held the book out at a distance. "Wait, what's going on?" Then he was swallowed into the book. His body was drawn into a golden vortex inside the book. At this moment, he was terrified of what had just happened. Lin Han shouted loudly, "Whoa, I just wanted to take a look." After a while, on a large stone covered in blood, accompanied by the croaking of frogs, "Ribbit, ribbit," Lin Han opened his eyes and woke up from his coma. He was surprised to see the scene in front of him and asked himself, "Where is this? I've been transported to another world." Countless question marks appeared above his head. He suddenly found himself in such a strange place. His reflection in the water. He probably hit his head on the stone just now. There's a large wound on his forehead. Lin Han said painfully, "It hurts." He continued to look down at the water and thought, "This body isn't mine." He looked questioningly at what appeared before him. Could it be that only my soul was transported? The memories of the owner of this body are still there. A golden spark flashed past. In this world, people borrow the power of spirit beasts to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. In front of him, there were images of beautiful houses with clouds and smoke surrounding them. Some people were even riding on the backs of animals flying into the sky. The owner of this body, also named Lin Han, couldn't afford a spirit beast to cultivate. He felt even more surprised, not expecting to share the same name. He could only climb the wall to peek at classes every day. The image of Lin Han chewing on a bun, holding the bun in one hand and clutching the windowsill with the other. He was looking inside with wide eyes. Another 20 years, and I'll be able to buy a king oyster. Just now, Lin Han ran into the city lord's son, who was plotting to drug a female friend. Lin Han turned around and looked at the three of them, slightly stunned. Upon being discovered, the city lord's son ordered his subordinates to catch Lin Han. Those subordinates chased after him with all their might. He didn't know what to do, so he just ran, still holding the bun in his mouth. But Lin Han managed to lose them, running to the outskirts of the city. While running across a stream, he suddenly tripped and fell, hitting his head on a rock, and died on the spot. He sat there, hands on his thighs, propping his face up, and said, "Sigh, fate has it that I can't survive today. It's truly tragic. I'm powerless while alive, and it's embarrassing to die. That's pitiful, isn't it?" Not only do they have the same name, but their appearances are very similar. Lin Han was a little confused and put a question mark. Something appeared from the darkness. Reborn on his body will also have some influence on you. The book that brought Lin Han to the 9 Provinces Beast Girl collection. A sudden laugh erupted. He quickly thanked me. The book pointed at Lin Han and said, "You don't want to thank me?" Seeing this, Lin Han was frightened and surprised, opening his mouth and widening his eyes. He became incredibly angry and kicked the book hard, sending it flying into the air. "Are you filming a horror movie?" he continued. "Did you bring me here, right?" The book replied, "I have no malice." At this moment, he was discovered by the subordinates from before. He turned around and saw the city lord's servants running towards him, shouting, "Over there, we found him." Lin Han was overwhelmed with thoughts. Damn it, are these people like dogs? So stubborn. But now I'm not even strong enough to tie up a chicken. The book beside him flew over and laughed loudly, propping up its hands, and said, "You can't escape. Make a contract with me." Lin Han didn't say anything. The book continued, "That way, you can borrow a beast girl to deal with those guys." Behind him, those 3 subordinates were running towards him, pressing close. They were getting closer to him, pressing close. Lin Han turned to the book and said, "Hurry up and tell me how to make a contract." The book turned around and pointed to the glowing hand on its cover, replying, "It's very simple, just put your hand here." Right at that moment, he became afraid, sweating all over. They held weapons and ran towards him, one of them shouting, "Kill him immediately." Lin Han replied, "Do whatever you want. I have no other choice." The book said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you." Before it could finish speaking, Lin Han, without thinking, reached out his hand and placed it on the cover. Perhaps it was due to the force he applied, the book looked rather hesitant, blushing, even sticking out its tongue. Contractee Lin Han. With the confirmation of the heavenly extreme holy body, the contract begins. Lin Han placed his hand on the book, his other hand on top of it, muttering, "Heavenly extreme holy body." A mark appeared on his palm. 3 subordinates finally arrived and threw their axes towards him from the other side of the stream, shouting, "Kill him." At this moment, Lin Han became terrified and urged, "Can you hurry up?" But strangely, only Lin Han could see the book. The book smiled and said, "The contract is done. You can summon your first beast girl." Lin Han was horrified, opening his eyes wide and shouting, "Summon, immediately, right now." Then a large area of light appeared. The book replied, "Congratulations, you have summoned the ancient chaos true fire beast girl." Suddenly, a red-orange fire emerged from the book, blocking the incoming axe. A stunningly beautiful and seductive girl appeared in front of him, with long black and red hair. She had her hand on her cheek. This girl's name is Ji Ka, the chaos true fire phoenix. She said to Lin Han, "My king." The subordinates standing beside her opened their mouths in astonishment. "Is this a human-shaped spirit beast? They say it's very high level. It must be stolen. Capture it and present it to young master." Ji Ka's eyes turned ferocious as she looked at them. She was furious. Ji Ka shouted in front of the 3, "You're too noisy." Then, she gave them a fatal blow. Lin Han, standing beside her, was frightened and fell to the ground. Lin Han showed his admiration, raising both hands to give a like. His face still had a hint of worry. "You're too strong, even for a casual move." At this moment, those subordinates were running around in panic, calling for help. Ji Ka walked over to him and said, "My king, I finally waited for you." Lin Han blushed and looked at her shyly. He tried to avoid the topic. "Why don't we deal with the others first? Otherwise," he said as he moved back. Seeing this, Ji Ka bent down. Ji Ka replied, "We'll talk about that small matter later." She bent down and pushed Lin Han to the ground. "Now, all he wants is to beg my king," the beautiful Ji Ka said with her arms crossed. "Lin Han, the spring wind blows, the birds chirp merrily. You don't know how good your elder sister is. My king, let's take care of the important matter first." Ji Ka lowered her eyes seductively. her face flushed with a captivating pink. Lin Han backed away, escaping from Ji Ka, trembling as he said, "Explain yourself first. Don't just meet someone and start taking off their pants. You're the reincarnation of the Demon King. I'm your concubine," Ji Ka said happily, grabbing Lin Han's neck and pushing him towards her full bosom. "Lin Han, you're so lucky," Ji Ka continued. "Now the Demon Clan is in danger. You need to take charge and increase our population." Wait, I'm just an ordinary person. How did I become a Demon King?" Lin Han rolled around, avoiding Ji Ka, preventing her from acting rashly. Ji Ka explained to Lin Han, "You could open that book. That's the most definitive proof. Only a Demon King can open the 9 Provinces Beast Girl collection." Ji Ka seductively and childishly said to Lin Han, "It's not wrong. Could it be that I'm not worthy of your love?" Lin Han listened to her words, seriously thinking, "This is a blessing delivered right to my doorstep. Why would I refuse?" But Lin Han's rationality spoke up, calmly saying, "Calm down, calm down." But Lin Han's emotions overwhelmed him. The other person has already taken the initiative. How can I still refuse? How am I still a man then? Lin Han's pure barrier of rationality shattered. Lin Han posed, beckoning with his finger. "Make your move." "Yes, sir," Ji Ka replied sweetly and happily, immediately jumping down and pinning Lin Han to the ground. Lin Han blushed like a shy lamb. "Please, be gentle. I'm still. This isn't the time for that." The 9 Provinces Beast Girl collection book suddenly jumped out, pulling Ji Ka back into the book, interrupting Lin Han's fun in an instant. "I've prepared everything, you damn it. What are you messing around for?" Lin Han was furious at being disrupted and kept hitting the book's backside. Ji Ka also shouted from inside, "Let me out, I can't wait any longer." The book endured the pain and shouted, "Do you know what the consequences of riding a rocket with her are?" "Huh?" Lin Han didn't understand and spoke, but his fingers kept tapping diligently on the book's back. "Until death do us part." The book had to whine for mercy. "Stop tapping. You're going to poke a hole in me. The source of all power in this world is called extreme. Humans borrow the power of spirit beasts through contracts to absorb extreme from heaven and earth, converting it into true energy." The book explained to Lin Han. Basically, the spirit beast absorbs extreme, and then its owner absorbs extreme from the spirit beast to cultivate. A heavenly extreme holy body doesn't need spirit beasts as an intermediary. You can absorb extreme anytime, anywhere. You could say that you level up even while sleeping. You can also transfer extreme to beast girls through Lin Han. The book put on its glasses, looking intellectual as it explained. "But you're new here and your stock is almost empty. Ji Ka, as a first-generation spirit beast of the Demon Clan, the amount of extreme she needs far surpasses your current absorption rate. If you keep going at it like this, the result will be that you'll be exhausted and die." The book warned Lin Han about his previous actions. Lin Han was finally scared and said, "Isn't this what they call yang replenishing wine in legends? You couldn't tell me this important thing from the beginning?" Lin Han was angry with the book for almost dying, blaming it for everything. "What demon clan? And who are you?" Lin Han angrily flipped through the book to find answers. The book, being tormented, raised its hands in surrender and begged for mercy. "Don't flip anymore, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. That winter, the Demon King left the world. The human and demon races attacked Demon City. Countless demons were slaughtered. The book recounted that horrifying day, when everything in Demon City was engulfed in flames. The human and demon races killed every single demon beast, sparing no one. One demon with salty tastes even touched the head of a demon ox and said, 'It's so smooth and firm.' To protect the bloodline of the demon clan, the demon queen sealed the 15 strongest beast girls inside my body. That's why I'm called the 9 Provinces Beast Girl Collection. I house 15 beautiful and powerful beast girls. The demon queen opened a dimensional portal and brought me to Earth. My mission is to wait for the Demon King to reincarnate and return. To procreate with the 15 beast girls and rebuild the demon clan." The book ended the story there. This Demon King is actually a bull with no feelings. Lin Han frowned after hearing the book's tale. "There are 15 girls, though." The book said, "You're too pessimistic. The 15 beast girls were all carefully chosen. Each beast girl is a completely new experience. It's not just chickens, foxes, and rabbits. There are also tigers, bears, and skinks." The book excitedly listed them. Lin Han was horrified, protesting, who would willingly do such a strange and bizarre thing with a skink? The human and demon races both consider the demon clan a disaster. As soon as the demon king, like you, appears, he will definitely be killed. It's too dangerous. I refuse to drive with the beast girls. Lin Han looked cool and dangerous, raising one hand to his face, the other blocking the book. The contract has been signed. It's too late to regret it now. The book changed its tone, emitting a dark and ominous aura. If you refuse to cooperate, then I'll let them eat you clean. The book transformed into a demon with dark energy swirling around it. Lin Han shouted, "You're a demon?" Right now, the beast girls definitely want to use themselves once and for all. If you do as it says, it will continue to seal them to help you. That Ji Ka looks pretty powerful too. With her here, I might be safer. Lin Han recalled everything that had happened and analyzed the current situation. At most, I'll just have to work hard every night. Lin Han hadn't been serious for long before he broke into a sinister, smug smile. Right, you said I'm absorbing extreme all the time, so why don't I feel anything? Lin Han thought carefully before asking the book, and he received the answer, you'll know when you fight later. Fighting? Seriously? Lin Han realized something and turned his head back to see what was behind him. Sure enough, a flying sword came towards him, attacking Lin Han. He quickly dodged to the side, shouting, "Whoa!" The sword pierced straight into the tree trunk behind him. You can dodge my attack? You stinky little brat, I underestimated you. The city lord's son, Lu Dadiao, said. Following him was his spirit beast, Ahu, and his guards. Where's your spirit beast? Show it to young master. Sure enough, those fleeing servants had led Lu Dadiao here. Lin Han said cautiously, Ji Ka, and she shouted from inside the book, you damn it. You dared to injure my treasure. I'll kill all of you. Deal with this yourself, get a feel for your power. The book threw a bucket of cold water on Lin Han's head. Lin Han panicked and shouted, huh? Since I was a child, I've never won a fight. Capture him. Lu Dadiao ordered his spirit beast, Ahu. Ahu transformed into a large tiger and lunged at Lin Han. Thankfully, he managed to dodge that attack. The servants outside sneered at Lin Han. Hand over the spirit beast. HMPH, you're just a commoner. Do you deserve a top-tier spirit beast like that? You must have stepped on dog poop outside. Haha, you bastards. Lin Han was angered by the servant's words. His fist burst into flames, and he punched Ahu in the stomach, causing it to spit out blood. Don't be so arrogant. Take this punch from me. I've never won before. With a single punch from Lin Han, the spirit beast, Ahu, was sent flying away, breaking the trees it flew past. I clearly saw them going towards this direction just now. A female voice rang out. How come they disappeared in a blink of an eye? A beautiful girl, with pink being the dominant color, was caught in verdant robes. This is the power of extreme. Lin Han was astonished by his unexpected strength. He looked at the tiger that was sent flying away. His arm was still emitting a brilliant light. The book added, this is only the power you absorbed in an hour. While Lin Han was still astonished by his new power, his arms and legs were wrapped by a snakehead. 4-star snake entanglement, created by 4 1-star iron snakes. Lin Han's limbs were controlled, pulled in 4 directions, causing him to scream in pain. You want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in front of me? No way. Lu Dadiao boasted arrogantly. The spirit beast, Ahu, returned to stand beside him, growling angrily at Lin Han. Lu Dadiao looked at Lin Han struggling to be caught and happily and eagerly ordered, Ahu, charge. His hand had already gathered purple extreme. The spirit beast, Ahu, also wanted to settle the score with Lin Han, so it burst into flames, its fighting spirit blazing. Roar! It roared fiercely. Just as they were about to charge heroically, a young girl's loud shout caused the man and the tiger to slip and fall into the river. Gone was their arrogant image from before. You're bullying your classmate, aren't you? The daughter of the martial heart sect leader, Cheng Miao, appeared, causing Lu Dadiao to tremble in fear, caught red-handed doing something bad. Why are you here? He thought to himself, could it be that she knows my plan? Is this Cheng Miao? Lin Han was surprised by Cheng Miao's innocence and loveliness. Cheng Miao was Lu Dadiao's classmate and also the goddess in Lin Han's heart. She saw Lu Dadiao leading people out of the city, so she followed them all the way. Lin Han thought to himself, seeing Cheng Miao arrive in time to rescue him. Lu Dadiao was trying to curry favor with Miao. No, I didn't do anything. Ahu hurriedly transformed back into a beast, wagging its tail in greeting. But Cheng Miao didn't believe him, arguing, I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Do you believe me if I tell your father? Cheng Miao stood in front of Lu Dadiao, arms crossed, making a threat. Lu Dadiao was truly scared when his father was mentioned. Don't, I won't do it again. Lu Dadiao surrendered, hurriedly kneeling down and begging. No matter what, that old man will beat me up first before talking. Huh? Cheng Miao turned her emerald green eyes towards Lin Han and discovered something unusual. You're not a classmate of ours. Lu Dadiao immediately seized the opportunity, pointing at Lin Han. He's just a bumpkin. Of course, he's not a classmate. Good thing she hasn't discovered it yet. I had to deal with him quickly. Cheng Miao looked at Lu Dadiao unhappily. Why are you bullying him? Lin Han suddenly became very smart. Because he's not as powerful as me. He wants to bring people to bully the weak and regain his face. Lin Han said to everyone, his face begging for a beating. He thought to himself, Cheng Miao is the daughter of the martial art sect leader. If I can enter the sect through her, I can learn all kinds of martial arts. At least I'll have the strength to protect myself. You lying bastard. If I'm not more powerful than you, I'm even stronger than a Hu. Lu Dadiao was angry and yelled back at what Lin Han said. As the master, the servant follows, so a Hu pointed at Lin Han and roared fiercely, roar, 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 as if it was scolding him. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Lu Dadiao, still arrogant, dashed towards Lin Han, ready to attack. A Hu also roared and charged after its master. Cheng Miao stretched out her hand to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Dadiao. The 4-star snake entanglement was created by my father. Even a spirit origin realm triple heaven expert wouldn't be able to escape easily. This is because you provoked him. If I kill you, Miao won't have anything to say. Lu Dadiao thought to himself as he charged forward. This one-handed operation is really. It's a sure win, isn't it? Lu Dadiao thought to himself. But at this moment, Lin Han smiled smugly. The fish is taking the bait. The 4 people controlling the snake spirit beasts were suddenly pulled away by Lin Han with no resistance. Lin Han broke the formation as easily as flipping his hand. He tossed the 4 people forming the formation into the sky like kites. What? Lu Dadiao stared at Lin Han in astonishment, seeing that he was completely unaffected by the 4 snake formation. My path to cultivation will begin. Lin Han grabbed Lu Dadiao's head with one hand and a Hu's head with the other. Lu Dadiao screamed in fear. Huh! A Hu also turned into a house cat and meowed softly. Beat the crap out of you, you dog. Lin Han slammed Lu Dadiao and a Hu's heads together with a strong force. Lu Dadiao's head was pressed against a Hu's, but he still stubbornly mumbled, which translated to, I'm far from being a dog. Cheng Miao's eyes lit up like headlights as she looked at Lin Han. I found a treasure. From today onwards, the first stop is the martial art sect. Shanyang County City, martial art sect, a tranquil and rustic place with white doves flying around the martial arts courtyard. He defeated Lu Dadiao and a Hu single-handedly. Amazing! A man's surprised voice rang out. Then Cheng Miao replied excitedly, yes, father. He's never cultivated any martial arts before. He must have innate divine power. Accept him as your disciple, father. Cheng Miao happily mentioned Lin Han, her eyes sparkling as if she had found a precious treasure. Even Cheng Miao's small octopus spirit beast had the same expression. Although Lu Dadiao's character isn't decent, he is the city lord's son after all. It's not bad. Why did he lose to a little brat? The martial art sect leader, Cheng Feng, felt very intrigued and interested in Lin Han. Where is he? I'll go and see this so-called genius. Cheng Miao replied, he's in the training room, father. Lin Han put his hand on his chin, thinking and smiling greedily, drooling slightly. With my heavenly extreme holy body, if I practice some more martial arts, I can definitely start a great career in this world. Lin Han dreamed of a bright future, but at that moment, the book seemed to be in trouble. I can't wait any longer. Ji Ka broke the seal of the book and flew out, immediately pinning Lin Han down, wanting to do it. Lin Han was dumbfounded, not understanding why he was being pinned down. My king, can we do it now? Ji Ka asked impatiently. Lin Han could only yell at the book. Why did you let her out? The book's power to bind beast girls was reduced by half after being released. The book was exhausted, lying flat on the floor. I've tried my best. The more extreme you have in your body, the more strongly she's attracted to you. I'm just a book, not a superhero. I can't completely lock her up. You have to endure it. You don't have enough energy for her to even fit between your teeth yet. The book seriously warned Lin Han. My king, do you like this outfit of mine? Ji Ka seductively asked Lin Han about the outfit she was wearing. I like it, Lin Han stammered. To say I don't like it would be a lie. Then quickly reward me. Ji Ka dragged out her words, seductively lowering her eyes and pressing her well-endowed chest against Lin Han's face. Lin Han's nose bled from happiness coming too quickly. He thought to himself, is it time to drive now? But Cheng Miao Miao will be back anytime. If she sees this, everything will be ruined. I need to quickly find another way to release the extreme in my body. I can't die young. At that moment, a pair of iron-clad feet stepped in. The county lord of Shanyang County arrived. You bastard, you hurt my son. Get out here. His angry voice echoed through the martial arts courtyard. The county lord of Shanyang County, Lu Tiezu, stepped in, amidst the chatter of everyone. I can't believe Lu Dadiao was beaten up like this. Which hero did it? People inside the manor whispered. From the sound of it, it seems like someone from our sect. No way. Lu Dadiao is considered one of the top experts in our sect. Who could beat him up so badly that his nose is bleeding? Lu Tiezu was extremely furious. Cheng Feng stood in front, blocking him. County Lord Lu, this is the sect. Please be mindful of the impact. Lu Tiezu waved his hand angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That brat dared to hit my son. Even if it were the heavenly king himself, he would have to die. A shout came from the room, don't come in. Let go, stop grabbing my pants. Lin Han fell out of the door, causing everyone to turn and look. Lu Dadiao shouted, pointing, Father, it's him. Huh? Lu Tiezu covered his eyes with one hand and took out a gemstone with the other, shouting, it's you, you bastard. Lin Han, right? Boy, put your pants on, don't pollute my eyes. Lu Dadiao reminded him, Father, it's not, you're his mother, but, he's his mother. Cheng Feng rushed over to stop him. Lu Tiezu, you're not allowed to do this. Cheng Feng tried to grab Lu Tiezu's arm. But it was too late. Lu Tiezu had summoned his spirit beast, the heavenly patience praying mantis, a giant mantis. Lin Han lay there, his eyes shining brightly. He couldn't believe that the jade pendant he was wearing had transformed into a spirit beast. Lin Han imagined it looking like a Pokemon. Ji Ka stepped out from inside. She stepped on Lin Han's head, who was lying in front of the door, and crossed her arms contemptuously. It's just a puny mantis. My king, rest. Let me deal with it. Lu Tiezu smirked. This little brat actually has a human-shaped spirit beast. He thought to himself, he really came at the right time. The people around were amazed. When did that poor Lin Han get a high-level spirit beast? He even eavesdropped on classes. How could he afford it? Lu Tiezu ordered, Heavenly Patience Praying Mantis, attack for me. The giant mantis launched a series of attacks on Ji Ka, though Ji Ka dodged them nimbly. But the mantis still managed to slash Ji Ka's clothes, tearing a corner. Ji Ka grumbled, you damn mantis, you dare tear my clothes. Lin Han worried, what level is Ji Ka's spirit beast? She couldn't even dodge the attack of a 4-star mantis beast. Could she be in danger? The book appeared and explained, although Ji Ka is a demon clan, she can be considered a top-tier spirit beast. But because she was sealed for so long, her strength has almost completely vanished. But since she's fire and the mantis is wood, it's no problem for her. Ji Ka took a deep breath and said, taste this move, you bastard. Then, Ji Ka spat fire, attacking the mantis, which was then retracted. Lu Tiezu appeared from behind with a vile look. This spirit beast is not bad. It belongs to me. Lin Han punched Lu Tiezu away, causing Ji Ka to turn around in surprise. Cheng Feng was also surprised. He was able to keep up with Lu Tiezu's speed. How could Lin Han have such strength? Even after punching, Lin Han stumbled and fell with a loud thud. Ji Ka rushed over worriedly to help him, calling out, my king. Lin Han pulled Ji Ka closer and declared, she's mine, no one else can take her. Ji Ka was secretly delighted. Did my king just declare his love for me? Lu Tiezu began to negotiate. A weakling like you doesn't deserve to die, but a weakling who occupies a high-level spirit beast deserves to die. Give me that spirit beast, and I'll spare your life. Lin Han thought to himself, I just used 20% of my energy. The remaining 80% can be used all at once on him, and then my body can rest for a while. Then, Lin Han challenged Lu Tiezu. You're talking too much. If you have the guts, come and take it. Lin Han thought, even if I can't beat him then, I can hide behind that sect leader. Cheng Miao Miao turned to Cheng Feng and asked, Father, help quickly. County Lord Lu is a heavenly origin realm triple heaven expert after all. In the entire Shanyang County, except for you, no one can match him. Cheng Feng stroked his chin and said, Don't be noisy, I'm thinking. Cheng Feng thought to himself, this Lin Han has created many miracles. Perhaps he really can. Then Lu Tieju's voice cut through his thoughts. My heavenly water-breaking technique is as powerful as a storm and as fast as lightning. Cheng Feng frowned in surprise, opening his eyes. What, heavenly water-breaking? Lu Tieju's whole body was ablaze as he introduced his technique. Once it's activated, no one can dodge it. You would be honored to die under this technique. Cheng Feng was also terrified, quickly thinking about reincarnation. Cheng Feng also used his strength to rush forward to stop him. Lu Tiezu, are you crazy? You wouldn't dare use this technique on a young man. Cheng Feng took a step back, crushing the brick beneath his feet, and rushed towards him. Stop. But Lu Tiezu didn't listen and continued to attack. Lin Han was worried. It's too fast. Even if I dodge, Ji Ka will be hit. He pushed Ji Ka away. Ji Ka shouted worriedly, My king, be careful. Lin Han's eyes turned golden and shone, releasing all his energy. Cheng Feng was one step too late. Lu Tiezu hit Lin Han, sending him flying, crashing through the wall and falling to the ground. Lin Han's mouth was bleeding. Lu Taizu laughed triumphantly. This little brat just fought me head-on. I didn't expect he could make me take 3 steps back. Unfortunately, you can only stop here when you hit my son, hee hee. Lu Dai Diao next to him was proud. My father is amazing, right? Cheng Miao Miao ran in anxiously and called out. Lin Heng and Ji Ka called, Arcane. Then both of them froze and looked at Lin Heng in the smoke. Lin Heng waved his hand and cried, It hurts so much, my joint is dislocated, and blood splattered all over his body. Ji Ka rushed over and hugged Lin Heng tightly. You scared me to death, causing Cheng Miao Miao to blush and stammer, this. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up in surprise, are you kidding me? A normal person who takes the heaven-piercing spearhead on will at least be left with their whole body. I didn't expect you to be able to get up and jump around happily, even flirting. Everyone thought the same thing, then they glanced at Lu Taizu, not giving the city lord any face. Lu Taiju's face darkened at this moment, his face filled with murderous intent, because he was the most face-conscious person in Shanyang County. Lu Taizu gritted his teeth and said, You little brat. But then he laughed loudly and pointed at Lin Heng, praising him, You're still a damn genius, making everyone around him feel puzzled. Lu Taizu put his arm around Lin Heng and jumped around, saying to him, From now on, you should study properly at the Taoist school. Our city lord's mansion will pay for all your tuition. What do you think, Headmaster Cheng? Cheng Feng was stunned and said, Okay. Lu Dai Diao shouted, Father, you can't let him off like this, then my beating was in vain? Lu Dai Diao was speaking when Lu Taizu kicked him into the sky, angrily saying, A beating in vain, so what, then you'll get beaten twice. Then Lu Taizu withdrew his troops, waved goodbye to Cheng Feng, I'll leave Lin Heng to you for training, let's go. Cheng Feng went to the gate to see them off. I will definitely try my best to escort City Lord Lu Taizu. He winked and invited, Headmaster Cheng, are you free to come over and play at my place? Cheng Miao Miao approached and asked Cheng Feng, Father, why did Lu Taizu suddenly change his mind? He's not famous for being petty? Cheng Feng replied, He can't just rely on strength to sit in the position of City Lord. He knows very well during crucial times. Cheng Feng looked towards Lin Heng and said, What does Lin Heng's appearance mean to our Shanyang County? Lin Heng was blushing at this time because Ji Ka was acting coquettishly. It's not allowed before it even started? I haven't enjoyed it yet, but you're rejecting me? What kind of dark meaning is that? Don't slander me. In the evening, in the hall next to Cheng Feng's study, he sat with Lin Heng drinking tea and chatting. Cheng Feng held his teacup and said, I still don't agree to revealing the human-shaped beast. How did you get it? He could only scratch his head and laugh. Yes, it's complicated to explain, it's better not to say. Cheng Feng closed his eyes and pondered, That's right, then I won't pry any further. Do you know why City Lord Lu suddenly changed his attitude towards you today? Lin Heng guessed, I also find it strange, could it be that he likes me? But Cheng Feng accidentally denied it, he said that besides me, there can't be anyone else. While speaking, Chang Feng realized that he had slipped up and denied it in a panic. Huh, what did I say? Ha ha ha, I was momentarily confused and spoke nonsense, don't take it to heart, making Lin Heng feel confused about their relationship. Chang Feng opened the map and said to Lin Heng, actually, I called you here this time to talk to you about the 6-county martial arts tournament. The map shows the Shongshan Mansion in the middle, and around it are the various county prefectures, the Waiwu County, then Shanyang County, and finally Lu Fei County. Chang Feng explained, Shongshan Mansion has a total of 6 counties, there are disputes between the counties, they all want to appear in front of the mansion lord, and most importantly, the 6-county martial arts tournament is held once every 3 years. This martial arts tournament will begin next month, but because Shanyang County has the smallest population, the results of the previous competitions have always been ranked the lowest, so we have always had no hope. However, your appearance has made us feel that this year, perhaps we can take a gamble. Lin Heng rubbed his chin and raised an eyebrow. So it's like this, you want me to participate in the martial arts tournament? Chang Feng said, yes, 3 people will form a team to represent the county and compete. If we can win this competition, it will definitely bring glory to the family. The elders of the entire county will also be proud of you. Lin Heng asked further, empty glory is not the point. Can you tell me some more realistic things? If I participate, what benefits will I get? Chang Feng froze, his hand crushed the teapot and said, benefits? Lin Heng thought, young people of this era won't accept that kind of deal, right? Chang Feng said awkwardly, I'll go find the city lord to discuss it, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Lin Heng went back sulking and said to the book, if you only want to give me empty promises, don't even think about making me sacrifice my life for you. The book beside him advised, even if they don't give you anything, you still have to participate. This competition is very helpful for improving your cultivation. Lin Heng gave it a sideways glance and poked it. Then I can't participate even more, I'll improve my cultivation slowly. I don't need to sacrifice my life to revive your demon race, making the book angry, gnashing its teeth, this guy. The book shouted, be serious, then punched Lin Heng, making a hole in the wall. Lin Heng whispered, scholar, I was just joking. Lin Heng said, you're too rough. Suddenly a nosebleed started flowing in front of Lin Heng. It was Cheng Miao Miao, who was using a thin sheet to wash herself. The current situation was very awkward. Lin Heng quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. There was a book that hid me. Miao Miao, who was standing there, was very angry. Lin Heng was embarrassed and covered his eyes with his hand, although it was like he wasn't covering them at all. He laughed and stammered an explanation, its temperament is too innocent. He realized he had spoken out of turn, and quickly corrected himself, no, it's very fierce, it's very fierce. The book, seeing the mess it had caused, felt very happy. Miao Miao shouted angrily, I didn't expect you to look so honest, but you are actually a shameless person. The book saw this and told Lin Heng, I forgot to tell you, except for you, no one else can see me. This was like a bolt from the blue for Lin Heng. He asked in a panic, why are you telling me this now? Seeing Lin Heng shouting like that made Miao Miao misunderstand that he was scolding her. She summoned her 4-star elemental beast, the Frostwind Water Mother. She ordered it to capture this pervert. The elemental beast also had a loving name, Little Wu. Little Wu launched a fatal attack, causing the place where Lin Heng was sitting to be frozen. But with his high-level fire elemental beast, Lin Heng quickly and easily escaped from there. Outside the bathroom, Ji Ka, after freeing Lin Heng, grabbed his clothes and ran away. Lin Heng was still in shock from the previous attack. He stammered, Ji Ka, find somewhere to hide first. Ji Ka replied, yes, my king. Being hit by the freezing attack just now made Lin Heng feel icy cold. He rubbed his body with his hand to warm up, his mouth still stammering, you're too ruthless. He was relieved that Ji Ka was a fire element, otherwise, he would have frozen to death. Ji Ka saw her master was so cold, she shyly acted seductively, saying that if you are cold, Ji Ka is willing to use actions to warm you up. Miao Miao, who was standing far away, was shocked when she saw this. Lin Heng laughed foolishly, he said worriedly, I'm already very warm now. Determined not to let him go, Miao Miao, along with her elemental beast in hand, ran over and launched an attack. She shouted, pervert, don't run. The ice blast was about to reach Lin Heng when Ji Ka charged out and blocked Little Wu's attack. She said unhappily, isn't it just a glance? Why be so petty? Then Ji Ka turned to Lin Heng, expressing, as long as my king wants to look, Ji Ka will absolutely fulfill any request you have. Ji Ka was happy and didn't notice another icy blast heading towards her. Lin Heng managed to jump in front of Little Wu's attack and split it in two. Ji Ka was also surprised. Lin Heng said to Ji Ka, "This is not the time to talk about this." He had only been cool for a few seconds. The bone-chilling coldness touched his hand, causing Lin Heng to cry out in pain, "I'm freezing to death." Ji Ka, beside him, felt very touched because this was the second time Lin Heng had saved her. She said, "Besides giving myself to you, what else can I do to repay your kindness?" The cold blast was deflected by Lin Heng back to Meow Meow. She was still angry and continued to charge forward with Little Wu in her hand. "I was really possessed by a demon, now I will right my wrongs." In a moment of passion, Meow Meow accidentally stepped on the cold blast she had deflected earlier. With the slipperiness of the ice, Meow Meow slipped and fell, flying into the air. A beautiful sight that any man would be excited to see was clearly in front of Lin Heng. He happily thought to himself, "The air outside is really fresh." Meow Meow angrily slammed her hand on the ground. She and Little Wu looked at him with murderous intent. She asked Lin Heng, did you see?" Lin Heng pretended to be naive, I didn't see anything. Things have come to this, I don't want to hide it anymore. Actually, I'm blind." Feeling like she was being teased, Meow Meow summoned countless sharp icicles, pointing directly at Lin Heng and Ji Ka. She ordered Little Wu and herself to charge forward. Ji Ka and Lin Heng on the other side were surprised. Lin Heng was even more surprised to learn that Meow Meow was a water element. Lin Heng felt like he was standing on a pile of fire. He thought to himself, if he combined with the octopus that only knew how to launch ice attacks, if things weren't handled properly, it would result in murder. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, "Stop." All three people below were surprised when they saw the person above. Meow Meow also stopped her attack. It turned out to be Cheng Feng, the master of the martial art hall. He put his hands behind him, his expression extremely serious. He asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to blow up the martial art hall?" Seeing her father, Meow Meow started to complain. She pointed at Lin Heng's face and said to Cheng Feng, "Father, this Lin Heng is a pervert, we can't keep him." Cheng Feng descended, calmly said to Meow Meow that I have witnessed the whole process. He reassured her, "Don't worry, father will definitely get justice for you." He told Meow Meow to go back to her room and change clothes first. Meow Meow obediently said, "Yes." Cheng Feng glared at Lin Heng. He asked Lin Heng, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" Seeing no way out, Lin Heng sighed, "If you've already seen it, then Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Heng realized something was wrong. He realized that Cheng Feng had witnessed the whole process, meaning that he was always on the roof watching the show? The image of Cheng Feng in his eyes now was a cunning man full of scheming. He thought to himself, he must be planning to use this to make things difficult for me. I had to admire his cunning. No one knows how Cheng Feng lectured Lin Heng after a night. The next morning, in the conference room of the martial art hall, Cheng Feng laughed and said to Lin Heng and Meow Meow, "After a night of heartfelt persuasion, Lin Heng has deeply understood his mistakes. In his opinion, you can't catch a wolf by pitying a child." Cheng Feng announced that Lin Heng had agreed to represent our army in the 6-county competition to make amends. The competition is still a month away. Cheng Feng clapped his hands in celebration because of this. The two people below were still resentful. Cheng Meow Meow had come to a realization after the incident, while Lin Heng could only curse Cheng Feng in his heart for being cunning. Cheng Feng calmly advised his two students that they must train properly and try to improve their strength. Lin Heng was a little confused. "That's right, wasn't it said that 3 people are needed to form a team? Who is the third person?" Cheng Feng smiled kindly and pointed to the door. "Isn't he already here?" Thinking it was someone else, it turned out to be the arrogant Lu Didiao. He grinned, pointing with his finger, "Kid, although you were lucky enough to keep your life, you won't be so lucky when you join my team. As the captain, I will train you ruthlessly." Lin Heng was helpless, he should have expected it. Cheng Feng patted Dai Diao on the shoulder. He said to him, "Dai Diao, the captain this year will be Lin Heng." Dai Diao was thunderstruck when he heard this. Lin Heng was delighted. "It seems like I should train you ruthlessly." Dai Diao couldn't accept it. He shouted, "I was the captain for the past 3 years. What right does he have to be the captain this year? Do you believe I will go find my father to talk about this?" Not afraid of Dai Diao's threat, Cheng Feng reminded him, "Don't forget, yesterday, your father beat you into the sky for who?" He said, the city lord will definitely support me. From behind, another hand landed on Dai Diao's shoulder, making him jump. It was Miao Miao. She angrily scolded him, you lost for 3 years, you still have the face to call yourself the captain. If you agree, stay, if you don't agree, get lost. Dai Diao was scared. He laughed awkwardly, I was just asking casually, I agree, I definitely agree. Lin Heng didn't care, it's fine with me, let him be the captain. Miao Miao heard Lin Heng say that, her mouth twitched. She angrily scolded him, you shut your mouth too. If we lose face in front of everyone again this year, you should be prepared to die and apologize. Lin Heng was confused as to why he was being scolded. Miao Miao stormed off in anger. Dai Diao laughed triumphantly, yesterday, Miao Miao was protecting you. Today she wants to tear you apart. He asked, kid, what did you do to offend her? Lin Heng could only scratch his head. He told Dai Diao that it was just a small matter. He said, last night when she was taking a bath, I saw everything. Dai Diao was heartbroken. Tears silently streamed down his face. In his mind, he imagined the scene of Lin Heng and Miao Miao flirting in the bathroom. On the other side, Cheng Feng was still calmly advising everyone that when fighting, they need to be fully prepared with troops and supplies. Go outside the city to collect medicinal herbs in the Great Bear Mountain. He said that he is preparing to refine some pills, and it can also be considered a way to get to know each other. In the Great Bear Mountain, the team of 3 walked and chatted together. Dai Diao excitedly talked to Miao Miao, Miao Miao, I heard that this is the time for the Great Bear to appear, but don't worry, I will protect you. He also boasted that his tiger, Ahu, had reached 3 stars yesterday. Miao Miao felt uncomfortable and said that she didn't need it. Dai Diao proudly said to Lin Heng, kid, you and I will collect herbs here, you go to that side. Lin Heng replied, okay. Lin Heng looked at the sign hanging on the tree. It read, precious medicinal herbs of Great Bear Mountain are located around the summit. He sighed, I didn't expect the great Lu Dai Diao to be a dog licking Cheng Miao Miao's feet, what a pity. From a distance, Dai Diao heard this and angrily replied, I am far from being a dog licking anyone's feet, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Heng's companion was the book that had brought him here. The book asked him, do you want to try the Imperial Grade supplement pill? Now is your preparation time, try this pill, it will be very beneficial. Lin Heng was running, he heard this and agreed, okay, what medicinal herbs do you need, I'll go find them. After a while, Lin Heng had collected all the medicinal herbs needed to make the pill. The book also praised, the Great Bear Mountain lives up to its name as a place with abundant spiritual energy. All kinds of precious medicinal herbs can be found here. The book instructed Lin Heng, use your qi to refine it, slowly absorb the spiritual energy produced after combining the medicinal herbs into your body. Lin Heng followed the instructions and used his internal energy to release a stream of qi to absorb the medicinal herbs. It was supposed to be refining a supplement pill, but suddenly, Lin Heng vomited blood. He widened his eyes and looked very painful. The book saw this and anxiously asked, what's wrong? Lin Heng uncomfortably exclaimed, it's too hot, my chest is too hot. The book heard this and yelled, it's over, I made a mistake. When you are absorbing the spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs, your body is also absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Absorbing 2 streams of energy, your body can't handle so much energy at once. It definitely won't be able to resist. You brought me here, and now you tell me this, you're too good at causing harm. His body felt like it was about to explode. A bright light burst out strongly, enveloping Lin Heng. He was both angry and worried. Quickly think of a solution, I'm about to explode. The book panicked, at this point, there's only one way. The book opened, Ji Ka was summoned. Ji Ka felt liberated. She excitedly rushed towards Lin Heng. She affectionately said to Lin Heng, my king. Please be gentle. Then Ji Ka jumped and hugged Lin Heng tightly, making him panic and cry out. Ji Ka has been waiting for thousands of years. She had once argued with another elemental beast. She confidently said, I will be the one to get him first. Another elemental beast, in anger, replied, I will definitely be the one to get him first. Her wait was finally fulfilled. She looked at what was called the bamboo shoot of Lin Heng. She wondered why this fire dragon bamboo hasn't been refined yet. Could it be because of the outer shell? She quickly peeled off the bamboo shoot's outer shell. The inside gradually revealed itself. Ji Ka exclaimed. She raised her finger and was about to touch it. As soon as her finger touched the inside, an indescribable feeling ran through her body. It's so hot, my hand. A rainbow beam of light shot out from the top of the mountain, attracting the attention of Meow Meow and Dai Diao at the foot of the mountain. Meow Meow wondered, what kind of precious medicinal herb did Lin Heng dig up? I didn't expect even a halo to appear. Dai Diao was also surprised. How powerful must the medicinal herb be to emit such a halo, a rainbow, right? Meow Meow worriedly told Dai Diao to go over with her to check. Such a big commotion, attracting wild beasts would be dangerous. Lin Heng slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He exclaimed, From a distance, Ji Ka was lying seductively, staring intently at Lin Heng. Lin Heng sat up abruptly, scratched his head, and asked in a daze, "Where are my clothes?" Ji Ka spoke at this time, "My king, your clothes are with me." Lin Heng looked in confusion and wondered, why did your clothes disappear? Ji Ka angrily blamed him, "You're so annoying, you're good at pretending to be stupid, right? My clothes, weren't they brutally torn to shreds by you?" The book beside them sighed, "Tisk, this kid is healthy." Lin Heng scratched his head in embarrassment. Is my first cultivation experience already ending in a daze? Lin Heng's face changed color. His hand scratched harder. Even worse, there were some memories that he couldn't retain. The book urged at this time, "All right, move quickly. You two caused such a big commotion earlier. It's easy to attract others. It won't be good if people see you." Urged by the book, Ji Ka struggled to get up and said, "Okay, let me try." But unfortunately, her legs cramped. Her legs were unsteady, and she fell. Lin Heng quickly reached out to help her and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Ka blushed and pouted, "You're so annoying, you know, yet you still ask. Wait until I recover, next time I will make you unable to stand." Ji Ka's confident words made Lin Heng embarrassed. Suddenly, Ji Ka's entire body lit up. She said in a reporting voice, "I'm going to rest first." Lin Heng's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Lin Heng was confused when a pendant appeared on his neck. How did Ji Ka turn into a pendant? The book next to him reassured him, "Don't be surprised. You've already established a contract with her. You can use the elemental beast pendant to summon her, like Lu Taizu." This time Ji Ka almost couldn't take it, but she received a great benefit. Suddenly, Lin Heng keenly felt something. He immediately jumped down. The book was extremely confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Heng replied, "Someone is coming." The book and Lin Heng exchanged words. Could it be Cheng Miao Miao and her group? No, it's not them. So there's a platform here? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The place Lin Heng was standing was a platform formed by a protruding cliff. A pair of feet stepped forward, accompanied by a questioning tone, making the book and Lin Heng nervous, strange. The figure was right above Lin Heng. He wondered, the spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. Did they discover I was approaching and ran away? What kind of elemental beast can have such a keen sense of perception? Yang Mok cautiously suspected, no, spiritual energy this strong can't be from an elemental beast. It must be someone who found a top-grade spirit herb. He immediately turned his head. Then he released spiritual energy into a bush and yelled, "Come out." The large boulder and the bushes were shattered. Two people jumped out of the bushes to dodge the attack. At this time, Lin Heng stuck his head out, looked around, and whispered, "They're here." Yang Mok grinned and said, "I thought it was who? It turns out to be the future star of Shanyang County. It was you who found the top-grade spirit herb." Lu Dai Diao's head was buzzing. He retorted, "What top-grade spirit herb? We just arrived." Zhang Miao Miao solemnly reminded him, "Yang Mok, I didn't expect you to dare come to Great Bear Mountain. Shongshan Mansion Lord has clearly issued a strict order forbidding anyone from going to other counties to steal resources." She then asked herself, where's Lin Heng? Could it be that he? Lin Heng, who was clinging to the cliff at this time, realized, so it's a rival, running to someone else's territory to steal things. He's truly a weak and despicable man. Yang Mok frowned and scolded, "Haze, this is so annoying. I just wanted to find something, I didn't pay attention to you too. Since you've been caught, I can only..." He said this and took out two green things from his bag and threw them out, making you two shut your mouths forever. Two 4-star and 5-star elemental beasts appeared, angrily charging towards them. Lin Heng was stunned, and at the same time released his two elemental beasts to fight. This maneuver was the first time he'd seen it. "I have to learn properly, this first time was too hasty. I need to improve quickly and do it again." Zhang Miao Miao and Lu Dai Diao released their elemental beasts together. Lu Dai Diao angrily shouted, "You stole from someone and still want to fight them? I didn't expect there to be anyone more despicable than me in the world. I can't tolerate this. Zhang Miao Miao reminded him, don't underestimate him. He is a legendary genius, he has participated in the 6-county competition 3 times. The situation was tense, 2 against 2. At this time, Zhang Miao Miao cleverly devised a battle strategy. Little Wu, take advantage of your elemental advantage to deal with that firebird first. You, call a Hu to hold back that porcupine. Lu Didiao readily agreed, okay. Yang Mok chuckled, hee, this method is outdated. Suddenly, the firebird angrily breathed fire at its own teammate. Lin Heng, Zhang Miao Miao, and Lu Didiao were stunned. It's attacking its own teammate. This weird move is getting more and more strange. At this time, a subordinate came to report, Deputy City Lord Yang Mok is not in the city. The girl in green sat gracefully on the large chair and smiled. Oh, is this Yang Mok causing trouble again? The porcupine curled up and charged forward, launching a fatal blow directly at a Hu's face, causing it to howl, meow. From afar, little Wu saw this, its mouth dropped open, and its eyes widened. Lu Didiao saw his elemental beast being attacked and shouted, Ahu. The porcupine turned to little Wu. Lu Didiao panicked and urged Zhang Miao Miao, it's coming, it's coming. Zhang Miao Miao immediately commanded little Wu, ice shield. Quickly, little Wu spat out an ice wall, blocking the attack of the patient's beast. Little Wu struggled to spit out ice, working continuously, making it sweat profusely. Little Wu's effort was shattered by the fire porcupine. The high temperature combined with the prickly ball had a very strong destructive power. Zhang Miao Miao sadly hugged the unconscious little Wu, I didn't expect it to use high temperatures to enhance the patient's beast's breaking power. Little Wu's ice element is actually being countered by this combination. Yang Mok triumphantly sneered, this is the fighting technique of the frontline. Your one-on-one tactic is outdated. Lu Didiao said in a concerned whisper, Meow meow, I'll hold him back, you quickly go back and report. As long as you escape, he won't dare do anything to me. Zhang Miao Miao immediately rejected this and suggested her own idea, let's split up and run. This way, we can ensure that one of us can get back. Lu Didiao praised Zhang Miao Miao, that's right, you're so smart. Yang Mok commanded the flaming extreme foot to charge forward, while belittling them, you two fools. You really think your legs can outrun wings? The flaming extreme foot quickly charged forward, breathing fire to block Zhang Miao Miao and Lu Didiao's escape route. Zhang Miao Miao angrily cursed, damn it. Because the fire was large, the heat was intense. Lu Didiao was running when he stopped and yelled, ouch, it's so hot. With nowhere to run, Zhang Miao Miao had no choice but to take a risk. Without elemental beasts, we can still fight. Prepare for battle. Lu Didiao was terrified and shouted, are you crazy? Fighting with a fireball with bare hands? Lu Didiao cried out in panic, we're doomed this time. Unless the heavens send a miracle, we can only die. At this time, a handsome god appeared and charged forward. He stepped on the patient's beast, causing it to lose its balance and fall, its eyes bulging. He said, with your intelligence, don't even think about participating in any competition. Zhang Miao Miao and Lu Didiao cheered, heavens, Captain, you're not dead after all. Lu Didiao shed tears of happiness, sighing in awe of Lin Heng, damn, this guy is so cool and handsome. Lin Heng turned and reminded them, what are you standing there for? Quickly go back and report. Leave this place to me. Lu Didiao quickly pulled Zhang Miao Miao's hand and ran away, but didn't forget to shout encouragement, yes, Captain, you hang in there. I'll go back and call for reinforcements. Don't force yourself, just hold him back. You can't beat him. Yang Mok accused him, kid, you were hiding nearby all this time, right? That spirit herb that released overwhelming spiritual energy, was it taken by you? Lin Heng chuckled, hee, overwhelming, you're exaggerating. Mine is not small, but it's not as outstanding as you said. Yang Mok became angry and yelled, stop pretending to be crazy. Hand it over. It's big, so what? Are you very awesome? He then spread his arms and released his elemental beasts, go all out for me. Lin Heng quickly dodged the attack and thought to himself, he's going up himself. One person and two beasts, this is a new fighting style. I need to learn this. Lin Heng, a keen learner, didn't want to be outdone. He threw out the pendant and said, Ji Ka, let's go. Ji Ka appeared, surrounded by flames. She said, as you command. Yang Mok was shocked and exclaimed, Huh, a human-shaped elemental beast. Then he took out his glass bracelet and investigated. She's even so charming. I found a treasure, ha ha ha. I didn't expect a terrible student from the Taoist school to have a human-shaped elemental beast. Let's see how powerful your elemental beast is. Immediately, Young Mac's face turned pale when he saw the words, 8-star. He sweated profusely and trembled, 8-star elemental beast. Lin Heng was also surprised. He asked Ji Ka, since when did you become an 8-star? Ji Ka replied shyly, just now, when you were overflowing. Lin Heng's eyes lit up. His nose flared in surprise, damn, it's so fast. Leveling up 4 stars in just a blink of an eye, this is amazing. The flaming extreme foot, at this time, was approaching its target and spewed out a fireball. Yang Mok stood far away, regretting his actions and calling out, don't. Ji Ka angrily mocked, you think this little fire is worthy of showing off in front of me? Anger flared up. Ji Ka used her 2 hands to create a large fire, making Lin Heng flinch. At the same time, she sneered, you're so pathetic. The large fire could be seen from afar by Lu Didiao and Zhang Miao Miao. They were worried, Captain, Lin Heng. Ji Ka's power created a large hole in the spacious courtyard. Lin Heng scolded her, oh my god, you're too strong, you've scared people away. How am I supposed to learn? Ji Ka was confused by his scolding, huh? A dark shadow was trying to run away as fast as it could. That was Yang Mok, burned by Ji Ka's technique. He cried in anger and scolded, not only did you doubt my nobility, but you also destroyed my elemental beast. Even my most prideful appearance was affected. You little brat, I, Yang Mok, will spare no cost. I will definitely kill you before the competition begins. This guy can't fight, so he runs away. Truly a pragmatic person. Lin Heng stood with his hands on his hips, looking into the distance. My king. Wild and remote. No one around. I want to. Is it possible, him? Ji Ka was embarrassed, rubbing her body against Lin Heng's. Lin Heng heard her say this and scolded her, you're either eating or sleeping. All you think about are those lowly things. Sigh, there's no helping you. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind them. Ji Ka and Lin Heng were startled and turned to look. It was the roar of the ironback bear, a 4-star wild beast. Lin Heng seemed to recognize this uninvited guest. He exclaimed in surprise, ironback bear. Ji Ka quickly created a fireball. She angrily yelled, you dare to ruin my good time. Then she threw the fireball at the ironback bear. Not only was it not injured, but it made it even angrier. Lin Heng was a little surprised. He said, I didn't expect it to be unharmed. The ironback bear is an earth element. Wood or ice element attacks would be more effective. Ji Ka could burn it, but it would be a waste of the treasure on its body. But don't worry, it also has a weakness. Its back is the hardest part, but it's also its death point. Just attack the protruding spine at the end, and it will definitely die. That book said. Lin Heng approached the angry ironback bear. He easily dodged its attack, then said, it's that simple? But Lu Didiao said the ironback bear is very difficult to deal with. Hearing this, the book explained, the ironback bear was once a city patrol beast of the demon capital. A weakness like this can't be let known to the world. Only I know it thoroughly. So that's how it is. Lin Heng grinned. He had an idea and commanded Ji Ka, attract its attention. Yes, she replied, then from behind, she launched a rain of fire rain salvo at the ironback bear. Lin Heng saw the danger and jumped away. The ironback bear angrily turned back to look behind it. It immediately shifted its target to Ji Ka, charging towards her frantically. Lin Heng looked down from above, seeing the ironback bear about to charge at Ji Ka. He began his attack, 1,000 years, kill. The ironback bear was struck, instantly spitting out blood. Its soul immediately left its body. Lin Heng was surprised, it's this quick? The book heard this and laughed triumphantly, young man, knowledge is power. Ji Ka noticed the group of ironback bears hiding nearby. She said a little fearfully, they're coming again, this time even more. But Ji Ka didn't know that they were already scared, pale and shaking. Lin Heng suddenly let out a terrifying smile. Ah, I've struck gold. The scene shifts to the living room of the city lord's mansion. Lu Didiao yelled, Father, do you still have the heart to sit here drinking tea? Quickly go rescue them. However, Lu Taizu calmly drank his tea and replied, this Yang Mok is no ordinary person. He has been exceptionally promoted to Deputy City Lord of Wai Wu County. Do you know what this represents? Lu Taizu asked Lu Didiao and Cheng Miao Miao. Lu Didiao replied, Father, you once said that to become deputy city lord, you must be appointed by the mansion lord. Could it be that he? Before Lu Didiao could finish, Lu Taizu continued, Yang Mac's backing must be the mansion lord. If I go there now, it will lead to conflict with the mansion lord. This will ruin my future. Cheng Miao Miao finally spoke. She said worriedly, if something happens to Lin Heng. Lu Taizu cut her off again. I've already sent people to scout. Unless something unexpected happens, there will be 3 outcomes. He said, 1. Lin Heng loses. This is the perfect opportunity to kill his spirit, making him obediently cultivate and achieve good results in the competition. 2. Lin Heng is killed. I can use this opportunity to go find the mansion lord and ask for some benefits. After all, if there's a murder, the mansion lord can't cover it up too obviously. 3. Lin Heng wins. This could scare other counties and stop them from wanting to take advantage of our Shanyang County. We will still win, we'll win no matter what. What if Lin Heng really wins and the mansion lord feels embarrassed? Could he let us off? Hearing Lu Didiao's naive question, Lu Taizu laughed and replied, how could I not think about this? Then he recounted, 3 years ago, the mansion lord asked me to prepare 100 ironback bears to present to the emperor as escort beasts. After several years of breeding, there are quite a few ironback bears on Great Bear Mountain. I'll just present them all to the mansion lord. If he's happy, maybe he'll even reward me. That's amazing. You truly are my father. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. We'll win no matter what. Lin Heng saved me, I'll pray for him. Cheng Miao Miao saw the two in front of her praising themselves and was annoyed. A subordinate rushed in from outside to deliver news. Lu Taizu, inside, looked out eagerly. Oh, the scout I sent to Great Bear Mountain is back. After hearing the report, he puffed out his chest, laughing, Lin Heng really won. I didn't misjudge him. Where is he? Prepared to go into the mountains and catch a bear to present to the mansion lord. City lord, you don't need to go catch any. All the ironback bears on Great Bear Mountain have been killed by Lin Heng. Not a single one left. Hearing the subordinate say this, Lu Taizu was so angry he wanted to burst. He cried blood. The city lord was so shocked that he was almost out of breath, and all his plans turned to smoke. To put it simply, he was devastated. Lu Taizu was petrified, tears and snot flowing down his face. He couldn't help but lament, why? Lu Didiao was extremely anxious when he heard the physician diagnose his father's illness. He urged, then quickly go and get the medicine. Hearing this, the physicians could only shake their heads and chuckle, sigh, to untie the bell. You need the one who tied it. Mental illness still needs mental treatment. Lin Heng is back. Cheng Miao Miao grabbed Lin Heng's hand and ran in from outside. He complained, I was having fun killing those bears. Why did you drag me back? Lu Taizu heard the words, Lin Heng, and immediately jumped up. Seeing this, the old physician was overjoyed. The one who tied the bell is here. He looked at Lin Heng with a resentful gaze and gritted his teeth. Lin Heng, why did you kill the ironback bears that I took such great pains to raise? Lin Heng shrugged. I didn't know those bears were yours. No one told me that I couldn't kill them. Cheng Miao Miao sighed helplessly. She explained, how can an ordinary person kill more than 100 bears in half a day? Lu Taizu was so angry he wanted to scream. He was boiling, shouting, I could have used those bears to become deputy mansion lord. You ruined everything. You deserve to die. Cheng Miao Miao worried about Lin Heng's safety and stood in front of him as a shield. City lord, please calm down. Lin Heng was able to defeat Yang Mak. He could achieve good results in the 6-county competition. At that time, the mansion lord will surely value him. Finally, Lu Taizu calmed down. He said, at this point, killing you wouldn't do anything. We can only gamble on the competition. HMPH. Lu Didiao jumped in and said, did you hear that? If you don't win first place, you'll castrate yourself. Lin Heng calmly stroked his chin and said, I agree to compete. But I never said I would win first place. Don't think you own me. You punched me for no reason before. Seeing Lin Heng be so blunt, Cheng Miao Miao felt uneasy. Lin Heng. You're so arrogant, kid. Father, I can't take this anymore. We need to teach him a lesson. Lin Heng heard what Lu Didiao just said. He stared coldly at him, making him scared to pee his pants. I was just kidding. Lu Taizu glared and said to Lin Heng, you dare to threaten my son in front of me? You're extremely bold. You were able to defeat Yang Mok. You must have the strength to compete for the championship. Tell me, how can we make you willingly use your full strength? Lin Heng sat down. Adults talking about things, he said, we're all adults, no need to beat around the bush. If I win the championship, what benefits can you give me? Lu Taizu started to bargain. 10,000 gold. I'm not interested in money, he replied. This guy is not bad. Then, beautiful women. I have enough beautiful women. Huh? Lu Taizu became furious again. You don't want money, and you don't want beautiful women. So what do you want? Are you playing with me? Lin Heng replied, I want the cultivation technique that you practice, the rushing thunder technique. Going back to last night, Lin Heng lay in bed talking to the book. He said, Scholar, this heavenly extreme holy body of mine only has strength, but it doesn't have any powerful techniques, it's quite uncomfortable. Can you teach me some powerful techniques? The book replied, the demon race does have many supreme cultivation techniques, but none of them are recorded here. Lin Heng sighed, then I can only rely on strength to create miracles. The book suddenly interrupted, it said, but there's someone with a cultivation technique that's perfect for you to learn. That day when you fought Lu Taizu, I saw him use the rushing thunder technique of the lightning leopard clan. This technique in his hands can only unleash less than 1% of its power, but if you cultivate this technique, it will be more suitable for you. The only problem is, why would he pass down the rushing thunder technique to you? Returning to reality, Cheng Miao Miao saw the excited look on Lin Heng's face. She thought, I don't know what cultivation technique City Lord Lu practices, but why does Lin Heng? Lu Taiju's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He placed his hand on Lin Heng's shoulder and said, the rushing thunder technique is a secret of the Lu family. Even Dai Diao doesn't know it. How could you, an outsider, know? Lu Dai Diao looked at them from afar, their shoulders touching, and could only cry. Why didn't you let me cultivate it earlier? Am I not your real son? Lin Heng smiled kindly, it must have been a high-level expert who guided me. What do you say, can you accept this condition? Lu Taizu was furious. He swung his arm and punched a hole in the wall next to him, you're delusional. The rushing thunder technique is a divine art passed down for thousands of years by our Lu family. How can I give it to you, an outsider? Or maybe we can become sworn brothers? Hearing this, Lu Taizu turned away, his pride opposing him, ridiculous. I'm used to losing. At most, I'll still be last in this competition. The subordinate who went to scout ran in from outside and reported, Report, the mansion lord announced, to encourage the valiant spirit of the six-county competition. The city lord of the county who wins this year's championship will be promoted to deputy mansion lord. The room fell silent, everyone was shocked. Dai Diao, father, you can safely hand over the rushing thunder technique to me. I will definitely win the championship. Lu Dai Diao was delighted when he heard his name called. Lu Taizu turned to him and instructed, there's less than a month left for the competition. During this time, you must cultivate properly with your second uncle. It's a pity that I didn't meet him sooner, I didn't know where to find my younger brother. Just like that, they officially became sworn brothers. Lu Dai Diao's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, his face full of resentment. Miao Miao looked at Dai Diao and said, Lu Dai Diao's mood doesn't seem to be very good. Lin Heng helplessly scratched his face, I was just casually saying something. I didn't expect Lu Taizu to actually become sworn brothers with me. They both approached Lu Dai Diao. Miao Miao bent down to comfort him, Dai Diao, cheer up. We should practice. Time is really tight. Hearing her comfort, Lu Dai Diao trembled and hugged his head, but I really can't accept it. Lin Heng also stepped out, pretending that it was easy for him to understand, comforting Lu Dai Diao. How about this, we'll call each other by our own methods. I'll call you Dai Ge, and you call me second uncle. Lu Dai Diao angrily turned his head, I'm still the one who's at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, young men. Seize the time, don't waste your youth and chatter. Let me train with you. It turned out to be Lu Taizu. He was wearing a custom-made training outfit, a bright red, tight-fitting suit that made his beer belly protrude. The scene was too much to bear, making Miao Miao and Lin Heng want to gouge out their eyes. Lin Heng said, Isn't Headmaster Cheng training us? Lu Taizu grinned lecherously, spinning something in his hand. Cheng Feng is too soft-hearted, he won't achieve anything. The prize for the competition has increased, so the difficulty will also increase. So, your training will also be increased. In all of Shanyang County, besides me, who else can teach you? He clenched what was in his hand, threw it to the ground, and shouted, Big move incoming. This startled everyone present. The light dispersed, and there, a 9-star elemental beast, the Thunder Assault Tiger, appeared. The deputy city lord laughed. It's been a while since a Fu has been outside. Meow Meow was a little startled when she saw the beast, a 9-star elemental beast. This is the first time I've seen one. Lin Heng silently looked at the beast, so the 4-star mantis from before was just a show of mercy. Lu Diao's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, Father, you're going overboard. In normal competitions, only 6-star elemental beasts appear. You don't need to bring out a 9-star beast to torture us. He sternly patted the battle chicken beside him. You idiot, this year, all the counties will do everything they can to improve their elemental beasts for the competition. There will be no shortage of 9-star beasts. If you still think like that, you might as well wait to die. A Fu, go. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle chicken beside him disappeared in a flash. It charged towards the three of them with a loud roar. Meow Meow quickly signaled everyone to move aside. Unfortunately, its claws quickly shot out with lightning. A scream rang out. All three of them, Meow Meow, Lin Heng, and Dai Diao, were hit. After the attack ended, Lin Heng remarked, lightning element attack, indeed, it's impossible to guard against. Their coach let out a lecherous smile. A Fu alone has made you miserable. You still want to win the championship? Go dream about it. The three of them summoned their elemental beasts. Little Wu, Ji Ka, Ahu. Dai Diao stood with his hands on his hips, after they had moved a few hundred meters away from the 9-star beast. The Thunder Assault Tiger charged forward with a mighty roar. Meow Meow was quick. Little Wu locked down its movements. A stream of ice shot out. The Thunder Assault Tiger was hit by the ice seal. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Diao quickly commanded, Ahu, charge. Lin Heng looked at his two teammates and yelled, ice can conduct electricity. As soon as he finished, the Thunder Assault Tiger transmitted electricity through the ice. It shot straight towards Meow Meow, causing her to cry out in pain. On Dai Diao's Ahu, a roar from a Fu made its fur stand on end. It quickly turned its head towards its master. It even meowed, making a Fu speechless and helpless. Dai Diao hugged Ahu and shook it. Can you be a little more courageous like me, a man? Ji Ka's turn. She released a full-fledged fire blaze. Lu Taizu crossed his arms, looked down, and chuckled, you have to pay attention to elements and levels. A fire element beast can't injure a high-level lightning element beast. Training with you idiots, you're wasting my time. As soon as he finished, a Fu was flung out of the flames. It lay prostrate before Lu Taizu, causing him to be a little embarrassed. Lin Heng also emerged from the flames, raising his fist. Fire can't hit, but a fist can. If you don't want to waste time, get up. Lu Taiju's eyes narrowed. You want me and the elemental beast to go up? What are you trying to do? Lin Heng was surrounded by the flames of academic curiosity. In his hands was a book and a pen. Elemental beasts and their masters can use some methods to form an alliance, right? I almost saw Yang Mok use it before, but his beast scared his opponent away. So, I want to broaden my horizons. Lu Taizu held his forehead and laughed, you're a funny kid. Alright, I'll break my ancestors' teachings and tell you about the Human-Beast Alliance. Hearing this, Lin Heng had an image in his mind that wasn't very pure. Immediately, Lu Taizu shouted, watch closely. A connection appeared between him and the Thunder Assault Tiger. Meow Meow stood beside them, observing. The city lord has a very strong lightning element. Lin Heng added, the Human-Beast Alliance is about the elements of the elemental beast and the human body? Seeing this, Lin Heng quickly commanded Meow Meow, check the level of the Thunder Assault Tiger. After checking, Meow Meow exclaimed in surprise, why did it drop to 6-star? Lu Taizu explained, the elemental beast itself has a huge amount of energy. But through this cord, I transfer the energy to myself. After receiving most of the energy, I can break through my previous cultivation level. Lin Heng suddenly thought, isn't this a power bank? Lu Taizu continued, but there's a downside. After most of the energy is lost, the elemental beast will enter a weakened state. If it's ambushed, it's sure to die. At this moment, a Fu was lying prostrate on the ground, looking exhausted. Lu Taizu said calmly, the master on the other end of the cord will also be injured. That's why Heaven Origin Realm Masters usually don't learn this technique. You can try it, but don't use it recklessly unless it's a crucial moment. Feel the fluctuation of energy in the elemental beast. Achieve synchronization with them. and allow your consciousness to enter the elemental beast's body. Little Wu and Miao Miao, Ahu and Dai Diao, under the guidance of Lu Taizu, all tried at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Heng turned to Ji Ka, let's try. Yes, my king. I'm ready. Ji Ka immediately changed into a more revealing outfit. Lin Heng panicked and held his little brother in his pants. This is not the kind of try. Quickly change back into your clothes. Ji Ka innocently replied, didn't you want to enter? Lin Heng quickly explained, I meant your consciousness entering. What did you hear? Ji Ka blushed and widened her eyes in embarrassment. Sorry, I thought, ouch, so embarrassed. Hearing their conversation, Dai Diao and Afu glanced at each other, no longer looking at the word, enter, literally. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered the awkward atmosphere. The first round of the competition has been announced. Our opponent is Wu County. Lin Heng wondered, what a coincidence. The Ironback Bear heard this and said, the city lord of Wu County said that we invaded the Wu County region and attacked Yangmak. The mansion lord wanted to let us confront each other directly. However, the city lord of Wu County wanted to settle the grudge on the stage. Therefore, the mansion lord designated a duel between us in the first round. Hearing this, everyone was dissatisfied and cursed. That bastard. They dared to steal and then shout for help. They are even more shameless than me. It was clearly they who invaded the Great Bear Mountain and are twisting the truth. Lin Heng rubbed his chin and calmly replied, originally, they were going to be punished, but now it's been turned into who should be punished. They want to stir up trouble. We don't need to be manipulated. We only need to focus on winning the competition. Lin Heng turned to the Ironback Bear and asked, do we have any information about the members of their first team? This is a secret for each county, we don't know yet. Lu Taizu secretly praised Lin Heng's thinking, he's smart. He understands the situation. I didn't expect this kid's thinking to be so clear. Lin Heng said, but Yang Mok already knows about us. We've already lost from the very beginning. Suddenly, Lu Taizu patted his chest and said, leave it to me. What color underwear they wear on the day of the competition, I will tell you everything. Next, we need to work hard to improve our elemental beasts and cultivation. I have something good to give you. As soon as Lu Taizu finished, Lin Heng interjected. He pulled out his primary storage pouch, holding 30 pounds of it. The market price is 10 gold coins. He turned the pouch upside down and poured out a pile of medicine bottles. I used the Ironback Bears to refine all kinds of pills. If you need them, take them yourself. His action shocked Dai Diao and Miao Miao speechless. Lu Taizu leaned his head against the Ironback Bear, tears streaming down his face. My Ironback Bear, my deputy mansion lord. The Ironback Bear put its arm around him and comforted him. Think about it this way, at least the kids can use them to nourish themselves. Looking up, the Ironback Bear saw Lin Heng turn around and leave. It asked, Lin Heng, aren't you going to cultivate? Lin Heng waved his hand without turning back, I'm going to get something. Miao Miao and Dai Diao's elemental beasts could at most reach 6-star before the competition. But the opponent's elemental beasts might all break through to 6-star, even 9-star could appear. We still have to rely on Ji Ka. Lin Heng took out a bottle, opened the lid, it seems like I need. He enthusiastically stepped forward and drank a bottle of wine, gulping it down. Then he thought to himself, as long as my kidneys are good enough, I can eat until I'm full. After finishing the bottle, Lin Heng gasped for breath, and took out a summoning stone. He threw it to the ground and called, Ji Ka. A beam of light shone out. Ji Ka appeared in a sexy nurse outfit. My king, what do you need? Lin Heng saw her hurriedly undressing. Something big is going to happen. I have to win the 6-county competition. So, it's up to you to level up 3 more times. Lin Heng jumped up and pounced on Ji Ka, his eyes shining. This time, I must savor the flavor. Before he could land, the book beast flew over and blocked him. No. You can level up 3 times in one go. There's no such thing in the world. Excessive indulgence will cause problems. However, Lin Heng tried to negotiate. I've been absorbing energy for 2 days now. I have more than enough. I'm talking about Ji Ka. Hearing this, Ji Ka also panicked and wondered, me? The book continued. Ji Ka needs at least 2 months to consume all the energy you've given her, otherwise, she will die. If it's too much, she won't be able to handle it. You endure these 2 months. Hearing the words, 2 months, Lin Heng was petrified, he couldn't laugh or cry. Under the helpless gaze of the book, Lin Heng slumped back and walked out. Fine, I understand. I've gone through 18 years, 2 months is nothing. Suddenly, Ji-ka whispered, wait, if I can't do it, can I release another sister to help? The book beast heard this and spoke, I thought you didn't want to share Lin Heng with them. Ji-ka wiped away her impending tears, of course I'm not happy, but the mission my king shoulders is too heavy. Her eyes welled up, how could I, for my own sake, delay the revival of the demon race? I just beg you, even if you're surrounded by women in the future. You can still remember Ji-ka. Lin Heng was also moved to tears, his voice trembling, Ji-ka, you're too kind. The two were embracing each other when the book beast's voice rang out, while your intentions are good, it's not possible. Lin Heng's face darkened. Why? The book stood with its hips on its hands and continued to explain, the energy needed to release a beast maiden each time will double. With your current energy, you can only absorb for another 20 days at most. Lin Heng roared angrily, 20 days, we're about to compete, we can't waste time here. It replied calmly, then wait. Ji-ka spoke again, what if I add my cultivation to it? Lin Heng and the book beast, who were arguing, suddenly realized. You mean using the human-beast alliance method? Maybe we can try it once. Ji-ka spoke sweetly, smiling, my king, then you try. Lin Heng looked at her and thought, you're so good to me, I feel a little guilty. So, Lin Heng scratched his face and glanced at her, actually, we don't need to rush to release the second beast maiden. But Ji-ka said, you're participating in the competition, the more advantageous your elemental beast, the better. In elemental beast battles, elemental advantages are crucial. Having an extra element will increase our chances of winning. Besides, 2 months is too long. Lin Heng heard this, his nosebleed started, but he coughed twice to hide his thoughts. Alright, let's try it. Immediately, they both sat down and focused intently. The book shouted, cord, the cord is here. The two ends of the cord connected. Ji-ka endured, give all my energy to my king. Lin Heng's nosebleed flowed even more. The book beast said, enough, enough, summon the new beast maiden. Lin Heng used all his strength to continue opening the book to summon the beast maiden. The familiar golden light dispersed, revealing a pair of long, white legs in front of him. Ji-ka looked at them and said, I didn't expect it to be you. A white foot gently touched the ground. The beautiful girl shyly said in a timid voice, Beast Maiden Nan Nai, greetings to my king. Lin Heng had summoned the ethereal silver moon snow phoenix beast maiden named Nan Nai. On the other side, at the training ground, Dai Diao was instructing Ahu to attack wooden stakes. Ahu, attack. After Ahu and Dai Diao trained tirelessly, they each took a pill. We've used up too much spiritual energy. It's a good thing we have pills to replenish it. Then, Dai Diao turned to Meow Meow and said, where did Lin Heng run off to? We're training hard here. Did he sneak off to sleep? Meow Meow glanced at Dai Diao, don't talk nonsense. He must be training twice as hard somewhere. Meow Meow's face turned red as she lowered her eyes and thought to herself, I have faith in him. On Lin Heng's side, Ji-ka went to Nan Nai and said, Nan Nai and I are close friends. I'm happy that she can serve you. Nan Nai looked hesitant, my king. Lin Heng coughed twice, we just met, and you want to do that? Isn't it too soon? He thought to himself, my thirst is hard to endure. Their names are too fitting for the situation. The book beast pushed Lin Heng towards Nan Nai, stop being coy. Nan Nai lay under Lin Heng, her body hot, her expression seductive. Lin Heng's face flushed red, and his nosebleed started again. The next second, he shouted, I can't do it. Then he covered his head and rushed out the door. Both the book beast and Ji-ka were startled. Ji-ka raised her hand and called out, my king. Then they both turned to look at each other, their heads full of question marks. This guy is running away at a crucial moment. What's wrong with my king? Nan Nai clutched the blanket on the bed and wondered, is Nan Nai not beautiful enough? Then Nan Nai sobbed, my king, it's all my fault. Ji-ka put her arm around her and comforted her, no, Nan Nai, don't overthink it. I know why he ran away. Nan Nai asked, why? Ji-ka's face was scheming. Because he likes surprises. You just need to prepare yourself. As the sun set, Lin Heng sat outside and sighed. The book beast appeared from somewhere, what's wrong with you? You ran away at a crucial moment. Lin Heng held his forehead, scholar, although I'm a lecher, I'm not a casual person. At least, we need to get to know each other first. We just met, I really can't do it. The book beast continued, amazing. I didn't expect you to be a man with principles. No wonder you're the reincarnation of the Demon King, you're very moral. But Nan Nai is an introverted and sensitive child. You suddenly ran away, which will make her feel very self-blaming. You should go back and explain to her. Lin Heng pondered this, all right. Lin Heng and the book Beast walked to the door, ready to open it. Lin Heng said, to tell you the truth, can I retract it? Little 7 is already an ice element. Adding another ice element is a bit redundant. The book Beast immediately extinguished his thought, forget about it. Whoever you summon is who you get. You can't be picky. As the door opened, Lin Heng looked apologetic, Nan Nai. Inside, Ji Ka was helping Nan Nai get dressed. She said loudly, you should knock before entering. Lin Heng quickly covered his eyes, flustered. Sorry, I didn't know you were changing clothes. Nan Nai blushed and lifted her skirt, stammering, so embarrassing. Ji Ka reminded her, Nan Nai, don't move. As soon as she finished, an ouch rang out. Lin Heng slightly opened his hand and looked. What's wrong? A hot scene unfolded before his eyes. Nan Nai fell onto Ji Ka. One tree with 1,000 flowers presses against the sea of fragrant blossoms. How could two women playing together be bearable? Lin Heng's face burned. 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose continuously. To pass this test, I can only say I didn't see anything. At the same time, outside the room, a masked assassin. Voices continued to ring out, my king, why are you bleeding from your nose? It's all my fault. Nan Nai picked up a towel, crawled to Lin Heng, and gently wiped his nose. Nan Nai understands your heart. Nan Nai will try her best to perform until you like Nan Nai. Lin Heng's face flushed red because Nan Nai's enormous breasts were directly in his line of sight. Okay. Ji Ka, standing beside them, looked at the two of them. It would be so much fun to have Nan Nai serve you too. Suddenly, Ji Ka noticed something. Ji Ka shouted out a warning to the other two, my king, be careful, something is approaching. It's very fast. Suddenly, a force broke through the window and charged into the room. Ji Ka quickly created a fire barrier. You want to ambush? Not a chance. They collided. Ji Ka continued to release fire chain lightning. She shot it at the force that was rising up. Nan Nai quickly ran over. Little Ka, I'm here to help. Unexpectedly, the mysterious voice appeared behind Lin Heng. Got you. Ji Ka and Nan Nai realized they had been tricked. They hadn't had time to react. The mysterious person had hugged Lin Heng and jumped onto the rooftop, causing them to awaken and shout in unison, my king. The 4 of them ran and jumped across the rooftop. Ji Ka closely pursued them, let him go. The mysterious person, hugging Lin Heng, said with disdain, even with an ambush of this level, you can't defend yourself? That's hilarious. Lin Heng glanced at him. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you've wasted the expectations I had for you. He summoned a 6-star elemental beast, all bird. Lin Heng wondered, why are you attacking me? He squeezed Lin Heng's neck, causing him to tremble and cry out, it hurts, hero, spare my life. Ji Ka angrily threatened, you dare to act recklessly, and I won't be polite to you. He looked at Ji Ka and Nan Nai, who are you? Why do you have 2 human-shaped elemental beasts? Lin Heng stammered, the city lord gave them to me. He told me to perform well and bring glory to Shanyang County. Hero, just pretend I'm a fart and let me go. He still choked Lin Heng and said, Yang Mok, he didn't expect to be scared away by this lecherous guy. What an idiot. Lin Heng tried to glance at him, you're from Wu County. Was Yang Mok the one who sent you to assassinate me? You want to command me based on him? I'm just here to test your skills. You've disappointed me. Tomorrow, I will deal with you piece by piece on the competition stage. Lin Heng smiled, his eyes softened. So you're one of the 3 competitors from Wu County. If you assassinate your opponent before the competition, then Wu County will be disqualified, right? He squeezed harder. You're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. Now, I just need to move a finger and I can crush you. Before he could finish, Lin Heng spoke with disdain, get lost. Ji Ka and Nan Nai looked at him, now understanding that Lin Heng had been pretending all this time. So my king was deliberately pretending to be weak to lure him into talking. My king is so wise. Lin Heng tilted his head, his strength surging. Even though I can't disqualify you from the competition, taking out a general of Wu County beforehand is still a good thing. I didn't expect you to trick me. A clear female voice rang out. Lin Heng was surprised. The person who wanted to assassinate him was a girl. At this time, Meow Meow and Dai Diao ran over. Meow Meow worriedly called out, Lin Heng. Dai Diao asked, what was that sound just now? The girl's whole body was burning, her voice stammered, "You come closer, quickly hug me." In the darkness, at the edge of the rooftop, a blonde head and a pair of distinctive eyes appeared. Lu Diao, carried on his shoulders by his elemental beast, Ahu, looked up at the rooftop, noticing the hole in the roof. He wondered, strange, there's no one there, but the roof has a hole. Cheng Miao Miao was also there. She looked at the door radiating light and said, "Could Lin Heng have broken through?" Cheng Miao Miao noticed the strange situation and ran off. She told Lu Diao, "I'll go get someone, you look around carefully." He reluctantly responded to her, "I." And at this time, two more people appeared. "Don't," it was a young woman's voice. "Don't move around." That voice rang out again, whispering to the other person, who turned out to be Lin Heng carrying the young woman. The young woman possessed striking blue hair and sapphire eyes, beautiful, but the clothes she wore were very revealing long, white legs. They both hid in the gap between the room and the surrounding walls. The legs of the girl Lin Heng was carrying were trembling uncontrollably. Lin Heng felt uneasy. He thought to himself, I can't breathe anymore. The reason for this situation was that when he encountered the girl on the rooftop, she begged him to take her away. She knelt down and pleaded with him, "Please, hug me and run away. I can't be seen by Miao Miao." Even though he was puzzled, Lin Heng decided to help her. The result was that now they were both in a difficult situation. The current position, her chest was directly in his line of sight, making the two of them embarrassed. Even Lin Heng didn't know where this girl came from. A strange feeling went through the girl's body. The expression on her face was very peculiar. She softly called out to Lin Heng, "You. Don't move around. My legs are numb." Indeed, Lin Heng could feel the trembling in the legs he was carrying. He quickly said, "Okay, I won't move anymore." Strange. Lu Diao's voice from the rooftop echoed down. They both jumped in surprise, and the girl fearfully covered Lin Heng's mouth. Lu Diao was standing on the roof next to the gap where Lin Heng was hiding. But he didn't see anyone. "I clearly heard a sound, but this guy flew away." With his mouth covered, Lin Heng felt even more uneasy. His face flushed so red that he felt faint. He kept repeating in his head, "Color is emptiness, emptiness is color." But at this time, he felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. He pleaded with himself to maintain his composure with this girl clinging to him. "Brother, don't." Thunder roared. Lin Heng secretly lamented, "It's over." He kept thinking in his head, "My fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Her fate is in her hands, not in mine." The girl also gradually changed her expression. She was astonished to discover. The innocent woman looked down at where they were being intimate, ignoring Lin Heng's near-death expression. She was dazed and thought to herself, "This is." Anxiety was evident on her face. Even her sapphire eyes had changed their gaze. Suddenly, there was a boom of thunder. Lu Diao jumped in surprise and shouted, "What kind of strange weather is this? It's even thundering." "Forget it, I'll go back and talk later." Seeing that the weather was bad, Lu Diao jumped down from the roof and left. At the same time, silence ensued. "You lecher." The shout echoed through the sky, like the thunderclap just now. Slap. Lin Heng, whose nose was bleeding, was slapped away. His tongue was burning. She blushed and angrily covered her body, shouting at him, You dare to make fun of me?" At this time, Lin Heng sat up on the ground, supporting himself with his hand, and pleaded, "I didn't mean to." This is a normal reaction for men. In the girl's hand, a blue energy gathered again. She shouted at him, "You dare to make excuses." Lin Heng was still raising his hand to defend himself when he heard his name called from afar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Heng smiled inwardly and said to the strange girl, "Miao Miao is here. You quickly run away, don't let her see you." Understanding that her situation was bad, the girl, even though she was annoyed with Lin Heng, had no choice but to leave. A large bird arrived from somewhere and carried her into the sky. But she didn't let Lin Heng off easily. From afar, she shouted at him, "You wait for me, we're not done yet." Lin Heng wiped the sweat from his face and thought to himself, "I've caused trouble." From afar, Cheng Miao Miao's voice came. She was with the master of the martial art hall, Cheng Feng. "Where did you run off to? What happened?" After a moment of thought, Lin Heng turned around, scratched his head and replied, "Someone wanted to assassinate me." He paused and asked, "By the way, do you have any friends in Waiwu County?" "A girl, elemental beast, wind element." While they were still dazed, Cheng Feng spoke, "It's Baihe." Cheng Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks, her expression slightly annoyed. She said, ask father, he's closer to her than me. Chang Feng also felt a little awkward, quickly explaining, ha ha ha, I haven't seen her in many years. I didn't expect this to happen. Lin Heng wondered, everyone knows each other. Secretly, they only engage in adultery. Bang! The crack on the wall appeared, as Cheng Miao Miao angrily punched the wall. Seeing this scene, both Chang Feng and Lin Heng broke out in a cold sweat. Cheng Miao Miao left in anger, but didn't forget to arrogantly shout, wait until we get on the competition stage, and I will teach her a lesson she won't forget. She left behind two men standing before a wall with a big hole, speechless. Lin Heng thought to himself, this is my room. After seeing Miao Miao leave, Chang Feng opened his mouth, his expression stiff. He said to him, Lin Heng, I'll ask you a favor. Help me stop Miao Miao on the competition stage. Don't let Miao Miao and Bai He have trouble. Hearing this, Lin Heng asked again, who is she, really? Chang Feng was hit where it hurts. He coughed, his gaze averted, and awkwardly replied, you're a man too, you understand. When I was younger, I also had a bit of that. Lin Heng smiled, his eyes unfathomable. He pondered, interesting, old fox. I didn't expect you to have a love child. The book was also surprised, my king, he's about to start something. After a month of special training, Cheng Miao Miao and Lu Daidiao's strength had greatly increased. As for Lin Heng, he also seized the last moment. Some people, when passing by Lin Heng's door, couldn't help but marvel at the two words pasted on the door, please do not disturb, closed cultivation. It turns out he's cultivating. Lin Heng is truly going all out. He's actually in closed cultivation. This kind of spirit is truly admirable. Yes, he's truly a hero. Someone agreed, praising him. In reality, the scene inside the room was Lin Heng, sleeping soundly, with two girls by his side. He had taken advantage of every second of this opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Ji Ka and Nan Nai. Sunlight shone through, the sky was crystal clear. Finally, the day of departure had arrived. Very good, very spirited. The trio, Lin Heng, Lu Daidiao, and Cheng Miao Miao appeared in neat, yet magnificent attire. While the two men were satisfied with their attire, Cheng Miao Miao blushed and was embarrassed. Is this outfit too small? Lu Taizu, who was also there, put his hands on his belly and smiled brightly. I won't say much. I wish you victory. Chang Feng, behind him, was also as cheerful as a flower. Okay, everyone clap. But Lin Heng, standing in the middle, didn't care about these words. He said, are you done? Then we're leaving. We had to get to Shangshan Mansion for dinner. The rest of them were speechless, thinking, he really doesn't give anyone any face. Staring for a moment, Lu Taizu laughed loudly. He took out something he was holding in his finger and said, don't worry, this time, I'll let you fly there. It won't delay anything. Lu Daidiao's eyes lit up in excitement. Father, you finally let me ride a bird. Huh? Lin Heng naively guessed, airplane? Yes, a unique and very precious elemental beast version. I've been keeping it for many years. Lu Taizu tossed the blue coin down, amidst the excitement of Lu Daidiao. Lin Heng was still wondering, this world also has airplanes? Suddenly, a giant yellow chicken appeared. Its wings flapped, and its scarred eye, tilted towards the other side, looked careless. Its mannerisms were exactly like Lu Taizu, who had summoned it. Seeing this, Lin Heng was disappointed and yelled, it's still a damn flying chicken. The chicken, a 3-star elemental beast, was the flying chicken. In the deep green forest, with lush trees and birds flying in the sky, beneath them were magnificent pavilions and courtyards. This was Shangshan Mansion, currently gathering countless talents from all over. The seductive muses from Feilu County, or the crude guys from Waiwu County were all here. Suddenly, a sound shattered the beauty of this place, clack. The young lady, holding a pipe with lingering smoke, looked up, her arrogant expression filled with curiosity. What the hell is that? Clack, another long sound echoed. Those below also realized and told each other. They whispered, it seems like it's from Shanyang County. As soon as the 3-star flying chicken landed, a plethora of criticism surrounded it. Is it here to deliver lunchboxes? It's so ugly. Some people noticed the 4 of them sitting on the flying chicken and laughed. No way, they're so ugly, they still have the face to ride out? If it were me, I'd jump off halfway and die. Click, click, the sound of red high heels stepping on the tiles echoed, followed by a voice announcing, the competition teams from the 6 counties have all arrived. The one who stepped out was the mansion lord's trusted subordinate, Lady Steward. She appeared with her white hair tied high, reaching her lower back. She wore glasses and bold attire. She spoke clearly, "I will announce the competition rules and regulations for this year's six-county competition." The four on the back of the flying chicken jumped down. Cheng Miao Miao said, "That's good, no one is paying attention to us." From afar, Lady Steward began to talk about the rules. This year's competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first is the selection round, and the second is the arena round. Finally, she added, the competition bracket that was announced earlier will be cancelled. The participating teams follow the staff to the selection arena. As soon as she finished speaking, a crowd of people below were in a frenzy of confusion. What? You're telling us the rules have changed now? Then our preparations were all wasted, right? The speaker was the captain of the Northern Mang County. Audacious. Suddenly, a fist shot out, striking the captain in the face, knocking out his teeth. The fist came from Lady Steward's strength ability. She said angrily, "Do you need to approve the mansion lord's arrangements? 1. Participate in the competition. 2. Get lost. Make your choice." The atmosphere became silent. Lady Steward seemed satisfied, saying loudly, "Very good. Captains stay." Participating team members prepared to depart. "Brother, why did they suddenly change the plan? Didn't you receive any news?" "I don't know. It seems like there was a sudden situation." The two from Wu County exchanged words with each other. "It's a pity that we can't get our hands on those 3 trash from Shanyang County." The guy with the curly purple hair looked towards them. There, Baiyu was still blushing awkwardly, looking at Lin Heng. On Shanyang County's side, the 4 of them looked at each other. Cheng Feng spoke to reassure them, "Our information is limited, we can only observe quietly." Lu Didiao was also anxious and said angrily, "What do we do? Are they deliberately concealing information?" The book hovered next to Lin Heng, its eyes flickering. It said, "I just eavesdropped a little bit." The people from Wu County are also confused. They didn't receive any news either. Lin Heng listened to the book and also pondered, yes, it is a sudden situation. People from the 6 counties don't know what's going on. Lu Didiao heard him and was amazed. "You even know this?" Lin Heng paused and proposed, "We all run on the same route and perform normally. I didn't expect this small 6-county competition of Shongshan Mansion to pique the emperor's interest. He even sent you here to train." The speaker was the mansion lord of Shongshan Mansion, Mingsong Lu, a seductive woman sitting with her legs crossed, dressed in a jade green, body-hugging dress. Her long legs were adorned with lace stockings, the pattern resembling snakeskin. Shongshan Mansion's 6-county competition is also famous in Tianyin Nation. "It's our honor to be able to participate. We've caused you trouble, Mansion Lord." The other party, facing Mingsong Lu, politely responded, "It's not a bother. Having an extra team will only make the competition more exciting." The painted lips uttered the reply, appearing unconcerned about attracting the other party. But in a flash, her jade green eyes became sharp and alluring. She carefully reminded them, "It's just that these 18 are all the talented youths of our Shongshan Mansion. I hope you 3 will give me face." The 3 strange people finally revealed themselves. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were all uninvited guests from the imperial capital. The Ghost Abyss Cave, a gloomy and cold place, lived up to its name. It was a sheer cliff face with a deep, dark cave entrance below, and there was an underground stream flowing inside the cave. "Are you kidding me? I can't believe it's the Ghost Abyss Cave. This is trying to get us killed." Lu Dadiao exclaimed in distress as he arrived at the place called the Ghost Abyss Cave. Cheng Miao Miao also looked frightened by Lu Dadiao's words. Lin Han, not knowing much, calmly asked, "Do you know about this cave?" Lu Dadiao then started to explain nervously. The Ghost Abyss Cave was the most mysterious lair in the Shongshan Mansion. Due to the numerous and ferocious types of primal beasts, it was called the Devil's Lair. The cave is like a maze, with 9 levels in total, and few people have ever survived to walk out of this place. The rules of this round, listen carefully everyone. Before nightfall tomorrow, you must capture a live Dailong primal beast from the 9th level of the lair. The female housekeeper appeared with a cold, indifferent face, clearly stating the rules of the round. Remember, it must be a live capture. Capture a live Dailong? How can we do that? The contestants protested to the female housekeeper, anxiety showing on their faces. "Stop talking nonsense. If you're scared, get out of the competition." The female housekeeper coldly warned them. "There's no provision, you have to figure it out yourself inside the cave. The first 4 teams to capture a live Dailong will move on to the next round." The book then jumped out to explain the dialogue to Lin Han. The target to aim for, the dialogue, is the abyssal face python, very poisonous and rare. Hearing this, Lin Han fell into deep thought. I thought we would meet on the martial arts stage, but the competition rules have changed. This saves you a life. A strange male voice rang out, cutting into Lin Han's thoughts. But absolutely don't die in that cave. I still want to personally defeat you in the second round. A young man with purple hair and a greasy face appeared, trying to intimidate Lin Han. Lin Han asked, puzzled, who are you? Not bad for someone who's been ranked number 1 from the bottom for thousands of years. You haven't even gathered any pre-competition intel. The purple-haired man covered his face and sneered. Lin Han thought to himself upon hearing his words, speaking of pre-competition intel, I think I've been fooled by someone. Lu Tieshu back home suddenly sneezed. Hold your ground, don't be so scared that you wet your pants. I am the wolf of Waiwu County, who has made countless men tremble and women swoon, Yang Wei, the younger brother of Yang Maki. It turns out the braggart was actually Yang Wei. Lin Han was stunned. He paused for about 2 seconds. Ha ha ha. Lin Han and the others there couldn't help but laugh, spitting out their saliva in response to Yang Wei's humorous introduction. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. This is not your fault, ha ha ha. Lin Han held his stomach, laughing like a harvest festival. Yang Wei's face turned black with embarrassment. The other contestants hurriedly covered their mouths and turned away. Ha ha, don't let them see us. Let's stand further away. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yang Wei was furious and pointed at Lin Han, scolding him to vent his anger. One of Yang Wei's teammates came over to pull him away. Save time, let's go into the cave. Lin Han noticed Bai He standing far away and thought to himself, sure enough, she's here too. Water Spider. Yang Wei summoned a 6-star water spider. His teammate, Ironclad Turtle, also summoned a 6-star spider. They wanted to use the water flow to get inside faster. You guys talk slowly, I'm going in. Yang Wei stood on the turtle shell with his 2 teammates, using the water waves to push them inside. Waiwu County is just barging in like that? They want to get a head start. The other contestants discussed with a stir. Let's go too. Cheng Miao Miao grabbed Lin Han's hand and ran towards the cave entrance, not wanting to be left behind. Let's go, we can't be left behind. Go into the cave. The others also ran into the cave with a sense of urgency. Now the 3 members of Lin Han's team are inside the lair. The environment inside the cave is suitable for water, earth, and poison attribute primal beasts to unleash their fighting power. The power of our 2 primal beasts will be affected. Cheng Miao Miao analyzed the situation inside the cave and made suggestions that were advantageous for their team. Dadiao, we have to rely on you here. Haha, don't worry. With Dadiao Ge here, everything will be fine. Lu Dadiao boasted to the others, trying to save face with Cheng Miao Miao, but his shaking legs gave him away. The biggest problem is not the primal beast attacks, but the route. Which path leads down to the next level? Standing at a major fork in the road, Cheng Miao Miao was having difficulty choosing which way to go. Lin Han suggested they split up and search. Let's regroup here in 15 minutes. Miao Miao, let's go together. I can protect you. Lu Dadiao was scared to go alone but still boasted to Cheng Miao Miao. He was afraid to go alone, but Cheng Miao Miao refused. No need. You've been following me for so long, why don't you show yourself? Lin Han spoke as he strolled casually, 8 minutes later, while walking through the dark tunnel with dim lighting. Suddenly, Lin Han stopped when his foot reached a puddle and said, well then. I'll strike first. Lin Han turned and unleashed a straight punch as he finished speaking. Even in the deep darkness of the cave, he wasn't afraid of the stalker. Bop! Lin Han's hand grasped something. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this feeling in my hand. It was a feeling that was very familiar to Master Lin Han. Jike, illuminate. He commanded. Yes. Jike immediately jumped out in response. The dark cave was illuminated by Jike, who seemed a little reluctant, using fire to make it as bright as day. It's you again. Lin Han could finally see clearly the face of the person he was holding. It was Bai He, and thankfully, his hand had only grabbed her upper arm. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so soft. No, I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Han blushed and released Bai He. You pervert, I shouldn't have come to find you. Bai He said angrily to Lin Han. That's right, weren't you guys the first to start? Why are you behind us? Lin Han asked curiously, leaning against the wall with one hand and the other hand on his chin, pressing against Bai He. Bai He glanced at him and said, you don't need to know. We have our own plans. I came to tell you that besides the 6 counties, there is another team. The 7th team? Where are they from? Lin Han asked, looking at Bai He, who was moving away from his grasp. Bai He crossed her arms in front of her chest, still angry as she recalled that evening. I only know that much. Consider it repayment for you not making things difficult for me last time. We're even now. You're on your own. This girl's heart. Lin Han watched Bai He, his eyes filled with indescribable emotion. She's really hard to grasp. Lin Han thought to himself. Bai He disappeared into the dark cave alone. A scream echoed from the other side. That voice was Miao Miao's. Hearing his teammates cry, Lin Han's face turned pale. Inside the damp cave, with water below, 3 people were hiding behind some rocks. Captain, what's the point of us guarding here? The speaker was a teammate of the captain who had come up with the plan, and he was complaining about it. You idiot, use your brain to think, will you? We go underground to catch the Dialong and then come back up. That's a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Why do we have to take such a risk? Hearing their captain's words, the other 2 imagined the prospect of being tormented by the Dialong and broke out in a cold sweat, feeling in agreement with their captain. The captain continued, no matter which team catches the Dialong, they'll definitely be exhausted. Let's guard the entrance and wait for that moment. Then we can fish in troubled waters. The Dialong will be within our grasp. The plan of the captain, who was thinking of the strong taking from the weak, the bloodthirsty taking from those already weak, was revealed. The 2 subordinates clapped continuously, praising the plan. Amazing. Truly amazing. You're a real captain. The so-called captain was delighted and laughed gleefully. Haha. Just using a little trick. You're overpraising me. You can't play tricks in a serious competition like this. You'll lose your mind. A voice suddenly came from behind them. It was the voice of one of the 3 people from the imperial capital. The 3 young men froze like stone, feeling their lives were over. Help! Lin Han heard the cry. He knew it was Lu Dadao's voice, that they were both in trouble. He immediately ran towards the source of the scream. Jike hurriedly followed behind, reminding him, my king, be careful. Ouch! Lin Han had rushed out too quickly and didn't see that there was a cliff ahead. Jike behind him couldn't hold him back. My king! Jike shouted. Lin Han was terrified and his nose ran. There are a million roads, but safety is the first. But, running without looking, reincarnation is faster. Lin Han fell to the bottom of the chasm, shouting, Then Jike fell as well, landing on him, making Lin Han cry out, in pain, as if he was going to spit blood. Lin Han couldn't take it. He started to foam at the mouth, his soul almost leaving his body. He moaned, my back is going to break. Jike didn't know this. Her seductive appearance made her frantic, and she sat on him, saying, I'm sorry. I'll get up right away. Lin Han, who was captivated by her beauty and was also bleeding from his nose, said with satisfaction, no rush, you can rest on me first. Lin Han, help. Uncle, you're finally here. It was Cheng Miao Miao and Lu Dadiao fighting back. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately commanded, Jike, make way. She replied, yes, immediately jumping off Lin Han, making the young man spit blood again. Jike's small mouth opened, and orange flames began to gather. Whoosh! A large fire erupted, sweeping away everything. Lu Dadiao just exclaimed, yeah. As soon as the flames faded, a group of 5-star Earth attribute rock ants remained, their red eyes filled with anger. Useless. There are too many and the effect isn't very strong. Jike explained. She continued to use the previous technique to destroy them. In addition, Cheng Miao Miao was also helping. Lin Han ran to Lu Dadiao and shouted, Lu Dadiao, where's your Ahu? There are too many. Ahu has fainted from exhaustion. Lu Dadiao said in panic, even the ice can't do anything to them. Xiao Wu is about to reach her limit. It was Cheng Miao Miao who spoke. Lin Han had an idea. He turned to Jike and commanded, Jike, full power release. Burn them as red as you can. She responded seriously, as you command. Jike used all her strength, and behind her appeared an image of a phoenix with bright flames, unleashing the 9 Heavens Fire Division. Her entire body was enveloped in a blazing fire. Even her clothes began to burn bright red like the flames. The flames roared stronger and more violently. Full power release. The flames engulfed everything in an instant. The ferocious ant colony, however, was unharmed, resisting Jike's fire. Cheng Miao Miao, standing beside her, yelled in exasperation, the fire is useless, and you're still using it. We're about to be burned to death. Xiao Wu in her hand was also spraying water until she was exhausted. Lu Dadiao was also shouting because his hair was being burned by the flames. Enough, Jike. At this moment, a girl with white hair, tied in buns on both sides, appeared between the two. Lin Han placed his trust in her, saying, Nan Nai, it's your turn now. Jike beside her also encouraged her, Nai Nai, you can do it. You can. Nan Nai was hesitant but still nodded. As you command. Green energy began to accumulate in Nan Nai's palm. The earth attribute rock ants were frozen in some parts of their bodies by the cold. They were shivering from the cold, but they didn't seem to be defeated. In fact, they were becoming enraged. It's useless. They're about to thaw. Lu Dadiao was also frozen by the cold, shivering uncontrollably, as he spoke. Cheng Miao felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart when she saw the beautiful Nan Nai appear. Another primal beast in the form of a woman. Little Lu, today your uncle will teach you a lesson. What it means to have. Lin Han trailed off his sentence, folding his arms in front of his chest and smiling triumphantly, standing behind them, looking at the two girls, Jike and Nan Nai, who were simultaneously channeling their spiritual power. A harem, no, knowledge is power. Lin Han confidently stated his philosophy. At this moment, the two girls, Jike and Nan Nai, simultaneously punched the ground, creating a powerful earthquake. The impact affected those ants. The entire swarm of rock ants could not withstand the tremors and exploded, vanishing into smoke and dust. There's this move too? Lu Dadiao fell to his knees in admiration and exclaimed. His face was as if he had found a whole new sky of truth. Nan Nai, you're amazing. Lin Han placed his hand on Nan Nai's shoulder and praised her, thinking to himself, I need to encourage her more. Gradually make Nan Nai more confident. Nan Nai was still shy, snuggling close to Lin Han. It's all thanks to our king's great leadership. Humph, does this servant not deserve any credit? Jike, feigning sadness, pretended to wipe away tears on her face and spoke. Lin Han, panicked by the beauty's tears, quickly tried to salvage the situation. Of course, there is. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to use this technique. Then reward us. Jike successfully flattered Lin Han and immediately began to demand a reward. Lin Han was drooling but said, Here? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Nan Nai also blushed at Jike's boldness. Lu Dadiao watched Lin Han embrace the two girls, his face flushed, and he started to drool. He desperately wanted to join them. While imagining the dreamy scenario of embracing beauties like Lin Han, Lu Dadiao was pinched so hard on the ear that he cried out, AAA. Cheng Miao was jealous of the two beauties, Jike and Nan Nai, being embraced by Lin Han. This guy is embracing one on the left and one on the right. He must be having a lot of fun, right? Cheng Miao sneered, gritting her teeth, her hands pulling hard on Lu Dadiao's ears to relieve her anger, regardless of the fact that Lu Dadiao couldn't understand why he was being tormented so painfully. The second level of the Ghost Abyss Cave. It seems we're on the second level. Now we need to find the way down to the third level. Lin Han spoke as the entire group continued to move forward. Lu Dadiao skipped beside Lin Han, flattering him, Hee, uncle, you were so handsome just now. Cheng Miao was still sulking, walking behind them. You're flattering me. But, speaking of which, those ears of yours. Lin Han glanced back at Lu Dadiao with a worried expression. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Lu Dadiao laughed arrogantly. Uncle's human-shaped primal beast, can I borrow it? Sure. If we encounter any wild primal beasts, I'll have Jike follow your commands. After all, you're my nephew. Lin Han readily agreed. Lu Dadiao was extremely happy and grabbed Lin Han's hand. Hoo, uncle, you're my real uncle. My king, I found the way down. Jike illuminated the path as she guided the group to the way down to a deeper level. It seems the lair is not that complicated. No matter which path we take. Lin Han, with his hands on his hips, walked towards Jike. We'll all end up here. Lin Han looked at the interconnected passages and spoke. Lu Dadiao became impatient and said, Then let's quickly go down. There must be people ahead of us. Lin Han continued, instructing everyone in the team, in short, everyone be careful. The primal beasts will definitely be more ferocious the further down we go. Just throw the moves at me. Dadiao has been thirsty for a fight for a long time. Lu Dadiao boasted as they all descended into the large cave entrance. The wind resistance caused Cheng Miao's skirt to fly up, and Lin Han, upon seeing it, had a nosebleed. The third level of the Ghost Abyss Cave. The third level is even darker. Cheng Miao said as it was difficult to see anything around them even with Jike's fire. Where are the monsters that will make me handsome like uncle? Lu Dadiao excitedly looked around. And thanks to that, Lu Dadiao actually found something. There's something over there. He pointed in a direction for the others to look. Hiding there thinking I can't see you? Lu Dadiao spoke to the black shadow on the cave ceiling. Jike, little sister, illuminate for your big brother. Lu Dadiao excitedly rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, wanting to be like Lin Han. Jike, expressionless, threw a fireball in that direction for him. Let big brother show you how it's done. Lu Dadiao, with a face like a JoJo saint, pretended to punch the yet-to-be-identified creature. Under the bright sunlight, he proudly displayed the heroic posture of Dadiao. But when the creature was illuminated and clearly visible, it turned out to be a skull emitting purple toxic smoke. Lu Dadiao cried out, calling for his father and mother, quadruple A. This hair tie belongs to a disciple of North Mang County. Cheng Miao Miao provided information from the string that tied the skeleton to the ceiling. Ah, my eyes hurt. Lu Dadiao fell to the ground, wailing after being poisoned by the dry bones. Cheng Miao Miao suddenly felt strange within her body. Kei Ka will keep the lights on, let's get out of here quickly, Lin Han said, outlining the plan. Kei Ka responded, yes, sir. Lu Dadiao was running in circles because of the toxic gas, so he couldn't open his eyes. He cried out, my eyes. I can't see anything. Miao Miao, follow me, we have to go. Lin Han turned his head to look at Cheng Miao Miao, wanting to take her away from this toxic place. Go? Where to go? Cheng Miao Miao asked Lin Han, her voice soft but strange. It was like she had been poisoned by love, posing seductively as she faced Lin Han. Why can't we just deal with it here? Lin Han's face flushed red before Cheng Miao Miao's seductive charm. Cheng Miao Miao leaned in close to Lin Han's face, the distance between them becoming increasingly intimate and close. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous as Cheng Miao Miao's lips could touch Lin Han's at any moment. Isn't it good? Cheng Miao Miao asked Lin Han suggestively, making it almost impossible for him to refuse. What's happening? Miao Miao, are you alright? Lu Dadiao, unable to see, could only yell out to ask about Cheng Miao Miao's condition. Miao Miao, wake up. Lin Han, knowing what to do, stood motionless, allowing Cheng Miao Miao to hug him. Cheng Miao Miao moaned in response to Lin Han's words, her voice barely audible. Miao Miao. Lu Dadiao ran around frantically looking for his junior sister. Lin Han, call for Shu Jia. Shu Jia, help. Shu Jia immediately appeared and pointed towards the back of Cheng Miao Miao's neck. There, a heart-shaped imprint had just appeared. She's been poisoned by the love-making spider. It's a love-inducing poison. Love-inducing poison? How do we cure this? Could she be in trouble? Lin Han asked Shu Jia anxiously. At this moment, Cheng Miao Miao had already started attacking Lin Han, beginning to undo his clothes. Don't worry, this poison only tricks people's hearts, leading to confusion. The love-making spider will take advantage of this to reap the rewards. If you want to cure the poison, it's very simple, Shu Jia smiled, showing two prominent teeth, his face turning suspiciously red. You dual cultivate with her, that's it, Shu Jia seemed to enjoy instructing. Can this be approved? Lin Han's eyes widened like marbles, his face excitedly turning into a small, innocent lamb. Dual cultivate? Who's dual cultivating with whom? I don't agree. Lu Dadiao turned black after hearing about dual cultivation and roared loudly. He didn't want to lose Cheng Miao Miao. Second uncle, if you dare touch Miao Miao, you'll be sorry. So noisy. Kei Ka became angry and punched Lu Dadiao in the face, causing him to shut his mouth and spit out blood. He was also knocked into the pillar, his spirit flying away. Lin Han, Cheng Miao Miao called his name in a state of love-intoxicated delirium. At this moment, she had pressed Lin Han against the pillar and was preparing to do the deed. Lin Han's nosebleed started, his eyes unable to leave Miao Miao's figure. Shu Jia, is this really the only way? When have I ever lied to you? Shu Jia asked back, his face turning black. He made an obscure sign with his hand and said, just go with it. Lin Han, on the brink of losing his virginity to Cheng Miao Miao, looked towards Shu Jia and suddenly realized something. At this point, if I still refuse, would I even count as a man? Lin Han breathed heavily, his blood surging as he spoke loudly. Kei Ka adjusted the light to its brightest. Lin Han turned the tables, pushing Cheng Miao Miao down. Cheng Miao Miao cried out in excitement, oh, as you command, my king. Kei Ka obeyed, illuminating the cave as brightly as possible, and even adjusting his position to be right where Lin Han was about to begin his act, becoming a high-wattage light bulb. Ka thought to himself, brightest? My king wants to see clearly, how perverted. But I like it. A purple love-making spider appeared, hiding behind a pillar and silently observing everything. Meow meow, you're in trouble. Lin Han spoke, apologizing. Don't blame me. I'm just forced to invade Cheng Meow Meow's person. I feel so guilty too. Lin Han's voice sounded, attracting the love-making spider, but the light was too bright, so it couldn't see clearly. The love-making spider wanted to see the scene in high definition, so it began to release silk, lowering itself towards Lin Han. Wow, so white. Lin Han, not knowing what he was seeing, exclaimed in excitement. I hit the jackpot today. Lin Han pretended to be a scoundrel as he shouted. The love-making spider was trying to swing its silk to get a closer look at what Lin Han was doing. Indeed, as soon as the spider came within reach of Lin Han, he reached out and caught the purple love-making spider. Lin Han's eyes emitted a dangerous light as he said, "You really did come closer to watch. I illuminated the entire cave. Why couldn't it see?" Ka didn't understand and asked Lin Han. It lives underground all year round, so its eyes definitely can't adapt to such strong light. Light that's too dazzling will cause blindness. Lin Han straightened up, holding the love-making spider in his hand, explaining to Ka. The love-making spider was struggling, trying to escape Lin Han's clutches. Shu Jia reminded me to use the tactic of luring the snake out of its hole. The love-making spider doesn't attack people, but it releases the lustful poison. Therefore, it must be a lecher. As expected, it took the bait and bit. Lin Han continued to explain his actions. The love-making spider was scolded as a lecher, feeling so ashamed that it blushed, wanting to open its mouth and argue with Lin Han. Dai Diao, after being knocked unconscious, still hadn't woken up. Perhaps he was having a spring dream of some sort, as his face turned red and his lips twitched. Dai Diao has made a great contribution this time. When he wakes up, we must commend him properly. Lin Han praised Lu Dai Diao, but he was still poisoned, his body naked except for his pants, groaning on the ground. Quick. The love-making spider has a silk-releasing hole in its abdomen. Using it, you can suck out the antidote, Shu Jia shouted, drawing Lin Han's attention. I'm about to lose control. Lin Han finally remembered about curing Cheng Meow Meow's poison. I'm not using my mouth to suck it out. I'll just cut its belly open. Lin Han placed the love-making spider on the ground, raised his knife, and prepared to cut open its belly to get the antidote. But before he could make the cut, a loud explosion sounded, accompanied by pink smoke. Lin Han was confused, his body stiff as he stared. Cough, cough. This guy is releasing poison again. Lin Han hurriedly covered his nose, thinking that it was another kind of poison from the love-making spider as pink smoke spread everywhere. But unexpectedly, what Lin Han was holding in his hand was a beautiful girl, complete with all the necessary features, transformed by the love-making spider. She looked at him with watery eyes and pleaded, "Hero, spare me." The 6-star poison-type spirit beast, the love-making spider. The love-making spider's eyes were filled with sadness, her voice choked with tears as she begged pathetically, I had no ill intentions. Please, great masters, spare me. I'm willing to be everyone's contracted spirit beast. I didn't expect there to be a spirit beast that can transform into a human form here. Lin Han was surprised and observed the love-making spider. Cheng Meow Meow, having recovered from the poison, also joined the discussion. Although it's only 6-star, for a low-level spirit beast to be able to transform into a human form, it's truly rare. Lu Dai Diao, not believing the love-making spider, said, "Don't be fooled by her. She's very vicious. The people from the North Mang district were all killed by her." The love-making spider quickly waved her hand in denial, defending herself, "It wasn't me who killed them. I just wanted to watch them wrestle. I didn't want to hurt anyone." The other 3 huddled together and exclaimed in unison, "Wrestle? It's that, you know." The love-making spider blushed, excitedly imagining 2 people playing with each other. "I'm already so grown up, but I've never seen it before. No wonder she's called the love-making spider. It's truly appropriate. I also like watching that kind of wrestling." Lin Han spoke to the love-making spider, his imagination running wild. Cheng Meow Meow glanced at Lin Han's expression and frowned, saying nothing, only thinking to herself, "What expression is that? I can learn that kind of wrestling too. I don't want to stay in this dark cave anymore. Who among you is willing to take me in? I will be loyal. You just need to let me watch wrestling." The love-making spider furrowed her willow-like brows, using her sparkling, soft eyes to plead with Lin Han's group. I already have enough spirit beasts. Lin Han scratched his head, saying regretfully. Cheng Miao Miao couldn't accept another spirit beast either, so she refused. I definitely can't. Haha, you're truly lucky. I am the master you dream of every night. Lu Dai Diao felt that this was his moment to shine. He put on a virtuous facade, blinked his heart out, and said to the love-making spider that could transform into a human form, just follow me. I promise you'll eat well and sleep soundly. I'll even personally perform a wrestling show for you. You're not good enough. I only like handsome male leads. The love-making spider immediately rejected him, saying what she thought was justified. Lu Dai Diao turned to stone on the spot, having been rejected and even called ugly. Master, please take me in. Okay? I'm very obedient. Moreover, no matter what knowledge it is, just teach me and I'll learn it right away. The love-making spider snuggled into Lin Han's chest, reaching out to touch his chest, coquettishly begging like a little sister. Lin Han grinned foolishly. I like her look. Xu Jia jumped out and said, although the love-making spider is rare, the space for increasing combat strength is limited. Think carefully. Lu Dai Diao had been crying until his eyes were bloodshot and his body was dry. Not only was he ugly, but his skin was also sallow and wrinkled. His head was dry to death, and below, where his tears flowed, was flooded to death. Sorry, we need to save time. Lin Han also cried out of regret for not being able to add a girl who suited his taste to his collection. What a good girl. Such a pity. Lu Dai Diao cried even harder out of jealousy. Wah, how come? Hearing Lin Han's refusal, the love-making spider quickly salvaged the situation. Everyone wants to reach the lower levels, right? If you take me in, I'll lead you through a shortcut. Hearing about a shortcut to complete the mission faster, Lin Han immediately turned to look at the love-making spider with a serious expression. At this moment, a strange sound echoed, like that of some beast. What sound is that? Lu Dai Diao asked in fear. The love-making spider was familiar with this sound and recognized who it was. It's the night shadow giant bat. This corpse was left behind by it. Quickly take her in. We need to get to the lower levels fast. Cheng Miao Miao, scared by the bat that could kill people, said to Lin Han. Lu Dai Diao was also panicked, sweating profusely and begging, Second uncle, I don't want to be hung on a rock. Lin Han had to tell K Ka, you saw the situation too. I can only take her in. What do you think? You're asking me? K Ka expressed her own doubts. Her eyes were already teary. K Ka, of course I have no opinion. I absolutely support any decision you make. K Ka expressed her own view to her master. Moved by Lin Han's words, she began to cry. I didn't expect him to ask my opinion. It's so touching. Fine, at this point, I can only reluctantly accept. Carrying all this hope, I can only silently endure. Lin Han pretended to be cool and arrogant, speaking before the admiring gazes of the others. Lu Dai Diao, seizing the opportunity, urged, hurry up, the sound is getting closer. Without hesitation, Lin Han bit his fingertip, drawing blood. Just imprint my blood on her, right? Contracted spirit beast. Lin Han raised his bleeding finger towards the love-making spider, who was kneeling before him. Submit. Lin Han touched his bloody finger on the small horn on the love-making spider's forehead, officially accepting her as his spirit beast. The love-making spider groaned, seemingly in pain. What's wrong? Lin Han quickly asked, worried that he had done something wrong that caused her pain. The love-making spider, with bewitching eyes, replied to her new master, I don't know why, but your blood makes me feel very comfortable. Is this the legendary god's finger? What god's finger? Quickly lead us to the secret passage. Cheng Miao Miao spoke loudly, interrupting the conversation between Lin Han and the love-making spider. Lin Han was thinking to himself, could my heavenly extreme holy body also have an effect on ordinary spirit beasts? Follow me. The love-making spider spoke, starting to lead them through a shortcut. Cheng Miao Miao, full of enthusiasm, said, we must catch the earth dragon before them. Earth dragon? Don't you all want to go to the lowest level? The love-making spider, leading them into a tunnel only she knew, asked upon hearing Cheng Miao Miao's mention of the earth dragon. Lin Han, running right behind the love-making spider, replied, yes, isn't the earth dragon on the 9th level, the lowest level? The 10th level is the lowest level. That's where the legendary clear Ming dragon kingbone, which can be used to make divine weapons, is said to be. The love-making spider revealed important information to Lin Han's group. The 10th level? There's also a clear Ming Dragon King bone? Why didn't anyone tell us about such important information? Lu Didiao was completely baffled by this information. Cheng Miao Miao answered his question. There's only one explanation. Even the sect master doesn't know. Things seem to be more complicated than they appear. That mysterious 7th team, could they be after the Dragon King bone? Lin Han pondered silently, with a serious expression. At that moment, a giant black bat, an 8-star spirit beast, the Night Shadow Giant Bat, appeared at the location where Lin Han and his group had encountered the love-making spider. It was guarding the place. Should we speed up? A voice echoed, attracting the giant bat's gaze. 3 figures were leisurely approaching. Seeing its prey, the giant bat immediately spread its wings and flew towards the 3 mysterious people. It opened its blood-red, tooth-filled maw, wanting to attack its prey. What's the rush? Let them play first. Another voice sounded, rejecting the first person's idea. The giant bat was caught before it could do anything by a gray, furry hand. The bat was immediately decapitated by a giant wolfman. Blood splattered everywhere. What if someone finds the clear Ming Dragon King bone? The only girl in the team worriedly said. A person with silver-blue hair immediately reassured her, it's all right. If there is such an unlucky person, then let him die. The godlike person said lightly, with a murderous look in his eyes. On the 5th level, a man jumped, kicking the giant centipede hard. The giant centipede was knocked sideways, smashing into the stone pillar next to it, pushing another man towards the wall. The crocodile below, extending its long tongue, wrapped it around the giant centipede's neck. It was pulled by the centipede, stretching its tongue until it was terrified. Lin Han, the love-making spider, and Cheng Miao Miao crawled in a line below the place where the others were fighting. The love-making spider asked her master, "When will you perform wrestling for me?" Lin Han awkwardly replied, "We'll talk about that later." Cheng Miao Miao, crawling behind them, was surprised by their conversation. Continuing to crawl to the 8th level, a couple was chatting in a corner. The man pressed the woman against the wall. The woman said, "Senior brother, I seem to be injured." The man asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" The woman blushed, shyly saying, "I love every wound on your body." The love-making spider, blushing, asked her master, "What kind of wrestling move do you like?" Lin Han was helpless, "Whatever." Cheng Miao Miao, crawling behind them, was taken aback by their conversation. Reaching the 9th level, the people above were fighting a giant python. The python coiled its body, using its head to knock a man flying. The man yelled, "Everyone be careful. This guy's strong." While crawling, the love-making spider turned her head and asked her master, "Do you think wrestling is fun?" Lin Han was very helpless. "Can we change the subject?" Cheng Miao Miao crawled behind them, completely confused. While crawling, the love-making spider suddenly stopped, causing the 3 crawling behind her to stop and look at her in confusion. Lin Han, wait, was that the Earth Dragon a moment ago? The love-making spider said, We've been too busy chatting. We've already reached the 9th level. On the battleground, the abyssal demon-face python, a spirit beast of the poison element, coiled its body and spewed out a green, toxic slime. All 3 dodged the green poison from the abyssal demon-face python. Yang Wei panicked and retreated, avoiding the liquid. Bai He, holding a sword that was broken in half, quickly had the phoenix on her head carry her into the sky. The remaining person, holding his injured arm, hurriedly retreated. The python moved angrily, coiling its body. The 3, Yang Wei, Bai He, and another person, fought together, looking down at the stone where the poison had just been spewed. The stone melted, cracked, and evaporated. Incredible. What kind of mystical pattern is this? We've never seen anything like it. Why do I feel a strange sense of humiliation in my heart? The 4 curiously hid behind a rock and observed. Lu Didiao was sweating, panicking. Even the stones can be corroded. This toxicity is too terrifying. The love-making spider said, "The Earth Dragon's toxicity is 10 times stronger than mine. If you want to capture it alive, it's basically impossible." Lin Han frowned, looking over and asking, "Do you need help? Otherwise, you guys are definitely going to die." Cheng Miao Miao was angry, closing her eyes in frustration. "There are enemies, right? It's just as well if they die. Let them fight until you're alive and I'm dead. Then we'll take our chance." Lu Didiao happily turned to reply. Bai He screamed in fear, "Ah!" Cheng Miao Miao looked towards Bai He in panic. Yang Wei panicked. Bai He, in a corner, the phoenix was slapped unconscious. The python wrapped around Bai He's body. Bai He fearfully cried, "Save me." Cheng Miao Miao dashed from behind the rock to the front, holding the ice frost water mother in her hand. "Release her." Lin Han smiled, "It's still better to be a drop of peach blossom than a whole pond of murky water." In times of danger, she's still willing to rush out. The abyssal demon face python coiled its tail, flipping Bai He upside down. It opened its mouth wide. Bai He, afraid, clutched her hands and screamed, "Ah!" A collision came, not lightly, to the abyssal demon face python's mouth. Yang Wei and the other person hiding behind the rock were astonished. "It's you guys." Lu Dai Diao pointed forward. "Ahoo! Use the Lang Nhad Shi." Ahoo growled. "Roar!" He scratched the ground with his claws, and a large fang pierced the abyssal demon face python, pushing it into the air. Lu Dai Diao retracted his hand, his index finger trembling, his face pale with astonishment. Ahoo's Di Shi can pierce through armor. How hard are this thing's scales? It's incredible that it didn't even tear. Lin Han hurriedly ran out from behind. Dangerous. The abyssal demon face python released Bai He, who was dropped from a height. She was frightened. "Help." Lin Han bravely stepped forward to catch Bai He. "I got her." Bai He, moved, blushed shyly. Cheng Miao Miao stood to the side, jealous and angry, biting her lip. Her face darkened, her eyes narrowed into bullet shapes. "That guy." The love-making spider stood to the side, enjoying the scene, cheering. "Wrestle! Wrestle!" The abyssal demon face python, furious, its eyes bloodshot, flicked its tongue and charged towards its enemies. Ahoo, frightened, jumped up and hugged Lu Dai Diao. "Meow, meow, meow." Lu Dai Diao, startled, screamed. "Ah!" Lin Han rushed forward, backed up, and then used one leg to kick the abyssal demon face python hard in the chin, sending it flying backward and spitting out blood. Lin Han stood straight, facing the abyssal demon face python. "Tisk, this guy really has thick skin." Lu Dai Diao and Ahoo, moved, rushed forward and embraced Lin Han's legs, their eyes shining with tears. "Second uncle, I love you." Ahoo wagged its tail happily. "Meow." Lin Han's leg, which had just kicked the abyssal demon face python, trembled slightly. The blue-haired man snorted. "Having strong strength is useless. If you continue to risk your leg, it's bound to break." "Don't ask me how I know." Yang Wei clenched his fist and retreated in fear. "I didn't expect him to beat back the Earth Dragon barehanded. No wonder Big Brother lost to him." Lin Han raised his right hand and smiled playfully. "It's very fun, just testing out a new move. Nan Nai, come here." Nan Nai shyly approached. "As you command, my king." Nan Nai came closer and licked Lin Han's right hand. The ice frost essence from Nan Nai emerged, taking the form of liquid to be kept in Lin Han's body. The abyssal demon face python, furious, charged towards Lin Han. Those standing around shouted to alert him. "It's coming again. By the looks of it, it wants to fight you with rocks." With extreme speed, the abyssal demon face python coiled its body into a spiral, opening its mouth wide as it charged forward. "Dangerous," they yelled. It was even speeding up in a spiral. Lin Han went into a defensive stance, his right hand clenched. The protective barrier created by Nan Nai enveloped Lin Han's fist. Lin Han said, "Good move, poison dragon coiling. But my hand speed has been honed for 18 years. A cold blue circle emanated from Lin Han's body, vibrating with low temperature and high frequency. "Can you withstand the strength of my fist?" With a poof, Lin Han launched a direct punch to the abyssal demon face python's face. The force of the punch shocked even the fierce spirit beast, who couldn't resist it. The poor spirit beast was hit, its nose bleeding, saliva spraying, and defeated, flying backward. High-level prey only needs the simplest combat method. Lin Han spoke triumphantly, addressing the defeated spirit beast and the astonished companions behind him. "You're amazing. We're going to win for sure." Cheng Miao Miao happily embraced Lin Han. He pretended to be modest. "It's just a small thing." Bai He, standing behind him, looked at him with admiration, secretly praising, "He's truly powerful." Next to her, Yang Wei and his subordinate also looked like they couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Han held out a green jade ring. It was a specialized storage ring for capturing low-level beasts. He said, while it's still unconscious, "Quickly put it in the storage ring." Lu Dai Diao immediately replied, "Yes, sir, second uncle." Lu Dai Diao took the ring, walking towards the python spirit beast, while muttering words of encouragement to himself. 1, 2, 1, 2. Every step is a fang and claw. This is the rhythm of Dai Diao. Wait. The words instantly attracted the attention of Lu Dai Diao and Lin Han. This earth dragon was discovered by us first. What right do you have to take it? The one who spoke was Yang Wei, and he brazenly pointed at Bai He, who was still in a daze, implying that she was the one who discovered it. Cheng Miao Miao, hearing the words of that thick-skinned fellow, got angry. Yang Wei, do you still have any shame? If we hadn't taken action, would the three of you even be alive right now? Lin Han was exasperated with this guy, his contempt evident. Lu Dai Diao, upon hearing this, was also filled with anger. Yang Wei's expression grew increasingly arrogant. He put his hands on his hips. It's really too much for those who just saved you. It's so strange. I asked you for help. It's clear that you saw an opportunity and rushed forward to grab a chance, that's all. He spoke shamelessly, his inner thoughts no better. Yang Wei, I don't need shame either. What are you going to do about it? Lu Dai Diao, furious, shouted at the traitor, don't talk so much to these bastards. I'm going to take the earth dragon, see who dares to stop me. Yang Wei, the shameless one, was also enraged by Lu Dai Diao's provocation. Lu Dai Diao, stop right there. Bai He, seeing the situation was not good, grabbed his shoulder, wanting to stop him. She hurriedly said, calm down. Ignoring Bai He's advice, Yang Wei reached into his sleeve, his face contorted with anger, and pulled something out. He was annoyed. Just one punch defeated the earth dragon. So you think you're pretty impressive, huh? I'll open your eyes and show you what real strength is. Come out, fatty. With those words, a huge bear wielding an iron mace, with fierce, red eyes, suddenly appeared. The mace was raised, ready to strike. This fat bear was a 10-star spirit beast of the rock element, a violent, perverted bear. Its belly was circled by a belt with a bear face, identical to itself. Its legs were thick and its claws sharp. Especially its knees, which were encased in a layer of solid rock. Cheng Miao Miao's expression worsened. She exclaimed in disbelief, 10-star? With a bang, the bear smashed its mace onto the ground. With a few crack sounds, the floor where the bear's mace had struck quickly extended a long crack, reaching towards where Lin Han and the others were standing. The floor there immediately split into many cracks and gradually subsided. Lin Han, realizing something was wrong, yelled loudly, get out of the way. The floor finally collapsed. Cheng Miao Miao, luckily not standing in the center, did not fall. Lin Han, unfortunately, fell into another level. Seeing this, Cheng Miao Miao cried out, oh no. The love-making spider, standing next to her, immediately jumped down after Lin Han, calling out in a heartfelt voice, Master. On Yang Wei's side, his subordinate, after seeing the destructive power of the bear spirit beast, exclaimed in admiration, this spirit beast is too strong. Why didn't you summon it earlier? On the contrary, Bai He, seeing the man fall, became worried and anxiously called out, Lin Han. Seeing this, Yang Wei, with a lewd smile, laughed deviously, ha ha ha, good steel should be used to make a blade. He bragged, smugly, originally, I wanted to let you guys bother the earth dragon for a while. Who would have thought that they would run out? On Lin Han's side, he was very calm. Although he fell unexpectedly, he was still composed, even able to sit and ponder while falling, lamenting his bad luck. What bad luck? I didn't expect that the place I'm standing is actually empty. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Han saw light and fire spots appearing below him. Too bright, Lin Han said. And that light was actually the bubbling magma beneath the earth. Lin Han's face was covered in sweat as he thought, so hot. I can't stand it. While his body was still falling, Lin Han suddenly heard a thump, something grabbed him. Master, I'm here to save you. It turned out that the love-making spider was shooting out silk to save him. That thing that grabbed him was her silk. Lin Han looked up, couldn't believe it, and called out, little spider. The love-making spider used her silk to wrap around them, moving them as they fell onto a nearby rock. That's great. We're safe. Little spider, you're amazing. Lin Han was saved and praised her. The love-making spider, shyly, said, it's my duty to protect my master. Her face flushed under the attractive brown skin. She was extremely happy to have protected Lin Han. This is the 10th level you mentioned, right? Lin Han stood on the rock, surrounded by bubbling magma on all sides, and asked her. The love-making spider quickly responded, yes. You absolutely have to be careful. The magma here is very fierce. One misstep and you're done for. Suddenly, the love-making spider pointed in one direction and said to Lin Han, that's right, the treasure I mentioned is there. Huh? Lin Han looked in the direction she pointed, puzzled. Where the love-making spider pointed, there was an incredibly thick, strangely shaped cloud of mist. Lin Han saw it and exclaimed, "This treasure has some serious yang energy." Lin Han looked down at the terrifying pile of lava. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Spider Harmony, "We're here now. I have to take this treasure with me. But the problem is how to get past it." Spider Harmony was also worried about how to solve it. The lava's temperature has been too high lately. Spider silk can't resist it for long, it'll burn up. Lin Han put his hand to his chin. Suddenly he called, "Shu Jia." The book appeared. Its two hands were holding 2 glasses of ice water. It was sucking them up continuously. It said, "Don't rely on me. With this temperature, I'm also out of options." Spider Harmony beside him couldn't hear clearly and asked doubtfully, "Leaf, is the master talking to himself?" His 2 eyebrows were furrowed together. Lin Han was deep in thought. Maybe, it's time to help Nan Nai fly into the high sky. The book was puzzled by his words. "Now, this place, are you sure?" Lin Han immediately explained, "Only Nan Nai can help us leave this place right now. I'm completely acting out of self-interest." "Ah no, simply, it's out of righteousness." Lin Han's face seemed to be very heroic. With the thought of doing things for the common good, he turned to the book. "We can't delay any longer, quickly release Nan Nai." The book's perverse red face was extremely excited. It gave a dark smile. "I support you, you do your best." As soon as it finished speaking, with a bang, white hair and clear blue-green eyes appeared. She was sweating and panting. "My king," Nan Nai felt, "it's too hot." Looking at her white and smooth thighs that were sitting on the rock was enough to know how hot she was. Lin Han, with his pretended dignified manner, coughed twice. He said, "Nai Nai, if we want to leave this lava area, we can only rely on you." He blushed, his eyes couldn't look directly at Nan Nai. He continued, "But your current strength is definitely not enough. I think it's time to help you level up. I don't know if you've prepared." Immediately, Nan Nai replied to him with an embarrassed expression. "It's my lifetime honor to serve my king. Nan Nai has been ready since the first day." Lin Han finally couldn't hide his expression. He had taken off one of his clothes since when? His heart was beating so fast. So ha ha. I'm still a little nervous. Inside Lin Han's heart right now, he was thinking very dark thoughts. So exciting. Finally I can actually experience being outdoors. Suddenly, Spider Harmony moved forward and bit Lin Han's neck clumsily, making him jump. Lam Han quickly turned to ask her, "What are you doing?" Spider Hop Hone made an innocent face and answered him. The little spider had put a little aphrodisiac poison into his master's body. He would soon beat him. Losing consciousness, no longer feeling stressed but showing the most animalistic nature. After the deed is done, he won't remember anything. The ecstasy spider finished, and at that moment, Lin Han started to fall into a delusional trance, his head spinning. He mumbled to himself, not remembering anything. "I truly thank you all, she." Seeing Lin Han's disheveled state, Nai Nai worriedly reached out and touched his shoulder, asking, "My king, are you alright?" Lin Han's hand touched Nai Nai's fair hand, making her shiver. When Lin Han turned his face, revealing a face with an extreme expression of perversion, his nose flaring, surrounded by the breath of lust, his mouth drooling, he greedily uttered an incomprehensible sentence, "Abba Abba." Next, Nai Nai could only scream, "My king," before being pinned down by Lin Han. Nai Nai's adventure to break the ice. Nai Nai drifted to a vast ice plain. She stood on a large, thick ice floe, wondering, "How did I get here?" Suddenly, the ice floe beneath her feet began to shake violently. The sound of cracking echoed constantly. Nai Nai also felt this. She turned and looked at the ice floe under her feet. After seeing what was beneath the ice floe, Nai Nai's expression changed. Her panic was evident on her face. A black missile burst up from beneath the ice, pushing Nai Nai high into the sky, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Cries of "Ah!" rang out continuously. The missile exploded mid-air, flames engulfing the entire world. Nai Nai was engulfed by the flames, losing her shoes, revealing her pitiful bare feet. For the first time in her life, Nai Nai felt a strange warmth, something the ice elemental beast had never experienced before. A long time later, a sound came out. Lin Han, with his upper body bare, raised his hand to his head and woke up. Thousands of questions popped into his head. Where am I? What happened just now? My head hurts. Who am I? That was amazing. Master, you're truly amazing. The ecstasy spider suddenly popped out and said, even giving Lin Han a thumbs up, while he still didn't know what had happened. No way, I'm forgetting everything again? Lin Han, still wearing only his pants, got up in confusion. Nai Nai. Where's Nai Nai? Choo, a blue light suddenly flashed. Suddenly, a wave of cold air swept in, freezing everything. The world of ice, 100 meters of ice encasing, from where did it come? The cold air spread out, solidifying the lava into cold ice. No other than Nai Nai, she smiled brightly at him. My king, thank you, I broke through. Nai Nai, 10-star elemental beast, snowflake state. But Lin Han's face was so full of regret that he was moved to tears. He said, it's all right. I'm not tired, I don't remember anything anyway. On a pillar island that stood tall in the sky, a place where a strange azure color was radiating. This is the skull essence of the Western Bright Dragon, one of the 4 great ancient dragons, with terrifying divine power. The demon emperor had wanted to find it but had no results. Unexpectedly you got such a great bargain. At this moment, Lin Han and the book were just finishing the introduction, standing before the giant skull that was emitting a blue light. Let's go outside first, we'll study it later. Lin Han took out his universe bag, quickly opened the mouth of the bag and collected that precious item inside. But just then, a sharp sword suddenly slashed towards Lin Han's neck. The person had silver hair tied in a ponytail, with a murderous look in their eyes, and uttered 2 words, die. A loud whoosh echoed. Lin Han was ambushed by a mysterious figure. The sword hit his thigh, but only a few cracks appeared. Seeing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, this hardness? Then, he suddenly exploded. It turned out it was a stone substitute. The exploding fragments scattered around, making him unable to believe it and say, what? Energy beams were shot out. Suddenly, sharp, towering ice pillars rose from the ground, catching him off guard, piercing his leg and causing it to bleed. He rolled over in shock and said, what? It turned out he was Ching Peng, from the imperial capital. He propped his sword on the ground, covered his wound with his hand, and said, since when did you figure out about us, little brat? From afar, his teammate said, Hayes, you've lost. A figure standing far away said, Team 7, it seems you were indeed targeting the dragon essence. I've been on guard against your sneak attacks, so I've set up eyes and ears all around. The ecstasy spider and Nai Nai stood in front. Qin Feng Queen, with a sullen face, stood arms crossed and said, this is interesting. In a place where everyone was standing, the ground was covered with spider webs to avoid sneak attacks. He said, within a 100-meter radius, there are large spider webs, from which I use the spider silk to sense your movements. After saying that, the ecstasy spider giggled happily, nestled in his arms, wanting to be praised, saying, Master, did I do well? Quickly pet my head. Seeing this, he reached out to pet her head and said, don't interrupt me while I'm showing off. He leaned against the wall, looking indifferent, and said, Lin Han of the Mountain Goat Duchess, right? I've seen your files from the previous 3 competitions, this is your first appearance. A newcomer with 2 humanoid elemental beasts, who is your backing? He heard this and laughed happily, saying, I'm just a poor farmer who got lucky, no backing or background at all. Hearing this, he sneered and said, too bad then. Qin Feng Queen, standing far away, gave Ching Peng an order. Originally, I wanted to be friends with you, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Kill him. Ching Peng heard this, respectfully replied, yes sir. He then threw out a green object. The object exploded with a loud bang as it was thrown. Then, a large, silver-furred wolf appeared. It turned out to be a 10-star, wild origin, wood-type elemental beast, a wilderness lie wolf. The wolf lunged at the ecstasy spider with incredible speed, making her jump. It scratched violently at the ground, causing a large area around it to crack. He suddenly raised his hand, collecting the wolf into a jade pendant and said with a sigh of relief, instead of directly attacking me, you chose the weakest elemental beast to attack. His eyes were gloomy as he said, I understand. You know I'm best at turning multiple elemental beasts into a combat system. He happily pointed at him, cupped his hands over his chest, and chuckled cutely, so this is your strategy, attacking the weakest point first? Break the weakest point and ruin everything, get a new skill. My soul is pondering and guessing, going wild, I'm really a smart teenager who loves to learn. On the cliff, a girl clapped her hands in admiration, wow, you've grasped the essence just from one encounter. Seeing this, he said to her with annoyance, can you shut your mouth? Are you here to cause trouble? Ching Peng swung his sword towards the ground and said, little brat, if you're wise, hand over the Dragon King bone. We can consider giving you a way out. The book appeared and said to him, "The person closest is the earth element 9 heavens. The girl is the earth element 8 heavens. And the one standing far away is the sky element 2 heavens." It then said, "You're only earth element 9 heavens. Fighting 1 against 3 is not very wise." He pondered and stroked his chin, saying, "I know that, of course." Seeing him pondering, he became wary and his eyes darted around. He moved forward, saying, "This little brat doesn't know what he's doing. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Let's charge together, quick battle, quick victory." After saying this, the girl also jumped down from the cliff. Seeing this, he clenched his fists. He raised his hand behind him, gathering energy, lowered his center of gravity and said, "You can't kill me that easily. See if my move can blind you." Then he shouted, "Explosive light flash." Seeing this, everyone became terrified, quickly covering their eyes. Qing Peng hastily said, "It's over, quickly close your eyes." Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, he cautiously opened his eyes a crack to peek. Unbelievably, his face turned from red to green when he saw him holding Nai Nai's hand and quickly escaping. He shouted, "This little brat is playing us." He clenched his teeth in anger and said, "Being tricked twice in a row. No matter what, I can't let him get away. I can't lose this guy." The girl behind him was extremely surprised and blurted out, "This guy is really interesting." After escaping, he quickly ran upwards. As he ran, Nai Nai asked him, "My king, they're chasing us." The book saw him running upwards and said, "Didn't the spider girl say there's no path going up to the upper level? Where are you trying to run to?" His expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes emitting a red light. It turned out he was imitating smoking, looking cool and saying, "There was no path before, but after I go, there will be a path. You see? That's the logic." The book said worriedly in response to his words, "That makes sense." He quickly ran forward, but in front of him was the end of the path. Unexpectedly, there was a gap above him. He shouted, "There it is." Qing Peng saw this and said in surprise, "He wants to go up from there." Seeing this, he shouted, "Lie wolf." The silver wolf slammed its paw down on the ground, creating a crack. The strong shockwave from Lie Wolf's attack caused the ground to crack and sent him and Nai Nai flying upwards. He looked down in surprise, his eyes bulging out, and shouted, "Damn it, you want to eat roast chicken?" He quickly stabilized himself and said to her, "Nai Nai, go over there." She quickly replied, "Yes." They both rushed towards the ice floe in front. After landing on the ice floe, he sighed in relief and said, "That was close." He turned back and looked at the people from the imperial capital, saying, "It's a good thing the lava stopped them. That wolf seems to be a wood type, it wouldn't be able to withstand fire." Qin Feng Queen said grimly to Qing Peng, "If you let him escape, you know the consequences." Hearing this, he gathered green energy in his palm and replied, "No need for you to say." He watched him gather energy and thought, he wants to attack from such a distance? He used the energy in his palm to envelop the wolf, forming a large sphere. After the sphere dissipated, the Lie wolf was strengthened. It became a wild origin Lie wolf, with a layer of ice armor covering its body. After being strengthened, it dashed towards him, making him exclaim in surprise, "I didn't expect you to use ice-type techniques to enhance the outer shell of a wood-type elemental beast." Seeing his surprise, he became extremely happy, his expression sinister, saying, "You're scared, aren't you? Your time to act cool is over." He smirked, his eyes glancing at him, his hand scribbling something down, saying, "Too bad, this petty skill hasn't scared me yet. It's just the beginning." After a moment of silence, he put his arms around her, pointed to the hole in the ceiling, and said loudly, "Ko." On the second syllable, he said, "Kha." Then, lava erupted from below, causing the ice floe he was standing on to fly upwards. This took the wolf by surprise, its eyes widened. Kha flew up from the ground, its eyes glowing as lava sputtered around it. She said loudly, "Feel the passion of your master. This time, I'll take you to the clouds." With the appearance of Kha, Qin Feng Queen released his own elemental beast, saying, "Another humanoid elemental beast. He's been hiding under the lava." As they were about to reach the opening, he said, "Kha, quickly return." When Qin Feng Queen's elemental beast was released, it quickly charged towards them. It turned out his elemental beast was an 11-star lightning-type elemental beast, the Lightning Conquering Lady. When the Lightning Conquering Lady attacked, sending a bolt of lightning towards the ice floe, he had already reached the opening. Seeing this, he yelled in anger, "Damn it, he escaped." After getting to the top, he stood arms crossed, looking complacent and said, "Safe." Suddenly, a beautiful girl with pink hair was climbing down from the top of the opening using a rope, saying, "Daotiao, lower the rope a bit." Seeing her about to fall, he was extremely worried, his eyes wide with panic, thinking, "Oh no." It turned out to be Cheng Miao Miao. The rope was lowered too long, causing her to fall and shout. Daotiao and Ahu, above, worriedly asked, "What happened?" He waved his hands like a fan, his mouth shouting in panic, thinking, "This is really bad." He suddenly reached out and grabbed her skirt, causing her to cry out. The current image was of him clutching her skirt, both of them suspended in midair. Because he was too heavy, the skirt showed signs of tearing, making a ripping sound. After grabbing her skirt, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that was dangerous. Seeing that her clothes were about to tear, she blushed and shouted, "My clothes are about to tear." He looked up with sparkling eyes, his nose beginning to run, and said, "Thank you, meow meow. Don't worry, the quality of your clothes is very good. It's only torn a small hole." After saying that, a loud ripping sound echoed, and it turned out that her clothes had ripped a large section. Seeing this, he was terrified. Cheng Miao Miao screamed, "Let me go. It's already like this, how can you let go? Don't pull, I can't control it. Be honest, then I'll go up. Don't move around." The two people above heard this and were stunned, not understanding anything. From the bottom of the deep hole, a thump echoed, accompanied by a blue light. Under Lin Han's feet, a sound suddenly came. It was Ching Peng riding a beast rushing up, shouting, "You bastard, where are you running to? This persistent ghost." Lin Han clutched Miao Miao's skirt with one hand, the other hand throwing a weapon. "Nai Nai, seal the passage." Immediately, Nai Nai appeared, using her ice breath to create a sturdy barrier. She said, "My king, rest assured, this ice layer is 5 meters thick. In a short time, any divine weapon wouldn't be able to break it." Lin Han jumped down, gratefully replying, "It's good you're here. You can both stop them and serve as a temporary landing spot." "Huh? What's this?" Looking at the strange pink object in his hand, Lin Han was puzzled. Above, Cheng Miao Miao was still suspended in midair, sobbing, "Oh, you damned Lin Han, you ruined my skirt." The wind blowing through the valley felt refreshingly cool. Lin Han looked up and said awkwardly, "Sorry." Suddenly, the ice under their feet began to crack. "What's happening?" Lin Han swayed and asked. Nai Nai observed the surroundings, worriedly answering, "How did they do it? I didn't expect them to be able to break through my sturdy barrier." "Be careful behind you," Miao Miao shouted, warning Lin Han. A wilderness lie wolf, in a wood spirit state, jumped from below, breaking through the ice. Lin Han used his strength to hold its two sharp teeth. "Oh no. I didn't expect it to use wood type. Let my king go." Nai Nai saw Lin Han holding the lie wolf alone and immediately rushed forward to attack. However, she was knocked back. "Nai Nai." Lin Han shouted, "I'll help you." Miao Miao jumped down from above and joined the battle. Hearing this, Lin Han shouted, "Don't come down here." Before she could jump down, Miao Miao was caught by the lie wolf's long vine-like tail, once again suspended in midair. Damn it. Lin Han used all his strength to hold the lie wolf, thinking, "We're both 10-star, but this guy's combat techniques are much stronger than the Earth Dragon. Relying only on my strength, I can't defeat it. Moreover, in this state, I can't summon Kokha." An idea suddenly flashed in Lin Han's mind. "I can only try to cooperate. Nai Nai, you must let me get in there. I need your energy." She was still in a coma at that time. Saying this, Lin Han projected his energy towards Nai Nai, who was unconscious. "My king's energy, there." Finally, Nai Nai released her energy. Lin Han rejoiced and shouted, "Connected." Then, he turned and pushed back the lie wolf. "Just relying on you, beast, you want to bite me?" Lin Han grabbed both sides of the lie wolf's fangs, cracking them. Then, with a somersault, the lie wolf turned in a clockwise direction and landed smoothly. "Meow meow, are you still there?" Lu Dadiao poked his head down into the pit and shouted, "Meow meow." Suddenly, Lin Han jumped up, carrying Meow Meow in his arms, causing him to lose his balance and fall into Ahu's arms. Lin Han carried Meow Meow, who was only in her underwear, and laughed, "See? I told you I wouldn't fall." Cheng Miao Miao lay in Lin Han's arms, shyly demanding compensation. "Anyway, it's your fault. You have to buy me a new set of clothes." He smiled kindly and replied, "No problem." Lu Dadiao was stunned. Images of the 7749 ballet poses flashed in his mind. He cursed under his breath, "What kind of terrain is this? Damn it, it's getting wetter. Little spider, are you sure we won't be chased by them on this path? Lin Han asked. Rest assured, master, you won't go wrong following me, the little spider replied. But the earth dragon was captured. We lost the first round. Hearing Meow Meow say this, Lu Daodao's mind had already imagined his father hanging him upside down and questioning him, and he couldn't stop crying. You couldn't even do this small thing. I should have sent you to the Tat and Goa de Tap Quack to die back then. Father, I was wrong. Lin Han laughed awkwardly and said, it's my fault. I'll apologize to the city lord when we get back. The ecstasy spider, walking ahead, suddenly turned back and asked, Master, as long as we capture the earth dragon, does it matter if it's big or small? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Could it be that there's another earth dragon here? I can take everyone to see it, I have a small request, okay? She said shyly, twirling her hands together, request. Cheng Meow Meow replied excitedly, as long as we capture the earth dragon, don't say 1, even 100 is no problem. Don't make empty promises. The little spider laughed happily, thank you, Meow Meow. That's great. I was worried Miss Meow Meow wouldn't want Master to wrestle with me. So you're so generous and magnanimous. Meow Meow was so angry she was about to explode. Can I regret it now? Lin Han blushed. The ecstasy spider led everyone into a cave. This is the earth dragon's lair. Normally, elemental beasts that get close will be eaten, so this is my first time here. Maybe there are undiscovered earth dragons here. That's scary. They really eat anything. Surrounding the cave were skeletons of all kinds, from humans to beasts. Lin Han supported the little spider, his face beaded with sweat, and reminded, everyone be careful. If there are any that haven't been captured, they must be very powerful. As he finished speaking, a giant earth dragon lunged from behind. It bared its sharp fangs, ready to bite its prey. Cut 2. On this side, the housekeeper was practicing with a stone, standing and sitting. She practiced while complaining, phooey, these useless fools. It's been so long, not a single team has come out. 1888. The team, flying report, reported their mission completion. 3 people from the team were carrying each other as they rushed out, cheering, HMPH, it seems you got lucky. You came out right before I lost my patience. Next, other teams also started coming out. Quan Cheng team report success. North Mang team report success. Everyone started chattering. The sun is about to set. Will anyone else make it in time? Looks like they've failed. The housekeeper shouted, countdown to the end of the competition. Everyone looked up towards the entrance of the cave. She began to count, 10, 9, 8, 7. Here he comes. Yang Wei walked out of the cave, carrying the head of an earth dragon on his shoulder. Everyone began to chatter, it's the Wai Wu team. Don't they have a storage ring? Why are they carrying it like that? No wonder they took so long. The housekeeper rebuked, as disciples participating in the competition, you don't even have a storage artifact? We did have one, but we don't know where it fell, Yang Wei replied, thinking to himself, damn it. It must have fallen when I went into the cave with that brat, Lin Han. Fortunately, we made it in time. As long as we cross this boundary, we can smoothly advance. We didn't work for nothing by carrying this earth dragon up 9 levels. Yang Wei was smug, but before his feet touched the line, another foot had touched it first, and as a result, his team lost. Mountain Goat team report success. Lin Han calmly reported, ignoring Yang Wei, whose jaw almost dropped to the floor. He couldn't believe he was robbed so blatantly. Bai He saw him and rejoiced, Lin Han, you're okay, that's great. He got there first. What a pity. He carried it all the way here, but he was just 1 step short. Others seemed to feel sorry for Yang Wei. He was furious and leaned close to Lin Han, saying, you fell from so high and didn't die. You have a big life, you have an earth dragon. Don't lie. The housekeeper said slowly, as far as I know, there are only 4 earth dragons here. Lin Han, even if you cross the line first, if you don't have an earth dragon, you can't pass. Yang Wei sneered, can't you understand human language? You think it's a joke? Regardless of the taunts, Lin Han smiled and replied, I understand. We captured an earth dragon as well. Then, he reached into his robe, all 4 earth dragons are here. What do you have? Look, and there's also this 5th one. Lin Han pulled out a tiny earth dragon, which was beaten up and had a bump on its head, whimpering and unable to cry. Everyone exploded after seeing his earth dragon. Holy crap, this can be called an earth dragon? Mine is bigger. The housekeeper, a subordinate of the manor lord, looked at them appraising Ly. I didn't expect you to find the earth dragon's lair. The two people behind her were speechless, feeling injustice, sighing, "We risked our lives to catch the Earth Dragon, and they didn't even put in any effort." The one on the right said, "That Earth Dragon is so small. Their luck is too good." The one on the left called out. Yang Wei was still annoyed by them, shouting angrily in protest, "Your Earth Dragon doesn't count. An Earth Dragon that hasn't even grown feathers, how can it count?" Lin Han acted nonchalantly, leaning against his companions, countering the insolent man, "That's strange. Did the rules before the competition say that the Earth Dragon must be over a certain weight or measure to count?" Yang Wei, seeing them imitating him from the past, was so angry his eyes were about to pop out. He thought bitterly, "You dare to learn from me, you bastard." Bai Yi saw this and covered her mouth, laughing, "The imitation is quite good." Seeing them bickering, the housekeeper had to speak up, "This was indeed my oversight. I didn't explain it clearly." She folded her arms, speaking seriously, "But according to the rogue clause, the right to interpret it ultimately lies with the Trading Mountain Manor. No, according to the authority clause, there can't be 5 teams that advance." So, suddenly, a call came from afar, "Grand Steward." It was the voice of someone from the Trading Mountain Manor riding an elemental beast flying towards them. As soon as the girl on the back of the elemental beast arrived, she immediately jumped off. She quickly knelt down and clasped her hands, reporting, "Urgent orders from the Manor Lord." The girl with 2 buns approached and whispered in the housekeeper's ear, "The Manor Lord demands that the team representing the Mountain Goat District must be allowed to advance. Even if we use the rogue clause, the right to interpret it ultimately lies with the Trading Mountain Manor. We still have to let them advance. Even if there are 5 teams in the end, it's fine." The housekeeper listened and could only comply. All right." She immediately turned and announced again, "I feel that both the Mountain Goat District and the Wai Wu District meet the requirements, so both teams can advance." As soon as the announcement was made, both Lu Dadiao and Yang Wei were overjoyed. Cheng Miao Miao and Lin Han didn't expect this outcome. "It's already evening. Finally, we can finish. Come back to the manor to rest with me." "Yes." While everyone was relaxed and relieved after a long day, Lin Han was deep in thought. 5 teams advance. The rules are changing again in the next round. It seems someone is secretly manipulating things. I must make it to the next round. Could it be those 3? Elsewhere, the image of a woman with blue hair, her flawless white back revealed, with small hands gently massaging her, appeared. She lay enjoying the massage and casually said what was on her mind. "I can't believe those 3 actually know a dog that no one knows about. They even had to break the rules of the game to ensure his advancement." The person being massaged was the Manor Lord of Trading Mountain Manor, Ming Somlio. The other person, sitting at the table, heard her say this and denied, "I have no relation with that Lin guy. I just have some personal grievances to settle." He picked up his teacup, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip, continuing, "In the second round, we'll also participate. We would still like to ask the Manor Lord to make it as convenient as possible for us." Ming Somlio agreed to the request, "Of course. I'll arrange it immediately. The rules for the competition will be announced tonight." Saying this, she directed her gaze to the other person. "But, I'm truly curious, what exactly did Lin Han offend you?" "It's just a small matter. There's no need for the Manor Lord to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the other person took his leave, leaving Ming Somlio with the maidservant continuing her massage. Her distant eyes followed the other person's figure as he left, silently thinking, "It seems that Lin Han has something they need. Moreover, it's very likely that he knows the purpose of their trip this time." In front of Lin Han's resting room, Lin Han walked into the room, his body clean, a towel wrapped around his waist, feeling relaxed after a tiring day. He stretched and sighed, "It's so comfortable after taking a bath." As soon as he got into bed, the ecstasy spider, kneeling on the bed, wearing a very alluring fox uniform, coquettishly said to him, "Master, I'm ready for you." Lin Han's nose bled. Lin Han blushed and asked, "I didn't summon you, how did you get out? Where did you get this indecent outfit?" The ecstasy spider sat on the bed, showing off her fluffy purple foxtail, and slowly explained, "If the badge is separated from the master for a certain distance, we can return to our true forms. What if the master loses the badge? Will we never be able to transform back?" The ecstasy spider finished explaining and looked at him with adoring eyes, her slender fingers slipping into the opening of her revealing top, her full breasts tempting Lin Han. "Hurry and look, isn't it intensely stimulating?" "Oh, you're right." Lin Han realized that the ecstasy spider was deliberately swaying her foxtail in front of him. Then, he turned and grabbed her soft purple tail, utterly puzzled. You're a spider, not a fox. What kind of bizarre prop is this? Ah, that feeling. The expression on the spider girl's face suddenly changed abruptly, blushing. Isn't this tail attached to the outfit? Master, don't. They were both chatting back and forth without noticing that the door was slowly opening. Lin Han, I'm coming in. The person who arrived was Bai He. Silence ensued. Bai He's mouth dropped open, stunned by the sight of Lin Han pulling the ecstasy spider's tail. Sorry, I disturbed you. Bai He turned around, closed the door and left. Seeing this, Lin Han called out and explained, it's not what you think. After explaining for a full 18 minutes, Bai He finally sat back down and explained to Lin Han, I came to apologize. What Yang Wei did was truly not honorable. Don't worry, I know you're not the same kind of person as him. Lin Han brought her tea, his other hand resting on her shoulder to comfort her. The touch made Bai He feel like she was about to burst into flames. She stammered and asked, so, what do you think of me? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A voice came from outside, Lin Han, are you there? It was Meow Meow. Why is she here? Lin Han was surprised, and Bai He was startled. Terrified, Bai He immediately stood up, flustered, I have to escape. I can't let Meow Meow see me here with you. Lin Han was worried too, there's nowhere to hide in this room. There is. Bai He yelled, then grabbed Lin Han, who was still dumbfounded, and pulled him towards the bed. I'm going in there. Cheng Meow Meow couldn't wait any longer. She opened the door and stepped in. Lin Han, lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, sat up when he saw her arrive. He pretended to be puzzled. Meow Meow. What's the matter? Cheng Meow Meow was a little surprised. She covered her mouth and asked, you're already going to sleep so early? Yes, haha. Lin Han laughed outwardly, but under the blanket, his legs were still being hidden by Bai He. Bai He's face was flushed red, and she was breathing heavily, very uncomfortable. I'm a bit tired today. The sweat on Lin Han's forehead had already started to bead. He had to come up with an excuse to help Bai He, who was hiding under the blanket, to avoid Cheng Meow Meow from discovering the awkward situation. In the spacious room, Lin Han chatted with Cheng Meow Meow. Meow Meow, I'm not wearing any pants, I can't get out of bed. Make yourself comfortable. Oh, these 2 cups of tea are. Lin Han was afraid and tried to make an excuse. I knew you were coming, so I prepared them beforehand. Drink them. Cheng Meow Meow looked at the steaming cup of tea, blushed, and thought to herself, he knew I was coming, and he took off all his clothes and lay in bed. Could he be implying something? Lin Han sat up on the bed and asked, right, did you come to see me for something? Then, Cheng Meow Meow told him what she knew. Oh, there was news just now. Because of the casualties and the uneven number of staff, the match was changed to a one-on-one competition for each team. Speaking of this, Cheng Meow Meow blushed and made a suggestion. Dadiao and I both hope that you'll represent us in the competition. Lin Han sat up straight, crossed his arms, and summarized the issue. 1 person per team. A total of 5 teams advance, 5 people fighting. How should this work? A free-for-all? It seems those 3 are trying to sneak in openly. Suddenly, Cheng Meow Meow stood up and said, well, I don't know. Maybe they'll announce it tomorrow morning. Lin Han replied, oh, okay. Then you should go back and rest early. Suddenly, Cheng Meow Meow sat down on the bed, blushing and stammering, that, I have something else. Cheng Meow Meow looked hesitantly and asked, what do you think of Bai He? At the same time, Meow Meow encouraged herself in her heart, Meow Meow, be brave. You can't let her steal her away. Lin Han was flustered, his face changing color. He replied with difficulty, she's very good. Hearing this, Cheng Meow Meow jumped up in shock and said loudly, very good, then which one of us is better? Who would you choose? Lin Han said awkwardly, this, I can't choose. The sudden development made Lin Han sigh silently, oh my god, how can I badmouth Bai He? She's right here. Cheng Meow Meow was angry. She reached out and unbuttoned her outer garment and said confidently, HMPH, what do you mean you can't choose? I just haven't shown my best side yet. Then, Lin Han's eyes lit up when he saw Cheng Meow Meow wearing skimpy clothes. She blushed, what do I lack compared to her? In her heart, Meow Meow was seething, asking herself, the book said this kind of clothing is a skimpily clad killer. I don't know if it's effective. Lin Han widened his eyes, his nose bleeding profusely. His face flushed red, and he raised his thumb, saying, better. You look amazing. At this moment, inside the large bump on Lin Han's bed, Bai He, who was hiding, heard the conversation and became furious. She bit Lin Han's leg hard, cursing silently. What nonsense are you talking about? What's better about her? Lin Han was in excruciating pain, biting his lower lip. Cheng Miao Miao saw his strange expression and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The pain was unbearable. Tears streamed down his face. Lin Han raised his hand to pinch himself, muttering, "Oh my God. You guys can take turns coming. Why do you have to gather together and torment me?" Then he stammered, "Nothing. My leg is cramping." Suddenly, two voices came from outside the door. "Lin Han, are you in there?" "Yes, Manor Lord." Cheng Miao Miao was startled. "Oh no, the Manor Lord is here." Then, she quickly burrowed into the big blanket, making an excuse. "Oh no, I can't let anyone see me wearing these indecent clothes." Lin Han was horrified and tried to stop her. "Wait." The housekeeper opened the door and announced, "Lin Han of the Mountain Mist District, the Manor Lord is here. Get up and listen to her teachings." The Manor Lord spoke to stop her. "Wait, what?" Lin Han scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not wearing any pants." "You two just make yourselves comfortable." The housekeeper clenched her fists, her eyes glaring. "This little brat." The Manor Lord reassured her, "It's okay, let him stay in bed. This young man looks thin and weak." Their legs huddled together, making room for Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He to hide. Both of them blushed and looked at each other angrily. A comment came out, "His legs are pretty big." The Manor Lord sat down at the tea table and went straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. Have you met Qin Feng Queen and his group?" Lin Han thought, "Is she going to lay her cards on the table?" But he remained calm and replied, "Yes. We even fought in the cave." The Manor Lord reminded him, "You probably don't know their background. They are members of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard is close to the monarch. They are not only the monarch's confidants, but they all come from high-ranking officials, favored ministers, royal family members, and nobles. You could say, anyone from there is someone you can't easily mess with." Their legs were drenched in sweat. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He were speechless in shock at the Manor Lord's words. "But you actually offended 3 of them. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky." Lin Han thought for a moment. She and those 3 are not on the same side, so she came here. It must be. He then asked, "So, Manor Lord, are you here to punish me?" The Manor Lord replied with the same expression, "On the contrary, I can save you. But I need to know what happened between you." Lin Han muttered to himself, as expected, "She doesn't know about the Dragon King bone." Lin Han said solemnly, "The reason I was being hunted was because I saw a secret in the cave that they couldn't tell anyone." The housekeeper and the Manor Lord were confused. What secret? Lin Han recalled the scene he saw, his eyes shining brightly as he said, "Those 2 male students were wrestling." The housekeeper blushed, steam hissing continuously like a boiling pot of water, as she mumbled, "Stimulating, stimulating." Meanwhile, the Manor Lord was like a naive fawn. "Wrestle?" But then, the Manor Lord understood. This story is really interesting." Saying this, she stood up and walked away, reminding him, "The second round starts early tomorrow morning. I hope I can get a different version of the story before the match." The Manor Lord turned back and winked, implying, "If you can satisfy me, I might take you in as my male consort." Lin Han's face changed color as he thought about Yang Mok. Why did he have such a high position? So Yang Mok could become the Vice Duchess. Could it be because the housekeeper reached out and closed the door? Before the door closed completely, the Manor Lord said through the gap, "Think about it." Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief and said, "She's gone." She left. At this moment, the 2 girls slowly stepped out. Lin Han blushed as he looked at them. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He were gasping for breath. Cheng Miao Miao adjusted her hair and said sarcastically, as expected, like mother, like son. This kind of sneaky touching, in the middle of the night, running to the room of your competitor, what can't you let others know about?" Bai He didn't back down and retorted immediately, "That's right, you're the best, you're noble, you're honorable. Why are you hiding under someone's blanket?" The 2 women wouldn't give in. They both exclaimed angrily, "You." At this moment, Lin Han panicked and interrupted, calm down. Sit down and let's talk." Bai He quickly obeyed. She sat down firmly next to Lin Han and proudly said, "You heard that, right? Lin Han invited me to sit down." Bai He's actions made both Cheng Miao Miao and Lin Han widen their eyes in astonishment. Huh? Not to be outdone by her rival, Cheng Miao Miao draped her arm around Lin Han's shoulder and said, "Then you sit down freely. We usually hug like this." Lin Han was delighted but also confused by her words. "We do?" The two girls angrily grabbed Lin Han's arms and loudly argued, I want to hug too. Let go of him. You mind your own business. My business with Lin Han is none of your concern. I'll mind it if I want to. Two men and one woman, after several encounters, the four shadows and two hands, a joint attack technique. Cheng Miao Miao shouted, Lin Han, quickly chase this woman, the enemy, out. Hearing this, Bai He angrily retorted, enemy? If I hadn't lost your storage bag, Yang Wei, you wouldn't have caught up with us. The two women glared at each other, their sharp eyes turning to Lin Han at the same time. We're asking you, which one of us? Lin Han was flustered and shouted, impossible. Then, he stood up, pointed to the door, and said, the Manor Lord. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He followed his gaze, blushing and exclaiming, what? The diversion worked. Lin Han quickly ran away, not forgetting to say, you two stay here. The two girls realized it and chased after him. Cheng Miao Miao loudly ordered her elemental beast, Xiao Wu, lock the door. Quickly, Xiao Wu sprayed ice on the door outside. Bai He said, we need to talk things through tonight. Lin Han jumped and pleaded, you two, spare me. With your skills, you two are. Lin Han's jump was stopped by Cheng Miao Miao grabbing his cloak, causing it to come undone. The two girls witnessed the entire scene, their faces redder than tomatoes. Lin Han helplessly lamented, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Hurry up. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He cheered happily, The next morning, a young man knocked on the door to wake him up. Second uncle, wake up. We had to go for the draw. The young man was stunned and confused when the door slowly opened, the door isn't locked. The three of them, Cheng Miao Miao, Lin Han, and Bai He, were all lying on the bed, fast asleep. Lin Han, Cheng Miao Miao, and Bai He mumbled in their sleep, don't do that, I'm too tired. You must choose me. To He. The young man's face contorted, jealousy making him bite his nails as he asked the sky, we're all 3 feet tall, why can second uncle reach the sky? The next morning, in the courtyard behind the Manor Lord's manor, the housekeeper announced the competition rules to everyone. All the participating teams were present. Starting the draw. For the quarter-finals, we will draw to determine the opponents. The winner will advance to the semi-finals. The 5 contestants were puzzled. So 8 people are fighting each other, but there are only 5 of us? They wondered if the housekeeper's math skills were taught by the swordsmanship instructor. Not letting them wonder, the housekeeper explained, considering that there are only 5 people present, the Manor Lord has specially invited 3 experts from the imperial capital to compete with everyone. The 3 imperial capital experts approached cheerfully. Except for Lin Han, the other contestants were incredibly surprised and shocked by the Manor Lord's decision. Each of them spoke up, why? How can we be opponents to them? That's too unfair. The housekeeper didn't care. She calmly said, you're talking too much. If you want to quit, then leave. In front of the housekeeper was a drawing box. If you want to advance, come up here and draw. Miao Miao and Bai He stood outside and watched, both showing concern. Miao Miao thought, those 3 clearly came for Lin Han. If one of them draws Lin Han, it will be trouble. Bai He agreed, that's right, the odds are too high. The 2 women paused for a moment. They had just agreed with each other but then turned back, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Miao Miao said, Lin Han's business is none of your concern. Bai He didn't back down. She replied, I'm happy. Can you control me? Dai Diao stood outside, watching enviously as the 2 beautiful women fought over the name he hated. Yang Wei stepped forward to draw first. However, his hand was drawing, but his eyes were directed towards the 2 mounds above. The housekeeper urged him to hurry up. Yang Wei, hurry up. Yang Wei replied, yes, yes, yes. Another contestant named Huang Sam was calculating before drawing. He thought that using his left hand to draw would bring good luck. Lin Han, standing next to him, was completely impatient, urging Yang Wei to hurry up. Although they were different people, they all shared the same thought, don't draw those 3. It's best if they fight among themselves. Inside the drawing box was a frog holding the balls inscribed with the contestants' names. Yang Wei reached into the box. He felt the box was too deep. Perhaps he swung his hand too much, causing the frog inside to get a few bumps on its head. The frog held out a ball. Yang Wei touched it and exclaimed, I touched it. Yang Wei was about to read his opponent's name but was interrupted by the housekeeper. She called out the next person. The contestants seemed to want to draw first for better luck. Huang Sam wanted to use his left hand to draw for better luck. The guy named Mao Mi was even more stubborn. He wanted to use his foot to draw. After a while, everyone had finished drawing. They had determined their opponents. The housekeeper pointed to the competition board. The competition schedule is up. Everyone prepare yourselves. She announced, 15 minutes, 4 competition arenas, starting simultaneously. Lin Han was lucky enough to not draw the 3 imperial capital experts. He was fighting Yang Wei. Huang Sam exclaimed, what a coincidence. Those 3 didn't draw anyone. Yang Wei, standing next to him, laughed arrogantly. He said to Lin Han, you brat, you've fallen into my hands. It's fate. However, there was still a nagging concern in Lin Han's heart. Chen Shuang thought gloomily, this guy is lucky. With such a small probability, he managed to avoid the 3 of us. The imperial capital expert next to her praised, it's getting more and more interesting. Feng Queen remained calm. He thought that Lin Han wasn't lucky, but that someone wanted to protect him. After the draw, Lin Han went back to prepare. Dadiao and Miao Miao were very excited. Dadiao said, second uncle, you have to beat that bastard, Yang Wei, to a pulp. Miao Miao agreed, it's good we avoided those 3. The goddess of luck didn't abandon us. Lin Han expressed his anxiety and worry. He thought, someone wants me to see those 3 get beaten to a pulp. Seeking protection, becoming a male consort. Dadiao heard this and exclaimed, male consort? Who's male consort? Can I go too? It seemed Lin Han knew who it was. He looked at the seductive woman sitting in the examiner's chair, her appearance very seductive. 15 minutes later, it was time for the match to begin. The housekeeper announced the competition rules. Competition rules. No harm to life, no time limit for the duel. Falling off the competition stage or surrendering ends the competition. The match began. Lin Han glanced at the arena next to him. It was unfortunate for Huang Sam as he drew Feng Queen. He clasped his hands and said to him, I'm sorry. Feng Queen was still arrogant. He called Huang Sam trash. Yang Wei had summoned his elemental beast. He pointed and shouted, you brat, are you so scared you don't even dare to look at me? Now, kneel down and kowtow 10 times to me. Maybe I'll consider letting you die a whole death. Lin Han didn't pay attention. He urged Yang Wei to hurry up, don't affect my observation of the match. Lin Han watched the match between Huang Sam and Feng Queen. He thought to himself, so Feng Queen's elemental beast was a lightning type. Feeling disrespected, Yang Wei was furious. He shouted at Lin Han, you're still being tough even though you're about to die. He ordered his elemental beast, Underwear, crush him. Underwear obeyed and charged towards Lin Han. Lin Han didn't even bother to look. He gently waved his hand and threw out 3 copper coins to summon the 3 riches. His eyes remained fixed on the match between Huang Sam and Feng Queen. He ordered the 3 riches, silence Yang Wei. Miao Miao and Dadiao watched, excited. He summoned the 3 riches directly? He played his trump card right from the beginning. He Huan attacked first. She shot out a spider web. The spider web hit Underwear, making it furious. Yang Wei was still arrogant. He laughed loudly and asked, He Huan, you want to use your spider web to stop a powerful bear? He ordered his elemental beast to use its fists to stop it. But Yang Wei didn't expect that he would say, if you can't stop Underwear, He Huan will use her spider web to stop you. Caught in the move, Yang Wei didn't react in time. She pulled the spider silk on Yang Wei, pulling it hard towards Underwear, making Yang Wei panic. A horrified sound rang out. Human flesh collided violently with the body of a hard rock elemental beast. Yang Wei's face was covered in blood, his teeth shattered. Yang Wei was bewildered. Why am I the one getting hurt? Witnessing the tragic scene, Yang Wei's teammates were worried. One of them exclaimed, it's over. Wei Ji was hit by the little table. He urged Yang Wei to surrender, he must be injured in the head. Even after such a fatal blow, Yang Wei was still conscious. He raised his hand to stop his 2 teammates. The 2 of them were surprised to see Yang Wei was still awake. However, Yang Wei's face was contorted. His nose was bleeding profusely, tears were streaming down his eyes from the pain, and he had lost a tooth. His previous arrogance was gone. Yang Wei said, these minor injuries are nothing to me. It's just like scratching an itch. He still pretended he was fine, telling his 2 teammates not to shake anymore. He and the other person were puzzled. They hadn't moved at all. It was likely that the collision just now had really shaken Yang Wei's brain, so his mind was no longer balanced. Seizing the opportunity, He Huan attacked again. She shot out a spider web, tying Yang Wei and his elemental beast together. Lin Han observed from afar, not concerned, and said, Yang Wei, I don't want to waste too much energy on you. You're smart, surrender. Yang Wei found it funny. He turned his head and said, in my life's dictionary, there are no such words as surrender. But the direction Yang Wei turned his head wasn't towards Lin Han, but towards his two teammates. Yang Wei really was brain injured. The other person helplessly said, Wei Ji, he's over there. Realizing he had been tricked, Yang Wei was annoyed. Damn it, this brat's movements are too fast. It seemed like Yang Wei had lost, but he still had plans. The little table's weight is 1200 caddies, plus me, it's 1250 caddies. As long as he doesn't actively get off the platform, even if Lin Han is exhausted, he won't be able to move us. Yang Wei thought to himself, I'll wait for me to rest and recover, then I can make a show. Then, Yang Wei laughed like a mental patient. Lin Han found it irritating. He asked the referee, can I kill this guy? The referee was flustered and said, you can't take a life. Only if the other party voluntarily surrenders or falls off the platform can the match end. Dadiao watched from below and yelled angrily, what if he's stubborn and refuses to surrender? Are we helpless? It seemed like they were helpless against Yang Wei's stubbornness, but he had forgotten that only one of Lin Han's elemental beasts had appeared. There were two more. Lin Han ordered, Ko Kha and Nai Nai, make Yang Wei surrender. The two of them obeyed. Ko Kha and Nai Nai calmly approached Yang Wei. Yang Wei in underwear were a little confused, but he was still confident. Hey, if you use a beauty trick on me, I might consider surrendering. Lin Han chuckled sinisterly. He told Yang Wei, there's no beauty trick. You can experience a little bit of small candle. Yang Wei was confused. Small what? Without waiting for Yang Wei, Nai Nai created a huge block of ice and placed it on top of Yang Wei's head. Ko Kha created a ring of fire that surrounded the bottom of the ice block. Lin Han's small candle refers to Ko Kha's fire melting the ice from Nai Nai, causing the water to boil. When the boiling water drips down on the person below, their skin and flesh will be scalded. The boiling water quickly dripped onto Yang Wei's face. He was in pain, and the elemental beast next to him was terrified. Yang Wei was so hot that he started to roll back and forth to cool down, but the boiling water continued to drip. The fact that Yang Wei was rolling back and forth only helped the boiling water spread evenly over his entire body. Yang Wei said in pain to Underwear, little table, you have thick skin and fat, stay on top and protect me. Underwear heard this and came up with an idea. One would think it would protect Yang Wei, but it did the opposite. Underwear turned around, causing Yang Wei's entire front to face the ice block. Yang Wei was instantly angered and cursed, you bastard. Move me down now, or I'll pluck your fur. Underwear's ears couldn't take it anymore. It boiled over. Above, Yang Wei continued to yell, quickly change me to the bottom. Yang Wei didn't expect that the weight he was confident would help him win just now would backfire on him. Without any pity, Underwear leaned forward, using its massive weight to press down on Yang Wei. Yang Wei's teammates standing outside were shocked. After an hour of touching with the little table in the 100-petal flower pose, Yang Wei was exhausted. Finally, he surrendered. Head, surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. Wah. Yang Wei's teammates could only comfort him with a few words, don't cry anymore. It's over. While that was tragic on one side, on Lin Han's side, 2 ears, 2 sisters. Dadiao praised second uncle, you're so good. Meow Meow also praised, the first round was so easy. Only Lin Han was worried. It won't be easy like this later. Looking at the arena next to him, a contestant fighting the Imperial Capital expert had lost. He was hit directly in the head by his own elemental beast, which was frozen. His teammate came in and could only cry, trying to wake him up. The first round ended like this. The housekeeper announced, the qualified contestants are Qing Shuang, Lin Han, Amo, and Qin Feng Queen. The housekeeper read out the names of the contestants who would fight each other. Next, the semifinals. The first match, Qing Shuang vs Lin Han. Dadiao cheered for Lin Han, second uncle, good luck. Meow Meow was worried. Be careful. If you can't handle it, surrender. Safety first. The housekeeper smiled sinisterly, her feet calmly resting on the table. She told Lin Han, the Manor Lord wants me to convey this to you. You still have time to change your mind. Lin Han didn't care. He said, thank you, Manor Lord, but there's no need. The housekeeper seemed to be heartless. She placed a watermelon between her legs. She directly crushed it, as if to express her anger. She said, "You don't want to drink the good wine, you want to drink the punishment wine?" The first semifinal match, Lin Han and Qing Shuang stood on the stage, preparing to fight. Qing Shuang folded her arms, smiled cheerfully and said, "Kid, don't worry, you won't die for now." The match began. The housekeeper let out a smile full of murderous intent and happily ate a piece of the watermelon she had crushed. The match just began, only to see Qing Fuang smiling maliciously. He commanded Liaoling to attack. From behind, a black shadow suddenly appeared and attacked Linhan, making her startled. Linhan jumped up to dodge the attack, seeing that Qing Fuang's primal beast was a wolf human. Dadiao, standing outside, observed with a puzzled expression, asking why Ershu hadn't unleashed his primal beast yet. Miao Miao, standing beside her, explained that all three of his primal beasts were not specialized in close combat. If he suddenly unleashed them, he'd be facing death. While they were watching, the eliminated contestants behind them cheered loudly. "Go, go, be brave, Linhan, go, go, Linhan, come on, HMPH, not bad." Miao Miao was a bit flustered at this. She never dreamt that the 6 counties would unite like this. Beihe heard this and responded, "After all, Linhan is the only hope left in the 6 counties. Everyone wouldn't be willing to let those outsiders snatch the champion." Linhan silently looked at her opponent, her hand reaching into her pocket. Dadiao was overjoyed upon seeing this. Ershu is finally unleashing his primal beast. The first primal beast Ershu wants to summon is. The ring emitted a blue light, so Miao Miao could guess it was a ice element primal beast, the Nan Nai. Nan Nai appeared. Yang Wei's teammates shouted, "He's about to make a move, Linhan." Before they could rejoice, everyone was stunned to find that Linhan had summoned Nan Nai outside the arena, meaning she had been eliminated. Everyone was panicked, asking why she was below the arena. Seeing this, Qing Fuang laughed out loud. He asked Linhan, "Little brat, have you been scared silly? You threw your primal beast off the arena. You've lost." Linhan remained calm, asking, "Who said the primal beast being off the arena means losing? I'm still on the arena, aren't I?" The stewardess had just finished a watermelon and explained with difficulty. The rules indeed don't have any restrictions on the primal beast's location. As long as the contestant participating is still on the arena, the match can continue. Dadiao expressed his admiration for Linhan. "Amazing, this move is too amazing." He was so excited that tears flowed from his eyes. If Nan Nai is a long-range Kai Yuan, then it must appear on the arena. Liaoling is a close combat type. If he's on the arena, he won't be able to attack Nan Nai, becoming a target for Nan Nai. If Liaoling gets off the arena, Qing Fuang will be weakened. Listening to Dadao's explanations made Qing Fuang uncomfortable. He and Liaoling charged forward to attack Linhan, saying, "No matter how many tricks you play, it's useless." As they got closer, countless large and small ice blocks flew towards Qing Fuang and Liaoling, taking them by surprise. Qing Fuang confidently responded, smashing the ice blocks with his hand. Liaoling used his sharp jaws to bite through the ice. Qing Fuang said to Linhan, "What good can these ice blocks do? You're already dead, struggling is meaningless." Qing Fuang didn't expect that these seemingly harmless ice blocks would pose a great danger. A crisp, crack sound echoed. Liaoling winced in pain from biting a large iron ball covered in ice that he had just broken. Qing Fuang wasn't much better, his hand pierced by sharp weapons, blood gushing out. He clutched his hand, trembling continuously, tears of pain streaming down his face. Liaoling also held his poor teeth. Feng Queen and Amac, watching from the outside, looked calm. Amac said, "It seems like it hurts. Right on the nerve, huh?" Feng Queen also added, "This is the price of underestimating." Qing Fuang, numbed with pain, stood still, finally witnessing the scene of the people below throwing hot and cold objects at Nan Nai, freezing them. He and Liaoling were furious. Qing Fuang shouted, "Put down your things. Do you believe I'll kill you?" Liaoling also howled in resentment. Suddenly, a wall appeared below Qing Fuang. Linhan had completely enraged him this time. Qing Fuang used an ice element technique, launching it straight at the people below. In an instant, a tall, thick city wall was formed, enveloping the arena, making it impossible for the people below to throw things anymore. Everyone exclaimed, "It's over, he's trapped Linhan inside." Inside the ice, thick fog shrouded Linhan's vision. She became cautious. Qing Fuang proudly told Linhan, "Inside my ice snowland terrain, your speed will be sealed by the snow, your vision will be blurred by the cold air. Inside the ice snowland terrain, There was also a strong wind, making it even harder for Linhan to move. Qing Fuang continued, "My Liaoling only needs to rely on his sense of smell to accurately trace your scent." Qing Fuang hid in the fog, laughing gleefully, "Now, even if you have wings, you can't fly. In 3 seconds, you'll be finished. Liaoling, activate your scent-searching mode. Prepare to hunt Linhan." While laughing happily, a pair of pants covered in some kind of liquid were thrown straight into Qing Fuang's face. Liaoling turned his head in the opposite direction, following the scent. He had identified his target. Before Qing Fuang could figure out what it was, Liaoling was already in a fighting stance. Then, with a Kai net move, it charged straight towards Qing Fuang, severely injuring him, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Qing Fuang's face was bruised, his nose swollen as if stung by a bee, and his 2 front teeth were broken. The handsome look from just a few seconds ago was gone. Qing Fuang was confused, wondering how Linhan knew his location. Qing Fuang was knocked back, shattering the ice wall, falling out of the arena. Linhan, inside, also gave advice. "If you want to fight, then fight, don't talk so much." Linhan stepped out, completely naked. He laughed and said, "You just keep barking, I'm not deaf, you know. How could I not hear your location? Villains dying from talking too much is not a miscarriage of justice." Linhan's louse was displayed in front of everyone, its length causing surprise among the ladies. Even Miao Miao, Beihe, the stewardess, and even Dadiao were all nosebleeding upon seeing it. Grr, grr, grr. The agonizing cries of Qing Fuang's primal beast echoed. He was terrified, seeing his owner beaten to a bloody pulp, even losing some teeth. His soul was about to escape. At the same time, an announcement sounded. The first semifinal, Linhan wins. Linhan stood on the arena, shirtless, proudly looking down at the 2 defeated men. He said, "Looks like you have a big life, getting hit with a completely unreasonable blow and still breathing." Qing Fuang was unconscious and unable to speak. His primal beast could only hold its head and cry, "Yeah, we won. Linhan, long live." The people of Shanyang County came forward to cheer for him, even lifting him up in the air, praising him. However, Linhan's pants were a bit loose, and when he was lifted up, they accidentally slipped down. Linhan shouted, "Wait for me to pull up my pants first." Upon seeing this scene, both Cheng Miao Miao and Beihe couldn't help but nosebleed. Ming Somlio, seeing the result of the match, was extremely excited. She put her hand to her mouth, touching her burning tongue, and commented, "Truly unexpected." At this moment, the manor head was observing the battle from afar. Seeing the battle just now, she couldn't help but feel excited, her thighs rubbing against each other, trembling. She secretly praised Linhan, "Little boy, you truly gave me a big surprise." On the arena, Linhan had put on his clothes properly again. Beihe and Cheng Miao Miao supported him on both sides. Everyone was happily celebrating his victory, shouting, let's go, watch them tear each other apart later." On the other side, the stewardess continued to announce to the 2 people standing in front of her, "2 contestants of the second team, prepare yourselves." Immediately, the remaining black-haired girl spoke, "I forfeit." "If she forfeits, then I directly level up, right?" Qin Feng Queen asked. This matter immediately caught the attention of Linhan's group. Hearing this, they all buzzed. "What, this is too dirty. You bastards, don't you have any face?" But at that moment, Beihe suddenly realized. So, doesn't this mean Linhan has to fight another match? These words immediately reached Qin Feng Queen's ears. He turned to glare at them, his eyes burning with murderous intent, his words extremely strong. "Ridiculous, with my strength, do I need to play tricks within the rules of the game?" That gaze was directed at them. However, facing that gaze head-on were Linhan and Cheng Miao Miao, standing in front. At that moment, they felt something unusual, as if thousands of strange black-red beams of power pierced through them. The only sounds in the space were the words, "Kill, kill, kill," dyed a deep red of blood. A series of thud, thud, thud sounds echoed. Everyone's footsteps became unsteady, swaying. Some people even fell. Among them were Cheng Miao Miao, Beihe, Lu Dadiao, and countless others. Only Linhan remained trembling, standing his ground. The 2 girls fearfully clung to his legs. Cheng Miao Miao fearfully exclaimed, I'm still alive." Beihe was also trembling no less, hurriedly asking, "What just happened?" Manor head Ming Somlio, sitting on the grand chair, crossed her legs with a stern expression. "What's going on? Do you plan to launch a massacre on my territory?" Qin Feng Queen grinned darkly, looking extremely dangerous. He said, replying to the manor head, if someone questions the juniors' tactics, the juniors wouldn't dare. To prove our innocence, I still hope the manor head will allow the finals to proceed tomorrow. Amak, standing beside him, couldn't help but express his doubts. The manor head couldn't hide her satisfaction. She said, worthy of being a talented young man from the capital. Your actions are direct indeed. Alright, then the finals will proceed tomorrow. Cheng Miao, hearing this, was overjoyed. She thanked heaven and earth. Thank goodness, we've escaped alive. Lu Dadiao, behind her, also quickly encouraged, Shu, we're sure to win. Rest up for a night, tomorrow we'll definitely be able to take him down. However, Lin Han's face was very grim at this moment. He furrowed his brows, and in his golden eyes, worry couldn't be concealed. No, you're all too optimistic. Looking at Qin Feng Queen leaving with his companions, Lin Han was even more worried, for he knew. Even if we rest for a night, I'm not his opponent. In the night, countless people gathered in front of the resting room. They were all the victims who had lost in previous matches. They had placed all their hope on Lin Han being able to win against those arrogant ones. So, even with their injuries, they still came to find him and cheer for him. However, they waited for a long time and still didn't see Lin Han. Everyone started to get impatient and asked, why hasn't Lin Han come out yet? What is he doing? The finals are tomorrow. Don't embarrass us. Lu Dadiao and Cheng Miao stood in front, blocking the door, explaining to them, everyone, don't bother Lin Han. He's studying tactics for tomorrow. We must have faith in him. That's right. He's probably practicing his ultimate technique, or maybe drinking magical pills. Maybe he's in seclusion. Each person said their thoughts. Only Yang Wei, wrapped in white bandages and still sitting in a wheelchair, said, this little brat is very cunning, he definitely has a way to win. At this time, inside that room, Lin Han swallowed 2 pills. I'm ready. Lin Han exclaimed, his 2 palms colliding in a ready stance. He was in a state of extreme enthusiasm, his masculine passion surging. The book accompanying him was also beside him, serving as his teacher. It proudly said, after taking the pills I put my heart into making, you're sure to win. Suddenly, oh, my king. 2 seductive voices echoed from somewhere, one red and one white. It was GKHA and Nan Nai, wearing seductive attire, calling out to him. Your servants are ready. They were already sitting comfortably on a pure white bedspread. With waist-strengthening and kidney-tonifying pills, enhancing GKHA and Nan Nai's level tonight wouldn't be a big issue. It's just that your vital energy will be damaged. But this is a last resort when there's no other way. The book explained with concern. But Lin Han didn't even pay attention to the beautiful women. All he saw were bright hearts of love, his passion burning even more fiercely. For love and justice in this world, this grievance was nothing. Lin Han had taken off his clothes and was about to dive into both GKHA and Nan Nai when he suddenly heard a noise. Lin Han, little brother, hey! A voice echoed from outside, making him blush and jump, startled. Who is it? Don't be excited, it's me. A man climbed in through the window. Lin Han was surprised. City Lord? Thud, it seemed like he lost his footing. Lu Tiezu slipped and fell, his face hitting the floor with a wham. He exclaimed, Lin Han was still confused and questioned, what are you doing here? The match isn't over yet. The City Lord stood up, his face full of authority, looking at Lin Han with a round bump on his forehead like a peach. He said, do you think I'm only someone who sits and waits for victory? I'm here to help you win the championship. Lin Han looked at the concerning bump on his head and thought, whether I can win the championship is uncertain, but I will definitely live a long and healthy life. Lin Han scratched his head, confused, asking, how are you going to help me win the championship? But in his heart, he was shouting, big brother, hurry up and leave, don't bother me with this important matter. Lu Tiezu put his hand on his hip and said, those bastards think they can do whatever they want just because they're from the capital. He gritted his teeth in anger, things have come to this, I'm going against my ancestors' teachings. Then Lu Tiezu turned around, pointed at Lin Han's face, and laughed. Tonight, I will teach you the Lei Bun Ju. To deal with Qin Feng Queen's lightning element primal beast, only Lei Fa can defeat the enemy. Lin Han was curious, will this be enough time? The book beside him also questioned. The Lei Bun Ju is indeed miraculously effective, but learning it all in one night. Lu Tiezu laughed, starting to take off his shirt, don't worry, we'll have enough time. We won't be resting tonight. He tossed his shirt aside, revealing a tight pink shirt with a deep neckline that showed his belly button. He proudly said, I will entrust myself to you. Seeing Lu Tiezu's appearance, He felt like blood was flowing from everywhere on his body. He advised, "Big brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Things are getting weirder." Cheng Miao Miao, Beihe, and Lu Dadiao were standing outside. Lu Dadiao asked tiredly, "Do we have to watch over this place all night?" Beihe replied, "Of course, what if they sneak attack Linhan tonight? It'll be a big hassle." Cheng Miao Miao said shyly, "I believe Linhan will definitely find a way to win. We're here tonight to protect him." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the room, "Must it be like this?" Then Lu Tieju's voice followed, "Don't speak, use your heart to feel." Linhan tried to speak, but, however, Lu Tiezu covered his mouth, "No buts. Lie down, don't move. Let me aim properly." The people outside noticed. Beihe asked, "Did you hear that strange conversation?" Cheng Miao also said, "I think I heard the city lord's voice." Lu Dadiao laughed, "Ha ha ha, how could my father appear in Linhan's room in the middle of the night? No way, absolutely no way." But then everyone fell silent, lost in thought. They rushed to look through the crack in the door, then made excuses. "We're just looking, not going in." Inside the room, Lu Tiezu was lying on the bed with Linhan to transfer his energy. He asked, "Good, go in. What do you feel?" Linhan replied, "It's very warm." Everyone outside was shocked, screaming in their hearts, "Father, Linhan? The city lord and Linhan? Father and second uncle? They play like this?" Linhan inside the room awkwardly asked, "Why do we have to use this strange position to transfer energy?" Lu Tiezu gave a simple reason that was impossible to refute. "Because I'm tired, I want to lie down and rest my back." The next morning, Linhan stepped out, full of energy. What a fresh new day. But Linhan was curious. Why was Lu Dadiao hugging a tree, sobbing and crying, "Wah, wah"? Second uncle turned into second aunt. Cheng Miao Miao and Beihe were hugging each other and crying. "No wonder he's not interested in us. We're really unlucky." He asked everyone, "What's wrong with everyone?" Lu Tiezu also came out of the room and asked, "Why are you three crying so early in the morning?" Lu Dadiao hugged the tree, tears and snot flowing all over the place, wailing and trembling, "Father, father, if you have anything else to hide from your son, just tell me everything. I can take it." This made Lu Tiezu confused. Lu Dadiao leaned closer and whispered, "Father, did you?" At this point, he understood everything. Lu Tiezu, furious, punched Lu Dadiao into the air and cursed, "I worked so hard to transfer my energy to your second uncle, and this little brat dares to slander his father like this. He deserves to be beaten." Cheng Miao Miao asked Lin Han again, "Were you two practicing martial arts last night?" Lin Han scratched his head and replied, "Yes, the city lord came too suddenly, everyone misunderstood him." Lu Dadiao flew down from above and shouted, "Father and son, you're wrong." Lu Taizu still blamed, "Can you talk nonsense like that? If your uncle Cheng Feng hears it, how can I explain it to him?" Cheng Miao Miao and Beihe seemed to realize something and blushed. While Lin Han could only scratch his head, at most, they had an unexpected harvest. A while later, in the arena, everyone cheered, "Lin Han, come on. Defeat him." Qin Feng Chong threatened, "Hand over that thing, and I'll stop at any time. Otherwise, I'll torment you until you die." Lin Han was not afraid and said, "The city lord is sitting here. Do you dare to kill me in front of her? You're breaking the rules of the arena by doing so." Qin Feng Chong revealed a dangerous look and said, "You're still naive. To tell you the truth, the finals will take place today and can be held normally." He pointed at Ming Song Lu, who was teasing the stewardess, and said, "It proves that the city lord doesn't care whether you live or die. You've been abandoned by her." A creature with golden wings and a blue body suddenly appeared, surrounded by countless green lightning bolts. "Come on, I can't wait any longer," Qin Feng Chong said. This was the primal beast he summoned, 11 stars. People exclaimed in surprise, "A humanoid primal beast." Primal beasts will undergo changes in appearance during their ascension, gradually approaching the form of a demon, the scholar explained, from low-level primal beasts, humanoid primal beasts, and finally demons. These types of primal beasts still retain the characteristics of each species, which is a humanoid primal beast. Lin Han said carefully, "I've encountered it before. It's very fast." Lin Qing thought about Lu Taiju's words from before, learned temporarily. You still can't produce extreme lightning, but you can use the lightning pursuit technique to borrow it. So, tomorrow, you must secretly absorb the extreme lightning from the primal beast and then use it to restrain your opponent. Can you please stop making those strange noises? Lin Han below him was speechless. "Don't talk. Focus your energy and feel it carefully, he reminded Lin Han. Back to reality, Lin Han's face was stupid as he thought. Why? His heart was filled with a strong sense of shame. The stewardess reminded, competitors, prepare. Min Song Lu's long legs, clad in black stockings, were raised, inviting the Ola Manor Lord to step on them. The Manor Lord's other leg stomped down, creating a resounding impact. The match began. At the same time, Qin Feng Qing said, leave it to you. Immediately, the blue beast soared forward, launching an attack on its opponent. Lin Xing also jumped up at the same time, dodging the attack. He sneered, his speed like lightning, kha. Only to see the beast turn around and attack him. It suddenly wrapped its arms around Lin Xing from behind, locking him in a tight embrace and preventing him from moving. Oh no, he's been caught. This is bad. Everyone in the audience was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. On the other side, someone said, it's over so quickly. The stewardess next to the Manor Lord commented, don't worry, let's see what tricks this young lad has up his sleeve. On the stage, Lin Xing was struggling against the beast. You're holding me too tight. He was unable to move. Qin Feng Qing snapped her fingers and said, you're disappointing me. A scream of anguish came from Lin Xing as the beast transformed into a bolt of lightning that surrounded his body, giving him an electric shock. Enjoy this moment of Lin Xing's suffering, he said arrogantly. Everyone was worried about Lin Xing's condition. Second uncle, Lin Xing. You stupid kid, I told you to find an opportunity to absorb, not cling like this. You'll explode. Lu Taizu, disguised as a bush, was secretly watching the fight. I'm almost full, Lin Xing suddenly said. The hand that was holding him tightly started to tremble. The beast's eyes showed a look of confusion. Lin Xing continued, thank you for the hospitality. He slapped the beast across the face, making it spit out blood. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tables have turned. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. They cheered for him. Look at me, die, look over here. The narcissistic Lam Shou shouted. Lin Xing turned around and swung his fist towards Qin Feng Qing. The arrogant Qin Feng Qing said, HMPH, what's the point of using this kind of tactic to grab my attention? Lin Xing couldn't escape. Let me come and enjoy a little bit of him. Just then, Lin Xing's powerful punch sent him flying, smashing him onto the ground. Broken tiles flew everywhere. He was caught completely off guard by Lin Xing's punch, a look of pain on his face. How can this be? You clearly don't know any thunder techniques. Cough, cough. Qin Feng Qing coughed as he got up from the pile of broken tiles. Lin Xing said, unexpected, right? That's because you know absolutely nothing about true power. Lin Xing's body was now emitting golden lightning, his face triumphant. The shirt covering his upper body was torn, revealing his powerful physique. Lin Xing stepped out and said, after I change my clothes, we'll continue. Qin Feng Qing retreated to defend himself. This guy is very sinister. I have to summon all my strength to deal with him. I can't make any low-level mistakes. Lin Xing pointed to the sky and let out a hey sound, making Qin Feng Qing turn around to look. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked Qin Feng Qing, making him lose his balance. Qin Feng Qing frowned and cried out, damn it. Lin Xing kicked Qin Feng Qing away. He flew to the corner of the stage and felt something was wrong. Cheng Miao Miao happily said, he fell off the stage, and he's still being so arrogant, huh? We win. A bodyguard rushed out to support Qin Feng Qing. After taking a deep breath to encourage himself, he thought, as a bodyguard, I can't lose face like this. Then he struck a blow that sent Qin Feng Qing flying back onto the stage. He returned to the stage and exclaimed, that was too dangerous. Lin Xing was stunned. The audience below protested, his body left the stage, doesn't he care about his reputation anymore? He's being unfair. The stewardess leaned in and whispered to Ming Song Lu, before the match, the Tan family gifted 10 chests of Koi Lin armor, all of them top grade. The market value is 200,000 taels of silver. Ming Song Lu replied with a humph. Then he said, the final explanation is that if his body doesn't touch the ground, it doesn't count as exceeding the boundaries. The stewardess accepted the order and said, yes, the manor lord is strict. The stewardess announced to everyone, if his body doesn't touch the ground, it doesn't count as exceeding the boundaries. The match will continue. Everyone was surprised by the announcement. Cheng Miao Miao said, what? Lu Dai Diao also said angrily, that's too biased. Lin Xing crossed his arms and smiled, are you saying we only fight until you surrender? Qin Feng Qing attacked. I won't give you a chance. He gathered his energy and activated the beast-human cooperation mode. A surge of blue energy transferred from Qin Feng Qing to his beast. The beast, empowered, soared into the air. He took out his mirror and saw the 12 constellations. He's transferring his own spiritual energy to the beast to level it up. In a flash, the beast disappeared, making He exclaim, "That was fast." The beast charged towards Lin Xing with incredible speed. Trapping him in a circle, Qin Feng Qing said, "As long as he's hit by the thunder speed twist, he's completely trapped, no chance of survival." Qin Feng Qing sneered, he can only watch himself being twisted into pieces. Lin Xing observed and thought, the beast's high-speed movement is equivalent to a bullet. Once hit, he'll be shattered into pieces. He thought of a way. I can only go up, then jump high. He thought, maybe there's still a chance of survival. Qin Feng Qing scoffed, do you think I didn't consider you running upwards? Lin Xing was hit by his palm. He was injured and groaned, then flew backwards. Lu Didiao rushed over, no good, he's about to fall off the stage. Lu Didiao reached out his hand to catch him, second uncle, I'm here. But Cheng Miao Miao said, don't sabotage it. He said, get out of the way, step over him and run. Lin Xing's feet were still on the stage. But Lin Xing was blushing and trembling, his body was outside the stage. He stammered, you. Lin Xing's hands were pushing against Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He, causing both of them to fall down, which was a bit awkward. Lin Xing was upside down, his hands placed awkwardly. He nonchalantly said, thank you, you're very soft. I mean, you're very brave. Hearing this, the girls blushed and retorted, get up and fight, you don't have a chance. Qin Feng Qing charged towards Lin Xing. Suddenly, Lin Xing roared, Nan Nai. A green light shot up from his feet towards Qin Feng Qing. Nan Nai materialized from the light and said, don't you dare harm the Wu Huang. She launched a palm strike towards Qin Feng Qing. He blocked her attack with one hand and said, you dare, with your pitiful skills. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stepped on the layer of ice beneath his feet. His butt landed heavily on the prepared ice, causing him to tumble. Qin Feng Qing let out a scream. He slid along the ice towards Lin Xing. Following the ice's slippery momentum, he slammed straight into Lin Xing's legs. A sharp pain surged between his legs, causing his face to contort with tears. His tongue lolled out, his soul flew away. This part is muted for 5 minutes. Qin Feng Qing trembled as he got up. He brought his legs together and pointed at Lin Xing's face. I can't believe you used such a despicable and cruel trick. It's unforgivable. Lin Xing scratched his head in confusion. I didn't do anything. It was you. He argued, what the hell, I didn't hit myself, did I? Qin Feng Qing roared with humiliation. At the same time, he and his beast charged forward. Only by crushing you into paste can I vent my rage. Double wheel thunder speed twist. As soon as he unleashed the technique, it transformed into blue lightning bolts that swirled around Lin Xing. Everyone exclaimed, this is bad. Even running up into the air won't work this time. This was truly a disadvantageous situation for Lin Xing. Second uncle, you clearly have thunder-type chi. Why are you hesitating? Why don't you make a move? Lu Didiao questioned. The Great Thunder running system has 5 stages. Absorb, guide, control, illuminate, and explode. This voice belonged to Lu Taizu. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. Father, City Lord, Dai Diao and Miao Miao exclaimed simultaneously. He's been diligently training, but he's only reached the absorb stage, so he can't produce thunder-type chi. He can only absorb and then release it. His gaze turned serious as he explained, absorb uses the Dantian as a pool, absorbing and storing the power of thunder. Guide uses the Heart Sutra as a rope, guiding the thunder from heaven and earth at my command. Control uses spiritual energy to transform into thunder, internal thunder force surging endlessly. Illuminate uses vital energy to refine ancient thunder, its magnificent colors spanning the world. Explode uses divine will to command, the forbidden spell of the 10,000 thunder celestial tribulation, leveling the 4 seas. Even a prodigious talent like me took 10 years to reach the guide stage. It's difficult for Lin Xing to use the thunder running technique to defeat his opponent. He judged gravely. Ha ha ha, you only have 3 seconds left. I'm being kind by counting for you. Qin Feng Qing laughed sinisterly. His voice came from behind the blue lightning bolts. Both Lin Xing and Nan Nai were caught in the middle of the attack, panicking. 3. He started counting. This distance isn't enough to absorb enough electricity. He struggled to think, too. But getting too close is extremely dangerous. What should I do? Suddenly, he had an idea. That's right. I might not be able to defeat him, but I can keep up with his speed. Lin Xing vanished from the stage. Qin Feng Qing was surprised. Where did he go? Unexpectedly, he appeared behind Qin Feng Qing. So that's how it is. If you concentrate thunder-type qi in your legs, you can activate this kind of speed. Learned it. Thank you. Lin Xing had transformed into a golden lightning bolt, chasing after Qin Feng Qing. Qin Feng Qing angrily swung his hand to strike him. What are you following me for? Scram. Damn it, this way, my speed and killing power won't be able to be unleashed, he thought hard. Nan Nai, raise the ice, he ordered. She responded, yes. Immediately, a block of ice rose from the middle of the stage towards the sky, launched by Nan Nai. Qin Feng Qing's flight path was unexpectedly cut off by the block of ice. Lin Xing swiftly launched an attack towards him. Qin Feng Qing and his beast were both frozen to the ice block. No, I can't move. Lin Xing's entire body was surrounded by lightning, his eyes flashing as he uttered, gather. Qin Feng Qing's blue lightning was gradually replaced by Lin Xing's golden lightning. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Look, what is Lin Xing doing? Qin Feng Qing's attack is broken. Now, Qin Feng Qing was surrounded by Lin Xing's lightning. Lin Xing struck another palm. The block of ice shattered into large pieces, taking Qin Feng Qing and his beast with it, obliterated by the lightning. Witnessing this fight, Lu Taizu was stunned, his aged face flushed with excitement, his complexion rosy like a young girl's. He broke through the guide stage in less than a day. At the same time, everyone, including Miao Miao and Dai Diao, shouted in unison, he won. Whoa, 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 Lin Xing. On the stage, which was now shattered and charred from Lin Xing's attacks, Qin Feng Qing lay defeated by the power of the protagonist's aura. He was burnt black, leaving only his pants intact. Lin Xing was currently grabbing his leg, dragging him away. Don't, go easy, please. Qin Feng Qing begged Lin Xing in pain. Lin Xing was too busy dragging him away and tossing him off the stage, so he didn't even bother to reply. You've lost, get out of here. Lin Xing tossed Qin Feng Qing off the stage, signifying his defeat, and told the trio from the capital to leave. Qing Feng was enraged and shouted, You dare treat the Wu Lin Wei with disrespect? I bet everything I have. Today, I will. Qing Feng unleashed his Super Saiyan power, blue version, and threatened Lin Xing. Stop making a fool of yourself. A Mo swung her hand, hitting Qing Feng on the head. He fell backwards, hitting his head on the tile, silencing his blustering mouth before a fight could break out. However, they started fighting amongst themselves. Cheng Miao Miao crossed her arms and watched the scene unfold with amusement. It seems you've come to your senses. If you dare cause trouble again, the three of you will never know peace. Lu Dai Diao, emboldened by their victory, loudly warned the three from the capital. Bai He, also celebrating Lin Xing's win, joined in and said, That's right. He could defeat the two of them. You truly have skills. If you want to celebrate, do it quickly, because a terrible rage from the capital will soon come for your head. Amo, carrying the two defeated young men, responded to Dai Diao's words and issued a warning to Lin Xing. Lin Xing listened to Amo's words, his expression becoming serious, pondering what she said. Go, I'll take you home. Amo, carrying the man, swiftly ran off, smashing through a wall for the fastest escape. Lin Xing watched them go, unable to bear their ignorance. This trio from the capital were truly petty. Don't worry, they're just trying to save face. Lu Taizu suddenly appeared in a disguise of all leaves, placing his hand on Lin Xing's shoulder and offering words of comfort. Even if they really do come. Protecting the safety of the Shangshan mansion is the responsibility of this vice manor lord, Lu. With me here, I guarantee I'll make them run for their lives. Lu Taizu emerged dramatically after removing his leafy disguise. He appeared in a gold-plated black underwear paired with a tight-fitting, chubby outfit, with gold accents in strategic places. It was truly eye-catching. Only his son, Dai Diao, blindly idolized Lu Taizu. Lin Xing was now being hoisted high in the air by everyone, hailed as a hero. On the contrary, you're quite active. You even came to watch the fight personally. Ming Song Lu appeared and spoke to Lu Taizu. Upon hearing this, Lu Taizu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in response. Well, our player is participating in the competition, so I have to come and take care of things. Manor Lord, Where do you think our new office would be suitable? I think those rooms over there are not bad. To the left is the kitchen, to the right is the bathroom, in front is the women's bathroom, and in the back is the sleeping quarters. Lu Taizu, with a lecherous expression, leaned closer to Ming Song Lu, his hand starting to wander towards her shoulder. It was clear that both father and son were equally infatuated with women. Take your filthy hands off me. Ming Song Lu's beast appeared, wrapping itself around Lu Taizu, punishing him for daring to have such thoughts. Ming Song Lu stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest, her expression unreadable. Ouch, ouch, stop pulling there, AAA. Lu Taizu was being toyed with by Ming Song Lu's beast like a flexible ruler, causing him to cry out in pain. Father. Lu Dai Diao rushed over to save his father. Ming Song Lu stepped closer to Lin Xing and said, if you're interested, the position of Vice Manor Lord. I'd much rather have you. Ming Song Lu tempted him, using a sweet voice to speak to Lin Xing. She even raised her slender finger to stroke his chin, leaving Lin Xing speechless with pleasure. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He were both furious when Ming Song Lu touched Lin Xing. I spit on you, Cheng Miao Miao angrily exclaimed. Bai He growled, this gold digger, she dares to openly target Lin Xing. No need, I'm just a commoner. Perhaps the city lord can do it. Lin Xing politely declined. Ming Song Lu leaned closer to Lin Xing, causing his face to flush even more. I truly like you more and more. Ming Song Lu said coquettishly to Lin Xing, her lips licking suggestively, her green eyes narrowed as she looked at him. Alright, the champion of this year's 6 counties finals is Lin Xing from the Shanyang County. Ming Song Lu wrapped her arms around Lin Xing's waist, standing beside him as she announced it to everyone. Lin Xing stood close to her like a little wife. The city lord, Lu Taizu of Shanyang County, has been promoted to Vice Manor Lord. Yeah, both father and son, Lu Taizu, hugged each other and shouted in joy, conveniently hugging Ming Song Lu's beast as well to celebrate. The beast, with an expressionless face, endured their celebration. Yang Wei's group also cheered with the crowd. Only Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He were biting their hands in frustration as they watched Lin Xing being embraced by Ming Song Lu. Wait, why do we have to celebrate? The people from the Waiwu County cheered enthusiastically before realizing they were celebrating for their enemy. They were the ones who lost. 3 days later, in Shanyang County, Lin Xing was about to attend the city lord's mansion banquet. Cheng Miao Miao skipped merrily to Lin Xing's room and called out, hurry up, or else. Cheng Miao Miao, still smiling and chatting, reached out to push open the door and enter. A voice interrupted Cheng Miao Miao's words at that moment. Didn't wait for the main character, but waited for the love interest. A group of assassins, ambushing Lin Xing's room, struck. Cheng Miao Miao was sweating profusely, thinking, this is bad. The leader shouted, seize him. The assassins immediately charged towards Cheng Miao Miao. She was too frightened to escape. At that moment, in the training ground, Kei Ka was sitting on Lin Xing's lap, diligently burning the sacred fire. It had been half an hour, completely useless. She spoke up, book scholar, can this Dragon King skull truly be forged into an ultimate divine weapon? Kei Ka curiously and impatiently asked. Xu Jia, with his arms crossed, looked at the skull and came up with a plan. Based on the situation, ordinary fire won't work. You need the supreme mysterious fire, one of the ancient demon clan's ultimate techniques, to refine it. This vast world, could we really encounter a chance encounter like the thunder running blood? Lin Xing was so mesmerized by the beauty sitting in his lap that he had no idea how much blood had flowed from his nose. The intense heat from the beauty and Kei Ka's strength caused both of them to sweat profusely, their faces flushed red. Xu Jia responded to Lin Xing, the mysterious fire, the undying flames of blackness, could even burn a ghost to ash. It's a pity it has been lost for so long. Tian Yun Nation's capital, the Qin Mansion. The magnificent mansion was illuminated brightly by lamps in the dark night. Everything appeared peaceful, but inside the brightly lit room, things were not so tranquil. Manor Lord, the heir's vital essence is probably difficult to retain. An old man with white beard, who appeared to be a doctor, knelt before a woman, trembling as he diagnosed her son's illness. You vile beast named Lin, you dare make my Qin family childless. The woman, who appeared to be the owner of the house, erupted in furious rage. Her teeth were gritted, and she growled in hatred. I swear, I won't be a human being unless I skin you alive and crush your bones. Qin Feng Yun. Sigh, such a good treasure, but it's a pity I can't use it. Lin Xing sighed in regret as he returned to his room. Xu Jia didn't have a way to refine that skull yet. Lin Xing was about to push open the door and enter the room, but he suddenly stopped. His keen sixth sense sent him a bad feeling, as if something was waiting for him. Lin Xing narrowed his eyes as if contemplating something before opening the door and stepping into the room. He still remembered the threats a Mo made before escaping. Inside the room, countless arrows flew rapidly towards the door, imprinted with Lin Xing's silhouette as he hesitated. The assassins launched a surprise attack. The arrows, with their powerful penetrating force, pierced through the door, aimed at Lin Xing's body. Each sharp arrow glimmered, capable of killing anyone if they weren't careful. Where's the person? The assassins looked towards the main door and questioned curiously. The two doors blocking the way were shattered by the rain of arrows. Lin Xing had timely escaped from their surprise attack. While the assassins were still bewildered and hadn't figured out what was happening, an ice-based attack struck them. The temperature suddenly dropped drastically, and the assassins' feet began to freeze, capturing each one. Within seconds, most of the assassins had turned into ice sculptures, complete with poses and disgusting postures for Lin Xing to choose from. I knew someone would come to play, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Xing's voice echoed as he played with the assassins. Tisk, not a small number of people coming. Lin Xing sighed as he looked at the number of enemies. He was sitting on the windowsill with Nan Nai beside him, ready for battle. Kid, our presence was supposed to be hidden, undetectable. How did you know we were ambushing you? The leader sat nonchalantly amidst the ice blocks containing his men. Beside him was a large sack. Pay attention to your footprints next time you walk, otherwise, you might step on a dog's turd and not even know it. Lin Xing sneered sarcastically at the assassins. It was because of the footprints that Lin Xing guessed there were people in the room. So that's it. I didn't expect our shadows to make such a low-level mistake. It's no wonder you defeated the young master. You have some skills. The leader admitted his fault without getting angry, and he didn't forget to praise Lin Xing. It's too late to understand now. Stay here. Lin Xing shifted his sitting position, placing his feet on the wall, his left hand tossing a coin, summoning Ka. Sisters, we have each other. Don't get ahead of yourself. The leader of the assassins didn't seem afraid of Lin Xing's two ancient beasts. The assassins began to open the large sack, their trump card. See who this is. An assassin challenged Lin Xing. Inside the sack was Cheng Miao Miao, bound with chains, her mouth stuffed with cloth, preventing her from speaking. Saw. Lin Xing was now afraid, his nonchalant expression turning to anger upon seeing the assassins captured Cheng Miao Miao. Damn it, this is trouble. Ha ha ha, Lin. You better not do anything reckless, or your little friend will lose her head. The leader of the assassins pressed his knife against Cheng Miao Miao's neck, threatening Lin Xing in a deep voice. Cheng Miao Miao screamed in fear, but only managed to utter, you. Her terrified face was streaked with tears. Old man, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk recklessly. Lin Xing disagreed and waved his finger dismissively. Nan Nai looked at Lin Xing in surprise, while Ka just smiled without saying anything. This little demon isn't my girlfriend. Lin Xing corrected the information. The three words, little demon, acted like a spell, summoning the evil demon within Cheng Miao Miao's soul. She was so enraged that her murderous aura intensified, even scaring the assassins who didn't understand what was happening. Flames erupted around Cheng Miao Miao, as if ready to burn anyone to ashes. She broke free from her chains and spat out the gag. The assassin who was holding her ran away in fear. Cheng Miao Miao, like a demon with fiery eyes, said, Huh? Explain yourself. What do you mean, little demon? Cheng Miao Miao directed her demonic gaze towards Lin Xing, ferociously. If she didn't get a satisfactory answer, she might devour Lin Xing alive. It's the meaning of the words. Lin Xing stammered, as if he hadn't answered. He realized he was scared of Cheng Miao Miao's fury. He just wanted to trick these people into believing Sa was an unrelated person. Why was her reaction so exaggerated? Lin Xing thought to himself. I'm the little demon, then who isn't? Bai he? Cheng Miao Miao threw the chain towards Lin Xing and launched an attack, repeatedly asking questions that required an answer or death. Lin Xing bent over to avoid the flying chain. Calm down. Stop her. The leader of the assassins couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Cheng Miao Miao. This woman was weak and frail when captured. Why was she so ferocious now? He wondered in his heart. Cheng Miao Miao, hearing him interfere in their personal matters, turned to him with fiery eyes, her golden mouth spitting out one word, scram. My cultivation is at the heaven origin stage, second stage, you think you can trick me? The leader shouted loudly, directly grabbing Cheng Miao Miao and breaking through the roof, flying away. Be honest with me, the leader yelled, wanting Cheng Miao Miao to stop causing trouble. Put me down. Cheng Miao Miao protested. The leader of the assassins was already flying like a squirrel, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, gaining momentum. Lin, if my master hadn't vowed to personally end you, you wouldn't be alive. I'll take this little man-woman. If you want to save her, come to the capital within 10 days. If you're late, then wait to collect her corpse. The assassin left this message and flew away, disappearing. Lin Xing chased after him to the rooftop, but it was too late. You must be extremely cautious. This trip is incredibly dangerous. It's a near-death experience. Xu Jia, covered in sweat, worriedly spoke to Lin Xing. Lin Xing was fuming, watching the assassin leave. If it's unavoidable, then I'll face them. A near-death experience, then I will. Lin Xing was truly angered, cracking his knuckles, veins popping out. Take a new risk. Let's begin. Meanwhile, the assassins left behind in Lin Xing's room were crying in despair, abandoned by their leader. Miao Miao, my daughter, my darling. Cheng Feng sobbed, calling out for his beloved daughter. He bit his hand, tears and snot streaming down his face like a child who had lost his beloved and was crying uncontrollably. You dare to be so arrogant on my turf? Do you think I, the vice manor lord, am incompetent? Lu Taizu, dressed even more flamboyantly than a groom on his wedding day, also spoke up in anger. You dare touch a single hair on my goddess. I will make your entire Qin family serve as her burial mound. Lu Diao rolled up his sleeves, eager to fight those assassins immediately. Both father and son were wearing matching outfits, blazing red in color. We can't delay, let's go now. To reach the capital quickly, we'll need at least 5 days. Bai He, sitting near Cheng Feng, spoke up, reminding the irrational and enraged group, even though she wasn't very willing to be there. Why are you here? Lin Xing expressed his confusion about Bai He's presence. Cough, I want to take this opportunity to build a relationship. Cheng Feng explained, wanting Bai He to go rescue Cheng Miao Miao, and their sisterly relationship would be more harmonious. Bai He blushed slightly and said, someone invited me here this time. Right, can the city lord handle it through official channels? Lin Xing, with his hands on his hips, changed the subject, speaking to Lu Taizu. The man, who was just now full of bluster, now trembled in fear, sweating profusely. Officially, of course, it's possible. However, the other party is from the capital, the process might be a bit slow. Lu Taizu scratched his cheek with his hand, his face full of discomfort. He could only stammer out a tactful refusal, little by little. Cheng Feng and Lu Diao behind him were furious, their faces turning black as they glared at Lu Taizu. Oh, Miao Miao is definitely in danger now. Perhaps we should rush to rescue her. Bai He smiled cheerfully and approached Lin Xing, suggesting. She was thrilled to be traveling with Lin Xing. Lin Xing could only chuckle and agree. All right, why are you so happy? Miao Miao, don't blame me for being a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is a rare opportunity, I won't let it slip away, Bai He laughed triumphantly. This time, she was the only one by Lin Xing's side. We can't delay, let's go immediately. Lin Xing announced solemnly. Lu Diao, worried about his goddess, Cheng Miao Miao, also became flustered. I'm going too. At this speed, it would take us years to fly to the capital, wouldn't it? Lin Xing and his 2 companions were riding on the back of the rooster. But with the rooster's speed, they would be dead before they could rescue Cheng Miao Miao. Lin Xing urged, Rooster, go faster. I've already prepared everything. While the 3 were despairing over the rooster's flight speed, Lu Diao brought out a bag with a look of excitement, showing that he had everything under control. Rooster, come on, eat. Lu Diao threw the bag, scattering some unknown seeds. The rooster, obediently, opened its beak and reluctantly ate them. After swallowing those seeds, the rooster reacted. Its eyes widened, shining brightly, and its body trembled, making strange noises. What sound is that? Lin Xing asked, curious about the strange noises. Bai He, also unaware, was jolted on the rooster's back, as if riding a roller coaster. Only Lu Diao, who had ridden the rooster many times, lowered himself and prepared to cling tightly to the rooster. The rooster suddenly sped up and flew wildly, its stomach bloated. Lin Xing's group was now panicking, clinging tightly to the rooster. Who would dare complain about the rooster's speed anymore? In a forest, two thugs were carrying a wild boar, walking along. Hurry up, the boss is waiting for a pig feast. The one with a tuft of hair urged. Stop rushing, will you? The one with two tufts of hair, carrying the pig in front, complained. Suddenly, while they were carrying the pig, a strange object fell from the sky, slamming into the two thugs and exploding with a bang, sending the pig flying away. Good thing we landed safely. Lin Xing was still sitting securely on the rooster, his arm wrapped around Bai He, preventing her from falling. Where's Dai Diao? Lin Xing wondered when he noticed they were short one person. Turns out, the object that hit the two pig carriers was Lin Xing's group. Help, help! Lu Dai Diao was squashed under the rooster, groaning, his hands sticking out. With the rooster's weight and the two of them, Lin Xing, this time, Dai Diao might be going early. Use your strength. Lin Xing commanded Bai He to pull Dai Diao out of the rooster's crushing grip. Easy, easy, my waist is going to break. Dai Diao cried out in pain, feeling like he was being dismembered. Just as he was about to escape his imminent doom, the two pig-carrying thugs jumped onto the rooster. Adding to the weight, they crushed Lu Dai Diao in a heartbeat. Don't move, they shouted in unison. He, daring to intrude into Black Wind Ridge, you must be tired of living. The one with a tuft of hair laughed sinisterly. Look at their soft skin. The one with two tufts of hair lustfully exclaimed. Perfect, let's capture them and present them to the boss. One of them said dismissively, as if they hadn't realized they were about to encounter a thorny rose. If you want to touch her, you have to get past me first. Lin Xing stepped forward, extending his arm to protect Bai He behind him, appearing incredibly valiant. Bai He, being protected by Lin Xing, was happy, her face flushed red. I'm not interested in being your boss's wife. Stop daydreaming, no one is telling you anything. The thug, holding a hammer, sneered back at Bai He. We want this little white-faced boy. The atmosphere changed abruptly. Lin Xing jumped, startled, as he looked at the finger pointing at him. Bai He was also taken aback, confused. Me, boss? Lin Xing was slightly flattered. His eyes widened as he looked at the two thugs and asked again to be sure. The boss of this mountain is perhaps. Bai He guessed in bewilderment, her face filled with uncertainty, not knowing what to do. I want their meat. A voice, laced with 10 parts of domineering confidence, echoed. Report to the boss, Bang Bang Ba and Bai Bai Bang have returned, carrying 3 strangers with them. A thug, trembling in fear, reported as the boss stomped his foot on his back. They're almost here. The thugs under the boss's command also urged, yes, yes, the fire is ready, we can roast them right away. A bunch of good-for-nothings, can't even catch a man, can't even catch a pig. Kill them all. HMPH. Shan, the great king, Khao Nyat Fat, was sitting on a fur-covered chair, a sword in her hand, casually guzzling wine. Her foot, fueled by anger, kicked the thug away. The two thugs, after being beaten to a pulp by Lin Xing, their faces disfigured, quickly knelt down and clasped their hands, continuously begging him. Turns out he's a master. No wonder he looked so heroic at first glance. The thug next to him quickly chimed in, yes, yes, we were truly blind. Bai He was standing beside Dai Diao. He was sitting leaning against a tall tree, clutching his stomach. At that moment, Lin Xing, sitting on a large rock, asked the two thugs, how far is this place from the capital? Hearing his question, one of the thugs quickly replied, in this direction, it's 300 li away. Dai Diao's condition worsened. Blood seeped through the fabric of his clothes. Dai Diao, holding his stomach, said, my kidney. Dai Diao leaned against the tree, his face covered in sweat and tears. He said, save my back. I still want to be a man. Hearing his words, Lin Xing turned to look at both of them. Bai He, sitting next to Dai Diao, looked towards him and said, Dai Diao's injuries aren't light. We need to quickly find some ointment to apply. As soon as Bai He finished speaking, the two thugs saw an opportunity and tried to flatter, offering their help. If the hero doesn't mind, you can follow us to the camp and get some medicine. The one next to him echoed, yes, yes, yes. Our Black Wind Camp's healing skills and intelligence capabilities are top-notch, renowned far and wide. Accompanying their words were images of several colorful bottles of medicine and intelligence reports. Lin Xing, hearing this, pressed further, you guys also do intelligence trading? As soon as he finished speaking, a thug responded, put it this way, if you want to know how many hemorrhoids the emperor has, You can buy that information from our Black Wind camp. One of them opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape, and said, the entire black market for intelligence in the Tien Yun nation is through us. The advertisement was indeed effective. Bai stood up, her hands on her hips, and asked, do you know the situation of the Qin family in the capital? Hearing the question, the two thugs started to sweat profusely, becoming slightly fearful. We're just small fries. The one on the right also echoed, if you want to know the intel, you have to go to our camp and negotiate with the boss. Bai whispered to Lin Xing, be careful, there might be a trap. We should still rush to the capital. Lin Xing replied to her, rushing to the capital is easy to fall into a passive situation. Knowing yourself and your enemy is essential for winning every battle. Since we've met them, let's explore this Black Wind camp. It's convenient to get some kidney tonic for Dai Diao. The sky was clear, with clouds blending with the lush green leaves. A voice echoed, how much longer? It turned out the voice belonged to Bai He, walking behind Lin Xing. She suddenly asked, aren't we going to meet their boss? Lin Xing replied, of course not. In front of them, Dai Diao was being carried by the two thugs. He looked quite painful, lying down. Suddenly, it seemed the thug in front saw something and said to everyone, it's not far ahead. The blue-haired thug whispered to his companion, HMPH. Wait until they reach the mountain camp. They'll be like sheep falling into a wolf's mouth. The other thug, hearing this, also laughed and replied, no problem. The boss will show them what true terror is. But they didn't expect this. Suddenly, Dai Diao's fierce expression appeared. Are these two idiots? I heard everything. At that moment, inside the cave, a guard standing on a rock announced, Boss, Bang Bang Ba and Bai Bai Bang have returned, bringing 3 strangers back. Finally, all 5 of them arrived. Lin Xing clasped his hands in front of the cave entrance and politely said, I'm Lin Xing, passing by your esteemed territory. My friend is injured and wants to borrow some medicine. I hope you can help. A voice responded from inside the cave, replying to Lin Xing's request. From the voice, it was clear that it was a effeminate man. This old lady. Suddenly, Cao Nyat Fat emerged from the cave and charged straight towards the 5, emphasizing each word, I hate little white-faced boys. Especially little white-faced boys who are into eating old ladies. This situation stunned all 5 of them. Just then, Dai Diao, who was being carried, slowly sat up. His face was filled with anger, and his thoughts were racing. Lu Dai Diao, you're a man. You can't always hide behind second uncle. He then jumped up, stood in front of Lin Xing, and spread his arms as if protecting him. Second uncle, be careful. But his coolness didn't last long. Upon seeing Cao Nyat Fat's physique, Dai Diao had other thoughts. Too big, too white, she's so beautiful. Looking at her beautiful face, Dai Diao muttered, taking initiative is good. I like taking initiative, but I like being passive even more. Come on, feel free to trample on me. At that very moment, Lin Xing grabbed Cao Nyat Fat's hand so tightly, it made a crack sound. With a resolute expression, he looked at her. Want to fight? Get past me first. Seeing Lin Xing like this, both she and Dai Diao were frightened. But after she recovered, Cao Nyat Fat quickly slipped out of Lin Xing's grasp, surprising him. With an arrogant expression, she said, HMPH, you little white-faced boy, you seem to have some stuff. In her thoughts, she felt completely different. Handsome like that, and strong too, my type. Dai Diao's face was filled with indescribable expressions. His hair stood on end, surrounded by sparkling rays. It seemed he was furious. He grabbed Lin Xing's shirt. Second uncle. Seeing the guy like that, he burst out laughing and waved his hand, don't get riled up. Protecting you is the right thing to do. Bai He saw this and said to Cao Nyat Fat, Camp Master, we want to buy some medicine and intelligence. We don't want any trouble. Bai He added, may I ask how much silver is needed? We'll pay in full immediately. Cao Nyat Fat, now sitting on a chair, with her 2 thugs kneeling beside her, showed a contemptuous expression and replied, want to do business? You have to have the qualifications. You have to defeat my people first. Hong Moi, a cute and adorable girl appeared in Dai Diao's mind. Dai Diao brother, sister is here. Seeing her, Dai Diao was incredibly thrilled. She was Hu Ti, and she also had Hong Moi. He was eager and bragged, I'll go. To Lin Xing and Bai He's surprise, Lin Xing immediately asked him, can you handle it? With a confident expression, Dai Diao replied, no problem, let Hung go. Something small was thrown out. I'm here. Unexpectedly, Dai Diao's expression changed 360 degrees, his eyes filled with fear, his sweat pouring out. Wait, you are. Ha ha ha. In complete contrast to his thoughts, a huge woman with muscles and bulging veins appeared, holding Dai Diao tightly with her body and hands. The size was truly off. At that moment, both Lin Xing and Bai He, standing nearby, raised their hands in admiration. Big man, you're truly a man. After being squeezed by Hong Mui, Dai Du collapsed face down on the ground. His face was full of wounds, along with 2 lines of tears, even spitting blood from his mouth. Phut, ak, hu. Seeing Dai Du's condition, Lam Han began to ask, what's wrong with Dai Du? Before he could answer, Bai Hop standing beside him also said, excluding the waist, he has 18 broken bones, and he also suffered internal injuries. Cao Nyat Fat stroked his chin at this time, implying a mocking tone, such a bit of talent, and you want to be an informant. After hearing Cao Nyat Fat's words, Lam Han and Bai Hop turned around. Lam Han wanted to try again. I can take the test again. While Bai Hop wanted to use money to buy it. Can we buy it with money? Cao Nyat Fat showed no desire and replied, no, you only have one chance. We don't do things casually. Are you serious? At this moment, Hong Mui stood beside her and whispered something in Cao Nyat Fat's ear. Indeed, she changed her mind and said to both of them, all right, we can make an exception and provide information to you. But she added another sentence, but you have to pay Hong Mui back once. Hong Mui was very pleased after hearing this. After hearing Cao Nyat Fat's request, Lam Han and Bai Hop were completely terrified. Their faces were filled with fear and a little confusion. Lam Han hesitated and replied, this is afraid. Bai Hop waved her hand to refuse enthusiastically and quickly said, no, we don't need any information. At that time, Dai Du appeared from nowhere, stood with his arms crossed, smiled lightly. His face was determined, but a bit funny because his face was covered in blood from his eyes, nose, and mouth. What are you joking about? This little difficulty and you want to back down? You've disappointed me. Don't look at me like I'm injured, but if you want me, I will definitely dedicate myself without hesitation. In his mind at this time, a stream of thoughts appeared in Dai Du's head. Damn it. I'm already so miserable. What else can't your second uncle do? Cao Nyat Fat replied after hearing Dai Du's words. That's right. Hong Mui wants you. Hong Mui quickly jumped up, her 2 hands clasped together, very happy. Dai Du was stunned after hearing the answer, so scared that his eyes bulged out. His mouth was wide open in confusion. Hong Mui's heart-shaped eyes shone brightly, her lips opened in joy and she quickly ran to Dai Du, grabbed him with one hand, ignoring his desperate cries for help. Save me, second uncle, don't. 808. Seeing Dai Du like that, Lam Han and Bai Hop also stood there and waved. Dai Du, you've worked hard today. Both of them ignored his pleas for help. Cao Nyat Fat put his hands and feet on the chair, propped his chin with one hand and said, say it, what information do you want to exchange? Lam Han replied, related to Qin Feng Jing in the capital. No, the information. Suddenly his nosebleed came out of nowhere. In response, Cao Nyat Fat didn't answer but showed a charming and lovely look, inviting Lam Han into the cave. It's too hot outside. Let's go. Talk inside the cave. At this moment she was thinking, just lure him in first, then slowly seduce you. She stepped into the cave and said to Hong Mui as she went, Hong Mui, if you dare to collapse the cave, you'll die with me. Lam Han also turned around and followed her, not forgetting to wave his hand to urge everyone to go. Let's go, let's sit down. But as Bai Hop was about to go in with Lam Han, she was stopped by 2 of Cao Nyat Fat's subordinates with spears, not allowing her to enter the cave. Stop, you can't go in. She was puzzled and asked, why? Lam Han saw this situation and turned around to see what was going on. Cao Nyat Fat walked with her arms crossed and said, I'm a businessman, I don't want to have people who don't want to do business on the scene. Hearing her words, Lam Han immediately thought, she said it wasn't related. Did this little sister mispronounce it so much? Bai Hop was very confused and indignant at this situation. At this moment, Lam Han said to her, Bai Hop, you just wait for me outside, I'll be back soon. Lam Han also pulled back a curtain and went in. I haven't asked yet, what do I call you? Unlike Lam Han, Cao Nyat Fat leaned over and put her pillow on her round bed, revealing her seductive curves. Then she fell onto the bed, hugged the pillow, and put her feet up, invitingly. Cao Nyat Fat. Cao Nyat. Lam Han looked at her with a very humorous expression, a little confused, put his hand in a V shape under his chin and thought, this name sounds very tempting, Fat. Originally, the Qin family was one of the 10 great clans of Yun Kingdom, accompanied by a description, 9 figures without faces standing together under a court. But 7 years ago, during the war with Ming Long Kingdom, the old master died in battle. It seems I saw the old master being attacked by 2 men with swords very fiercely and then died. From then on, the status declined, but it was still one of the most powerful clans. After the death of the old master, he left behind a pair of siblings. The image of the 2 siblings appeared with long blue hair, one male and one female, followed by an introduction. The older sister is Qin Feng Yun, the current Jia master. The younger brother is Qin Feng King, a member of the martial arts guard. Cao Nyat Fat continued. Early this morning I received top secret news. The Qin family is moving. It is said that they are trying their best to kill a small character surnamed Lin. It seems to be you. You picked the wrong person to offend. You offended the Qin family, who is in a sensitive period. Lam Han heard this and scratched his head a few times, then bowed his head, smiled and said, "Haha, they just underestimated me." Lam Han calmly said, "I just defeated Qin Feng Jing on the stage, but they were angry." Cao Nyat Fat replied, "It's not that simple, I have information that." He heard this and looked at her, quickly asking, "What is it? Is there a hidden meaning?" She raised her hand and said, "Your friend can only exchange this bit of information." Cao Nyat Fat continued to raise her long, slender, white finger and said to Lam Han, "To know more, you have to see if you can please me first." At this moment, Lam Han understood and took off his outer jacket and threw it aside. It seems I still have to take matters into my own hands. If that's the case, then I can only." He took off all his clothes, his face was full of enthusiasm, and he spread his arms. His naked body rushed forward, relying on the persuasive power to sleep you. Cao Nyat Fat blushed and turned to him. "It seems that outside the mountain is shaking." Bai Hop saw this and was a little puzzled. Why is only this mountain shaking? Suddenly, a small blue cloud appeared above her head. Bai Hop was stunned and couldn't help but be surprised. What is this blue cloud above my head? The subordinates also raised their hands and ran away in a panic. 24 hours later, inside the cave, there are many strange patterns carved on the rocks. There is a pair of trembling legs appearing. Sitting on the bed, it seems to be Cao Nyat Fat's. Lam Han is standing, adjusting his sleeves. It seems he just finished the battle. Now you can tell me the information. The small yellow charm next to him also began to be angry and judge. It's not easy to save. Why did you use it for this? While Cao Nyat Fat is panting beside him. She sat up, propping her hands on the bed and said to Lam Han, "My mind is blank now. Brother, you've made me so weak." Lam Han saw her like that and quickly tried to take off his clothes. "Then I'll help you sober up." At this moment Cao Nyat Fat blushed and refused. "Don't, I'm already sober." She put her head down and sighed. Qin Feng Jing's life root is gone. The Qin family is currently covering up the news, trying to find a way to cure him, because he has to marry the princess next month. After hearing the information, Lam Han was stunned. His face looked very funny. This is a big deal. After finishing everything, the two of them went out. Lam Han put on a thoughtful look. Only Cao Nyat Fat was shaky and had difficulty walking. The subordinates saw Nyat Fat and worriedly called, "Big brother." And Bai Hop saw Lam Han and also happily called him. Lam Han saw only Bai Hop and asked, "Where is Dai Du?" Bai Hop helplessly pointed to Dai Du next to him. "He's been out for a while, over there. The bandits have given him medicine, but he seems to be seriously injured." Men are fickle. In order to let his teammates have information, Dai Du sacrificed his virginity and even nearly lost his life to help his teammates. Lying on the ground is Dai Du, who has no life force. He gasped and managed to say a few words. "I am no longer pure." Nyat Fat shyly grabbed Lam Han's clothes. Bai Hop also noticed. Nyat Fat said, "That, brother, you are good. And what is that? I'm sure the audience knows." Nyat Fat shyly said to Lam Han, "You must come back, I'll wait for you here." Seeing Nyat Fat's unique and gentle appearance, all the subordinates were shocked. "Boss, what's wrong?" Suddenly showing the posture of a little girl. Lam Han left with Bai Hop and Dai Du. Nyat Fat called out from afar, "I will definitely come back another day. I'll wait for you forever." Hong Mui also sent a message to Dai Du. "Dealing, fly wholeheartedly, Hong Mui will always wait for you." Dai Du experienced moments of terror. Hearing this, he wanted to leave quickly. Lam Han waved goodbye to them. Bai Hop also helplessly said, "The chicken bird hasn't recovered yet, we can only walk." After walking for a while, Lam Han told Bai Hop and Dai Du the information he had just obtained. The two were surprised and exclaimed, "Qin Feng Jing is the consort?" Dai Du happily asked, Did Feng Jing get castrated? Suddenly he felt confident again. Lam Han continued, the news is being kept secret. The royal family probably doesn't know about it yet, but paper can't contain fire. This bomb will eventually explode in the Qin family's face. The three of them sat under a shack. Lam Han continued to tell them, that's why the Qin family hates me to the bone. Bai Hop asked, then are we still going to the capital? It's clearly a path to death. Lam Han replied, Meow Meow is still in their hands. We can't ask everyone to run away. We can only think of a solution. Besides, that kick was his own fault. At the luggage storage area, an old man secretly walked past. Lam Han suddenly asked, Sir, which way to the capital? The old man scratched his head and smiled kindly, pointed ahead. Go that way. There are villages and towns all along the way, 2 days to get there. The three of them thanked the old man and left. From behind, only the old man could be seen with a sinister smile. It seems that the three of them have a narrow escape. Lam Han's group followed the old man's directions, but they came to a remote path, full of rocks. Crows flying everywhere in the sky. It was very gloomy and eerie. Dai Du was trembling. Bai Hop worriedly asked, did that old man give us the wrong directions? We've been walking for so long, we haven't even seen a shadow. Lam Han looked ahead and said, haven't we seen it? The two of them were puzzled when they heard this. Looking ahead, in front of them was an eerie figure. A person wearing a white robe, with black shadows like will-o'-the-wisps on his wings. A scene that would make any normal person wet their pants. But Bai Hop and Dai Du are not ordinary people. They are not afraid. It's more like shock. Their faces turned pale. They shouted, there's a ghost. Lam Han was still alert. He summoned Ji Ka, angrily said, you dare to pretend to be a god and a ghost at night. Ji Ka, make way. Ji Ka was summoned and immediately obeyed. As you command, Wu Huang. She took a deep breath. Then in a blink of an eye, Ji Ka spat out a stream of fire that enveloped the place where the person was standing. Being attacked by fire, the mysterious figure was taken by surprise and accidentally revealed his face. Seeing the person in front of them, Ji Ka and the book were shocked. Ji Ka knows this person. He is Black Flame, Supreme Profound Fire. Being discovered, Feng Qin released her killing intent. She said to Lam Han's group, you will be buried with my unborn grandchild. Ji Ka warned the three of them, it's Qin Feng Yun, I'll stop her, you guys go first. Dai Du was surprised and exclaimed, what? Realizing they were ambushed, Lam Han worried, we've been tricked. This is a ravine terrain. It's the best ambush terrain. I didn't expect her to take the initiative. From behind Feng Qin, two pitch black wings grew. She flew up and said to the three of them, don't even think about escaping. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Qin immediately launched the Minghuo prison. Countless black shadows rushed forward. The book warned the three of them to be careful. Those black shadows have very strange faces, causing everyone to be terrified. Black shadows fell one after another. Everything around them was burned to ashes. The book explained, don't let the profound fire touch you. It will burn you to ashes. Lam Han was impatient. Quickly tell me how to counter it. But the book was terrified and said to him, there is no way to counter supreme profound fire, either run or fight to the death. Lam Han was horrified and exclaimed, that's what I said. There was no other choice. Lam Han took a chance. He threw Dai Du and Bai Hop to the top of the mountain. The two of them didn't understand what was happening. They shouted, second uncle, what are you doing? He messaged them, you guys stay here, don't get in the way, wait for me in the capital. Realizing that Lam Han was going to fight alone, Bai Hop called out to him. But Dai Du stopped her immediately, don't interfere, second uncle. Although they were thrown up, they only reached the edge. Dai Du grabbed the cliff with one hand and held Bai Hop with the other. Their situation was extremely dangerous. Below, Lam Han wasn't doing much better. Feng Qin rushed towards him as he was falling. She shouted, die. In a flash, with some magical skill, Lam Han flipped in the air and got ready to attack. He shot lightning towards Feng Qin, while Feng Qin also launched her spirit beast towards Lam Han. Light and darkness clashed, a rare sight. But with the protagonist's aura, of course, Lam Han's ultimate move overwhelmingly defeated Feng Qin's spirit beast. His lightning struck the black shadow like a blow to the head, shaking the heavens and earth. In a certain place, a subordinate was reporting to his master, Master, Qin Feng Yun is fighting with a man. A woman gradually appeared, although her face was very mysterious. She seemed to be a good person overall. She said to him, it seems we've found the important person. Get ready to act, capture him alive. I want him to live and die in my hands. The subordinate was shocked. Come back to life. Master, you're using idioms randomly again. Lam Han fell from the sky. Ji Ka also worried. She called out, Wu Huang. She went to Lam Han to see if he was alright. Ji Ka worriedly asked Lam Han, Are you alright? Lam Han had just unleashed his move and landed heavily. His body had many wounds. His clothes were also torn. He coughed a few times. Luckily, the heavens helped me. I attracted lightning to block that move of Feng Qin's, but even so, Lam Han was still very worried. Supreme Profound Fire is too strong. His current level is completely incapable. Not giving Lam Han a chance to rest, Feng Qin rushed forward to attack him again. You won't be so lucky this time. Feng Qin was very vigilant. Lam Han was able to attract lightning. No wonder Feng Jing was no match for him. She widened her eyes, showing her determination to take revenge. This person absolutely cannot. Suddenly, from nowhere, an ice wall appeared in front of her. Feng Qin was also surprised when she was hit by this move. Lam Han intended to freeze Feng Qin with ice, but he missed. Lam Han expressed his regret. Damn it, almost. But although Feng Qin wasn't hit, she didn't move, which made Lam Han puzzled. He moved back and saw Feng Qin was flustered about something. It turned out that although she wasn't directly hit, the sensitive part of her clothes was stuck to the ice, making Feng Qin both flustered and embarrassed. Lam Han saw this and was very excited. He smiled mockingly and ridiculed Feng Qin. Seeing this beautiful scene, even my nosebleed came out. Lam Han thought to himself, it seems that too much is not a good thing. Ignoring Feng Qin's troubles with the ice, Lam Han gave a thumbs up to Nan Nai on the mountain. Good job. Nan Nai praised. Nan Nai was also happy. I could help Wu Huang. Nan Nai blushed, feeling very proud of what she had just done. Happy. Feng Qin realized at this moment that she had been tricked. She remembered the moment Lam Han threw her two teammates to the top of the mountain. He had placed his spirit beast in ambush at that time, so meticulous. Seeming to have the upper hand, Lam Han recalled his two spirit beasts to the bracelet. He went to question Feng Qin. Miss Qin, where are my friends? I advise you to cooperate, otherwise, I won't be polite. Feng Qin was furious. She felt that this guy was too confident in his abilities. Did he think she wouldn't dare to tear her clothes? Decisively, Feng Qin turned around and got out of the ice. She stared at Lam Han with a cold glare. Her hands also emitted black flames. She said to him, You think that little trick can stop me? Being mocked by Lam Han, and being looked at with such lustful eyes, Feng Qin had reached her limit. She glared at him angrily, asked, Have you had enough? Anyway, you're going to die anyway. I saw a little bit before, now I'm seeing it in full HD. Lam Han had a nosebleed. Feng Qin rushed forward, sending you on your way, being attacked by surprise. Lam Han only managed to grab his eel protection paper. Don't touch me. Feng Qin seemed to be using all her strength. She transformed into a huge ball of fire. Lam Han saw this and ran away. Otherwise, if he stayed, he would open his eyes and see nothing but amniotic fluid. He thought to himself, this sister is completely unreasonable in fighting. Suddenly, something emerged from the ground beneath Lam Han's feet. The ground beneath Lam Han's feet cracked open, forming a hole big enough for Lam Han to fall into. Lam Han was surprised and couldn't react. He was sinking, and the fireball was about to take his life. Then, boom, the fireball hit the ground. A loud explosion shook the surrounding terrain. If Lam Han had been hit, it would have been hard for him to survive. The attack sent rocks flying, creating a cloud of dust. Feng Qin calmly walked forward. She put on a displeased expression. Looking at the spot where the fireball had just attacked, there were 3 or 4 small holes dug down. It seems that Lam Han had been rescued or taken away. Lam Han heard someone calling his name from his daze. Lam Han, wake up quickly. He opened his eyes and saw that it was the book calling him. It was overjoyed. Thank heaven and earth, you're awake. Lam Han woke up. He was exhausted. His body was covered in bruises from the fight with Feng Qin. Lam Han saw that his hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was covered with a cloth. He moved a little. The book worriedly told him not to move. It's not for no reason that it warned him, because Lam Han's body moved. The bell connected to the rope tied to Lam Han's feet was shaken and rang. The book was helpless. Oh, it's too late. Lam Han still didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he saw the hatch being pulled open. A pair of legs stepped down. It turned out to be a very beautiful lady. She is Long Zi Han, the princess of the empire. She smiled happily at him. Her smile was beautiful. But the clothes she was wearing were not normal. The girl's hand was holding a whip. The girl said to Lam Han, "Lam Han, I don't like beating around the bush with other people. Honestly, answer my questions. If you obey, you'll live to see another day." Seeing the person in front of him, Lam Han was also confused. Who is this sister? The girl walked towards Lam Han. She put her foot on Lam Han's pillow, threatening him. If he doesn't cooperate, if she puts this foot down, it will make him so happy he passes out. Seeing his younger brother in danger, Lam Han looked up and down in fear. Zihan lost her patience. She took her hand and pulled the cloth out of Lam Han's mouth. She asked him, "Tell me, why does the Qin family want to kill you? What happened to Qin Feng Jing at Shangshan Manor?" Lam Han was wary. He said to the princess, "You should ask Qin Feng Yun about this." Zihan heard this and replied, I can ask her, I can also use." Suddenly, she realized something. She was confused and flustered. Why does this Lam Han know that she's a princess? Tens of thousands of question marks appeared in her mind. Lam Han remained calm. "You're curious why I know your identity, right? You release me and I'll tell you. Besides, I'll tell you the inside story of the Qin family's difficulties with me. It's very shocking." The princess's eyes lit up. Is it a hot topic? Lam Han was helpless. He thought to himself, indeed, the love of gossip is the nature of every woman. Zihan urged Lam Han, "Tell me quickly, how did you guess my identity and the secrets of the Qin family?" Lam Han scratched his head and explained, "It's very simple, daring to save me from Qin Feng Yun. There must be other motives. Only the princess has a marriage agreement with Qin Feng Jing." Zihan was angry. She had tried to disguise herself so as not to be discovered, but she was still discovered. It was very difficult for her to come up with this trick, and it was so easily seen through, so infuriating. Lam Han was also very worried when he saw this. She is Qin Feng Jing's fiancé. If she knows that his life root was destroyed by me, I'm sure I won't be castrated. Lam Han could imagine Zihan's anger. She was holding a knife, ready to castrate him, and loudly said, "I'm going to kill you." Showing my respect for the great treasure, Lam Han was afraid and hesitant. If I say it, I'll die. If I don't say it, I'll die. What a difficult situation for him. Zihan was still persuading herself. I shouldn't admit it so quickly. I must be more proficient and stable next time. Be strong. Lam Han carefully prepared to seize the opportunity. He slowly moved forward from behind, preparing to deal with this princess. Zihan was still busy saying, "I can be a lady." Lam Han thought, "Good opportunity, deal with her quickly." Then, not noticing his true intentions, Zihan's spirit beast appeared right behind him, blocking him. The gorilla was 4 times the size of Lam Han. The monkey grabbed Lam Han, causing him to shout in horror, "Quadruple A, don't, Hu Ji, spare my life, can I feed you bananas?" Zihan was angry when she saw this. You still want to ambush me? Even if you give him the lower part of your body to chew on, it's useless. Then she ordered the monkey to release Lam Han, because she wanted to use him. The monkey obeyed, but instead of releasing him normally, he slammed Lam Han to the ground. Zihan's legs were raised high. She asked Lam Han what the secret of Qin Feng Jing was. Lam Han saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. But this lady was very serious with him. She said, "It's best that you don't hide anything, and don't lie to me, otherwise." Bang! She kicked Lam Han in the head, making him wince in pain. The kick was so strong that it cracked the surrounding ground. Lam Han was also dazed. Zihan warned Lam Han, "If you lie to me, this area will be your grave." Lam Han's face darkened and he replied, I understand, although he was beaten up. But Lam Han still received a gift. In his heart he thought, "It's yellow." After hearing Lam Han's shocking news, Zihan was only confused. She asked him, "Qin Feng Jing was castrated by you." Lam Han fearfully explained, "That kick was his own fault. At that time Unlike Lam Han's imagination, Zihan laughed out loud, making him confused. Then an idea flashed through his mind. Lam Han thought to himself, could it be that she didn't want to marry Qin Feng Jing? On Qin Feng Jing's side, he was drinking a lot of medicine. There was also a lot of medicine and soaked wine around him. The servant saw this and worried, "Young master, you can't drink randomly, it will affect your health." Feeling uncomfortable, Qin Feng Jing glared at the servant. He waved his hand and killed the servant immediately, and loudly shouted, "My health is great." Feng Qin witnessed everything outside. She helplessly entered from the door. Now she saw that scattered on the floor were the corpses of the previous servants. Feng Qin advised him, "Xiao Jing, You can't keep going like this. Even if you're in a bad mood, you can't kill innocent people. Seeing Feng Jing didn't care about her words. He immediately asked, Sister, didn't you go to avenge me? Where is that bastard Lam Han's head? Feng Qin calmly replied, Something happened. I'm afraid we have to take the initiative to cancel the marriage with His Majesty. Feng Jing didn't accept it. He slammed the table and shouted, Why, do you want me to become the laughingstock of the world? Feng Qin could only helplessly say to Feng Jing, Lam Han knows about your situation. I originally wanted to kill him, but the princess rescued him. Under the dim moonlight, Feng Qin continued, The princess didn't want to marry you. She will definitely tell the emperor about this. By then, we will be committing treason. Feng Jing was so angry that he trembled. He didn't accept this truth. No, it can't be like this. He ran to Feng Qin in despair, begging her to give him more time. He will definitely cure it. Feng Jing knelt down. He pleaded with her, By then, I will still be the consort. Our Qin family will return to glory. But reality is not like a dream. Feng Qin could only pull her brother back to reality. No need, face reality. Feng Jing could only bow his head in despair. Feng Qin turned and left. She told him, Tomorrow I will go to the palace and plead guilty to the emperor. Feng Jing could only call her, sister. The call gradually faded, mixed with a sob, sister. As if a drop of water had overflowed a cup, Feng Jing no longer felt the despair he had before. His heart now filled with a burning rage. Villains. They are all villains, you forced me to this. Feng Jing was so angry that he bit his finger to calm himself down. His finger bled. And the wound below also ripped open. Feng Jing declared, If you are so unrighteous, don't blame me for being unprincipled. Back to Lin Han's side, Princess Zihan was extremely happy. She deserved it. Zihan happily spoke. That skinny and starved Feng Jing wanted to marry this princess. This time he lost both the lead and the bait. Lin Han felt confused about Zihan's use of idioms. Losing both the lead and the bait wasn't the meaning here, but anyway, it's very fitting. Lin Han clasped his hands and pleaded with her, Princess, please consider the fact that I had the merit of killing the chicken. Please save my friend. Hearing this, Zihan's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? Lin Han was surprised to hear this. Zihan reminded Lin Han that last night I saved your life. Consider it even, stop bargaining with me. Lin Han replied in confusion, Your Highness. Zihan doesn't care. She coldly told Lin Han that someone will throw you out tonight. Zihan was about to climb up, but there was a voice from above, Zihan, you're about to be married and you're still having fun. Today I have to take down your secret room. Zihan recognized the voice and was terrified. It's over, it's mother. Zihan panicked and urged Lin Han, quickly, follow me out. We can't let mother see a man in my chamber. Lin Han gave a sly smile and used Zihan's previous trick. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? Tricked by Lin Han, Zihan was furious. You. Up there, Zihan's maidservant nervously told the Empress, Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, I will go invite Her Highness. But the Empress had lost her patience and yelled at the maidservant to scram. Cornered, Zihan had no choice but to agree to Lin Han's request. Okay, I'll help you save your friend, alright? Lin Han happily knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness. The two escaped from the basement. Lin Han was amazed. The secret room is built in the bathroom? Outside the door, there was still the Empress's complaining voice. You dare to stop me, I will kill you. Seeing her mother about to open the door, Zihan panicked. She kicked Lin Han straight into the bathtub, telling him not to come out even if he died from drowning. The Empress opened the door and entered, calling for Zihan. In a flash, Zihan was completely naked. She submerged herself in the tub pretending to be taking a bath. She asked the Empress, Why are you here? I'm soaking in the water and feeling dizzy. I didn't hear you coming. At the bottom of the tub was Lin Han. He was stunned. How could she do this in such a short time? He looked up and exclaimed, It's deep. With a creak, the door opened. The Emperor of the Empire entered from outside. He ordered, You wait outside. The two maid servants guarding the door nervously nodded and said, Yes, and retreated outside. The young emperor entered and angrily slammed his hand on the table. He snorted, Let me see what kind of dirty things are in this secret room. You just wait to be imprisoned. Long Zihan pretended to be enjoying herself in the hot spring bath. See how comfortable it is. As a princess of the royal family, you dig secret tunnels in the palace. Do you have any sense of decorum? She spoke while looking down into the basement. But at this time, Lin Han, with 2 streams of blood coming from his nose, suddenly emerged from the bathtub facing Long Zihan and shouted, I can't hold it in anymore. You have to hold it in. Long Zihan grabbed his head and pushed him back into the water. The emperor was puzzled and looked up at the princess and asked, what can't you hold in? Long Zihan was startled and quickly made an excuse, the water is too hot today, I can't stand it. The emperor's eyes looked at her differently. He narrowed his eyes, his voice full of gloom. Why only one sound? And Lin Han, who was just submerged in the water and trying to hold his breath, was now focusing his mind on the smooth legs of Long Zihan. Calm down. If your eyes don't see it, your heart won't beat fast, and less oxygen will escape. Stay underwater until she leaves. I'm sure it's not a problem. The problem is, with a puff. Lin Han couldn't help but cough out all the oxygen in his mouth, because he saw another pair of legs getting into the bathtub. Today is really tiring, I also want to soak for a while. Those legs were actually the emperor's, who had gotten in to soak. Long Zihan couldn't stop him and could only exclaim, oh, this. It was rare for the two to bathe together like this, and the emperor suddenly turned to her with a look of wanting to confide in her. She moved and said, Zihan, although I am not your biological mother, and I am a few years older than you, but I really do this for your own good. Long Zihan didn't pay any attention to what he said. Her eyes were fixed on the surface of the water. The emperor continued to monologue. Today our Tianyin nation is facing the threat of the Beishang nation. Our internal affairs absolutely cannot be in chaos. After the head of the Qin family died on the border, the Qin family has fallen from grace. They are about to fall out of the top 4 among the 10 great clans. He continued to lament. Zhao Yi and the Su San family want to add fuel to the fire. Other clans want to overthrow and replace the position of the Qin family. Once the fight starts, it's hard to end. So now the situation of the 4 clans is stable and cannot be chaotic. On the surface of the water, they were seriously discussing important matters. Lin Han at the bottom covered his mouth, almost suffocating, and kept chanting, don't look, don't look, don't look. Above, the emperor continued to explain to Long Zihan, marrying you to Qin Fengqing is to let the outside world know that the royal family still supports the Qin family. No one can imagine, at this point, Long Zihan couldn't stand to listen to him anymore and had to change the subject. I understand. I know you have good intentions, let's go. This also helped to get Lin Han out of trouble, and the emperor was very happy to hear her say that. Good, it was not in vain that I tried so hard to persuade you for so long. She happily winked at Long Zihan. Let's go try on some clothes later. The inner palace just brought over some new outfits. After trying on the clothes, we can go to the city for breakfast. The OUG just released a new dish called Huang Bao. We can. At this point, the emperor suddenly stopped talking and foamed at the mouth. Long Zihan didn't understand what was going on. With a sound of Lin Han surfaced and gasped for air. She quickly shouted, what did you do to her? Lin Han was also blushing and very embarrassed. He held up his spider version of the Harmony spider and explained, I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore. I can only make her sleep for a while. Indeed, looking back, the emperor was fast asleep. Lin Han said tiredly, I guess she'll have to sleep for a while, you quickly lead me out. Long Zihan had already changed her clothes. She said awkwardly, this is the imperial palace, there are guards everywhere, why don't you wait a while before leaving? At this time, the door suddenly burst open. The 2 guards guarding the door were thrown inside, and 4 strange people stood at the door. Lin Han and Long Zihan looked towards the door. He looked at them in confusion and asked, why are you guards wearing this style of clothes? Long Zihan was more alert. She immediately said, those are challengers, not guards. And from that side came a provocative voice, Lin Han, we meet again. The one who just spoke entered with a scarf covering his face. His dress was extremely vulgar. Why is it tight shorts with fishnet stockings? What's so seductive about it? It's scary for ghosts to look at. Lin Han vaguely recognized the voice. He pondered, this voice is. Before he could finish thinking, Long Zihan shouted, Qin Fengqing, you're really bold. You dared to break into the imperial palace. The other person finally removed the scarf from his face, revealing his grotesque appearance. He pointed at Long Zihan and cursed, stop shouting. Today I'm not only going to cause chaos, but I'm also going to tie you up. You've been finding me annoying. Today I'll let you know who's the real boss. Lin Han wanted to retreat. He grabbed Long Zihan's hand and wanted to drag her away. There are a lot of them, run quickly. On the contrary, Long Zihan was much more bloodthirsty. She threw her badge on the ground with a bang. threatening, "No one is leaving today." The huge gorilla beast suddenly appeared. Lin Han thought, "I forgot about it," and on the other side, Qin Fengqing shivered without feeling cold. "This beast is not easy to deal with, leave it to me," his ally said. In a flash, Qin Fengqing's man had slammed a powerful palm into the beast's belly. It let out a terrifying "ack." Seeing this, Long Zihan was frightened and shouted, "Xiao Ingone." Xiao Ingone, the one she called, fell backward, not wanting to let her be hit. Lin Han mercilessly punched her away and shouted, "Be careful." With a bang, a large hole appeared in the wall. Xiao Ingone fell into Lin Han, and they both flew out of the room. And Qin Fengqing didn't understand. He angrily scolded them, "You idiots, how will I get revenge if you hit Lin Han away?" And the covered ally was also annoyed and slammed his head into him, scolding, "Shut your mouth. I bet we've alerted the Wu Lin Wei. Run away quickly." Long Zihan had fainted from Lin Han's punch and was successfully captured by them. The emperor was still sleeping soundly inside. In another place, with a bang, dust flew up. It was Lin Han who was flung in. His body was bruised and he coughed twice, complaining, "It hurts so much." When he looked down, he realized that there was a group of officials in front of him, seemingly paying homage to something. Lin Han was stunned for a moment and then felt lucky. "Thank goodness, I didn't bump into any officials." These people were all under one person, and at this moment, Lin Han noticed their expressions. They were all shouting, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." It turned out that this whole time, Lin Han had been innocently sitting on the head of state, the one whose face was covered in blood from being stabbed by him. Lin Han was immediately noticed, committing such a crime against heaven. He was immediately surrounded by other female guards who pointed their swords at him, but he didn't seem afraid at all, his face enjoying the long legs of the guards. However, he had to open his mouth to distract them, quickly telling the king the urgent matter. "You guys don't waste your time on me anymore. Quickly go and save the princess." The king's attendant next to him also wished to report quickly, "Your Majesty, we've searched the whole palace. There's no trace of the princess. The villain probably kidnapped the princess and ran away." The king heard this and immediately became angry, pointing at Lin Han. "You must be an accomplice, torture him. I don't believe you won't speak." But Lin Han heard this and didn't wait for permission to retort, defending himself, "I'm innocent. I'm with the princess. I was at the scene. I saw with my own eyes Qin Fengqing leading people to storm in." The emperor was also present at this moment, pressing him, "You were at the scene. Why didn't I see you? Where were you hiding?" But Lin Han heard this and his expression changed. His face seemed to be hiding something. He hurriedly dodged the question. "At that time, you torture me." "I can't say that I was in the water enjoying myself with the mother and daughter." Lin Han thought desperately, "Don't waste time with him. Saving Si Han is important. Send someone to Qin's house. Find Qin Fengqing to confront him," the king ordered. The eunuch beside him immediately trembled in obedience. "Good, no wonder he's the king of a country. He can grasp the main point." Lin Han proudly raised his thumb to praise him. But Long Guangming's attitude wasn't like that. He was still incredibly angry at Lin Han. But as the head of a country, he could only calmly restrain himself and give a verdict to him. "As for you, whether you're innocent or not, I'll have my own way of finding out. Xiao Nan will tell you clearly." Lin Han heard this, his mood sank into the underworld. He couldn't believe it, asking himself, "He wants to let the monkey speak." The finger he was raising had to be put down. Lin Han secretly cursed him in his heart. He must be a foolish ruler. But both Long Guangming and the emperor were standing next to the huge, mighty gorilla Xiao Nan, silently watching it write the report. But Lin Han was flustered, sighing, "No wonder he's the royal spirit. He can also write with a brush." On the table, the writing written by Xiao Nan was presented neatly. Words like Qin Fengqing, killed in the bathroom. Xiao Nan was hit. Lin Han pushed. People were passed. Those key words. Long Guangming grasped the general situation and told Lin Han, "It seems you're not lying. The attacker is indeed Qin Fengqing. Xiao Nan also proves that you saved Si Han's life during the emergency." At this time, the paper on the table was completely revealed. Every black character was written neatly, recording it in full. Qin Fengqing led people to kill in the bathroom. Xiao Nan was hit by someone and knocked towards the master. Lin Han pushed the master out of the way and was knocked away. The emperor beside him waited for the king to finish speaking, then pondered for a moment before gently saying, "But why would he do that?" Long Guangming didn't care about her words. He went mad and slammed his hand on the table, ordering, "Transmit my decree. Seal Qin's house. Arrest Qin Fengqing." The eunuch who had been there immediately replied, yes. Then, after a while, a person with his hands cuffed behind his back appeared. The guards immediately shouted, kneel down. But Long Guangming saw the person being escorted and immediately asked fiercely, where is your brother, Qin Feng Yun? It was indeed Qin Feng Yun, the elder sister of that Feng Qing, who was being brought in. She was forced to kneel down but she accepted it calmly. Your humble servant is guilty of death, Feng Qinghe. He's gone. Qin Feng Yun was extremely exhausted. She finished the sentence, but on the throne above, Long Guangming couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a furious shout. Good for your Qin family. I feel sorry for your parents who were loyal to the country, so I married the princess to you. You don't need to thank me, but you still dared to barge into the palace and take the princess away. His expression now was extremely unpleasant. His forehead was full of angry veins. His face was also darkened. Finally, he issued the punishment for Qin Feng Yun. Drag her down, beat her to death. The guards outside heard this and immediately obeyed, shouting, yes. Qin Feng Yun was tragically dragged away on the carpet. At this moment, there was a sound, wait. Long Guangming's eyes stared at the source of the voice. I beg your majesty to show mercy. Give Qin Feng Yun a chance to redeem herself. These words struck a chord and caught the king's attention. Even Qin Feng Yun, whose face was full of tears, looked up in astonishment. The speaker was Lin Han, who was standing at the door. Behind him, Xiao Nan also agreed. It's you. Qin Feng Yun saw him and exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Lin Han speaking arrogantly, Long Guangming on the throne solemnly reminded him, Lin Han, I appreciate your merit in protecting the princess. I spare your life. Don't be oblivious to good and bad. Before the mouth of Long Guangming's dragon pearl, he struggled to close his eyes and control his emotions. But Lin Han was not at all intimidated. He retorted, Your Majesty, keeping Qin Feng Yun will give us a chance to find Qin Feng Chang. After all, saving the princess is the most urgent matter, right? Lin Han offered his opinion. Every vein on Long Guangming's forehead was filled with displeasure. The king's heart was extremely gloomy, as if a storm was brewing. He said to him, the whole capital is sealed off. All the martial arts guards are out searching. Still nothing. He remained silent for a few seconds, then opened his mouth again, making a deal. If I spared Qin Feng Yun's life, can you guarantee that you can rescue the princess? Facing this gloominess, Lin Han, despite his worries, readily agreed. I agree to try. Seeing this, Long Guangming changed his expression. He got off the throne and patted Lin Han's shoulder, praising him. Very good. No wonder Si Han likes you. You have guts. He just asked in a daze, likes. The king instantly changed his expression, looking terrifying. His eyes were waiting as if to rip apart his innards, giving a final warning. I give you 3 days. If you don't rescue the princess, I will have you killed. Lin Han stiffened, forced to agree. I understand. A while later, both Xiao Nan and him were at the scene. While observing, the book suddenly appeared and said, the other side is very professional. They didn't leave any traces. It worriedly asked Lin Han, why did you have to risk your life to save Qin Feng Yun? You're now putting yourself in danger. But Lin Han was very confident and smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't lose money in this deal. And at this time, where Qin Feng Yun was being detained, Qin Feng Yun had been sealed with a magic seal. Her cultivation was gone. Without the king personally releasing her within 3 days, she would definitely die. Now, I leave her to you. The 2 female guards explained her situation, then immediately threw her towards Lin Han who was standing there. He was very happy, saying, I accept. Besides, anyone who wants to find trouble with you, bring them to me quickly. Before leaving, the female guard heard the instruction and waved her hand. I understand. After the 2 female guards left, Qin Feng Yun, who was lying on the floor, moved, looking up at him and asking, why save me? But Lin Han suddenly dusted his 2 knees, put his hands on them, slightly bent his legs and looked at her, saying, there's no free lunch in the world. If I used my life to save you, you definitely have to pay a price. In this situation, Lin Han was in a dominant position. He seriously made his demands. 1. Hand over Cheng Miao Miao. 2. You will find the person with me in the future. You definitely understand your brother. I need intelligence. 3. He suddenly stopped at this point. His eyes lit up with a greedy smile. I want your supreme mysterious fire. Seeing this final demand, which was unacceptable, Qin Feng Yun became angry and refused. Supreme mysterious fire is the secret of the Qin family. Only the masters of each generation can cultivate it. How can it be passed on to an outsider like you? Seeing that the negotiations were unsuccessful, Lin Han stood up and shouted, "Someone! Qin Feng Yun is not cooperating, drag her out and kill her." Qin Feng Yun didn't expect this despicable act. She immediately changed her mind. "Wait, I agree with you, isn't that right?" Seeing her agree, Lin Han immediately changed his attitude, squatting down cheerfully and saying, "That's right, your family is about to fall, what's the use of worrying about inheritance?" This sentence struck her heart. Qin Feng Yun, although angry, had to grit her teeth and say, "Cheng Miao Miao is locked in the secret chamber in the mansion, I'll take you there." But Lin Han rejected this offer. He said, "You go and bring her here, I still have to wait for someone here." Qin Feng Yun asked in confusion, "Wait for someone?" Hearing her ask, Lin Han didn't hide it. He smiled and said, "My inside man," leaving Qin Feng Yun with doubts. Later, the female guard returned and walked into the room. "As you predicted, we only found one person, the other is missing." Lin Han saw the person he needed, who was following behind the female guard, and waved his hand. "Okay, you're done. Get out." With a yes, the female guard left. But those red high heels entered. Seeing him, she shouted, "It's you, Lin Han, long time no see." The person who arrived was unexpectedly a Mo, a teammate of Qin Feng Qing from the Shangshan Mansion tournament. Lin Han was speechless. "My name is Lin Han." Splash splash, the sound of small feet moving in the warm water echoed, along with the voice of a woman. "You mean the two old men Qin and Qing Shang both participated in the kidnapping of the princess?" Lin Han heard this and thought seriously. Qin Feng Qing definitely participated. Qing Shang is uncertain, but right now, his disappearance is definitely suspicious. The woman who had been soaking her feet all this time was a Mo, who was once a teammate with Qing Shang and Qin Feng Qing during that competition. She didn't care much, admiring her feet playing in the water. She asked, "So what do you want me for?" Lin Han didn't hide his thoughts and clearly stated his purpose. "You're familiar with the two of them. Could you provide me with some clues?" She was nonchalant, not taking those words to heart. She asked back, "Why should I help you?" Those small feet were comfortably soaking, but when she heard Lin Han's words, she replied, "Saving the princess is the duty of every citizen. You, as a martial arts guard, should cooperate unconditionally, otherwise, I will go to the emperor and accuse you. The lighter punishment is house arrest. The heavier one is extermination of your family." Lin Han smiled triumphantly, holding the initiative in his hand and threatening her. But Amo was still the same. She looked at him with innocent eyes and responded, "My father is the Holy Virtue Grand Emperor. Even the emperor must call him Grand Emperor. In terms of rank, I can be considered the emperor's aunt." "Lin Han, are you sure you want to report me?" Amo finished speaking, tilting her head to look at him. But Lin Han heard this and sighed thoughtfully. Her backing is really strong. He was dumbfounded and defeated, saying, "No, no more reporting, you really are strong." Luckily for Lin Han, the expression on Amo's face changed slightly. She touched her cheek awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "But no matter what, Xiao Si Han calls me aunt, not saving her isn't appropriate." Those innocent eyes looked at him seriously. Her hand raised one finger. "If you can promise me one condition, I can help you." He immediately replied, "What condition?" He was still thinking, "We'll talk about it later." Lin Han was still vague and doubtful, saying, "This." Seeing him like this, Amo added, "Then wait for me to finish thinking before talking about intelligence." Finally, Lin Han had no choice but to quickly hold her back, agreeing with her, Don't. I promise you, hurry up and tell me." Finally, the deal was made. Amo also stood up and left the warm pool. "The two of them often go outside the city to play, but they never told me where they go. I've only seen this symbol embroidered on the things they bring back." Amo used a brush to draw a creature that looked similar to a cat, with flickering flames around it. She crossed her arms with conviction. "If there is another mysterious expert helping them, I think it must be related to this place." But Lin Han and Xiao Nan stared at the drawing, speechless, thinking the same thing. "Are you sure it's like that?" At this moment, the door opened. Cheng Miao Miao was brought back by Qin Feng Yun. Seeing him, she shouted, "Lin Han." She rushed over and hugged him tightly, saying with complete trust, "It's great. I knew you would come to save me." Lin Han saw this and said, "It's good that you're all right." But Cheng Miao Miao hugged him. Her face was extremely dangerous, reminding him, "Now your life vein is in my hands, be clear. What do you mean by ugly?" Lin Han shuddered at that sweet threat and retorted, "Your memory is really good, haha." Amo was also done. She left, passing by Qin Feng Yun. She didn't forget to reassure her, "I believe old Qin was tricked. Whether the Qin family can survive depends on whether you are fast enough. Good luck." Qin Feng Yun heard this and didn't forget to say, "Thank you." At this time, Qin Feng Yun turned to Lin Han and reminded him, "Time is urgent, you already have her. Where do you go to find the person next?" But Lin Han was a little embarrassed. He told her, "Qin Feng Qing is very likely related to the organization with this totem. Have you ever seen it?" He pointed at the drawing a Mo had made, asking her. Cheng Miao Miao saw this and didn't bother anymore. She went to another place and said huffily, "HMPH. I'll settle the score with you later." But Qin Feng Yun saw that symbol and just froze, wondering, is that a totem? She awkwardly said, "It seems we need to go to the intelligence house." At the intelligence house, the old man with a long mustache finished drinking his tea and sighed, "Never seen that." Just as he said that, someone shouted at him, "You hold the intelligence information of the whole country. How can you not know it?" Qin Feng Yun was incredibly angry, but the old head of the intelligence house, Yi Bug, said indifferently, "I am not omniscient." He raised both hands, feigning ignorance, and challenged, "Do you have any evidence to prove that I know it but I'm not telling you?" Qin Feng Yun was frustrated and angry. She gritted her teeth but couldn't do anything. Lin Han behind her was unusually calm. He didn't know what he was thinking. But that old man changed his expression to one with malicious intent. He stroked his mustache and made a condition with her, "But, if there is a beauty like the Qin family head, who can make this old man relax a little, maybe I'll remember something." Qin Feng Yun became even more embarrassed. She could only huff. That old man Yi found it very amusing to tease her. He leaned back in his chair and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Whether I can remember or not, I have to see if I can relax before I can be sure, ha ha ha." With a bang, the table between the two sides shattered in half as Lin Han kicked it. That old man was stunned, but Lin Han acted innocently, saying, "Oh dear, sir, the quality of your table is so bad, how did it break by itself?" Yi Bug was so scared he didn't dare to put his feet on the ground. He shrank back and hugged the chair, but he roared angrily, "You monkey, clearly you broke it, don't even think about leaving today without explaining yourself. Oh, the princess is missing, but you're making things difficult for us because of a broken table? To say it nicely, you don't understand the emperor and you're hindering the investigation. To say it harshly, you are an accomplice of the bandits, deliberately sabotaging the rescue operation." Lin Han used the same threatening tactic as he did with a Mo. He smiled cunningly and mocked him, "Sir, how do you think I should explain it to the emperor?" But old man Yi Bug was caught off guard, very embarrassed. He could only mumble a yes to him. Knowing that he couldn't push it further, the old man, who understood the situation, hurried inside and said, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. How dare this humble official hinder the investigation? I'll go and check now. Please follow me." Seeing the old man's compliance, Lin Han snorted. Qin Feng Yun behind him admired the entire scene and blushed. She thought, "This guy knows his stuff." That scene was like thousands of flowers falling in her heart. In the study filled with books and documents, old man Yi Bug hurriedly rummaged through everything. Lin Han watched. Finding it displeasing, he threatened again, "Be quicker, your work efficiency is so bad." But Yi Bug, although afraid, had to truthfully say, "There are a bunch of different totem symbols on the ground, but there's nothing similar to what Lin Han is looking for. There's no information about this totem on the intelligence records. Either this organization doesn't exist or..." Yi Bug paused for a moment, hesitant. "This organization is very secretive. Even with the strength of our empire, we can't obtain any intelligence." After hearing the old man's words, Lin Han pondered. Later, when they left the house and walked outside, Yi Bug's voice could still be heard behind them. "Take your time, sir, you've worked hard." Cheng Miao Miao asked suspiciously. "Even the intelligence house doesn't have it. Could it be that a Mo was mistaken?" Lin Han, who had been silent, finally spoke. "There's another person who can help." Qin Feng Yun, who was beside him, heard this and became curious. Lin Han's face didn't show any expression as he told Cheng Miao Miao, "Miao Miao, you stay in the capital. Continue looking for the Great Eagle. I'm going out of the city for a while. I'll be back soon." Cheng Miao Miao immediately obeyed and nodded, saying yes. But at this time, in another place, Mountain King Chu Yifa blushed with embarrassment. He hugged his knees and trembled, asking, You want to exchange intelligence again?" It was indeed Lin Han who was taking off his clothes in front of her. Qin Feng Yun was standing in the distance, still unaware of what was happening. Lin Han looked at her and said, "The same rules, make it quick. I'll try to finish the fight within an hour." Chu Yifa, whose lower body was wearing fishnet pants for double protection, shivered and waved her hand in response to him. No need, this time it's free. My bottom is still swollen." She was so scared she knelt on the bed. Next to her were some pain relief ointments. Hearing her say that, Lin Han didn't hide it. He pulled down his shirt and exposed his stomach, revealing that drawing of the totem. I need all the information related to this totem, he originally intended to ask while doing it. But Chu Yifa was immediately shocked when she saw the drawing and asked, how are you connected to this organization? Lin Han didn't rush to answer. He calmly thought, looks like I found the right person. Qin Feng Yun, who was behind him, saw this and immediately spoke on his behalf, explaining the situation. The princess has been kidnapped. We can only find this organization to rescue her. If someone else came to ask, I would definitely say I don't know, but why is it you? Chu Rifa knelt down, embarrassed. This made Lin Han even more curious. This organization is called the White Tiger Gang. It's the largest underground gang in Tianquanzhou, with countless experts, and they are extremely rich. She continued to explain, in the past 10 years, there are 3 countries that have been destroyed by them. Their power surpasses that of most emperors. At this moment, she was holding another painting in her hand. Compared to the one drawn by a Mo, it was truly worlds apart. This totem clearly showed a mighty tiger roaring with its mouth open. Chu Yifa continued to worry, comparing the 2 sides, the gap between you, it can be said. But Lin Han was seriously thinking at this time, evenly matched opponents, that's a bit of pressure. I need to take this seriously. The 2 girls heard this and didn't understand what the hell Lin Han was talking about. Chu Yifa sighed, then said, the White Tiger Gang is too powerful. We've been snooping around too much and it could lead to our deaths, so we don't know where their headquarters are, she could only say helplessly. Hearing that, Lin Han suddenly raised a black gift box, feigning sadness and sighing, what a pity. He continued, I specially asked a skilled craftsman from the palace to make a golden wishing rod, 1-to-1 in size to mine, and I wanted to give it to a destined person. Chu Yifa heard this and her eyes lit up, while Qin Feng Yun blushed, thinking about that 1-to-1 size. Then, Chu Yifa was embarrassed and whispered, but, I can provide a clue. Then Chu Yifa smiled and said, I have a piece of top-secret intelligence. There is a person in the palace who is an undercover agent for the White Tiger Gang. Right after saying that, Chu Yifa crawled closer to Lin Han. She said, find her, then you might get a clue. Lin Han stood there and probed Chu Yifa, a leader, the prime minister, or a general? Chu Yifa helplessly suggested, higher, a little higher. Qin Feng Yun heard this and was startled. She guessed, she means the royal family. Even Lin Han was shocked by this. As for Chu Yifa, she panicked and waved her hands, I didn't say anything. Lin Han thought for a moment and said, if the White Tiger Gang is involved, of course, the royal family would take away as many people as possible. Then, he thought for a moment, nodding decisively, but the scene left her behind, so that's how it is. Chu Yifa heard this and happily said, a smart person would have guessed it. Then, Lin Han threw the gift box towards Chu Yifa and ran away. She saw the gift box and her eyes lit up. Qin Feng Yun was pulled away by Lin Han. She asked in a daze, you already know who it is? Lin Han confidently replied, yes, make it quick. To prevent her from running away, inside, Chu Yifa was happily jumping up and down, her hand tightly gripping the gift box. Qin Feng Yun was pulled away by Lin Han. She couldn't help but blush and think, after I turned 12, I don't like being held hands anymore. He keeps pulling my hand, why don't I feel repulsed at all? At night, in the palace, the moonlight seemed to illuminate the entire palace. On the outside, the empress was lying on a soft bed, being carried by the guards. One of them asked, Your Majesty, can we visit our families tomorrow? The empress heard this and scolded, what nonsense, are you the empress or am I the empress? The empress angrily said, you're becoming more and more lawless. At this moment, the empress's bed-shaped palanquin collapsed, causing the empress to shout involuntarily, oh, ah. Seeing the guards lying unconscious on the ground, the empress shouted loudly, there's an assassin, someone, come here quickly. At this moment, Lin Han stood at the gate of the palace, saying, shout, call the martial arts guards, we can't escape now. The empress saw them and was startled. She asked loudly, what are you doing here again? Lin Han didn't answer immediately, but he asked back, I left a loophole when I didn't take you away before. Why are you rushing to escape? Qin Feng Yun also added, are you afraid of being suspected? The empress angrily pointed at them, I've done what I should have done. Why are you still following me? You said you were bringing me the debt note, why haven't you brought it? Lin Han calmly replied, of course, what you've done isn't enough. The empress angrily said, if I hadn't fallen for your trap before, why would I be in so much debt? She continued, don't push me anymore, or we'll die together. Hearing the Empress admit it, Qin Feng Yun and Lin Han took off their cloaks, and Lin Han said, so that's how it is. He continued, the Empress is caught in a trap by the White Tiger Gang, lacking a large sum of money. The debt note has become a fatal weakness. The Empress saw them, she panicked and asked, who are you? Lin Han smiled and replied, the person who can help you. Hearing that, the Empress trembled with anger, she struggled to say, you, how dare you? This time, Lin Han calmly pronounced the verdict, as the mother of the country, you indulge in gambling, that's the first crime. He added, as the Empress, you let the wolf into the house, that's the second crime. Then Lin Han pulled off his cloak, pointed at the Empress and loudly said, as a mother of the people, you sell your daughter to save yourself, that's the third crime. Talking about daring, you're the most daring of all. The Empress only now began to be afraid, she trembled, saying, I know I'm wrong to see Han, but I really had no other choice, they threatened me. Suddenly, the Empress's body began to sway. Just as she was about to fall, Lin Han arrived in time to support her. The Empress sadly said, if I don't listen, it will ruin my reputation. Lin Han said in a low voice to comfort her, don't worry, I will help you, not only rescue the princess, but also help you get the debt note back. The Empress heard this and shyly looked at Lin Han, then, she made a sound. Then the Empress whispered to Lin Han, I can only rely on you. Just as those two were about to kiss, Qin Feng Yun angrily spoke up, she's the Empress, aren't you afraid of 9 generations of your family being wiped out? Lin Han stopped in time, he remembered something, he dared to give a green banner to the Emperor, even if he died, he would die for it. The White Tiger Gang's location will change quite often, their headquarters will change every month. The newest base is probably in Luofeng Gorge, 30 miles west of the city. They will periodically hold gatherings to find pleasure with the officials and nobles in the court. No matter if they use beauty or gambling, they ultimately find these people's weaknesses and then force them into debt. There are countless experts in the White Tiger Gang. It is said that there is a 9th heaven, heavenly Yuan realm expert guarding them. In the Empress's chambers, she spoke to Lin Han, with your strength, wanting to rescue Si Han is almost impossible. Lin Han asked doubtfully, why did Qin Feng Qing collude with them to kidnap the princess? The Empress sighed and said, I don't know the specific reason, she probably wanted to use Si Han to force the Emperor to make concessions. Lin Han heard this and stroked his chin thoughtfully, it seems, I can only go to Luofeng Gorge. The Empress worriedly reminded him, find some more helpers, or it will be very dangerous. At this time, Lin Han confidently pulled out the book, Beast, happily saying, don't worry, I have it, that's my reliable friend, the source of joy. But, in the eyes of others, they only saw 5 twisted fingers. Qin Feng Yun chuckled, cough, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The Empress also laughed and said, I also don't understand. In the living room, the book spoke, have you thought it through? You're not choosing to upgrade your ability to endure, but to draw a new nurturing mother. Lin Han confidently replied, dealing with enemies who have a numerical advantage, it's still more advantageous to increase the number of nurturing mothers. Then he said loudly, open, accompanied by the action of opening the book. The book unexpectedly thought, this time, it can be opened easily. Then, the book couldn't help but be impressed, his growth is truly remarkable. In the living room, the light from the book illuminated the entire room, even outside, making Qin Feng Yun, who was watching, startled in astonishment. At this time, a sweet voice came from the girl in the blue dress, Unyayaya, where did Wu Huang go? She sat on Lin Han, making him dizzy. He couldn't help but think, I'm afraid even a conman in the old society wouldn't be so reckless. Yu Chu happily jumped around, yeah, I'm finally out, ha ha ha. Lin Han could only helplessly watch. Then Lin Han bewilderedly asked the book, Shu Jia, why does she have a letter on her chest? Shu Jia heard this and smiled. Yu Chu will absorb the extreme energy into her body and convert it into stored lightning. Shu Jia explained the meaning of the letter on Yu Chu's body. The letter on her chest represents the amount of lightning energy she has currently stored. For example, if she has very little stored, it's A, but later on. Then Shu Jia said, it will become B. At this moment, the letter on Yu Chu's body actually changed to B. Shu Jia was proud of himself. He rubbed his hands and asked Lin Han, is it very intimate? Lin Han covered his nose tightly, preventing his nosebleed from continuing. He thought to himself, just one nurturing mother, and I can have 26 kinds of joy. Then Shu Jia continued, but she has one flaw. which is that her personality is unstable. She's easily electrified when she's excited, so try to restrain her normally. Lin Han nodded and confidently replied, "Okay, I will let her charge her battery peacefully." Then Lin Han called out to Yu Chu, "Yu Chu, stop playing, come here." Hearing that, she immediately stopped and looked at Lin Han. Lin Han extended his hand, smiled and greeted Yu Chu. "Hello, I'm Lin Han." Shu Jia, who was beside him, said, "Without the Beast King, you wouldn't have been able to get out, quickly come and thank him." Hearing that, Yu Chu was excited and her eyes lit up, happily calling, "Beast King." She rushed over with sparks of electricity, happily calling, "Beast King." While both Lin Han and Shu Jia were horrified. Then the two of them ran to the sides. Shu Jia couldn't help but say, "Dangerous," while Lin Han said, "Wow." At this moment, Lu Dadiao opened the door and happily called, "Second uncle." Then he suddenly frowned. Then he probed and determined his target. Lu Dadiao thought to himself, "Confirm the quality of the younger sister, very pretty." Then, ignoring Lin Han's advice, quickly dodge, Lu Dadiao acted on his own, confirming the location of second uncle, can't reach it. Lu Dadiao pouted, closed his eyes and thought to himself, "This time I won't make the same mistake as the tiger sister and lion brother, come on," earnestly. At this moment, Lu Dadiao's loud cries echoed throughout the room. The entire room flashed with blue sparks of electricity. Lin Han helplessly poked Lu Dadiao and said, "Poor child, why don't you ever listen to advice?" Yu Chu stood next to him, feeling very guilty. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment." At this time, Cheng Miao Miao hurriedly entered with Bai He and Qin Feng Yun. She said, "We're just a step late, what happened to Dadiao?" Lin Han quickly retracted Yu Chu and said, "It's great that you're here, now we're going out of the city immediately, to rescue the princess." Hearing the words, "rescue the princess," Lu Dadiao, who was unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He jumped up, happily calling Lin Han, "Second uncle," making him jump in surprise. Lu Dadiao was full of hope. He opened his mouth and asked, "Can I have a chance to be the main character this time in the rescue operation?" Looking at Lu Dadiao's face, which was written with the 4 words, "main character," Lin Han even broke out in a sweat. He could only helplessly agree, "Of course, but why did you?" Lu Dadiao explained while taking off his shirt, "Since I was little, my father has instilled his expectations into me. He carved 4 words on my back, second uncle. Do you know what they are?" Lin Han said, "I don't know." At this time, Lu Dadiao had taken off his top. He showed off, "You see, family inspiration." The other 4 were stunned, looking at him. The 4 characters on Lu Dadiao's back meant, daily talent, golden thousand taels, daily progress, attract wealth and treasure. Lu Dadiao recalled his father's instructions. He was moved to tears. "My father's instructions to me. I will always keep them in my heart. Only by rescuing the princess can I soar to the heavens, therefore, this opportunity is very important to me." Hearing this, Lin Han was also moved to tears. He stepped forward and put Lu Dadiao's shirt back on, reminding him, "Put your clothes back on first, don't catch a cold." Qin Feng Yun could only helplessly say, "What a pity, to be tricked like that for so many years. Why did he become the lord of Lu City?" Bai He replied, "Maybe he wants to achieve 2 goals at once." Cheng Miao Miao agreed with her opinion, "Oh, that's something he would do." In the carriage on the way to Shanglu, Lin Han thought to himself and said, "The princess is still in their hands. We can't rush in this time, we can only devise a plan." Lin Han was sitting sandwiched between the beautiful women. He stroked his fake beard and seriously planned. "The plan is as follows. I will pretend to be a rich merchant from the capital who wants to gamble, leading you guys to infiltrate. Dadiao will disguise himself as a servant. After entering, secretly find the princess." Hearing Lin Han say this, Lu Dadiao's nose went up to the sky. He kept looking around, pretending to look around. Lin Han continued his plan. "After that, Lu Dadiao, find out where they are being held first, then it will be easier to deal with them." Just then, a group of people blocked the way of Lin Han's group. The leader loudly said, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Lu Dadiao quickly stopped his horse. "Quack, woo," in a voice. The leader with a tattoo on his left chest, he said loudly, "This is where our mountain village is repairing the road, you can't go. Turn around and go back." Lu Dadiao, although quite frightened, still played his role well. "My master heard that there is a place to play dice here. He wants to play a little. Can you guys show us the way?" The big brother leaned on his hand and said, "On the carriage, who's inside? Pull up the curtain and let's see." Lu Dadiao happily replied, "Okay." As soon as he pulled up the curtain, Lu Dadiao was surprised by the scene before him. All three girls were surrounding Lin Han, and he was drunk. At this time, Lin Han, drunk, said to Lu Dadiao, "Xiao Diao, have we arrived?" Lu Dadiao was envious to death, so happy. If I could switch places with my second uncle, that would be great. But he still tried to control himself, comforting himself, "Calm down, Dadiao, you're the one who does great things. The princess is waiting for you to save her." The big brother saw this and said, "Okay, follow me." Inside, Sun Fengyun angrily said, "Why do I have to disguise myself as your wife?" Lin Han calmly replied, "This is called covering your eyes." Then, Lin Han stroked his beard and pulled up the curtain. He was stunned by the scene before him, and couldn't help but think. No wonder the White Tiger Hall can change locations frequently. Before Lin Han's eyes was a magnificent and luxurious tower. What was special was that it wasn't built on the ground. Lin Han also thought to himself, their lair is built on a turtle's back. At this time, the man led them to a large ladder. He said to them, "Pay attention to your feet, if you fall, I'm not responsible." Dadiao heard this and replied, "Okay, lead the way." In his heart, he was secretly pleased. My second uncle really is a man of his word. He actually let me go first. The girls below were a little dissatisfied. Can't they just make a passage? They had to do this, they must have some intention. Going up and down, there has to be a rise so it can be easy to defend and hard to attack. Then they shouted down and asked Lin Han, "You said it, right?" Lin Han, in the back, looked up and had a nosebleed. He thought to himself, black, it's so black. When they arrived, they were standing outside the gate, looking inside. The hall inside was bustling with excitement, full of laughter and conversation. "Wow, it's so lively." Suddenly, a girl spoke up and greeted, "Welcome, Master Wang, to the White Tiger Hall. I'm your server, you can call me Xiaoan." Lin Han replied, "You guys only have these things to play?" The girl heard this and replied, "Of course not. Our White Tiger Hall has always emphasized the richness and fun of entertainment." Then she pointed to a stage that was performing and said, "For example, the chest-bursting event has both urgency and strength, masters can bet. The amount of fragments, big or small. On the stage, there's a bear holding a hammer. On the stone table, there's a man lying down, holding a large stone. The people below are shouting, 'Small, small, big, big.'" Then she pointed to another side and introduced, "For example, the red target shooting event emphasizes experience and participation. There's a man tied to a post, his mouth is covered with a cloth, and there's an apple on his head. The people around are excitedly shouting, 'Come on, don't be nervous, there are 10 chances.' To encourage a man holding a knife and blinded by a girl. 'Master, come on, hit it. The reward ratio is 1 to 500. After introducing, she innocently asked, "Which event do you want to experience?" It didn't matter that behind her, 2 bears were carrying a man who had been stabbed with 5 daggers. This sight made Lin Han sweat. Then he put his hand to his chin, smiled at her and said, "Since ancient times, gambling has no family. Is there a strength accumulation event?" Seeing him think like this, she was surprised and covered her mouth. "You already brought 3 female companions, you still want?" Then he folded his arms and said, "You guys use one word to describe the brains of the 4 people behind me." The 4 people behind him said, "C cup, A cup, Q cup, A cup." Immediately, everyone turned to look at Dadiao, making him a little surprised. "What are you looking at me for? Don't you need me to tell you?" The girl blushed and said, "Master Wang, you really are talented, your interests are wide." "Understood, Xiaoan will arrange it immediately." Then the girl led him to a different corridor and introduced, "The beautiful women are all in here, all kinds of types. Master Wang, choose carefully." Suddenly, several girls came out and greeted, "Master Wang." Among them, there were all kinds of types, from stout to slender, beast people to humans. Seeing them, he frowned uncomfortably and looked at the girl with disgust. "You only have these kinds of people, I'm not interested at all." His reaction made her feel a little awkward. "These are our top-tier beauties and beasts." She asked, "What kind do you want?" Hearing this, he leaned closer and said, "I want to do something noble, you know." Hearing this, she awkwardly replied, "I understand your meaning, but noble things are naturally expensive. I don't know how much wealth you have." He didn't answer right away, just waved his finger and ordered Xiao Diao. Immediately, Dadiao raised both hands, and also pulled back his clothes on both sides, revealing a pile of bright gold that covered his body. Lin Han turned around with a smug look on his face. "Is it enough?" The girl saw so much gold, her eyes lit up. Enough, enough. Then she immediately said, Master Wang, wait a moment, I'll go ask if there's someone suitable. He nodded and replied, okay, go ahead. As she turned her back, he shot something towards her. What was shot out was a spider. It immediately clung to her back. Then it began to spin silk. Seeing this, Lin Han said, just sit here and wait. Feng Yun asked, do you expect them to let the princess come and serve you? He replied, of course not. But the person she's going to find might know where the princess is. At another location, 2 bears were guarding the house on both sides. The girl calmly walked through. She reached a room, knocked on the door. A voice came from inside, come in. She peeked inside and said softly, Brother Ji, a large group came, wanting to find a noble lady. We don't. The one called Brother Ji replied, no, no. Just find a girl for him. He's Brother Ji, the one from the White Tiger Hall. There are plenty of people from the White Tiger Hall. He shifted the attention to the girl. Qing Feng laughed, holding a chess piece. If old Qin can capture the princess, we can also send her over there to make some money, ha ha. Hearing these words, Brother Ji's face turned red with anger. Control your mouth. He continued, the great master is about to arrive. Who wants to ruin everyone's good time? Qin Feng heard this and broke out in sweat, raised his hands in surrender and said, just kidding, don't be angry, Brother Ji. At this moment, the spider on the girl's back tightened its silk, sending a signal to Lin Han. Seeing the vibration of the spider silk, Lin Han smiled and said, the signal has been sent, go. A long sound. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. They're running, run quickly. The girl didn't understand what was happening. She turned around and asked, what happened? At this time, Lin Han was also stunned. Cheng Miao Miao and Nan Nai turned back and asked him, what should we do now? He calmed down, smiled and said, no matter what, the more chaotic the situation, the better for us. The more chaotic, the better. At this time, these people were running around in a panic because the situation was a little chaotic. The opponent had many people coming, all masters. Quickly go and help. About a minute later, after they ran for a while, a voice came from the wall, gone, gone. It turned out to be Lin Han and the people who went with him. They used a cloth that was the same color as the wall to hide and avoid being discovered. He said, whoever is playing tricks, they're really doing a great job. Cheng Miao Miao said, it seems like the defenses here will be very empty. As she turned around, she saw him running towards a room. She called out, Dadiao, what are you doing? Dadiao smiled brightly, a little excited, and turned back while laughing, what am I doing? Of course I'm rescuing the princess. I'm a giant in thought, a giant in action. With a bang, he flung open the door and went inside, shouting in a loud voice, Dadiao, shining. It's you. The people inside, holding various large weapons, looked at Dadiao with murderous eyes, asking as he burst in and slammed the door. These terrifying stares made Dadiao freeze up, his body stiffened, and he even drooled. We had a date in the void. Brother Ji glanced behind him and asked, do you know him? The girl behind him spoke up, Brother Ji, they want to get to know the noble lady. Qing Feng stared at him and pondered, this kid looks familiar. Hearing the girl's words, Brother Ji squinted and grinned wickedly, weapons out, prepare to fight. So it's like this, you're here to rescue someone, right? You guys outside, are you with him? Lu Dadiao calmly replied, no, I'm not here to rescue the princess. These words made the blue-haired guy from before go crazy with anger and roar, how did you know the princess is in our hands? Immediately, he was chased after by them. They shouted as they chased, stop. A sword was thrown out and grazed the top of Dadao's head, causing some of his hair to fall out. He ran away madly, because if he didn't run, he would only be a corpse. As they ran, they exchanged words with each other. He shouted, Brother Jia, don't. Someone replied, I'm Ji. The four of them, Lin Han, could only watch helplessly as he was chased and beaten. Lin Han's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Dadiao, you're great. The enemy has finally been lured away. The girls were speechless at this situation. Their attention shifted from Dadiao being chased to the room. They turned and saw Qing Feng stealthily closing that door. Isn't that Qing Feng? Seeing him leave, they said, follow him, there must be something unexpected. Master, the spider says. He listened to the spider on his hand and said with a happy smile, good job. I'll reward you later. They followed him to the stairs and climbed up after him, one floor apart. One of the girls noticed he was walking for a long time and a lot, so she asked him, are you going to find Qin Feng Qing? Qin Feng Yun replied, probably. But they didn't expect to be discovered by Qing Feng. He leaned forward, looked down at where they were standing, and sneered, "I knew I'd seen that kid somewhere. It turns out you're with them." Seeing his casual attitude, Qin Feng Yun glared at him uncomfortably and said loudly, "Qing Feng, you've caused a big mess. I'm only being kind by not beating you here. Take me to meet Feng Cheng." Seeing Feng Yun, he was surprised and scared, calling out, "Sister Yun." His face darkened, he trembled and clenched his teeth. His finger touched a button on the outside of the handrail on the stairs. His voice trembled, "We have no way out. You've offended." He pressed the button and continued, "Someone will come to deal with you later. Enjoy the last moments of your life," he said, and the stairs below immediately separated. Lin Han and the girls were caught off guard and fell down, but they landed safely by using him as a cushion to absorb the impact. He was crushed, and because he fell from a height, he stood up with a hunched back like an old man, and complained, "My precious back." Cheng Miao Miao touched the wall and felt it. She said, "The wall is very smooth, we can't climb up." Lin Han looked up at the stairs above and said, "If we wait for the White Tiger Hall people to come and deal with the intruders, we'll be in trouble." Feng Yun asked, "Is there no other way?" Suddenly, a black figure came towards them and asked, "You're here to rescue the princess too?" Immediately, the four of them turned around towards the sound. It was a girl with dark skin and blonde hair, Wu Lin Wei. They called out. Lin Han raised his token and said, "We are the rescue team for His Majesty's life. We have a token as proof. Why is Wu Lin Wei here?" Liang Qingqing clasped her hands and said, "Second Company Commander of Wu Lin Wei, Imperial Palace, Liang Qingqing." She looked at him sincerely, her hands still clasped, following His Majesty's will. "I led a team to attack the White Tiger Hall. Wu Lin Wei suffered heavy losses, I was forced to hide here. I beg your forgiveness." Lin Han feigned anger. "What do you mean, why suddenly attack?" But in his heart, he was already sweating profusely, thinking, people who can be emperors are not simple. They investigated the White Tiger Hall so quickly. She continued, 3 hours ago, the White Tiger Hall sent a letter to His Majesty, demanding that our defensive forces withdraw from the borders of Yunqi, Taixing, and Hongling, or they would kill the princess. His Majesty was at his wits' end, so he ordered an attack. Hearing this, Feng Yun was shocked and asked, "The White Tiger Hall has gone mad? They dare to target the 3 cities in North Jing? Were they sent by North Feng?" Lin Han was a little confused and asked Feng Yun, "Those 3 cities are very important?" Feng Yun's face became serious. She replied, "Where are they important? They are the lifeline of the Tian Yun kingdom. I can see on the map that North Han occupies a lot of territory and has more advantages than Tian Yun. Once we lose the 3 cities, we will not be able to defend against North Han. They can march straight into the capital city in one night." At this point, Lin Han finally understood the seriousness of the situation and said, "So that's it. The White Tiger Hall is not helping Qin Feng Cheng, they are taking advantage of him. Their goal is to use the princess to force the emperor to give them the cities." Cheng Miao Miao asked, "What should we do now?" He looked up and replied, "The only way to solve this is to rescue the princess, but we can't get up now." As he finished, Liang Qingqing offered a suggestion. She said, "I can try, masters." Then she held something that looked like a coin between 2 fingers. Immediately, it transformed into a seahorse with a cannon on its mouth. She gave a brief introduction, "This is my elemental beast. It shoots very far, 11-star elemental beast, steel armor sea dragon." He looked at it, showing a humorous expression, and pointed at Liang Qingqing and the seahorse, exclaiming, "Wow, you're really talented." On the bed, the imperial princess, Long Si Han, whom everyone was searching for, was fast asleep. But the one standing in front of the bed at this moment was Qin Feng Cheng, appearing in the clothes of the assassin who kidnapped the princess, and he was angrily puffing out his chest. Qin Feng Cheng stood stiffly in front of the bed, trying to look at the princess's thighs and get a feel for them. Suddenly, with a bang, the sound of someone calling, "Feng Cheng," came from outside. Qin Feng Cheng was startled, and his efforts were wasted. He turned around and angrily shouted, "You scared the life out of me. I finally got a little feel for it." The one who opened the door and ran in was Qing Feng. He ignored Qin Feng Cheng's scolding and reported, "Sister, the little kid Lin Han is here looking for you." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the murderous aura emanating from Qin Feng Cheng intensified. He tilted his head and asked, "You mean?" Qin Feng Cheng's face looked like a demon awakening when he heard that name. "My brother's killer is here." Qing Feng, seeing his expression, became even more worried. He said, I threw him into a pit. I can hold them off for a while. Now quickly take the princess and leave. But Qin Feng Qing didn't pay attention, his hatred took over. No hurry, I'll do it myself today. Suddenly, with a bang, a figure smashed through the door, to the astonishment of the two in the room. It turned out to be Lin Han himself, who broke in with a bang. He breathed a sigh of relief after successfully landing. He was still worried just now, he almost bumped into the wall. The direction of the flight. The direction of the flight was quite accurate, landing with both feet on Qin Feng Qing's lower body, making him terrified. This landing was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Feng Qing was so frightened that his mouth trembled, stammering, my creation. Qin Feng Yun heard this sound and was clearly flustered. Liang Qing didn't understand what it meant. She asked, that scream was terrifying, who is creation? Nan Nai assisted. Lin Han shouted an order, follow orders. Nan Nai immediately used a technique to fling himself through the wooden window. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han also scooped up Princess Long Si Han and jumped out of the window. However, this height was a bit deep, too high, dangerous. The people below shouted, Lin Han, keep your cool. He called out, Xiao Tu. With a few clicks, Nan Nai jumped off the stairs. The love spider had successfully spun silk and caught Lin Han, who was carrying the princess. As they landed, the spider silk immediately retracted. Lin Han said contentedly, safe landing. Cheng meow meow and Bai he ran over in concern when they saw them. From above, through the dozen layers of ice created by Nan Nai, the sounds of the people above echoed down. This kid's movements are too fast. We can't let him take the princess away like this. Another familiar voice shouted, Lin, stop right there. These two voices were those of Qin Feng Qing and Qing Feng. As the shouts stopped, a cold, indignant voice echoed up from below, warning them, Feng Qing, do you want to harm the entire clan? It was Qin Feng Yun, gnashing her teeth in anger. When Qin Feng Qing saw his sister, his face turned pale, he stammered, sister. Count to 3, get down here immediately. Qin Feng Yun said sternly, and began counting, 1, 2. Suddenly, a group of people came running from another direction above, shouting, good. It turns out you're the ones who escaped. They were referring to Lin Han's group. You dared to break into the White Tiger Hall. You want to die. Capture the princess alive, kill the rest. Hearing this, the subordinates immediately grabbed their knives and threw them down. They repeatedly shouted, yes. Their desire to fight was burning. All kinds of weapons were in their hands. Realizing the situation was dire, they said, we can't stay here long. We need to think of a way to escape. Let's go. Qin Feng Yun used a technique to block them somewhat. At that moment, Liang Qing stepped forward to save them. There's a cave here. I'll go in through there. At this point, someone else realized, where's Dadiao? I don't know. Could he have been captured? The one panicking was Lin Han. He explained, I promised I would let Dadiao rescue the princess. Lin Han's eyes showed determination. He said, we have to get him to help quickly. So that when the princess wakes up, she will think she was rescued by Dadiao. But it seemed Lin Han's plan wouldn't succeed, because just a second later, there was a sound of, from the princess. Her eyes closed, her thin lips parted slightly. Lin Han felt something was wrong and shouted, oh no, the princess is about to wake up. At that moment, as they ran out of the building, they saw a hand waving at them, I'm here. They saw Lu Dadiao on the other side. Lin Han, as if he had found a treasure, shouted, second uncle, you can only help you get here. Catch. The wind picked up. Lin Han, without hesitation, tossed Long Si Han towards Lu Dadiao. In the moment that the beautiful princess fell through the air, Lu Dadiao seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, that even being trampled by a dozen strong men, even being beaten by swords, spears, and clubs. All his efforts and suffering, at this moment, Lu Dadiao stretched out his arms, caught the princess's waist, and hugged her lightly. All became meaningful. Long Si Han's beautiful topaz eyes slowly opened, she let out a soft, Somehow, Lu Dadiao felt like the princess was radiating a dazzling light. The respected princess was now in his arms. Lu Dadiao couldn't help but be happy to see her open her eyes, and sincerely introduced himself, my name is Lu Dadiao, male, single. Since the first time I saw you, Lu Dadiao smiled, his thick lips like two pieces of beef, his face bruised and swollen, his teeth crooked and missing, his nose bleeding, But he was still trying to show himself off. Geez, isn't that hideous? Damn. It seemed the princess didn't expect to see such a terrifying sight as soon as she opened her eyes. Not fully awake, she thought it was a ghost and swung her fist, breaking more of Lu Dadao's teeth. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She shouted, "Get lost, you monster. You scared me to death. You dare to touch me," she shouted angrily and stepped on the poor Lu Dadao. Lin Han, standing from afar, thought with great pity, what kind of karma did this guy accumulate in his past life to be so unlucky? Long Si Han looked at Lin Han's group and saw him, so she happily called out his name. She happily ran over and hugged Lin Han, saying to him, "Lin Han, you came to rescue me. That brute, Qin Feng Chen, dared to collude with outsiders to kidnap me." Lin Han was startled by this sudden hug. Oh. The ones witnessing this scene were Cheng Miao Miao, Bai He, whose faces were dark, and Liang Qing Chen, who was extremely stunned. As for the poor Lu Dadiao, his face was already bruised and swollen, and now he was so shocked he was crying, "Wah, I'm so tired." His tears and snot were so tragic that they flowed into the shape of a broken heart. He sighed sorrowfully, "When will sweet love come my way?" But from Lin Han's side, a voice called out, "Go quickly." It was Qin Feng Yun calling for them. She said, "I've used a mystic firewind to seal the exit. The pursuers won't be able to get out for now." Lin Han, being hugged by the princess, immediately agreed, "Okay." Lu Dadiao was still crying, "Wah, I hate life." Cheng Miao Miao dragged him along the ground. He cried and lamented, "What's the point of my life? Let me die on my own." He was scolded by everyone to shut up. In the courtyard they had just been in, a voice of scolding echoed, "Useless. You let them escape?" The one scolding was the man who had just ordered them to capture Lin Han's group. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump. The shadowy figure gloomily said, "You've disappointed me. Because of this incident, you've been training for 2 years, and you let them escape like that." The one who said this was a man with bloodshot eyes and deep eye bags. In his hand, a dark magic was gathering, humming. The one whose shoulder was touched was extremely frightened and stammered, Brother Shen." Liang Qing Qing ran, her face flushed red. She was panting heavily, and sweat was dripping down her white clothes. "As long as we escape from the Falling Wind Valley, reinforcements will arrive," she said. They all ran along the road, with Bai He's elemental beast flying above to observe. Suddenly, someone worriedly shouted, "The pursuers are coming. They're very fast." The one who spoke was Bai He. She was running and covering one of her eyes. Cheng Miao Miao saw this and wondered, "How did they know we were running this way?" "They released a tracking elemental beast to pursue us," she said. The covered eye of Bai He turned jade green, different from its usual color. It was connected to her elemental beast's eyes, allowing Bai He to conveniently observe the situation. "Follow them in front." It was the voice of the leading captain. Running ahead was a strange elemental beast, similar in shape to a dog. It had yellow fur with patches of white, looking quite ordinary. But the important thing was, it had 2 heads. Moreover, their eyes were now extremely frenzied. They were 8-star elemental beasts, double-headed yin tongue. "No, I can't go on." Long Si Han's face was flushed, she was exhausted and was gasping for breath. She stopped and hugged her knees. "I can't run anymore." Under the bright moonlight, Long Si Han, in her jade green, form-fitting clothes, was covered in sweat, she said, panting heavily, because she had pushed herself beyond her limit. Lin Han saw her legs trembling and worriedly asked, "Are you going to stay here and let them capture you?" Long Si Han's eyes became even more alluring because of the heat. She furrowed her brows and looked up at them. "Anyway, we can't escape. We might as well just go all out." She wiped the sweat from her face and said, "But fighting in a chaotic way." Lin Han corrected the idiom, "It's like losing both the lead and the bait." Suddenly, a strange light appeared from the other side. "Where's that light coming from? It's too bright." Lin Han and Long Si Han shielded their eyes and couldn't look directly at it. "Looks like it's my turn to take action." "Oh, that dazzling light is from Lu Dadiao, who's incredibly handsome, and he's acting like he's been buffed." He proudly said, "In times of danger, only by sacrificing oneself for righteousness." He flashed a bright, handsome smile across the night sky, a stark contrast to before. He said cheerfully, "Princess, I will always protect your rear." In Lu Dadao's heart, he thought, "Damn, I'm definitely going to make her fall for me." He didn't notice that the sprig of parsley from last night was still sparkling bling bling on his bright white teeth. You guys go, let me stay. A dazzling aura emanated from Lu Dadiao, illuminating the entire sky, leaving the 4 people behind in a state of utter gloom. If fate allows us to meet again, I wonder if I can get a kiss from the princess. The seemingly romantic one said. What he received in return was an embarrassing silence. Suddenly, a shout echoed, in front. They were all surrounded, leaving only Lu Dadiao and Ahu in the dark forest. But they didn't leave him alone for too long. The grr sound of the double-headed yin tongue had already appeared and was approaching him. The captain, chasing after them, saw his face and wondered, "It's you again?" Lu Dadiao was very heroic. He stood and blocked their way, saying, "Don't even think about taking a step forward. Unless you step over my body." Ahu, beside him, also barked. The captain was incredibly disdainful and advised, "Stop getting in the way." The yin tongue quickly lunged crazily towards Lu Dadiao. "Watch me take you out with one move." The captain was confident. In a flash, the yin tongue charged towards him. Drool dribbled down its chin. It quickly gained momentum. 1, 2, 3. Iron tail strike. The massive yin tongue used the move, using its round, stubby tail to slam into Lu Dadiao, sending him flying. Damn it. Ahu couldn't believe his eyes. He looked back in shock and panic at his master, who was thrown far away. He flew high into the sky, but still had great confidence. He shouted, "I will definitely come back." The captain sneered and scoffed. Ahu stood firmly. The captain and yin tongue didn't even bother looking at it. Ahu was so worried that it showed an adorable expression with its sparkling eyes. Its 4 paws retracted their claws, leaving a huge, cuddly cat cushion, as if to show how harmless it was. A moment later, something happened to Lin Han's group. They all stopped and looked in the direction Lin Han was looking. He said in doubt, "This person looks familiar. Didn't we just meet him?" Finally, the person dangling from the tree, sobbing, second uncle, save me," was none other than Lu Dadiao. Lin Han was utterly speechless. He asked, "How did you end up running ahead of us?" "I slipped and was attacked by a shameless villain." Lu Dadiao made up a story without hesitation. But at this moment, Bai He announced bad news, "We can't go forward anymore." "Why?" Cheng Miao Miao asked, puzzled. Bai He quickly explained, "The white tiger hall has surrounded the forest. We'll be walking straight into a trap if we go any further." True enough, according to the elemental beast's vision, Lin Han's group was in the very heart of the forest, but going forward meant facing the white tiger hall's encirclement. But going back meant definitely encountering Brother G's pursuit team. "What are we afraid of? We just charge out. Today, I want to see how strong they are," she said confidently, once again demonstrating her poor eloquence. Lin Han was incredibly annoyed, thinking to himself, "Just shut up." Cheng Miao Miao continued to ask, encircled on all sides, "What do we do?" Lin Han's expression was unreadable. He turned and said, "This way." Lu Dadiao, frightened, asked, "Turn back?" On Brother G's side, the yin tongue was constantly sniffing for a scent, while Brother G was silently observing. Grr! Both heads of the yin tongue raised up, turning towards the opposite direction from where they were sniffing. They turned their heads towards where Brother G and his subordinates were standing. They sniffed again and went back in the opposite direction. Finding it strange, Brother G couldn't understand. "Song Shi, which way do you want to go?" "Go back one more step, see. It's not time to eat yet." "What do you mean by turning your head back? Working overtime is a blessing, you should be grateful. If you go on strike again, I'll stew you." Brother G's threatening words came out of his terrifying mouth, warning it. He scared Song Shi into a daze. They were just smelling the scent of Lin Han's group in the opposite direction. Hearing the threat, Song Shi, out of fear, turned its head back to the old direction and pretended to sniff, continuing to move forward. Brother G was pleased and praised, "Good boy. Now you're a good dog." However, Song Shi wasn't happy at all after being praised. Its face was extremely worried and gloomy. In the old place, Lin Han's group had just escaped. Bai He was the first to speak. "Why did you lead us back here?" Lin Han and the others were standing behind the rock face. He saw the sleeping armored turtle in front of the tower and explained, "If we break through the encirclement, we'll inevitably face a fierce battle. So, we should find a powerful beast to ride and fight our way out." Cheng Miao Miao asked, bewildered, "You're planning to steal a horse?" "No," Lin Han denied flatly. At this moment, Ahu had returned to Lu Dadao's side at some point. Lin Han's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He said gloomily, "If we want to steal, then let's steal something big. I'm planning to ride this turtle out." At that moment, the turtle's eyes suddenly opened. It had just woken up and heard Lin Han's words, so it shuddered. The other 5 people looked at him with, "Are you serious?" eyes. Then, a female server walked in, wearing a very sexy pink outfit, her long legs wearing white heels. She had a pink bunny ear hairpin in her hair and was holding a small wooden tray. She opened the door and said, "The troublemakers have been taken care of. Enjoy yourselves, masters." But as soon as she saw Lin Han and Dadiao, upon seeing her, clenched his fists, scaring her half to death. The server was so frightened she trembled all over. On the wooden floor, the server suddenly fell down and, due to inertia, leaned against the crack in the wooden wall. Yaw. Lin Han didn't care much. He opened the door slightly, stuck his head out, and said to the people outside, "Keep watch outside." They heard this and replied to him, "Okay." Meanwhile, Dadiao stood with his hands on his hips and looked at the girl sitting on the floor. The server was terrified, asking him, "What are you going to do?" At that moment, Lin Han closed the door again and turned to look at the two, asking, "How do we control the actions of the armored turtle?" The girl was hesitant and frightened, putting a hand to her chest and replying, "You want to? I don't know anything." At this moment, Dadiao was probably extremely angry. He looked at her and then shouted, "You don't want the drink offered, so you want the penalty drink, huh?" The scene changed. Dadao's face was filled with murderous intent and a wicked smile. "Then don't blame me for not showing mercy." Lin Han said, "You want to use force on her?" Answering Lin Han's question, Dadiao, with sly eyes, said, "I think this little girl isn't bad." At this moment, the faces of both of them suddenly lit up. Dadiao covered his mouth with one hand and asked with a joyful look, "Can you ask Xiao Tu to help with something?" Lin Han chuckled and replied, "You rascal. You really know how to choose your timing." Dadiao replied, "I have to interrogate her. I'll be sure to get some intel." The server's legs began to tremble in fear. The love spider beside him also pointed at its mouth and smiled brightly. The server was in this situation, being held by Dadiao and pressed against the wall. She resolutely pleaded, "What do you want to do? Please spare me." Dadiao laughed loudly and replied, "Keep screaming, the more you scream, the happier I'll be, he he he." Suddenly, the love spider came up from behind her and bit her on the back, making her widen her eyes and cry out, "M." The beautiful server fell to the ground unconscious after the love spider's bite. Seeing this, the love spider wiped its mouth and said, "The effect will take about 10 seconds. Dadiao was delighted, clasped his hands together, and said repeatedly, "Okay, okay, okay." Lin Han stood aside and chuckled lightly. Dadiao quickly pushed Lin Han outside. Lin Han, being pushed into this situation, said, "No, I can stay and help you." But Dadiao didn't care about his words at all. He said, "No need, second uncle. You keep watch outside. If you don't get any intel, absolutely don't open the door." After pushing Lin Han outside, Dadiao closed the door. But Lin Han said to him, "Hurry up, I'll give you 10 minutes, PFU, PFU." Dadiao seemed to be about to burst into smoke. He thought, failure is the mother of success. His face flushed red with embarrassment and shyness. He widened his eyes, a sly smile on his face, his 2 hands blocking the door. After countless hardships, this time, nothing unexpected would happen. "Ah, he's really changed." A bright yellow light flashed. Inside, Dadiao was straining, his clothes torn apart by his bulging muscles. He laughed loudly, "Oh ho 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 ho, which little wildcat is calling me?" The server sat up, looking incredibly alluring. She said, "I can't wait anymore, I'll tell you everything you want to know." Perhaps the bite had changed her completely. Dadiao, with his spiky yellow hair, looked a lot like Son Goku. He laughed and pointed 2 fingers at her, "You'll be calling for your father later." But the girl became different again. She ripped off her clothes and said, "Hurry up and lie down, I can't wait anymore." Dadiao was incredibly stunned, his mouth agape. Lu Dadao's facial expression was truly indescribable, a mix of comical horror. His face contorted, sweat pouring down like rain. "You, how could you? Really, something unexpected has happened." The server jumped up, stretched out her arms, and explained to Dadiao, "We servers all come from the country of Tai. You're my brother." Dadiao was panicked, frightened, and couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What?" The 2 of them entered a moment of sword fighting together, but there seemed to be a clear difference here. Dadao's sword was noticeably smaller than the girl's. Switching to the situation outside, Lin Han was using his body to block the door. From inside, the girl's cries for help echoed out, "Help! 3. You're my dad, stop slapping me, I'll tell you everything. This made the people outside very surprised. Even Liang Qing and Cheng Miao Miao were confused and asked many questions. Lin Han said to him, Dadiao, be strong. Don't surrender, get the intel first, then surrender. At this time, the 5 girls standing outside were making various deductions. Liang Qing, she must be too excited. Cheng Miao Miao, what's his name? Bai He, it doesn't sound like a castrated rooster. Qin Feng Yun remained silent. Long Si Han, the screams are so tragic. After half an hour, Qing and Miao Miao bent down and leaned their ears against the door, trying to sense the situation inside. Qing said, the sounds have stopped. Is it over? Miao Miao replied, what's happening? It sounds pretty tragic. At that moment, Dadiao flung open the door with both hands and walked out, looking bored. His body was covered in lipstick marks. He was only wearing pants and a loose white shirt, which surprised the 2 girls who were eavesdropping. Dadiao shed tears and said, the control room is at the back of the turtle's neck, the secret chamber. He didn't stop there. As he looked inside the room, he saw the server, who was completely out of it, tied up with ropes. Dadiao, a true man, didn't say much. He walked out confidently, his expression unchanged, tears flowing down his face. Don't say anything, let's go. He took a few steps, and blood began to flow from behind him. He wobbled forward, witnessed by Lin Han and everyone else. They all broke out in a cold sweat as they watched him. Only the years stained with blood were the most beautiful youth in life. Secret chamber. At this moment, a fat man, who was probably tasked with guarding the place, was sleeping soundly, Z's. At this moment, a pair of hands holding a knife pressed against the fat man's neck and said, hey, wake up. The fat man suddenly woke up from his dream. Don't move, the people behind are now climbing in through a hole in the wall. The person holding the knife just now was actually Dadiao. He was holding the knife to threaten the fat guy. Lin Han was arms crossed, thinking. He looked at a black object and said, this is the control device that can manipulate the Zhonggui's movement? Lin Han asked the fat guy, how do you control this? The fat guy was scared and immediately answered, control the black plastic glass, but only Shen can pull it. Lin Han looked at the black plastic glass in front of him, extending his hands as if he wanted to control it. Qin Fengyun heard this and said, damn, Zhongui can tell who's touching the glass? The fat guy also said, Zhongui knows. Before, it was very fierce, bullying the males and oppressing the offspring. Then it was captured by Shen and often used electric shock to take its eggs. So it's most afraid of Shen. Lin Han heard everything the fat guy said and replied, so that's how it is. Make it afraid and it will obediently listen. This is simple. It's my turn to take the field. Yuxiao. A girl appeared from the white light. Surrounding her were blue lights. Chu, Yuxiao is here. A lovely girl appeared with blue hair and 2 electric horns on her head. The people behind were amazed at her appearance. The fat guy, Lin Han, and Dadiao looked at each other with joy and exclaimed, amazing. The girls were also surprised. This size. Chu Yuxiao pouted, opened her mouth, and said, got electricity, then. Got electricity. A powerful electric current ran through Zhonggui's body. It was electrocuted and looked like it was about to die. Lin Han said, okay, Yuxiao, shrink it. Release it that much. Yes, it can't be smaller. Lu Dadiao also agreed. Xiao Kai, if you're not good, I'll use electricity again. Okay, Lin Han said, stroking the round head. Xiao Kai trembled when it heard this. The temple above also shook. Why is Zhongui moving? It's not moving anymore. It immediately climbed up the cliff to escape. The temple above shook violently. Everyone fell forward. Princess, be careful. Liang Qingqing hurriedly ran towards Long Tizi Han. Unfortunately, Qin Fengyun's large breasts bumped into Lin Han. She blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? What's this? Lin Han asked. He turned to Qin Fengyun and said in a gentlemanly manner, we're comrades in arms now. My back is always ready for you. It's so soft, how could it hurt? Cheng Miao Miao poked her head out and looked. Why did it suddenly stop? That's a rooster? Right in front of Zhongui was a man with 6-pack abs and bulging muscles blocking the way. That was Ji Bawang, a 13-star metal elemental original beast. He said to Zhongui, I didn't expect you to betray us so easily. Xiao Kai, you really let us down. If that's the case, then I don't need to spare you anymore. Shen twisted his neck and threatened. Kill it. The rooster Bawang received the order. His muscles continued to expand. 2 more arms grew from his back. Ji Bawang leg. He jumped on top of Zhang Gui's head. His 4 hands clenched into fists. Ji Bawang fist. Then he punched Xiao Kai right in the head. It was so painful it made its eyes pop out and it even sprayed blood. Just using his fist, this force was terrifying. Lu Dadiao inside the temple looked out, his face pale with fear. Seal the passage, don't let them come in here. Lin Han commanded. Immediately, Lu Dadiao, Hu went to seal the door. Xiao Qi, seal the movement. Cheng Miao Miao and Xiao Wu also joined in. Lin Han saw the rooster charging from the front and warned Tizi Han. Long Tizi Han didn't understand what was happening and asked again. There was no other choice. He gathered his strength and charged to block Bawang's punch. But he was sent flying back. Lin Han slammed into the wall. Worried and scared, is this chicken flesh? It's as hard as steel. Let me go. Long Tizi Han was grabbed by the rooster from behind. He was lifted into the air. The other 3 arms continued to fight the others. Lu Dadiao charged forward and punched the chicken, but the one who got hurt was him. Princess, don't be afraid, I'll save you. Ah, my arm. Lin Han and Qin Fengyun charged from afar. He said, Fengyun, I'll hold the chicken down. You find an opportunity and take them away quickly. Okay. HMPH, dreaming. Shen said and then pressed the button he was holding. The floor suddenly opened up. The 2 of them immediately fell down. Lin Han hugged Fengyun. He summoned the spider. Xiao Shu. Here. The spider Huan appeared immediately. She was even wearing a new uniform she had made in her free time. She shot her web. The 3 of them managed to fly through the wall beside them, reaching a safe room before being skewered by the sharp stone blades beneath the ground. Lin Han fell face first to the ground. He immediately got up. I had to go save them. But he was stopped by the book. You can't break through Ji Bawang's strong metal armor. Charging in will only get you killed. Lin Han was restless. He turned and asked, what should I do then? I can't just watch them die. It replied, don't rush, do you forget your ultimate move? Supreme Dragon Bone. The book explained, as long as you refine the dragon bone, you will have a divine weapon. A small metal armor can't withstand it. Lin Han, upon hearing this, pointed at Long Yun. But I haven't obtained the Supreme Zon Fire yet. Let Fengyun refine it. Qin Fengyun, standing from afar, saw Lin Han pointing at her. She was puzzled. What is he muttering about? The book said, refining requires a huge amount of energy. You have the heavenly holy body, you can replenish quickly. But she can't. Forcing a refinement will endanger her life. But there must be a way. Think about it more. Lin Han took out a hammer and nails, wanting to nail the book to the ground. It cried out in panic, I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. If you need to quickly obtain the Supreme Zon Fire, there is a rapid method. Lin Han hesitated for a moment to hear it more clearly. Qin Feng approached Lin Han and said shyly, it's through dual cultivation, transferring the power of the Zon Fire from my body to yours. She thought, hurry up, and stop fighting with the air. You can just come to me directly. It's not like I'm not willing to give it to you. Lin Han blushed, it's possible to transmit skills through dual cultivation. He thought, no wonder Lu Taizu used such a shameful position. Qin Feng said, well, this is also a way when there's no other way. If you're embarrassed, then forget it. Hey, Lin Han, I've been brilliant my whole life. If it wasn't out of necessity, I would never do something so casual. After he finished speaking, the clothes on Lin Han's body suddenly disappeared. I'm not a casual person, but when I am casual, I'm not a person. Cut to the scene of the battle. Tai Ti Hao. Lu Da Diao was knocked off Zhang Gui. Followed by others. HMPH. You rely on those useless fools to fight me? Those childish skills are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Ying Ji grabbed Long Si Han tightly and said with a disdainful laugh, release me. Ying Shen said, run. That little guy is a disaster, I'll go deal with him myself. Quickly use the glass to awaken Zhang Gui, get ready to withdraw from the national territory. Yes, Ying Ji replied. He then approached Ying Ji, grabbed Long Si Han's hands and lifted her high above his head. Little princess, come down with me and find those 2 ants. Long Si Han wanted to resist but couldn't speak. You scoundrel. After he finished speaking, Ying Shen grabbed Si Han's hand and jumped into the hole. Ying Ji approached the control sphere and said to Zhang Gui with a triumphant laugh, Emperor of Heavenly Kings, if you don't want to give face, then don't blame us. When we get back to the North Shang territory, I'll take your precious daughter as a concubine. Before he could touch the sphere, Lu Dadiao threw a piece of wood at his head. He looked miserable as he entered the sphere, followed by Cheng Miao Miao, who said powerfully, "We haven't fallen yet, you dare not let Zhan Gui move. Do you want to die?" Ying Ji rushed toward Dadiao and kicked him. Lu Dadiao, in a defensive posture, said, "I'm a man who wants to follow my second uncle throughout the world. All right, let's see what you've got." Ying Ji laughed disdainfully. "Oh ho ho ho. You dog," he shouted angrily, "my chicken. Get out of my sight." He then threw a hu and Lu Dadiao away. Lu Dadiao caught a hu and said, "We absolutely cannot let him awaken Zhan Gui. We have to buy time for our second uncle." Miao Miao and Bai He nodded in agreement. "All right." Ying Ji then released the primal beast and said, "If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant you your wish." Lu Dadiao laughed confidently. "This is the time for you to see my true strength." He threw the ring containing the projectile towards Ying Ji. It was immediately knocked away by him. "This is fog projectile, disguised as a primal beast jade pendant." Lu Dadiao shouted, "Don't let the smoke dissipate." Lu Dadiao threw another ring towards the smoke. "Give it to me," Bai He said. On the other side, Ying Ji clicked his tongue in disdain. "Child's play, you idiot. I have the sense of smell of a mi zong ji, the supreme existence. What good is a fog projectile?" A certain fragrance seemed to spread in the air, successfully attracting Song Shi. Super devil pepper, super invincible hell. Song Zai's 6 eyes were burning, his mouth was spewing fire, and his nose was running. "Fire!" Liang Qing Qing commanded. Miao Miao used Xiao Wu to create a large block of ice. Then the primal beast, Long Hai, used its strength to shoot it towards Ying Ji and Song Shi. Song Shi was knocked away. Ying Ji was stuck to the wall by the ice bullet. We won, we won. We're not indebted anymore." Lu Dadiao hugged a hu and shouted happily, although it was all thanks to the 3 people standing behind them. On the other side, Ying Shen was holding Long Si Han. He commanded the other subordinates, "Check it carefully." "Yes." Suddenly, a person was thrown out of the door. Ying Shen's face remained unchanged as he asked, "Qin Feng Yun, even after all this, you still want to stubbornly resist me?" "Oh my." Lin Han strode out with a fierce look. Xiao Yun Yun still hasn't gotten out of bed. There are still lipstick marks on his neck. His 6-pack abs carried a sword as he stepped outside. The soul killing is over, the acting starts now. I'm being chased by a dog the whole way. Next, I want to beat up a dog. Black fire? Ying Shen said, "No wonder you're so close to Qin Feng Yun, so it's because of the supreme Zhan Huo. Unfortunately, the secret silver armor of our North Shang nation specializes in suppressing Zhan Huo. You won't be able to burn even a single hair of theirs." The guards, seeing this, took off their iron helmets and laughed, hee hee. Lin Han was surprised. No wonder the Qin family suffered losses in the North Territory, so they were being targeted. Qin Feng Yun, with great difficulty, managed to walk to the door. She warned Lin Han, "Be careful, the secret silver armor can withstand high temperatures and won't burn. Fire attacks are completely useless. It's over, it's over. So, I've been learning for nothing?" He laughed loudly. "Then, here's the problem." Lin Han raised his sword, and the guards rushed forward to attack. If it's effective, good fire defense. Lin Han channeled his power into the sword. It glowed, as if it was about to explode. The guards could only remain silent, awaiting the consequences that they all knew would come. A loud explosion, a giant electric current so powerful that it even affected Zhan Gui. It swayed and fell. Lin Han carried Qin Feng Yun and jumped out in time, landing safely. He asked, "Where's the princess?" "Don't worry, she's with that guy. There's no problem for now." The book reappeared. It said, "The supreme dragon bone, passed down for thousands of years, its absorption can be said to be endless. You release 1 point of true energy, and the supreme dragon bone can attack 10 times stronger." Lin Han listened to it, then looked down at the mirror. He affectionately called it, "Big treasure, your name is Long Liao. You damned kid, you really angered me." The man's hair was messy, his clothes were tattered. He looked like he just got a scolding from Lin Heng. He grabbed Long Ziheng by the neck and lifted him up. "Lin Heng, save me." Lin Heng looked calm and composed. "Brother Shen, peace is valuable. We can follow the law, can't we?" He went mad and shouted, "Peace your grandmother. Let you see my true strength." He then put his hands down on the ground and tapped a few times. Invincible and brutal 3 Yuan beast, appear. The six-pack muscle man appeared again, the muscle-bound king without a mouth, Ji Ba Wang. Next came another rooster, but this one was fat, super fast without a friend, Ji Ba Mao. And finally, another rooster, but a bit stunted, future star with unlimited potential, limited edition, Ji Lao. Shen proudly introduced, they are the super favorite combo of Beiheng Kingdom, traversing the Tianxuan continent. It's because you are too beautiful, cluck, 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 cluck. Feng Yun and Lin Heng were helpless. He won't let the roosters go, will he? He provocatively said, little kid, you haven't seen your beast yet, is there none? I don't kill nameless small fry. Cat or dog, release them and let's see. Good, he's already intimidated by my aura. Lin Heng sighed, then I'll introduce them as well. One by one, they appeared. This is Ji Ka, this is Nan Nai, this is Xiao Tu, this is Yu Kao. Greetings brother Shen. They all spoke in unison, greetings brother Shen. Shen looked at the beautiful women, then at his group of roosters, and started to cry. Why are yours all muscles, mine are all roosters? Envy makes people ugly. He was irritated and ordered, humph. Muscle and strength are the masculine beasts worthy of respect. Attack, tear them apart. The 3 roosters immediately charged forward. Lin Heng dodged the attack of the fat rooster and ordered the others, you all go back. This time I'll use these roosters to test the power of Long Liao. Shen was furious when he heard this. Little kid, don't think you can play the same trick again. Do you know how I trained them? He began to explain. Every rooster was soaked in my special medicine for 7,749 days. They were then deep fried in hot oil. They have strong tendons and solid bones, and their muscles are full of juicy water. They also have a golden skin with no flaws for attack, and they are seasoned with 18 rare herbs. In battle, they can unleash their strongest combat power. While listening to him, Lin Heng was fighting alone against the 3 roosters. He saw fried roosters everywhere in front of him. He pleaded, please, don't talk anymore. This is called rooster training? This is clearly fried chicken. The 3 roosters charged at him all at once. Therefore, no matter electricity or ice, fire or earth, any kind of attack, for them. Shen hadn't finished speaking when Lin Heng slashed with his sword, successfully grilling the 3 roosters. High-quality ingredients only need simple cooking methods, not worth a single blow. He grilled the 3 roosters successfully. High-quality ingredients only need simple cooking methods, not worth a single blow. He took out a huge sword, extremely happy, about to turn into a dog, and said, a great treasure, without adding any attributes. It's still sharp enough to cut, such a good sword. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp. He licked the sword with his dog tongue and glared at the man. Then next, it's your turn. Seeing him like that, the man was struggling, his hand tightly gripping Long Ziheng's neck, the other hand gathering energy to threaten him. Throw the sword here, or I'll kill her. The man thought, this kid's weapon is too powerful. I just need to force him to throw the sword away, and the situation will be stable. Seeing him threatening like this, he was furious, and threw the sword towards him. You're truly a piece of garbage. The man quickly caught the sword and laughed sinisterly. You're still too young to fight me. He hadn't finished speaking when the smile on his face faded because the sword was too heavy for him to hold. The sword plunged into the ground, making him widen his eyes in shock. He used all his strength, his hand veins were bulging, trying to pull the sword up. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him, making him howl in pain, even farting. He shouted, "Oh heavens, oh heavens, oh heavens." Seeing this, he was very surprised and asked, "What's going on?" The sword quickly replied, "After the dragon bone recognizes its owner. Not just any cat or dog can hold it." After being struck by the dragon bone, the man farted and his curly hair stood up like instant noodles. He stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and said arrogantly, "If you've thrown your weapon, then let's have a fair fight with bare hands." Seeing him say that, he thought, clearly, you can't pull it out. His butt suddenly gathered energy, and he said, "Drawing the sword was just to paralyze you. Lifting the butt is the true meaning." After he finished speaking, he shot out a long stream of stinky gas from his butt. He shouted, "Take my next move." Seeing this, he was disgusted and said, "Your move smells too much." He let out a fart that flew rapidly towards him with the move, True Metal Fart Explosion. He quickly dodged, causing the man's butt to crash into the tree trunk. He opened his mouth wide and turned his head. He couldn't believe that the move that looked so ridiculous could create such a huge hole in the tree. Seeing him surprised, the man sneered, "Are you so scared that you're going to pee your pants?" The man was extremely complacent, laughing loudly and acting tough. This move of mine, true metal fart explosion, is unmatched in the world. Do you dare to take one of my moves? He looked scared and shouted, who would be willing to fight your butt? The man kept using his butt gas to attack him. He dodged all his moves with agility. The man shouted, you're dead. You're still talking nonsense. Seeing him dodging his attacks with such agility, the man was furious. His eyes turned red as he glared at him. This kid is too fast. If I continue like this, it won't work. I have to think of a way to lure him into taking the bait. He changed direction and aimed his fart at Long Ziheng lying on the ground, looking at him and shouting, you're quite good at hiding, aren't you? Then I'll start with her. Seeing this, he quickly ran towards her, muttering, damn it. He ran over and hugged her, protecting her in his arms, making her blush. The man saw his chance and turned to aim his fart. He glanced at him, laughed loudly, and said with a sinister look, you finally revealed a flaw. He pointed his butt towards his back as he was hugging her in his arms to protect her. But unexpectedly, he aimed at the wrong target. He was aiming at the dragon bone that was lying nearby, but he couldn't react in time. His face went pale. Seeing this, he was disgusted. His eyes were like he had seen the dirtiest thing in the world. His mouth couldn't close as he shouted, my sword is dirty. The man was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but he still pretended to be calm and thought, it's just a flesh wound. I can still fight after I get away. Let's see my Zhonglin pressure surge attack with all my strength. Seeing him refusing to leave his sword, he said, I'll pull it out for you. He kindly reminded him, don't try to attack Long Liao, or you'll be counterattacked 10 times stronger. The man felt like he was about to melt, his face sagged, and he thought, why don't you? Suddenly, there was a loud bang, energy erupted from his mouth and butt. He shouted, it's so refreshing. From somewhere in the forest, a voice came, second uncle. A group of people ran over, the Wu Lin Wei shouted, princess. Bai he also shouted loudly, Lin Heng. Seeing that everyone was present, he said, thank goodness, everyone is okay. He bent down to look at the man who was lying flat on the ground, his face black from being counterattacked by Long Liao. He asked him, tell me, where are the IOUs those nobles wrote? The princess stood behind him and asked, what are you looking for the IOUs for? Lu Daidu, who had just arrived and didn't understand what was going on, saw the man burnt black and lying on the ground, and asked, hey, why is this guy burnt? He replied to the princess, I'm helping someone out. Even though he had failed, the man was still very arrogant, and he angrily said to him, treating me like this, you all are waiting for the furious revenge of the Beiheng kingdom. I am the 7th prince of the Beiheng kingdom. Everyone suddenly had bright eyes, and they all looked at him lying on the ground, speaking in unison, Prince. Hearing this, the man cowered, his face turning pale. After he was beaten by everyone, he revealed where those IOUs were. He sat there crying in pain, I'm not pure anymore. He walked over and picked up the IOUs to look at them, saying, this kid is so cunning, leaving behind so many IOUs. There's even the famous Zhang family. He took all the IOUs and went out. He met Qin Feng Yun and she asked, what are you going to do with this prince? He replied, take him back and let the emperor deal with him. She thought of the Beiheng emperor's fierce love for his family and said worriedly, the Beiheng emperor loves his family very much. If he knew his son had become a master, he would definitely go crazy. It's better to kill him and pretend you don't know. It's better not to have proof. The Beiheng kingdom wouldn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, a voice came. Have the scoundrels been cleaned up? Yes. It turned out to be the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shang. He was standing among his elite troops, being protected by them. He laughed loudly, very good, you are indeed my most elite imperial city troops. One of them spoke, General, you are too kind, we are only loyal to you. Lin Heng and his group stood in the distance and saw this. Qin Feng Yun said, that's the deadly enemy of our Qin family, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shang. He's responsible for the defense of the imperial capital. He's definitely seen the situation and is now trying to take credit. His voice came from afar, hurry up and control the Zongui, all the treasures are frozen in place. Seeing him say this, he rubbed his chin and said, that makes sense. Suddenly, he slid quickly in front of Long Ziheng, knelt down and clasped his hands respectfully, your servant is late in arriving to save you, please forgive the princess. Seeing him like this, Qin Feng Yun was angry, while he quickly dodged out of the way. Seeing him kneel down in front of her, she was displeased and questioned him, not late. I see you're quite good at seizing the opportunity. Suddenly, a soldier carrying Shen from behind stepped out, as if he had found a prize and said loudly, "Report, we have captured the enemy leader in a life-or-death battle." Hearing this, Zhao Shang was happy and turned his head. Very good. Everyone has worked hard. Escort him back to the city immediately. Hearing him shamelessly claiming credit so casually, Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He couldn't stand it. Cheng Miao Miao said, "What do you mean? You guys fought a life-or-death battle?" Bai He also spoke up, "That's so shameless." Seeing their anger, he said, "Calm down, don't act rashly." Suddenly, a group of tabloid reporters appeared from somewhere, demanding to interview him, as if he were the one who actually fought. The reporter from the Imperial City Times said, "Sir, we are reporters from the Imperial City Times. Can we ask you a few questions?" The reporter from the Royal Life Weekly also butted in, "We are from Royal Life Weekly. May we ask how you planned this rescue operation?" Another girl said, "The Noble Ladies Daily also has a question." There were so many people that the soldiers had to stand there to stop them, while Zhao Shang held a loudspeaker and claimed credit with great ease. All right, everyone one by one. He glanced at his actions and secretly scoffed. Good, no wonder it's the Imperial City, even the reporters are like this. Cheng Miao Miao and Bai He were so embarrassed that they lowered their heads, while Qin Feng Yun said angrily, "This is his usual tactic." After seizing credit, he immediately starts publicizing it, making the royal family more willing to believe his words. So many people have been robbed of their credit by him. He spoke like a presenter, "No one knows how to save people better than me. Please be assured." He acted like a real presenter, shamelessly boasting and claiming credit. "As long as I'm in charge of protecting the capital, I will definitely ensure everyone's safety." This time the scoundrel, Shen, was very arrogant. Later, everyone can publish his picture freely. Seeing him busy bragging, he patted his shoulder and said, "Zhao Shang, what you did is..." He didn't pay attention and continued to speak with a smile. "All right, everyone go back." Seeing this, he muttered to himself, "Damn it." He replied, "Young man, be aware of your own position." Then he turned around, his face sinister, and threatened him, "You need to know who's in charge here. Don't be ignorant, or no one can protect you." Seeing him threaten him like this, he crossed his arms and said, "You shouldn't have revealed it so quickly. I just want to remind you that this Shen's identity is not ordinary." He laughed loudly and asked, "So what are you saying? Can you scare me into peeing my pants?" He calmly said, "He's the 7th prince of the Beiheng kingdom." Hearing this, Zhao Shang's face turned green, and he gasped in shock. The newspaper was printed with a very bold headline, "The Great Master reveals his divine powers, catches the scoundrel, the 7th prince of the Beiheng kingdom, confesses guilt in the imperial city," with a picture of him on the front page. The newspaper reached the emperor of the imperial city. He said, "These news guys have a good network, even the identity of an imperial prince is known." He angrily said, "Then the problem is, who brought them there?" Zhao Shang, dressed as a criminal, with his hands shackled, knelt on the ground and trembled. Your servant has absolutely no idea. Please forgive your servant, your majesty." The king saw this and said, "The newspaper says you were in charge, how could you not know?" So Bei Tat, the prime minister, added, "If we publicize this now, we will definitely anger the Beiheng kingdom, and war is unavoidable." The king heard this, was furious, and slammed his fist on the table, shouting loudly, "Drag this traitorous, harmful fellow down and kill him." The prime minister quickly said, "Yes." Zhao Shang heard this and cried loudly, your majesty, spare me, your majesty, don't." Seeing this, he said, "This prime minister is truly cunning. A single sentence has killed his political opponent." Qin Feng Yun said, "Of the 4 great families, he is the most vicious and cunning. He will seize any opportunity to suppress his opponents." Long Guangmain, sitting on the dragon throne, pressed his forehead in frustration and said, "My dear officials, tell me, what should we do with this 7th prince? Should we release him or kill him?" The prime minister immediately said, "We cannot release him, it will damage our national image. But keeping him is a hot potato." The king heard this and sighed, "It's truly like listening to the army's orders." The prime minister continued, "This time, we must eliminate the root of the problem." He said this, aiming the arrow of responsibility at him. Qin Feng Yun and he were speechless. She said, "He's mistaken you. You need to be careful in your words, don't let him seize control." Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the palace, "Monkey." It turned out to be Long Zi Heng's beast. He held up 2 signs, the princess was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. She was sitting on a chair, saying, if Lin Heng hadn't risked his life to save me, I would have been taken to the Beiheng kingdom to be a prostitute. What have you done now, and you still have the audacity to speak so casually? Another blonde girl, who seemed to be her mother, was sitting on a chair and said to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister So, you are so good at relieving the emperor's worries, why don't you personally go to the front line to supervise the battle? You can definitely ensure the peace of our country. Mo, one of the imperial city's masters, also spoke, the Wu Lin Wei will definitely be by your side, ensuring your safety. We will fight to the death, never retreating. The Prime Minister heard this, his face turned pale, and he trembled. No, He thought secretly, oh my God. Why are these three difficult women attacking me together? Where did I offend them? Seeing this, he blushed from self-satisfaction and thought to himself, the fighting strength of the three of them is amazing. It's really a benefit to be friends with women. The king suddenly turned green as if someone had put a green hat on him. He thought puzzledly, why do I feel something strange? In the great hall, So Bei Tat bowed and pleaded with the emperor. Lin Heng, single-handedly and bravely, is a model citizen. So Bei Tat bowed even lower, Your Majesty must reward such a citizen. Lin Heng stood beside him, embarrassed, and stroked his hair. The empress heard this and replied contentedly, yes, that's right. The princess also chimed in, reward him. Even Mo said, agreed. Long Guangming, sitting on the throne, heard this and said helplessly, I haven't said anything yet. Are you the emperor or am I the emperor? Then So Bei Tat also spoke, but there is one person who must be reckoned with. The emperor angrily shouted, so it turns out no one cares about my opinion. So Bei Tat continued, this matter is caused by the Qin family. I don't know what the current head of the Qin family is doing, but it's hard to appease the anger of the people. Qin Feng Yun heard this and replied hesitantly, this. At this time, Long Guangming asked, Qin Feng Yun, where is your younger sister? Qin Feng Yun hesitated and replied, at that time, the situation was chaotic. This deity couldn't bring her back, now, her whereabouts are unknown. Lin Han heard the emperor's question and said, Your Majesty, you once promised to let Qin Feng Yun go as long as you rescued the princess. Long Guangming flipped his face and said, I said I would spare her life, don't believe me, go check episode 51. In episode 51, he asked, if I spared Qin Feng Yun's life, can you guarantee the princess's safety? But now, Long Guangming declared, the crime of death can be pardoned, but the crime of living is hard to forgive. Long Guangming ordered, the Qin family colluded with the enemy, so they should be severely punished. The head of the family will be beaten 30 times and sent to the Manhwa Arctic, left minister, you supervise it. So Bei Bai bowed his head and replied, this minister accepts the order. Then So Bei Bai clapped a few times and said loudly, bring out the torture instruments. On Lin Han's side, he hugged Qin Feng Yun's shoulders and reminded her, be careful. So Bei Bai laughed barbarously and thought to himself, great fortune, in one night, he eliminated 2 families from the 4 great families. The So family will have no more rivals. Then So Bei Bai said, come, I will execute it personally. Then, So Bei Bai reached out to grab the torture instrument. So Bei Bai listed each crime. Betraying the benefactor, selling oneself for fame and fortune. Heaven will not tolerate this. Then he threatened, see how I beat you till you blossom today. At this moment, the person lying on the torture instrument was not Qin Feng Yun, but Lin Han. He said to So Bei Bai, who was staring in shock, come. Long Guangming saw this and shouted angrily, Lin Han, what are you lying down for? Don't cause trouble. Lin Han pointed at his own face and said, no, I said, the head of the Qin family is me. He confidently asserted, I am the head of the Qin family. The empress, the princess, and Mo were shocked. What? Lin Han seriously fabricated a story with a serious expression. The situation is like this. Qin Feng Yun knew she wasn't capable enough, so she gave the position of head of the family to me. The supreme profound method can only be cultivated by the head of the family, that's the proof. Then Lin Han raised his buttocks and said to So Bei Bai, come, don't be polite, your majesty wants to punish me, I accept it. So Bei Bai was furious and roared, you Lin family, what's your relationship with the head of the Qin family? Are you using a bug here? Lin Han answered naturally, what law says the head of the Qin family must have the Qin surname? I'm a son-in-law, can't I be the head? I'm a professional bug user. So Bei Bai couldn't do anything about him, So he turned to point at Qin Feng Yun and said loudly, "Qin Feng Yun, come here. The person His Majesty wants to punish is you." Lin Han heard this and corrected him, "Left Minister, you didn't read the order carefully. Your Majesty clearly said that he wanted to punish the head of the Qin family. How dare you forge the imperial decree?" So Bei Bai heard this and angrily turned to tell Long Guangming, "Your Majesty, this Lin Han, he really doesn't have any respect for the emperor." "He is." But at this moment, Long Guangming was happily lying on the empress' lap and taking a nap. So Bei Bai was extremely shocked. The empress spoke at this time, "Your Majesty is asleep, ministers retreat. We will discuss the trivial matters another day." When they were outside, the princess said to Lin Han, "Don't worry, my father always pretends to sleep when he can't win an argument. When he wakes up, it's like nothing happened. You guys are fine." Lin Han was speechless about this, he's really smart. At this time, Cheng Miao Miao's group ran over. Cheng Miao Miao happily asked, "How is it? Did the emperor give any rewards?" Lin Han heard this and apologetically said, "Sorry, I made the emperor crash. The reward might be, let everyone's effort go in vain." Qin Feng Yun retorted, "Why should the effort go in vain?" She said to Lin Han shyly, 10,000 acres of land of the Qin family, gold and silver treasures, are all for the new head of the family." Lin Han was startled and said, "I was just talking nonsense at the court. How could I actually become the head of the family?" Hearing this, the princess said, "That won't do. Now the whole world knows that you are the head of the Qin family." The princess sighed regretfully, "If you change again, it will be considered treason, and no one can protect you." Lin Han said awkwardly, "This," then he leaned on his hand and thought, "Only, time will tell." Qin Feng Yun also said, "You have kindness to the Qin family. Giving you the position of head of the family is also the right thing to do. Moreover, we have." Hearing Qin Feng Yun's words, Bai angrily turned to Lin Han and accused him, "What does she mean?" Cheng Miao Miao also questioned, "What's going on between you two?" Lin Han hesitated and replied, "Nothing, there's nothing. It's just a deep exchange, ha ha ha." At this time, Lu Didiao was standing in one place and crying, "Highs, poor Didiao, his courage and strength, in the end, he got nothing. He was originally a genius, unfortunately, heaven was jealous of his talent." The princess saw this and showed her disapproval. But she still smiled and said, "Lu Didiao, your performance is great. I heard you are single, I specifically recommend my cousin to you. She's a royal princess." Lu Didiao happily asked, "Really?" At this moment, the princess's cousin's voice rang out, "Sister." The princess happily turned around and said, "Yeah, she's here." Lu Didiao heard this and immediately put on a playboy look, "Hello, princess. I am Lu Didiao, now a refined swordmaster, a man with thousands of talents." The princess ran over and exclaimed, "Ya." Then the princess, with her large physique, hugged Lu Didiao tightly, making him almost suffocate. The princess happily called, "Brother Didiao." While Lin Han's place froze, he could only exclaim, "Disaster." The princess looked at her cousin happily and said happily, "It seems my cousin is very satisfied with Didiao. Don't look at him always wandering around the world, but he once said that as long as he gets married, he won't leave home, he'll stay at home with his wife all day." Hearing this, Lin Han immediately said, "Then at most half a month, Didiao's lifespan will end." Just as they were about to leave, a voice came out, "Mr. Lin, please stop." Shao Kanzi said, "Bei Shang sent a letter, asking to exchange hostages. Your Majesty invites you all to discuss strategies." When he saw a group of beautiful women, Shao Kanzi was overwhelmed. Inside the study, the eunuch reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, Lin Han and Qin Fengyun have arrived." Long Guangming frowned and sighed, "Haze, you're lucky, Lin Han." Then Long Guangming pointed to the letter from the Northern Bear Emperor and said, "You helped me resolve one trouble, but brought about a bigger one." Lin Han remained calm and thought, "Isn't it just an exchange of hostages? Then exchange them for the Northern Bear Kingdom. What's so troublesome about that?" Then Long Guangming tore the letter apart and threw the piece of paper toward Lin Han, saying, "You all have a look." Lin Han finished reading and couldn't help but exclaim, "A clever move, Northern Mountain Lion. It seems this emperor hides his true intentions well." Qin Fengyun read the words in the letter. The Northern Bear Kingdom agrees to withdraw their defense line by 30 miles and release 800 hostages. She exclaimed in surprise, and pay 40,000 taels of gold as compensation. Then Qin Fengyun helplessly asked, Are you sure he's the 8th prince, not the crown prince? Lin Han could only reply, didn't you stand next to me and hear it then? At this moment, Long Guangming's eyes were red with anger, and he said, the intelligence department confirmed it. Long Guangming said, Shen Siyu Shen, the 8th son of the Northern Bear Emperor, is also the actual controller of the White Tiger Hall. According to the diagram, above him is Thou Dai Tin, then Shen Siyu Shen, and at the bottom is the White Tiger Hall. Lin Han could only helplessly say, it seems the Northern Bear Emperor loves raising chickens. Long Guangming continued, Thou Dai Tin has a total of 72 sons. He personally killed 6, 3 weren't handsome, 2 talked during meals, and 1 because he stepped into the front door with his left foot during an audience. Then Long Guangming asked Lin Han in a low voice, you think he'd make so many concessions for this 8th son? Lin Han thought blankly, is this to collect 66 great favors? Then he calmly said to Long Guangming, not taking advantage is stupid, let him be, if he's willing to exchange, then exchange. But Long Guangming thought differently, based on our calculations. This Shen Siyu Shen is worth at most 500 hostages, but the other side offered so many. He seriously concluded, there's definitely something wrong, and then frowned, I'm going to be worried to death. Seeing this, Lin Han said, then don't exchange. Long Guangming immediately said, such generous conditions, and you don't want to exchange, are you stupid? Lin Han then said, then exchange. Long Guangming retorted, such irregular conditions, and you still want to exchange, you are stupid. Lin Han was furious, he glared at Long Guangming, is this some kind of joke? The emperor immediately said, you, calm down, listen to me. Long Guangming recounted in a low voice, the Northern Bear Kingdom wants to carry out the exchange in Yunqi City, that's our only barrier against the Northern Bear's elite cavalry heading south. Then he added, and Yunqi City is the Qin family's fiefdom, you understand what I mean? Lin Han asked in panic, wait, do you want to? Long Guangming immediately said, you're the head of the Qin family, you have this responsibility, you must be wary of the enemy's schemes, and do a good job of this. Then Long Guangming added, at the same time, use this action to prove your strength. The code name for this operation is, Rise to Fame, Establish Merit. Lin Han immediately waved his hand upon hearing this, you're kidding. I don't want to participate in matters of national importance, find someone else. Long Guangming offered a bribe. Zihan was originally promised to the Qin family. Now only you are worthy of being the consort. If you can do this well, you can call me Imperial Father when you come back. Lin Han corrected him, Imperial Father, what? It's Father Emperor, you mean. Hearing this, Long Guangming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, okay, a gentleman's word is worth more than 1,000 horses. You complete the mission, and I'll be your Father Emperor when you return. He was happy to have one trick after another. Lin Han was helpless and tiredly asked, do you still need face? Long Guangming laughed and replied, Father Emperor is waiting for my son, the Kai Hoang, to return. Face is not needed anymore, I just need you. At this moment, the scholar spoke up, telling Lin Han, you can go and check out the old imperial palace in the Northern Bear Kingdom. Then the scholar hit Lin Han on the head and said, you might have unexpected discoveries. Lin Han immediately said, you could have said that earlier. Long Guangming asked blankly, said what earlier? Then he said with embarrassment, were you waiting for me to say that? Then he recalled the scene of himself and Lin Han discussing, and then Long Guangming said, I just need you. At this moment, Lin Han sat on the table, put his hand on Long Guangming, and calmly said, okay, you can tell me to go, but you must promise me one thing. Long Guangming stammered, one thing, what condition? Lin Han smiled and replied, I choose who goes with me, and besides, the royal family must have a lot of treasures, right? At the royal treasure hall, just the black sheet alone was worth a lot. The orange gem was worth 20,000 gold. The pink gem was worth 9,999,999 gold. The white gem was worth 888,888 gold. And the gold gem was worth 60,000 gold, causing Lin Han's group to exclaim, wow. At this time, the lady guarding the left gate greeted them. Welcome to the royal treasure hall. The 4 of you are the most esteemed guests. Then they opened the door, and the lady guarding the right gate said with a smile, you can freely browse any martial arts manuals or enjoy any elixirs. Upon entering, they were amazed and exclaimed, Quadruple A, the top martial arts manuals of Tianyin Kingdom. There are 4 books. Zheng Lang Art, Nuclear Energy, Double Weight Footwork, Stealth Slashing. They continued to the elixir counter, and couldn't help but shout, the most precious elixir, am I dreaming? Hearing this, Lu Didiao trembled and went to the lady guarding the gate, wanting to get some medicine. I want some kidney tonic, quick, give me some kidney tonic. The lady guarding the gate panicked and replied, okay, okay. Outside, Qin Fengyun asked Lin Han, this trip is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want them to risk their lives with you? Lin Han confidently replied, don't worry, they're all very strong, absolutely trustworthy. Then Lin Han reminded them, 3 days, try your best to improve your cultivation, upgrade your spirit beasts, and we'll depart in 3 days. The other 3 people agreed in unison, yes. At the residence of So Bei Bai, he was gnashing his teeth in anger, the Qin family deserves to die. Then So Bei Bai angrily instructed Zan, you cannot let them turn the tables, you ambush them halfway, find an opportunity to kill Shen Siyu Shen. He continued, when the Northern Bear Kingdom is in trouble, the Qin family will absolutely die without a burial place. Zan listened silently. On the Northern Bear side, a soldier knelt and reporting to the National Master, just received intelligence. The soldier said, the 8th prince will leave the Tianyin Kingdom capital in 3 days and go to Yunshang City. The National Master heard this and said, very good, the plan is half successful, choose skilled men, follow me to sneak into Tianyin Kingdom, rescue him halfway. The soldier accepted the order, yes. At the Ping'an County, it was bustling and noisy, with cries of, watermelon, watermelon, very sweet watermelon. Lin Han and Qin Fengyun rode into the heart of the county. Qin Fengyun said, let's rest here tonight. Ping'an County is a stop on the way from the capital to Yunshang City, and it's also the only place to replenish supplies. Lin Han agreed, okay, but. The vendors were shouting, delicious watermelon, not sweet, no money. Lin Han observed that all the stalls were selling watermelons, and asked, is this place famous for watermelons? The 2 elderly watermelon vendors whispered to each other, old man, how come there are so many people in the same industry suddenly? I don't know either. Lu Didiao, who was following behind, spoke up, this place is not convenient to stay for long, let's go into the city first. Ignoring Lu Didiao's words, Lin Han jumped off his horse and said, since we're here, let's buy some. Lin Han approached the 2 old men's watermelon stall, sat down and asked, are your melons ripe? The old man stammered, guaranteed ripe. The bald man and his men confidently drew their large swords and said, good opportunity, let's do it. Lin Han put the watermelon to his ear and listened, then exclaimed loudly, causing the others to be dumbfounded and awkward, yo, the sound is not bad. Suddenly, people stood up and distracted them. My teeth got stuck, ouch, my back is aching. Let's move around, look at me 3 parts. Then Lin Han's group continued on their way, go, let's eat watermelon in the city. Okay. Seeing their target leave, the bald man was furious, but couldn't do anything. His subordinate came forward and reported, boss, those people are leaving too, it seems our target is. All the watermelons were left behind in the heart of the county. The 2 old men, owners of the watermelon stalls, witnessed this and huddled together trembling. The bald man announced to his men, go back and report first. Night fell. The darkness was illuminated by small stars and a crescent moon shining in the sky. Lu Didiao came forward and handed a box through the crack in the door, saying, Qin Ku Shen, dinner. After completing his task, Lu Didiao cheerfully went out, loudly saying, I'm so sleepy. The assassins poked their heads out to look at the wagon and whispered amongst themselves. Just like that, they locked the prince in the wagon and parked it in the courtyard? That's too strange. Or should we send someone to check first? Suddenly, the wagon fell into a large pit. The assassin stared in horror and shouted, the 8th prince. The assassins scrambled to climb the wall and shouted, save him. The assassins went to the pit, and below were people surrounding the wagon. The assassin angrily pointed, which division are you from? What are you destroying? Suddenly, countless bullets shot up from the pit, successfully causing the assassins to panic and scream, ah. The assassins and the others clashed in a fierce battle, throwing weapons at each other. Damn it, you dare attack. Charge. Kill them. At this moment, Lin Han, Lu Didiao, Zhang Miao, Bai He, and Qin Fengyun were in the room, eating watermelons and observing everything. Bai He asked curiously, you knew there would be 2 groups of people coming? Lin Han ate and said, I only knew someone would try to steal the wagon on the road, but I didn't know where the other group came from. It's good to watch the excitement. Let them fight almost to the end and then come out to advise. Everyone sat and watched the fight, praising the watermelon. This watermelon is really sweet. Hey, give me another slice. While acting as the sixth old man and eating watermelon, the peak of human life blossomed with joy. Suddenly, the frame twisted, causing strong hallucinations. The book exclaimed in panic, "It's a dark spirit beast, run." Lin Han clutched his head in pain and used magic to attack. "Come here, you." But his magic was quickly swallowed by the black aura. Lin Han exclaimed in shock, the supreme profound fire was swallowed. The book panicked and explained, "Dark spirit beasts are good at attacking space and the mind. You're no match for them yet." Lin Han held his head in pain. His whole body trembled, and he stammered weakly, "What the hell, what kind of person?" At this moment, a pair of legs appeared. The female assassin strode out confidently with her spirit beast, arms crossed, and interrogated. "Qin Ku Shen isn't in the wagon. Where did you hide him?" Lin Han challenged her with pain. "He's hidden in a place nobody can find. If you kill me, he'll starve to death tomorrow." The female assassin angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." At the same time, her spirit beast widened its eyes glowing brightly. Black and white auras spread out, gradually sucking Lin Han in. Lin Han was pulled along by the suction, and he worriedly thought, at this point, the other group of thugs still haven't attacked? Suddenly, Lin Han's face slammed into something. He fell backward in pain, with a bright red face. Bei Shangguo, who blocked the way, immediately got to the point. "Where did you hide him?" Lin Han's face was now flushed, and he judged, big chest, fierce look, never absent. Bei Shangguo asked, "Where did you hide my beloved?" Bei Shangguo stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Lin Han in fear, as he rolled back and forth. "You scared me to death. I almost suffocated." Around her, blue auras swirled, and Zan stood in a corner, angry at being ignored. And Zan was furious. She lunged forward and swung her circular sword with powerful force behind Bei Shangguo. "Don't get in the way." Bei Shangguo leaned slightly and looked at her. Her small glasses turned blue, producing magic blades that shattered and Zan's black magic. "Get out." And Zan was knocked back by the powerful magic force. She fell hard, her slippers flew off. Bei Shangguo frowned impatiently. "Lin Han, answer me." Lin Han stood up and pointed behind Bei Shangguo. "You deal with her first, then come and interrogate me." Bei Shangguo was confused, then she glanced behind her. And Zan frowned, raised her hand straight ahead, allowing her pet Mao Mao to use its power, the strongest suction force. Immediately, her star-patterned pants were torn into small pieces by the strong suction, pulling back toward her. She remained motionless, and said, "This obstacle truly doesn't know how to face the consequences until they're at death's door." Lin Han sat calmly to the side, whistling a tune, and happily watched the two. Both of them have revealed their faces, time to close the net. A female voice commanded, "Don't let anyone escape." From behind the roof, one after another, girls wielding swords and wearing strange masks rushed in. "Yes." The two guards inside panicked. "Oh no, we're ambushed." Bei Shangguo leaned over and coldly unleashed her move, Hey Ya. Hey Ya shot forward, grazing in Zan's chest. She quickly leaned back, dodging the monster, revealing her full, firm chest. Lin Han, sitting on the side, saw this and jumped up excitedly, a chest attack. So white, he waved his arms and legs. Song Feng Tu Luo Shan Jian Shui. Lu Luo Yuman Yi Dian Bai. And Zan charged forward, reaching out to slash Bei Shangguo's stomach. With agility, she quickly leapt into the air, dodging the attack. Lin Han stood to the side, his face flushed with excitement. He wriggled, a move called Hang Yu Zan. So black, Luo Rach Ching Shui Ko Shang Lu. Lin Zhang Qing Ji Thou Yu. And Zan continuously rubbed the fur of her pet Mao Mao, creating an illusionary technique, gathering strength, making her pet excited. Its back bristled, its face flushed with pleasure. Lin Han gave 2 thumbs up in praise, good skill. Looking at the cat's feelings, even I'm getting excited. His face flushed, who could withstand this? And Zan's heart raced. She gasped for breath, her face pale. You. Bei Shangguo stroked her pet snake and glanced at her. Forgot to tell you, Hey Ya has a strong poison. Even if it just grazes your skin, you'll be poisoned. And Zan slumped face down, turning over on the floor. Bei Shangguo stood beside Hey Ya with her hands on her hips, disdainful. Even getting poisoned, you don't know, truly stupid. Mo. The door burst open as Lin Zheng was called. Lin Han was angry and helpless, calling the wrong name again. Bei Shangguo looked out the door. Bei Shangguo glanced, motioning with her hand to He Ya, who immediately spat out a green substance. Get out. Mo was instantly flung out of the door. Those following her were also pierced by the green stuff. Then Bei Shangguo grabbed Lin Han by the neck, jumped onto the roof, and flew into the sky. Lin Han said, "Down, ignore me." Mo had not yet landed and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The female assassins shouted, "Our clothes." Gripping Lin Han by the neck, flying through the air, he said, "Follow the plan." Bei Shangguo was angry. "Shut up." Mo stood in the courtyard and watched their figures. Lin Zheng. The female assassins were running around in a panic. Mo said, "Rest assured, I'll tell the emperor to bestow the title of Lai Guo Gong on you when I return." Lin Han shouted from afar, "I'm not dead yet." Mo was a little embarrassed. In the dark forest, a dim light from the moon, Lin Han was tied to a large tree by Bei Shangguo. He was scared. "I tell you, your disciple is truly not in my hands." She crossed her arms and faced him. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Next, you'll experience a living torture, neither living nor dead." She approached and seductively licked his collarbone. He trembled. "No, no. Lin Han guessed her intention and was scared. "Oh no, she wants to use poison and—" Blue auras swirled around Lin Han. He gasped for breath, trembling. Bei Shangguo shyly extended her hand. "You're affected by my Qi Yin Ji Du. It can increase the lustful energy in your body tenfold. If you don't release it, you'll explode." Lin Han's eyes widened. This poison is stronger than Xiao Shu. No good. His consciousness began to blur. Lost in the illusion, Lin Han flew through the air, curiously looking down. "Where is this?" A voice called, "Wu Huang." 3 women from Nan Nai, Xiao Shu, and a girl in red with revealing clothes ran towards him. "Here's your servant, absolutely won't let you hold back." Nan Nai skipped over. "Wu Huang Da Ren." Xiao Shu skipped over. "Master." Lin Han was scared and helpless. A chaotic battle was about to unfold. Looking at the 3 beautiful women in front of him, Lin Han thought, "Am I dreaming? Why are you?" A soft voice echoed in Lin Han's ear. "This is a high-level form of human-beast cooperation, connecting with the opponent through consciousness." Lin Han leaned over and asked the scholar, "So, they're not my imagination, but real?" The scholar leaned back and laughed. "It's a pity that the jade orb hasn't formed a contract yet, otherwise we could have all come together." Then he said seriously, "Yes, every time you reach your limit, you'll hit them. Do you hear the engine? Is it going to explode yet?" Lin Han rested his chin on his hand and thought, if that's the case, then an idea came to him. He laughed loudly and happily, spread out his arms and legs. "Enjoy yourself to the fullest." The 3 girls blushed with excitement. In their minds, the love in their hearts fluttered. The car doors are locked. Nobody can get out. Bei Shangguo looked at Lin Han, tied to the tree, his face flushed with confusion. The blue aura around him flared up like a fire. Bei Shangguo frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" Lin Han's body burned, his face flushed, he gasped for breath. The aura was mixed with a golden aura of fire. He was ecstatic, happy, continuously increasing, sweat dripping, his face full of the enjoyment of lust, relaxed. Bei Shangguo gritted her teeth in anger. "You little rascal, you're still pretending to be calm, aren't you?" She frowned. "You've dispelled my Qi Yin Ji Du. Impossible." It must be that his constitution is a bit special, the dosage wasn't enough. She angrily rushed forward, unbuttoning Lin Han's collar, and continued to lick his collarbone. "This is just the beginning. This time I'll use 1/3 of the poison. I don't believe you can still dispel it." He looked at her in shock. Kei Ka blushed, using her hands to hold the fabric covering her chest and body. Too strong. "My servant has broken through to 13 stars. Xiao Shu arched her back and lay down on the ground. "I'm 11. Nan Nai lay down on the ground, covering herself with a thin towel. "I'm 14. They all felt the pleasure brought by the lustful energy. Lin Han scratched his head, embarrassed. "I'm doing it again." Lin Han burst out, "Ah. It's so comfortable. I've dispelled it again." Bei Shangguo stared at him, helpless. She angrily ran over and continued to lick his collarbone. 5 parts of poison, inject it all. I'll see how long you can last." A metal mass, like a rocket, gathered momentum and shot forward. Bei Shangguo bit his neck, drawing blood. "If I pump until your life force is drained and the stones are worn away." Lin Han grimaced. "Then I'll be hard until the end of time." Bei Shangguo retreated, sweating. Lin Han's eyes shone. Good, can you add a little more? Bei Shangguo helplessly looked away. You're making me very disgusted. Bei Shangguo felt a headache, like a bolt of lightning had struck her head. She swayed. Oh no, I've consumed too much energy, I'm a little dizzy. Hearing the sound, she looked behind and saw Zan, wielding a sword, charging towards her. She quickly called out, Hey Ya. From the bushes, a black shadow shot out. Coiling around her, Hey Ya stuck out its tongue towards her. She was furious, damn it. She rubbed her temples. My poison can actually chase them all the way here. You have some skill. Zan snorted in disdain. Humph, I've been watching you for half a day. You can't even handle Lin Han. It seems your poison skills are nothing special. She angrily went to strangle her, gritting her teeth. You old poison master, I'll strangle you to death if I don't kill you. Your hand techniques are good. Yellow is the Imperial Demon, gray is the Dark Guard, black is the Dark Spirit Beast. A voice rang out, you can't let her die, we need to use her Spirit Beast to find the Dark Guard tribe. The Dark Spirit Beast is the Dark Guard tribe of the Imperial Demon back then. The scholar shouted in panic, if we find them, we can understand a lot of secrets. Lin Han, his clothes disheveled, shouted from the front, Shou Sha Lu Ren. Bei Shangguo, strangling Zan with one hand, glanced at Lin Han. What? You have feelings for her? Lin Han smiled. Let's make a deal. You spare her, and I'll tell you where Tai Ku Shen is. She put her hand on her chin and thought, you've wasted so much of my time, didn't expect you to take the initiative to speak now. Alright, tell me, where did you hide my disciple? Lin Han said, I guessed you'd attack on the way, so I sent him ahead. He's probably reached Yunshang City now. If you want him to live, you still have to follow the exchange conditions. Bei Shangguo was startled. What? Bei Shangguo's face darkened in anger, and she shouted, damn it. You'll get him killed. You can't even hold Yunshang City. The Northern Bear Emperor doesn't care about the exchange. He wants to use this opportunity to take Yunshang City. Lin Han was stunned and froze, then said, Yunshang City is guarded by the heavy guard. How could he do it? Bei Shangguo and He Ya turned and left. I don't know, but he's definitely capable of reaching where he is. He quickly followed. It's impossible for you to save Tai Ku Shen. The only way now is we, mind to mind, hand in hand. Bei Shangguo was a bit angry, curiously turning back to look. Lin Han crossed his arms, holding Zan's hand with one hand and Bei Shangguo's hand with the other. A clever idea, let's go together to lure the dog to the northern bear. Sunlight shone on the Yunshang City wall, a sturdy wall surrounding a large temple inside. Yunshang City is located on the border. In front of the city gate, guards stood on both sides. One sat in the middle on a chair, two stood on either side. One said with a smile, it's so late and you haven't arrived yet, something must have happened on the way. Qin Wan Li looked down at So Bei Bai and said, I don't know if the general has any instructions from the front lines. So Bei Bai sat up straight, closing his eyes and calmly replied, following the emperor's orders, I came to the field marshal. I guarantee the hostage exchange will be completed successfully. Then he opened his eyes. So Bei Bai raised his eyebrows and glanced over. If anyone dares to cause trouble, this imperial envoy will execute them first and report later. From outside the city gate, a wagon arrived, with 4 people walking alongside. The announcement came, the escort team has arrived. Qin Fengyun, walking among the horses, asked, why are you here? So Bei Bai bit a piece of watermelon, then threw it aside. Humph, didn't expect it, did you? The man leaned into So Bei Bai's ear. It's confirmed. Tai Ku Shen isn't in there. Your Majesty predicted you'd make a mistake. Qin Fengyun, Bai He, and Cheng Miao Miao were astonished. What? So Bei Bai stood up, leaning one hand behind his back, the other reaching for the second old man. Therefore, I specially came to reward you. Bring the knife here. Tai Ku Shen smiled and bowed, offering the knife. Then So Bei Bai bent over, took the knife, and cut the watermelons in half. Everyone's worked hard on the road. Here, have some watermelon. The 3 people stood there, dumbfounded, looking at So Bei Bai swinging the knife to cut the watermelon. Beside them, the second old man clapped happily. Suddenly, So Bei Bai turned, grabbed the second old man by the neck, angrily holding up the knife and threatening, Second old man, you want the Shang Fang Bao Dao, not this watermelon knife. The second old man was scared and explained, didn't you say you wanted to reward them? So Bei Bai said, can't you tell the difference between a direct order and a sarcastic remark? You're an idiot. The three people looked at them helplessly. So Bei Bai held a golden knife, sharp and cold. He said with glee and cunning, "Look carefully, the Shangfang Bao Dao is here. I can execute first and report later. You lost Tai Ku Shen on the way." Qin Wan Li scratched his head and pointed to the wooden box containing Tai Ku Shen, whose head was the only part outside the box. He was dizzy and disoriented, with stars in his eyes. Tai Ku Shen didn't get lost, he's here. So Bei Bai's eyes widened, his mouth agape. What? Unluckily, his tongue brushed against the middle of his Shangfang Bao Dao. Then he flinched, his body froze. Qin Wan Li and the second old man also froze in shock, then they screamed in panic. Lin Han and Bei Shangguo hid behind the city wall, helpless. Bei Shangguo said, "This pig, how did he become prime minister?" The two crouched behind the wall. Lin Han said, "Tai Ku Shen brought the White Tiger Hall with him to replace the Northern Bear Kingdom, doing so many things. It's kill or be killed." Bei Shangguo sadly said, "Thou Dai Tin absolutely won't allow failure." From the moment Tai Ku Shen was captured, he was already a dead man. Thou Dai Tin had been in power for 20 years, destroying 7 surrounding countries, relying on his ruthlessness and cruelty. In his eyes, his children were all pawns that could be discarded at any time. A fierce man, his eyes bloodshot, holding a rope in his hand, surrounded by cruelty and solemnity. Kneeling at his feet were 4 people, with 4 pairs of buttocks beaten red. Lin Han looked at Bei Shangguo and asked, "You've talked so much, what's the Northern Bear's plan to capture Yunshang City?" Bei Shangguo closed her eyes and frowned. "The operation plan is top secret." A bald man, his face swollen from punches, was being pressed down by something heavy. Only the Northern Bear border garrison, the Grand Marshal Fai Nung guarding the city, would know. Lin Han and Bei Shangguo were talking when they noticed a voice behind them. "If it were me, I'd arrange a suicide squad to infiltrate among the 8,000 hostages." And Zan, sitting on the bald man whose face was swollen, offered her plan. After they enter the city, they'll launch a surprise attack. Then they'll coordinate internally and externally, and capture the city in one fell swoop. Lin Han leaned over and said, "Feng Yun and I have already anticipated this situation. We'll check their identities before letting them into the city. You keep talking, why are you following us all the time?" And Zan closed her eyes and frowned. "I've never owed anyone a favor. You saved my life, I naturally have to repay you. We're waiting for each other. I'll continue to carry out my mission to assassinate Tai Ku Shen." Bei Shangguo stood up, angry, clenching her fist, her killing intent flared. "Try it." And Zan sat calmly. "Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll kill him. Unless you kill me first." Lin Han sat beside her, scared. "Calm down, both of you." Below the Yunshang city, the guard announced, "The Northern Bear envoy has arrived." Lin Han turned his head and looked. "So soon?" Outside the city, 8 people stood in front. Behind them, a representative in a robe stood, followed by another person, and then a convoy of wagons. The representative said, "Our delegation from the Northern Bear Kingdom has just arrived. You've come already, quite prompt with your information." The person behind said, "Our emperor misses the prince. Naturally, the sooner the exchange is completed, the better. 40,000 taels of gold are all on the wagons, count it." Qin Wan Li asked, "Where are our hostages?" The Northern Bear envoy said, "There are quite a few people, they're behind. It'll take 2 sticks of incense." So Bei Bai stood on the city wall. His eyes lit up with joy, he laughed. "Gold. Count the gold, don't let anything be missing." The second old man smiled and replied, "Yes." Qin Fengyun was astonished. 8,000 people? Qin Fengyun stood on the city wall and looked down at the city gate. A convoy of gold, it's really too risky. The 3, Lin Han, Bei Shangguo, and Anzan, peeked out and looked. Lin Han said, "We can't just wait for the other side to reveal their cards. We have to take the initiative to see the opponent's final card." Bei Shangguo asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Han's face changed color. "Go to the Fei Nung city. I want to see what tricks they want to play." Then Lin Han became excited, his eyes gleaming, changing colors. Do Guo, green face. Do Yu Ma. Guan Gong, red face on the battlefield. Dian Wei, moon face. Cao Cao, moon face. Lao Lu, quickly steal your home. And Zan and Bei Shangguo stood to the side, helpless, looking at him with confusion. The shirtless men, holding food, cheered and rejoiced. Some even cried tears of happiness, and said cheerfully, "We've returned. Long live Tianyin Kingdom." Qin Wan Li and Qin Fengyun stood on the wooden steps, watching the men being searched by soldiers. Qin Wan Li said, "Check carefully, anyone without a Tianyin tattoo on their chest, or those with fresh tattoos, bring them out." Mo, holding a piece of paper, went to Qin Fengyun and said, "Someone threw this at me earlier." Qin Fengyun glanced back curiously. Qin Fengyun unfolded the paper. It was full of hand drawings. It showed a pen, an eye, a clock, a house, a chair, a face with a tuft of hair, a piece of paper, a dot, and a heart-shaped lip in the corner. The meaning of the drawings was, "Extend the time, wait for my news." Qin Fengyun said, "It's Lin Han, he escaped." Looking at the chaotic and noisy crowd in front, she thought, "If we don't let these soldiers into the city after dark, there might be a mutiny. We must control the time." At the border between the northern Bear Kingdom and the Fei Nung city, it was gloomy, with a hint of darkness as the sunset slowly sank behind the mountains. The three, Lin Han, Bei Shangguo, and Anzan, hid behind a rock. Lin Han poked his head out and looked up. "This place doesn't look very decent, Bei Shangguo angrily glared at Lin Han. "You're so high and mighty, you're too talented." Looking down, it was full of red rooftops. Lin Han said, "It seems like there's nothing unusual." Bei Shangguo said, "You're stupid, aren't you? If you can see the problem, it wouldn't be a scheme anymore." Anzan noticed something in a corner. Those two look familiar. The two, Bei Shangguo and Lin Han, turned their heads to look. Lin Han said, "You're kidding, right? We can actually meet people here?" Before he finished speaking, the screams of the two interrupted him. One had white hair and the other had blue hair. They weren't wearing clothes, hanging from a beam, with a large fire burning beneath them. There were also people fetching wood to keep the fire going. The two were terrified, their legs straightened. The white-haired one was scared. "Oh my God, Lin Han was right, it is them, really." The blue-haired one was terrified. "Please, sir, spare our lives." The sir tilted his head back and laughed, "Ha ha ha." The blue-haired one cried, "Sir, I'm willing to exchange my top-grade, Yi Ming Pearl, for our lives." The white-haired one, with tears in his eyes, looked at his friend, "Yi Ming Pearl?" The sir frowned, "Stop it, you've already been searched from head to toe, where could you possibly hide the Yi Ming Pearl?" The blue-haired one blushed, embarrassed, and raised a leg. "Of course there's still a place." The blue-haired one shyly raised a leg, revealing his buttocks. The blue-haired one frowned and bit his lip. "Just trick them into letting us down first, then we can risk our lives. A true man can't just sit around and die." A soldier holding a stick poked the blue-haired one's buttocks. "There's still a bag in your pants, right?" The blue-haired one said. "Just let me down, sir, I'll get it for you." Lin Han rushed down. He kicked the soldier with both feet, his eyes wide, and fell forward. The sir, standing in a corner, reacted, "Who's there?" Anzan, like a ghost, slipped behind him, holding a knife against the sir's neck. The sir's eyes widened in fear, his pores sweating, he didn't dare speak. After knocking them down, Lin Han scratched his head and looked at the soldier he kicked. "Damn it. I slipped just a little, and I almost messed up." Anzan stood with her arms crossed. "Quick, let's go. Don't startle the snake." Lin Han turned around. "You're lucky, I'm your savior. Hurry up and thank." The blue-haired one had a stick shoved straight into his anus. He bit his lip, his eyes wide, trembling, unable to move his legs. "Listen to me. Thank you, because of you, I'm warm all year round." Looking at the blue-haired one in this state, Lin Han couldn't finish the word, "thanks," before. After being released, the blue-haired one kept bowing his head and crying gratefully, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Lin Big Bro, Lin Dad, Lin Old Master, please spare me. Since I met you, my brother is gone, my marriage is off, my career is shattered, and now even my flower is crippled." In the warehouse, the blue-haired one's buttocks were still trembling. "You're my nemesis, that's for sure. Please, let me get far away from you, okay?" Lin Han scratched his head. "I really didn't mean to." Bei Shangguo and Anzan leaned against the wall, watching the conversation, each in their own corner. Lin Han went over and helped the blue-haired one up. "We came to investigate the information, and unexpectedly met you two." "Why were you two captured by the Northern Bear soldiers?" the blue-haired one whispered, his buttocks curved, crying, and the white-haired one noticed the stick in the blue-haired one's anus. The white-haired one recounted, "After the white tiger was destroyed, we wanted to come here to find a way out. Unfortunately, Shen Sa's fame is useless." The white-haired one sighed. "We were caught as soon as we approached, and we've been constantly tortured and tormented. The two of them moved from Yunshang City to Feinung City. Bei Shangguo crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. You've been in Feinung City all this time? Did they do anything unusual to the prisoners who were just released? The white-haired one closed his eyes and bowed. Actually, there is one detail that doesn't quite add up. Today, they didn't let the two of us eat with the other prisoners. The white-haired one squatted down, stroking his chin and thinking, I saw a strange flower in the porridge they gave the prisoners. Let me draw it for you. The white-haired one casually pulled the stick out of the blue-haired one's anus. Ouch, ouch. The blue-haired one's eyes widened in pain. The white-haired one drew it, a flower with 5 long petals. The petals rotate counterclockwise. It looks something like this. Red, I've never seen this kind of flower before. When? Bei Shangguo frowned, astonished, didn't expect them, they're so cruel. Do they want to turn Yunshang City into hell? In a certain forest, it turned out to be the National Master's secluded residence in the Northern Bear Kingdom. Inside the secluded residence in the Northern Bear Kingdom, there was a Ziling mountain that was cursed. A spider lily appeared, and she continued to explain, on that mountain grows a unique and poisonous flower, the Du Wazhu. The full moon appeared, and a person gradually transformed into a monster. It turned out that when people drink the Du Wazhu, on a full moon night, they turn into bloodthirsty monsters, with no fear of life or death, no pain, and they eat human flesh. Moreover, there's no antidote. To avoid the disaster of the living dead spreading throughout the kingdom, the Northern Bear Kingdom's national master worriedly continued, the royal family eradicated the Du Wazhu on Ziling Mountain. Didn't expect they still left some behind. Hearing this, Qing Feng was extremely worried. No wonder they wanted to exchange, and today happens to be a full moon night. He was tense and troubled, his hands tearing at his hair. I have to report this quickly. But I don't have a flying spirit beast. Qing Feng responded, from here, it'll take at least 2 hours to run back, it's too late. Suddenly, he had an idea, wait, I have. Outside Yunshang City, Qin Fengyun stood in front of the city gate. Below were countless people, they were dissatisfied and spoke up. Why aren't you letting us into the city? Do you suspect us? The subordinate behind her said to her, Headmaster, we can't hold on any longer, we need to make a decision. She heard this and replied, wait a little longer, we must have a signal from Lin Han first. The full moon was approaching, the people in front of the city gate gradually turned into monsters, their eyes turning red, and their fangs appearing. The soldiers guarding the city gate saw this strange transformation and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are you okay? Suddenly, a monster rushed forward, grabbing a soldier's hand and biting hard. Then a group of monsters rushed forward, breaking through the wooden stakes, and rushed to bite and devour the soldiers, causing the soldiers to flee in panic, shouting, monster, demons. The monsters had lost their humanity and consciousness, they roared and growled. The general shouted, long spears, defend. Hold them back. A group of soldiers with sturdy shields appeared. The monsters charged fiercely and with incredible bloodlust. In the soldiers' eyes, a monster's hungry mouth appeared. One soldier shouted, the defense line has been breached. Seeing this, the general shouted, hold them back. Don't let them enter the city. The people were now in chaos. Suddenly, a giant flame appeared from above, blowing down, taking everyone by surprise. It turned out to be Kei Ka, in her beast form. She was continuously spitting fire down. Everyone shouted, Lin Han. The people standing on the city gate admired and praised, handsome. He landed on the ground. Qin Fengyun quickly ran over and said, that's great. Finally, the last person has arrived. With someone here, we can definitely defend Yunshang City. He coldly said to her, we're not defending the city. His words surprised her, she paled and said, what? She questioned him in confusion, are you crazy? If we abandon the city, how can we explain this to the emperor? He replied, but. He smirked and said, it's enough to give him a seat. His words left her completely bewildered. At the Feinung city's army, a soldier suddenly returned and reported, report, the battle at Yunshang City is over, no more movement. Lu Bu Tai, sitting on his horse, said, okay. After hearing the report, he raised his sword high and shouted, brothers. Now that Yunshang City's defenses are weak, let's take back the city and establish our merit. After he finished speaking, the people around him shouted in unison, yes. The army rushed through the cliffs and entered Yunshang City like a storm. As he rode, he thought, according to the previous estimate, the city of Yunshang had 16,000 people, 8,000 of whom were alive, fighting against the regular army. The casualty rate was 1 to 2. He thought further, now, the city is only occupied by a few stragglers and the lucky surviving soldiers. Capturing them with our cavalry is nothing. He chuckled in triumph, thinking, I am truly a brilliant talent. From now on, promotion, fiefdom, concubines, it's not a dream. I'm finally about to. He kicked down the city gate and entered like a god, thinking, I've reached the peak of my life. He shouted, kill. The human monsters turned their heads in unison to look at him. He was startled, his face and the horse's face both turned into zombies. He shouted, what the hell is this? Something's not right. He swung his sword straight at the monster's neck. A quick-witted soldier ran over and reported, General, the zombie army has been completely wiped out. He panted angrily, his face weary, damn it. Those cowardly Tianyan soldiers, they ran away, making this old man have to take action himself. Seeing this, the soldier flattered him, our army suffered more casualties, but we managed to capture Yunshang city, which is a great feat. He opened his mouth, spitting, and shouted, vulgar. It said, one general conquers a city, 10,000 bones lie dry. Then, raising his face to the sky, he boasted, behind a victory are countless lives lost. You put all the credit on me alone. He looked content, tears streaming down his face, shameless, it's true, when it comes to acting, no one can surpass him. The soldiers, seeing him like this, were incredibly devoted. They stood in 2 rows and applauded, praising him endlessly. General Liu is truly a benevolent general of our time. If I die in battle, I entrust my wife and daughters to you. We will follow you forever. As he was being praised to high heaven, a soldier rushed over and reported. He knelt in front of him, the enemy's main force has attacked Fei Nung City. He had been looking up at the sky, but upon hearing this, his eyes bloodshot, he looked down and asked the soldier, what? The soldier was terrified. Returning to Qin Fengyun, her younger brother suddenly ran over, tears streaming down his face, sister. He ran over and hid in her arms. She saw this and comforted him, poor child. He cried, I miss you so much. Suddenly, she slapped him hard, sending him flying back. She said, do you know how big a disaster you've caused? He flew back and crashed headfirst into the anus of a nearby horse. The horse, eating grass, blushed in embarrassment and kicked him into the sky. She saw this and exclaimed in surprise, Feng Cheng. Then she had to bandage his brainless head. After being kicked by the horse, he was still smiling foolishly. She saw this and said, you stupid child, you're still smiling after being beaten like this. He smiled foolishly, sister, you've become enlightened. Then he turned to her and said, even if I can't marry the princess, it's okay. After all, she can't find anyone more outstanding than me, except you. She's the one who will regret it. She was speechless. She opened her eyes wide and said, actually. He heard this, his head bristled with anger, and he turned back to her, what? You mean the emperor wants to marry her off? Besides, she's very happy about it. Whoever she likes, I'll chop him up. She heard this, her sweat poured out even more, she became increasingly tense, actually. He thought more and more wildly, his head bristled with anger, he transformed into Goku and shouted, you mean it's Lin Han? Then, he suddenly sat down on a chair, if it's him, forget it. As long as I can be with you, never let me see him again. She stammered, actually. He suddenly burst into tears, his anger tripled, he wailed, I've decided to spend my life with Lin Han. He'll be the head of the Qin family. When you meet him, you must be respectful, don't be rude to my brother-in-law, or sister will beat you. Remember that? Hearing this, he yelled, Lin Han? You hurt me, but you still smile. You love selfishly, I cry weakly. Tears flowing through memories are a superfluous pain. I only blame myself for not staying out of your way. Lin Han was talking to the Northern Bear Kingdom's national master. According to the agreement, you take Tai Ku Shen with you. Although we lost Yunshang City, we gained Fei Nung City, so it's not a loss. She responded, this is different from our agreement, isn't it? She looked at him with a serious face. No matter what, I'm the national master of the Northern Bear Kingdom. How could I help you conquer our city? You give up Fei Nung City, and I'll help you capture Yunshang City. Otherwise, he turned and looked into the distance, don't worry. I don't want to defend Fei Nung City, and I can't defend it either. It's just that the Northern Bear Kingdom killed 8,000 hostages, they had to pay a corresponding price. Suddenly, a monkey's cry echoed from afar. The Prime Minister, surnamed So, appeared and said, losing Yunshang City is a crime punishable by death. He continued, you might be lucky to have conquered Fei Nung City, but it's just atonement. If you dare to give up, I will not spare you. Bai He angrily said, stop using chicken feathers as arrows. This is not a place for you to talk. He said, you, a mere commoner, dare to speak so loudly in front of me? With a slap, a soldier drew his sword. Seeing this, Yu stepped forward to mediate, stopping Bai He and saying, So Da Ren, your highness is so devoted to the country and the people, it is truly admirable. From your words, it seems like you would have defended Fei Nung City, right? He said with a smug expression, of course. Fei Nung City has a strategic location, easy to defend and difficult to attack. One man can hold the gate, and 10,000 cannot break through. To capture this city is to stick a knife into the heart of the north. We must defend it to the death, no matter what. Yu smiled and said, I've been worried about finding someone to defend the city. Hearing you say this, I am reassured. Yu flattered him to the skies, making his nose grow a foot longer. Yu said, we will send out the main force to ambush outside the city later. You, Da Ren, can personally defend the city and wait for the opportunity. When the time comes, we will attack from within and outside, and encircle the enemy. We will then kill them. As you spoke, you clapped your hands in praise, making him extremely happy. He said, that's a small matter, leave it to me. Having spoken, he realized he had fallen into a trap, his expression turned awkward. On the cliff top of Fei Nung City, Yu and Qin Feng Yun were standing there when suddenly a soldier ran to report to him, shouting, report. He knelt down and said, the enemy is attacking Fei Nung City, they will reach the base in half a moment. Yu grinned and said to Qin Feng Yun, all right, let's do it. Hearing your command, she drew her bow and arrow, replying, yes. She raised her bow and arrow, a blue energy enveloped her and the bow and arrow. Then she released the arrow. The blue arrow swiftly flew towards the top of the city. A man in red was tied up, trembling and sobbing. It turned out to be So Bei Tat. The arrow pierced through the crowd, blinding those above the city gate, taking them by surprise. Seeing this, he wept and angrily shouted, Lin and Qin, you'll pay for this. You dare to capture me? I will report this to the emperor, and he will chop you up. The surrounding soldiers also started to curse at you. Suddenly, a soldier trembled with fear, his face contorted, and said, Da Ren, it's not good. He stood behind him and angrily shouted, what is it? The soldier shouted, the enemy is turning back. He saw the enemy swarm before the city gate like the Yuan dynasty army, and his mouth gaped open, his eyes nearly popping out. The army of the north was extremely bloodthirsty, their horses were fierce, and they raised their swords high, shouting, brothers, if we lose Fei Nung City, none of us will survive. On Lu Bu Tat's neck was a wooden splint. It turned out that he had twisted his neck from tilting his head back before. Even with a twisted neck, he was very valiant, raising the sword in his hand and shouting, take advantage of the enemy's instability and recapture Fei Nung City. The soldiers behind him all replied in unison, yes. Seeing this, the soldiers above the city gate trembled like a startled dog and said, Da Ren, our men can't hold this position. Let's flee from the back gate. Hearing this, he angrily scoffed, run. You bunch of cowards. Give me a fighting spirit and prepare to meet the enemy. The soldiers were moved to tears, looking at him and thinking, he truly is the prime minister, a worthy example. In times of crisis, he puts himself before the country, never fearing to sacrifice himself to protect the country. He is a true role model. But it turned out that he wasn't so valiant. His face was full of agony, his tears flowed like a river. He thought, I should have seen this before. The back gate is locked. Damn Lin Sheng, he's killing me. Very quickly, the North's army reached Fei Nung City. They used ladders to climb the city walls. Seeing this, he thought, I have no choice but to fight. The soldiers on the city gate fought back valiantly. He thought, this is the feeling of fighting for the country. He was heartbroken and tearful, holding his sword and charging forward, thinking, thank you, Lin Sheng, for letting me experience this long-lost feeling of passion. You must be watching from above, right? As the Prime Minister, I absolutely won't let you laugh at me. You were currently standing high above, looking down. Cheng Miao Miao said, Lin Sheng, you responded, wait a bit longer, it's not time yet. But you were looking at the pot of meat, not him. You said, the meat is hard to cook, I'll try it first. Do you have any vinegar? Give me a bit. Cheng Miao Miao responded, oh. Everyone else was sitting around the pot of meat, eagerly waiting. Returning to the situation of So Bei Tat at Fei Nung City, He was fighting with all his might, his body was battered and bruised. He cried out, "Mom, where is the ambush?" The remaining soldiers ran for their lives, saying, "They must have run away." Suddenly, there was a huge sound. It was a war horn, which surprised everyone. Lu Bu Tat was stunned. He turned his head and looked up at the cliff top, shouting, "What sound is that? Is there an enemy on the mountaintop?" You stood high above, looking down and sighed. "The enemy has already formed an array before the city walls. The fire is ready. Carry out my order." Then you shouted, "The entire army, attack!" After your command, the entire army charged down the clifftop, like an ant colony swarming. On the clifftop, you and your comrades were ready. You said, "Quick battle, quick decision, let's go together." Lu Da Diao chimed in, "Our upgraded primal beasts are finally ready to go." Lu Bu Tat saw this, and he shouted, "Withdraw." Then, his face turned blank, and he looked up and asked, "What is this?" Above, two gigantic orbs covered the sky. He shouted, "What is that?" "This suffocating pressure is coming from a grade S orb." Lu Da Diao rode his Biao, an 11-star primal beast, charging down, looking incredibly cool. A Biao landed, causing numerous sharp earth spikes to rise from the ground, flinging nearby soldiers into the air. They cried out in pain. Cheng Miao Miao rode a 12-star primal beast, a small octopus called Xiao Wu, charging forward. And a bluebird, a 13-star primal beast called Zan Diao, followed close behind. Her two primal beasts continuously attacked downwards, causing the soldiers to run in fear, shouting, "Help!" Lu Bu Tat rode his horse like it was flying, shouting, "Damn it!" He was surrounded and under heavy attack by high-grade primal beasts. He was on the defensive. He gritted his teeth and charged out. The North's army quickly followed on horseback, replying, "Yes." They secretly thought, "Did we really need someone to say that?" Suddenly, two gigantic figures appeared in front of him, blocking his path. He was stunned and said, "What?" Qin Feng Yun said, "Lu Bu Tat, you killed my father. Today, I will finally take revenge." It turned out that the two giants were Lin Xing and Qin Feng Yun. You said, "Our prime minister used his body as bait, luring you into the bag. To let even one of you escape would be disrespectful to the prime minister." He saw you and her blocking his path. Fear filled him, sweat poured down his face. He thought, how could there be two people who are proficient in martial arts and uppers on fire? My God, this is also. He was agonizing, this is too much. Then, the two giants swung their fists towards the soldiers who were trying to escape, creating immense pressure. A loud boom echoed, black smoke soared into the sky. On the clifftop, the national master of the north and Shen Xie stood there, filled with worry. He said, "Damn it. We spent 20 years building this stronghold, and it's just like that, taken away." She said sinisterly, "This Lin Xing, he's truly a formidable opponent. We must be cautious." Shen Xie said angrily, "He's just a cunning bastard. Wait for me to regain my strength, and I will." Before he could finish, he was slapped across the face. It was her attack. After striking him, she glanced at him and said, "If you weren't the only bloodline my sister left in the world, I would have saved you. Learn to recognize your position and place yourself in the right position. Accumulate your strength before boasting, understand?" She continued, "From today, Bai Hu Dao is under my management." Then, she took over Bai Hu Dao. After taking over, she turned and walked away, saying, "In just half a year, I can bring Bai Hu Dao back to its peak." He stood behind her, bowing respectfully and said, "Yes, I apologize, master." Then, he pointed to Fei Nung City and said, "What about Fei Nung City?" Black smoke billowed from Fei Nung City. He said sorrowfully, "Are we going to let Yun Tian hold the knife to our throats like this?" She heard this and smiled, saying, "Don't worry." She glanced at Fei Nung City in the distance and said, "In less than 10 days, a force that even Tai Da Xing wouldn't dare provoke will appear. They will willingly hand over Fei Nung City." After capturing Fei Nung City, the soldiers cheered happily, "We've won. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" So, the Prime Minister sat alone in the corner, watching the soldiers celebrate their victory, feeling sad and dejected. He sobbed and said, "My God, no one cares about me." Suddenly, Inzan appeared before him, saying, "My subordinate has failed to complete the mission, I come to apologize." He saw her come and angrily cursed, "You were supposed to kill Tai Ku Shen, and you didn't succeed. Now I'm in danger, why didn't you come to protect me?" She was extremely embarrassed and blushed when she was scolded like that. She blushed, closed her eyes, and said to him, according to the agreement, my subordinate. She said shyly, is protecting Lin Sheng and making soup for him. Her words were like an arrow piercing his heart. He was furious, his head filled with question marks. He angrily jumped up, swung his knife towards her, and said, you ungrateful wretch. I raised you, what good are you? I'll kill you. She stood there, respectfully accepting his attack. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for his knife to strike. Suddenly, you appeared, blocking the strike, and said, so Shang, you're too quick to anger. You said calmly, is it appropriate to wield a knife towards a lowly person? He was furious and said, disciplining my own people is none of your business, get out. You glanced at her behind you and said to him, this girl is quite to my taste, so Shang, can you gift her to me? Hearing your words, her mind started to wander. Quite to my taste, means, I like her, means, I want to marry her. Thinking this, she blushed in embarrassment and thought, he saved me over and over again, could it be that he wants to have children with me? He heard this and went crazy, shouting, she's my servant, how dare you ask for her? Suddenly, a voice rang out, I will tell the emperor that the credit for capturing Fei Nung City belongs to you. Hearing this, he became as obedient as a puppy, turning into a sweet boy with sparkling eyes. He said, what virtue do I have to deserve this young lady? Give her to my younger brother as a second wife. She's just a maid, and my younger brother likes her, why would I disagree? Outside the city, Lu Dadiao waved his hand and said loudly, big brother, go ahead first, little brother, take care. Then, Lu Dadiao ran quickly, confidently saying, make new merit. Lin Han, Qin Fengyun, and Amo stood on the city wall to see them off. Qin Fengyun asked in confusion, why did you give the credit to him? This is enough merit to be recorded in history. Lin Han reassured him, don't worry, the emperor is not stupid. Amo then spoke up, yesterday, I sent a carrier pigeon to the palace. His Majesty already knows the ins and outs of this battle. Lin Han gave a thumbs up and praised her, you're smart. At this time, in the palace, the carrier pigeon spread its wings and arrived. Long Sahan was trying on clothes chosen by his mother. He asked timidly, father, do you think this outfit looks good? Did Lin Han say it looked good? The emperor held up two signs, which read, beautiful, 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 so beautiful. The emperor closed his eyes and sighed, Haze, beautiful, beautiful. He lay down, enjoying the massage, and muttered to himself, the war report from the front lines hasn't arrived yet. Seems like something happened. It makes me worry. Long Sahan heard this and defended him, you don't even trust Lin Han? With him around, how could anything happen? Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, carrier pigeon arrived. His Majesty sighed, only urgent military reports are sent by carrier pigeon. It must be bad news. Hayes, read it. The subordinate obeyed and read aloud. The northern Hunk nation used treachery, 8,000 hostages were poisoned, but the 4 million taels of gold were obtained. Upon hearing the contents of the letter, His Majesty widened his eyes in shock and shouted, what? The person treating His Majesty pressed his foot hard. This made His Majesty moan in pleasure. The subordinate continued, flustered, the enemy attacked Yunshang City at night, but Lin Han exposed their plot, laid an ambush, killed their general, and killed 20,000 enemy soldiers. General Liu Bushan was also knocked off his horse by Lin Han. The person treating His Majesty pressed his foot hard again. He moaned in pleasure loudly. The subordinate was clearly flustered, sweating profusely. He tried to say, Lin Han led his troops north and captured the enemy's important stronghold, Fei Nung City. Long Sahan heard this, his face turned red, and his eyes widened with pride. Lin Han, he is truly the man I admire. His Majesty then praised him, a pillar of the nation, a mainstay of the middle class. Reward him. I must reward him generously. In Fei Nung City, Lin Han was singing as he walked. Zhang Miao Miao saw Lin Han heading somewhere and asked, dinner is almost ready. Where are you going? Lin Han replied, a bit sleepy. Going back to my room for a nap. Then, he continued to sing. Reaching the door, Lin Han turned his head and looked around. Quickly, he opened the door and went inside. You carefully pulled down the curtains. The beast book urged, take advantage of the time. You must sign the contract with Yuku today. Lin Han replied angrily, stop nagging. Don't I have time? Lin Han put the book on the table and reached out to open it. The light gradually emanated, illuminating Lin Han's face. He said as he opened it, release Yuku. Lin Han used all his strength to open the book. Beams of light streamed out, vying with each other. Suddenly, Lin Han's face contorted, his eyes bulging. He screamed. The loud scream alarmed those around. Lu Dadiao, Beihe, and Zhang Miao, without prior agreement, asked in unison, "What was that sound?" Yuko yawned sleepily and asked in confusion, "I haven't woken up yet." "Emperor Wu, what are you calling me for?" Lin Han sat on the ground, dumbfounded. You were just released. How come you're so big?" Yuko replied casually, "I don't know. Maybe I've been absorbing a lot of energy lately." The book chimed in, "That's right. With so many people gathered together, the energy release can be considered infinite." The book's cheeks flushed red as it suggested, "Let her release some." Lin Han snapped angrily, "With so much energy, do you want to level Fei Nung City? What should I do? I can't even get near her." The book calmed him down, "Calm down. When thinking about problems, you need to know how to change perspectives." It pretended to be knowledgeable and gave a philosophical argument, "Change your way of thinking." Feet, the master of philosophy. Lin Han grinned and said, "New knowledge, unlock." "That's right. If the front doesn't work, I can go." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Han asked in annoyance, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside, "Sir Lin Han, the Prime Minister left a gift for you before leaving. Please accept it." Hearing this, Lin Han went to the door and grumbled, "You're just trying to cause trouble." Lin Han opened the door, and a large gift box was placed in front of the door. The delivery man quickly ran away, not forgetting to shout back, "Take your time. I'm leaving." Lin Han reached out to untie the rope on the box and said suspiciously, "So big. What kind of trick is this?" The gift box was quickly opened. Ren Jun Tai, the bailing chest, was super happy. Lin Han was flustered, his cheeks flushed red, his nosebleeds flowing. He stammered, Yuan. "You are." Yuan said shyly, "Benefactor, you have saved me from danger many times. You even gave up your fame and fortune to protect me. I naturally understand your intentions. If you don't mind, today, Yuan is willing to give myself to." Before she could finish, a voice came from outside that made Lin Han panic. "Lin Han has been working hard lately. Take his meal to him." Lin Han gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "If they see this, I'm dead." He quickly reached out and put his arms around Yuan, making her surprised. In a hurry, Lin Han tripped over the rope and fell. He cried out, "Oopsie." The door was quickly closed, but the rope was left sticking out. Beihe and Zhang Miao noticed it and asked, "What is this?" Without thinking much, they both went straight to the point. They went to the door and knocked. "Lin Han, it's time for dinner." Lin Han was being pressed down by Yuan. He replied awkwardly, I'm not wearing clothes. Just leave it outside." Zhang Miao and Beihe heard this and their eyes lit up. "Not wearing clothes? That's great." Then, they urged him, "The food will get cold. I'll bring it in for you." Yes, you have to eat it while it's hot." Suddenly, a sonic wave rushed towards Zhang Miao and Beihe. It was a dark beast transmitting a sonic wave. Lin Han awkwardly yelled, You did what?" Imzan awkwardly replied, "I just fixed them. There's no danger, I'm as pure as ice and snow, I just don't want to be bothered for the first time." Lin Han blushed, her eyes widened as she muttered, Wait. He reached out to rub his nose, trying to calm himself down. Now was not the time to cause more trouble, calm down, bro. The Beast Book spoke up in admiration, "Not bad, she really is the reincarnated demon emperor. Her charm is unstoppable." The book urged, "If you want to, do it quickly. Otherwise you should find out about the origin of the dark-type primal beast." Lin Han suddenly remembered and said, Right, let's talk about the main thing first." Lin Han thought to herself, "I worked so hard to collect it, I have to leave it for you Chu." Lin Han stood up and reached out to support Imzan, awkwardly asking, "Where did your primal beast come from?" Imzan asked back, "I told you, it's Mao Mao." The dark-type primal beast clung tightly to Imzan's arm. She then explained, "My father left it to me. In our dark tribe, everyone has a dark-type primal beast." Lin Han's eyes lit up, she seized the opportunity and said excitedly, "That's great, where is your tribe? Can you take me there to see it?" The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, which made Lin Han confused. Imzan spoke with difficulty, It's gone. They're dead." Imzan gritted her teeth and recounted the past. 10 years ago, our tribe was attacked. Except for me, who managed to escape, everyone else, old and young, male and female, perished. Now, I'm the only survivor of the dark tribe." Lin Han suddenly thought of something and asked, "Who did it?" Imzan said angrily, "Of course I know, It was those beasts who call themselves righteous sects. They always view us as evil heretics. The Heavenly Tao Sect. Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment, the Heavenly Tao Sect? She quickly fell into her own thoughts. I've always been dealing with the government. I didn't know there were still cultivation sects in this world. Why would they want to massacre the Dark Tribe? Could it be that they were the ones who led the destruction of the Demon Kingdom back then? Imzan suddenly shouted, the Northern Ming Mountain Qingyun. The Qingyun sect is a member of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Kung La Tong Vei Quoc Kua Nuk Bak Hung, Chak Chan La Denju Nuk Bak Hung Doi Phut Chung Ta. Lam Han Kung Phi Cam the Nuk Di Ne. Tai Dai Tin Ne Thong Min Day. Quan Doi Kung Tiet Kiem. Truc Teep Bao Tu Si Ra Te. Bao Troi Trong Sun Vang Len Tiang Noi. Nam Du Kai Sun Su De Kua Tan Van Tong Va Hoang Thug Bak Hung Hen Uok. Tong Mon Kong Tham Du Chien Tran Voi Vong Quoc Doi Y. Tan Phong Van Thak Mak. Nung Luke Vong Quoc Bai Tan Kong. Ti Ho Kong the Ra Te. Kong Go Nu Nam Nu Ve Qua Di. Tan Van Tong Con Tuan Tu Hen Uok. Lu Dai Du Tu Tin Noi. Chung Ta Bei Gio Bin Quang Ma Tran. Va Lai Da Dung Vung Chan. His words alluded to the person standing in the air. They want to kick us out, based on their own strength. Lin Han came forward and said, it's just a formality. If we don't retreat, a large number of Qingyun sect disciples will come to kill us. The person in the air spoke, that's right. I'm only here as a formality. To prevent them from saying that our Qingyun sect is using despicable tactics. Lin Han gave a sly smile and said, isn't that retreating? His words left the other person speechless. But he quickly regained his composure and reminded, after noon, our Qingyun sect's 800 disciples will come to take the city. At that time, what are you going to do? As he finished speaking, he thought in a daze, why didn't I follow the script? He made me oblivious. Is he trying to deceive me? Not bad, your majesty is wise and shrewd. He used the imperial agreement from back then to force the Qingyun sect to act. A strange voice echoed, full of flattery. This way, he can not only demoralize the enemy but also weaken the Qingyun sect's strength. One arrow, two birds. The Northern Shang Kingdom's Grand Administrator, Wu Nang, used binoculars to look at the enemy standing defiantly. He analyzed, the soldiers behind are quick to agree. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, they're about to fight. Is it a sword strike or a palm strike? I'm excited. Wu Nang saw Qing Lianzi landing on the city wall, facing Lin Han. Unexpectedly, contrary to Wu Nang's expectations, Lin Han hugged Qing Lianzi. This unexpected turn of events in the predetermined battle. The Emperor of the Northern Shang Kingdom, you are not human. I'm so wronged. Wah? Lin Han hugged Qing Lianzi. Ignoring the other person's reaction, he pretended to be poor and miserable. You let go. Slowly, Qing Lianzi was confused by Lin Han's sudden actions, he stammered. Lin Han took the opportunity to wipe tears onto his eyes, making his crying look more authentic. Lin Han replied. He thought to himself, heaven, the Qingyun sect values martial arts. Why is this little brother's chest so developed? Lam Han vua buong te ra tan lin tu da voi lui cash xa mei buok roi moi noi choyan. Ro rang la noi chiem tan phi nung. Lai contract hoang de nuk bak hung, that la. Look for yourself. Look at what this stinky man said. Lin Han tried to widen his eyes, adding more fake tears, he said in a whimpering voice. He held out a letter with both hands. Your Majesty saved the prince and paid a huge price. Is there anything wrong? Qing Lianzi finished reading the letter and expressed his doubts to Lin Han. Of course there's a problem. Lin Han slightly frowned, his eyes became serious, preparing for the next strategy. Strong men cry. Lin Han daintily pinched his face and gracefully brought out a handkerchief as he cried. The 8,000 hostages they released were sent to the hell of flowers and turned into vegetable people. Dia nuk wat chow ro rang la bai tiu hoi, sao han dam, tan lin tu kong go den con ko viek nu ve ma hoang de nuk bak hung lai che do. These people were family members who came to pick up their hostages. In the end, they could only watch their loved ones die with their own eyes. Lin Han played the final move, pulling in more actors to make the supporting roles more realistic. Lin Han's team seemed surprised and exclaimed, look at them. How heartbroken they are. Lin Han explained to Qing Lianzi while reminding his team to get into character. Stinky man, you don't need me anymore? I'm the first woman of yours. Cheng Miao Miao got into character quickly, crying and saying, "Bai." He also forced herself to get into character, showing sadness. Lin Lang, how could you leave like this? Ahan, didn't we talk about getting married? Qin Feng Yun's voice was filled with heartache. Lu Da Diao didn't want to be left behind. He also joined in. Second beast, you died so tragically. It's so sad, but I always feel that there's a personal grudge between them and the dead. Qing Lianzi was truly moved by the world-class actors. I'm sorry, they were wrong, but we are also in a difficult position. Qing Lianzi's face was full of sadness as he patted Lin Han on the shoulder. He pretended to be weak and used a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Who needs this broken city anyway? As long as you satisfy our conditions, we will immediately return them to you. Qing Lianzi, having reached this point, no longer wanted to fight and compromised with Lin Han's group. What are the conditions? 10 taels of gold for each dead person. As long as we have enough money, we will immediately retreat. Lin Han's eyes were now blinded by gold. He made a cross with his hands and faced Qing Lianzi with sincerity. Then wait for me to talk to His Majesty. Qing Lianzi said hesitantly, considering the matter. Lin Han, upon hearing this, knew that the fish had taken the bait. He quickly grabbed Qing Lianzi's hand and said, "A promise is a promise." This ungrateful dog. The 40,000 taels of gold were just a lure. A furious roar echoed through the northern Shang kingdom's palace. Not only did they not reclaim it, they also want me to pay another 80,000 taels? The northern Shang emperor was so angry that he smashed the table. The Qingyun sect's ox-nosed cultivators are idiots. They are unreliable. Transmit my order, send troops to take the city. The northern Shang emperor roared with fury. His hands were clenched so tightly that veins popped out. Wu Neng could only bow his head and endure the rage. Yes. Soldiers of the northern Shang kingdom, the time to be loyal to your majesty has come. Charge! Wu Neng sat behind the soldiers as they charged on horseback. He shouted loudly to boost their morale. The soldiers also shouted, "Kill!" Grand Administrator, what are those words? They're definitely afraid. The soldiers asked Wu Neng in confusion as they saw red silk ribbons hung before the city gate, inscribed with the words, "Peace is precious." We don't want war. We love peace. Life is important. Put down your weapons and turn back. Lin Han and Qing Lianzi stood together on the city wall, looking down at the approaching army. Lin Han's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Ya, are they coming to deliver the money?" Qingyun sect people. Why are you still here? Wu Neng hurriedly ordered the horsemen to stop. He was startled and shouted. Lin Gongzi cordially invited me to discuss the ideal of peace and survival. So, I'm here. What are you doing? Have you brought the compensation money? Qing Lianzi calmly answered Wu Neng and asked about the money. His stance was clearly on Lin Han's side. Lin Han is a bastard. He wants to use the Qingyun sect as a shield. Wu Neng gnashed his teeth in anger but only dared to think it in his mind. It's just him. Our army will kill them. Later, we can blame it on the heavenly Yun kingdom. This plan is perfect. Wu Neng gave a sinister smile. In a flash, he came up with a plan to harm people. Brothers, follow me. Wu Neng raised his hand to shout the order to attack, but immediately stopped. Another person appeared on the city wall. What? Why are there so many troops? Qing Yun appeared along with the Qingyun 13 swords. Qing Lianzi answered his master. Disciple is asking. Qingyun sect's elder Qing Yun, and there are the Qingyun 13 swords, which can destroy a city. Why are they here? Wu Neng's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect so many masters to be on Lin Han's side. Little Miss Lin said it right. Burp, peace is precious. Fighting and killing is not good. You should learn from others. Feng Yunzi was drunk but still stood on the city wall and preached to the soldiers below. Senior is too kind. Lin Han was happy to be praised by the elder. Come, let's go inside and continue talking. Qing Yunzi excitedly invited Lin Han to continue chatting. Where were we? Ah, right, the Monkey King made a move on the ferry. What happened next? Qing Yunzi and Lin Han walked into the city, putting their arms around each other like close friends. Stay here for a few days. We'll talk slowly. Grand Administrator Wu, what did you shout just now? Did you want everyone to do it with you? Qing Lianzi finally corrected Wu Neng. He knew that Wu Neng was about to order an attack on the city. Carry gold with me, Wu Neng said with a forced smile, but he was devastated inside. Your Majesty, we can't provoke them. In the magnificent palace of the northern Shang kingdom, the northern Shang emperor was gnawing on a huge ox leg in anger. There were also many large ox skeletons hanging above his head. At this moment, a figure rushed in and shouted, "Urgent report." "So quickly you reclaimed the Fai Nung city?" the northern Shang emperor asked with a dark face. His tone did not allow for defeat. Wu, Grand Administrator Wu sent a letter saying that the Qingyun sect requests a peaceful resolution. He doesn't want to attack the city. Therefore, the soldier delivering the news knelt down, more afraid than if he were meeting Yama. He left the final sentence unsaid. "Send the money." The northern Shang emperor, without getting angry, simply issued an order. He chewed the ox meat in his mouth. "Send the money. Grand Administrator Wu, the money has arrived," a soldier excitedly announced, pointing at the group of horses carrying the gold. Wu Neng was also overjoyed and said, "All right." He thought that the northern Shang emperor wouldn't allow the money to be sent. "Lin, you've received your money. Immediately withdraw your troops and return the city." Wu Neng took the opportunity to yell at Lin Han's group. The wagon carrying the gold was moving into the city. From the city wall, a voice echoed, "We're cleaning up now. We'll leave immediately. HMPH, Your Majesty is decisive." I was worried that he wouldn't send the money. Wu Neng felt relieved seeing the money arrive and being delivered to Lin Han. This money was all taken from people's homes, a soldier said with a triumphant smile. Wu Neng was completely dumbfounded. He became cheems with wide eyes, not understanding where the money came from. The sky was now clear blue with fluffy white clouds. The weather was beautiful, perfect for the soldier to drive another dagger into Wu Neng's heart. "Your Majesty meant for the troops to fight on the spot, no need to return. 80,000 taels, we're rich. Second uncle is talented. Long live, long live, long live." Lu Da Diao had never seen so much gold. He excitedly expressed his love for Lin Han. He was standing on the city wall, looking down from above. "Haha, I thought Lin Xiaoyu might be aloof and wouldn't be tempted by money. It's a pity." Qing Yunzi clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. He was now lost in his drunken stupor. Senior's teachings are very insightful. Your junior will definitely strive harder and reach your level as soon as possible. Lin Han smiled and spoke politely to the elder. "Highs, your cultivation path is still long, but you'll definitely catch up with me soon." Qing Yunzi heard Lin Han's respect and happily encouraged him. "To express my gratitude, your junior is willing to donate half of the money as incense money." Lin Han chuckled and casually said a sentence that drove many people crazy. The most obvious example was Qing Yunzi, who had just been pretending to be dignified. Upon hearing 40,000 taels, he sobered up instantly. His eyes were filled with the words, "making a fortune." "Senior, you?" Lin Han pretended to ask him, feigning surprise. Ha, it's all trivial. My heart is unmoved, not a single ripple." Qing Yunzi quickly covered up his money lust and spoke to Lin Han. Qing Lianzi didn't know how to comment on this comical scene. "Little Lin, take your time. I'm waiting for you at the northern Ming Mountain. Welcome anytime." Qing Yunzi, as happy as a flower with a tray of gold in front of him, waved goodbye to Lin Han. Qing Lianzi couldn't bear to look at his master's money lust. He said, "Master, you're not blinded by this money, are you? You fool, do you think I care about this gold?" Qing Yunzi angrily told his disciple. "Disciple is ignorant. Please punish me, master." Qing Lianzi quickly clasped his hands and bowed, apologizing for his disrespect. "I value our friendship more than gold." A moment ago, he was stern and harsh with Qing Lianzi, but now Qing Yunzi was pretending to cry, his face filled with tears because he suddenly had so much money. "This rich friend, I've made a good connection. So generous, donating half of the gold to the Qingyun sect." Qin Feng Yun frowned, squinted at Lin Han, and said. Lin Han remained expressionless and simply explained, "Making friends. You can't avoid needing help later." "Are you heartbroken? 40,000 taels for an undefended city, it's a good deal." Qin Feng Yun smiled and thought to herself. Her eyes were completely smitten with Lin Han. "Why would I be heartbroken? As long as it's your decision, I support it." "Kind sir, are you interested in dark-type primal beasts?" Mzan rode behind Lin Han. As if remembering something, she asked. Lin Han replied, Why? Although my tribe is gone, I can take you to a place. All the dark-type primal beasts of our tribe originated from there. Besides, we're not far from our current location." Mzan wanted to do something for Lin Han. Xu Jia immediately jumped out and told Lin Han, "Quickly ask her to take us there. We can definitely find the remnants of the demon kingdom." Lin Han agreed with Shu Jia's idea and told Zan, alright, then we have to go take a look. At this moment, 300 miles outside the imperial capital, in a temporary imperial palace, the emperor of the heavenly Yun kingdom, the empress, and Princess Long Si Han were standing on a high platform, waiting for Lin Han's delegation to return. What's going on? Qin Feng Yun was astonished by the royal family's personal welcome for the returning expeditionary force. Amo also leaned over and looked at the imperial family, guessing, it said that they'll get married when they return. It seems someone can't wait. Aya, you've returned victorious. Congratulations. I've specially come to welcome you. Long Guangming personally walked in front of the delegation and greeted them. Qin Feng Yun bowed and said, Your Majesty, why? It's convenient to fulfill the promise. Quickly enter the bridal chamber on the spot. Emperor Long Guangming said helplessly. Someone can't wait. Long Si Han pretended to be shy and reacted, Father, what are you saying? The lady-in-waiting who followed the emperor didn't see Lin Han. She asked, Where's Lin Han? I don't see him. She was still thinking about Western advances and playing cards. I'll teach him how to play tonight. Qin Feng Yun could only bow her head and report. He parted ways with us halfway, saying he had something to do. He ran away? Long Si Han was furious. She immediately took out a knife and began to sharpen it. Lin Han's legs were quite a hindrance. No, princess, you misunderstood. The emperor rushed to Qin Feng Yun's side, avoiding his daughter's fiery anger. He also brought a newly acquired maid. Qin Feng Yun clasped her hands and reported. He ran away. Long Si Han's anger flared even more. The thing in her hand was now a large pair of scissors. It's better to cut it clean, of course not. Qin Feng Yun helplessly yelled. In a place where the sky was dark and gloomy, Lin Han sneezed loudly, having been mentioned too many times. Kind sir, ahead is, Zan guided Lin Han, who was riding a horse. He replied, The path was too uneven so they were both riding the same horse. Lin Han had a bad feeling. We've arrived. This is the sacred ground of our tribe. Zan, with her unchangingly cold expression, introduced the place to Lin Han. Lin Han was amazed and opened his mouth in wonder, observing everything around him. Before Lin Han's eyes were towering trees that pierced the sky. The roots of one tree alone were as big as a house. There was also a vast expanse of lush green pasture. The immortal forest is located at the junction of three kingdoms. The surrounding 100 miles are uninhabited. There's absolutely no one who would come here normally. Zan continued to share information she knew. Oh, this place feels different in terms of geomancy and I'm looking forward to something here. A strong gust of wind swept through the forest, shaking the entire area. The two horses were frightened by this unusual phenomenon and jumped up. Lin Han said that it didn't seem like a normal day. They tied the horses to a large boulder and decided to continue on foot. What's going on? Is it the Heavenly Dao sect people? Zan finished tending to the horses and ran towards Lin Han. He said, Let's go take a look. If their target was you last time, then this time it's this treasured land. Zan used light kung fu to fly, talking to Lin Han. He cursed, Those bastards. The two horses were left behind, leisurely munching on the grass. As Lin Han and Zan disappeared among the tall trees, the area suddenly became oddly desolate and peaceful. Only the pair of young horses were left, eating wild grass together. However, what's too normal is usually abnormal. A loud bang echoed. A monkey's butt, shaped like a heart, landed on the ground in front of the two horses, making them choke and panic before the huge behind. Finally caught up, man and woman sneaked into the small forest. Let's see if I can make you cry endlessly today. Long Si Han was furious. Riding her primal beast that resembled a gorilla, she charged into the forest. The gorilla, with its hair sprayed with hairspray, held up a sign that read, Call for Mom and Dad. Lin Han and Zan were walking into an area where the grass grew taller than a person. Lin Han was scouting ahead when he exclaimed, Ahead, damn it. A familiar voice sounded. Yo. Lin Han looked towards the person struggling with purple tentacles and said, It's an old friend. Lin Han and Zan were now near the edge of the swamp. Let me go. Qing Lianzi shouted at the monster that was wrapping all over him. He looked quite distressed. Isn't this Qing Lianzi from the Qingyun sect? Why is she here? Zan asked Lin Han, confused. But Lin Han didn't want to reveal himself yet, so he said, Don't rush, let's observe the situation first. Lin Han suddenly felt strange, as if something made him blush. Oh my god, why do I have a Perhaps Lin Han still thought Qing Lianzi was a boy, and so he disliked the feeling of excitement that arose when seeing her wrapped in tentacles. Speaking of Qing Lianzi, she was furious. She gritted her teeth and looked at the people who had just appeared. Ha, 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 who do you think you are? It's just trash from the Qingyun sect. A man with green hair stood tall and said, Heavenly Tao sect, Zan Tian sect, what are you doing sneaking into the immortal forest? A man who looked quite short asked. The immortal forest is jointly managed by the Heavenly Tao sect. Why can't I come? On the contrary, it's you, the Zan Qing sect, hiding a primal beast in the swamp. What are you plotting? Qing Lianzi, even though she was captured, didn't lose her momentum. She spoke fiercely to them. At this moment, the round object hanging around Qing Lianzi's neck peeked out from her clothes. The green-haired man saw it. That thing around her neck is, she stole our cultivation beast. He looked at Qing Lianzi with fury. Qing Lianzi realized that those people knew she had stolen their cultivation beast. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue. She shouted, bad news. Now, Qing Lianzi is really finished. Cultivation beast? Lin Han had no idea about this, so he asked. Zan was ready to answer his question. There are rumors in the martial world that the Heavenly Tao sect is colluding with the demon race, using ancient sorcery to cultivate beasts. It seems they were all true. Xu Jia jumped out again at the right moment to explain this new issue. If we say that primal beasts are partners to aid cultivation, then cultivation beasts are simply weapons. They have no feelings, only cruelty and bloodlust. I can't believe that there are sects within the Heavenly Tao sect who secretly do these things that violate heaven and morality. It's a forbidden act that's universally acknowledged. Xu Jia angrily spoke about this wrong act. I've got a general idea of what's going on. Lin Han frowned, his eyebrows raised in disdain at the brutal actions of the Zan Tian sect. Zan, prepared to rescue her. Lin Han had a plan and called out to her. Zan, unable to bear their actions, agreed to rescue Qing Lianzi from them. Hell has no gate, so you just barge in? Then don't blame us for being impolite. The man with green hair, with his hateful face, spoke as if he were the most delicious thing around. Heavenly foot-grasping emperor, come and enjoy your lunch, the man shouted loudly. The surface of the swamp rose as if something was emerging. A giant mutated squid appeared, its mouth full of fangs, ready to swallow Qing Lianzi alive. Just when Qing Lianzi was about to become food for the beast, a flying sword, filled with powerful energy, severed the tentacle that was wrapping around her, allowing her to escape the monster's jaws. Help! Qing Lianzi shouted as she fell suddenly. A black shadow darted out, catching her and saving her from the jaws of death. The huge squid monster was stunned, having lost its meal. There are accomplices. Catch them! The people of the Zan Tian sect roared when they saw Qing Lianzi rescued. The giant squid monster was equally angry, having lost a tentacle, but Zan had already carried Qing Lianzi far away. The tide is rising, one of the three men asked, cluelessly, as their feet began to sink into the mud. Get on the monkey. This is just a swamp in the forest. The green-haired man looked down at his feet, shocked, and shouted. A large one must have gone into the water. The short man, already submerged halfway, guessed the reason for the rising mud. Knock cow, I'm ready. Yu Chu confidently moved his face as close to the mud as possible and reported to Lin Han. Remember to release it all at once. Hold it until D. Lin Han had a nosebleed. He looked up at the sky, not daring to look directly down, because the two of them were in a very ambiguous position. Knock cow charmingly replied, okay. She began to unleash her attack, human weapon warning, numbness. Three furious men pointed ahead, their accomplices were there, they captured them. Then the three men's eyes suddenly went wild. The blue-haired man at the head pointed ahead and shouted, that girl, I like her. The tentacles of the giant purple monster immediately attacked the people in front. At this time, Lin Han was preparing a counterattack. The blue lightning wrapped around him. Lin Han slightly opened his mouth and spat out two words, chest movement. The blue lightning suddenly burst out powerfully, several crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the thunderous sound of thunder. The giant monster was enveloped by the blue lightning, and screamed miserably. The huge body of the tentacled monster instantly fell down. The three men were buried deep in the ground, leaving only their heads, directly killed. Blue lightning flickered on their bodies. The smell of burnt flesh from both humans and monsters filled the air. Yuchu sighed and smiled. Ha, this time it's finally comfortable. Inzan held a little kid in her arms and said to Lin Han, benefactor, he fainted. Lin Han retracted the blue lightning on his body and ordered, take him out of here first, then say. Lin Han was about to leave when he heard the sound of people walking towards them from the nearby bushes. What happened just now? Let's go check. Lin Han glanced in the direction of the sound and was startled. There are other people. A moment later, 3 men walked out from the bushes. As soon as they saw the 3 corpses on the ground, they were startled and shouted, it's Dao Cheng, brother. The 3 of them hurriedly ran over. The leading disciple dug the 3 others up. Quickly report to the elder, seal the outer circle. The other 2 panicked and looked around. Someone snuck into the immortal forest. Lin Han and Inzan hid in the bushes nearby and watched the 3 newcomers who were messing around on the other side. Inzan angrily cursed, damn it. How many people do they have here? Lin Han reminded her, don't be agitated, they won't discover us for a while. Inzan was sweating with fear, she had been too careless just now. Lin Han looked seriously at the situation in front of him and analyzed, as long as we don't make a sound, they will leave soon. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass behind the 2 of them. Lin Han was startled, silently condensed the lightning, turned his head to check. In the grass in front of him, Xiao Nuan was lying flat on the ground. As soon as she saw Lin Han's lightning-wrapped hand grabbing towards her head, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, quickly raised her surrender sign, good fellow, spare my life, it's me. Lin Han looked at Xiao Nuan with a face full of black stripes and asked in confusion, Xiao Nuan, why are you here? Xiao Nuan still pressed her body to the ground, didn't answer, but raised 2 signs, the forest is too big, she split up to search with me, I came to find you with the princess. Lin Han's face went numb, sweat as big as a pea dripped down. He glanced at Xiao Nuan and said, the princess is also here, could it be she? The 3 disciples were searching the grass on the other side for clues when they suddenly heard a woman's voice calling out, hey, you guys. Long Si Han walked in front of them and asked with her hips akimbo, have you seen a handsome man? The 3 men stared blankly at the girl in a bright outfit and red high heels on the other side. Lin Han in the distance gestured with his hand to stop her from searching. Long Si Han didn't wait for the 3 to answer before she saw Lin Han hiding in the bushes behind her. She happily raised her hand and waved towards Lin Han and called out loudly, Lin Han. The 3 men looked in the direction of Lin Han's wave, discovering Lin Han hiding there. Lin Han's face was as black as a pot. He was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and roared, just stab me with a knife. The bald man pointed straight ahead and confirmed with a red face, the beautiful girl can't possibly be the murderer, it must be this man. The one next to him also chimed in, over there, found it. Lin Han had been discovered, so he had to jump out and say, I'm about to be killed by you. Xiao Nuan, protect this person well. Inzan, follow me. Inzan took the order and replied, yes. Inzan charged forward, her eyes filled with anger, the flames around her body billowed up. She clenched her fists and said with determination, today I must avenge the lost members of the Nkai Yi Zhu. Lin Han's face, already black, became even blacker. He was speechless for a moment. What is this? Not even fighting but already confessing. You are too much. Why are you so quick to reveal your clan name? The 3 disciples heard Inzan declare her name and recognized her, shouting, she is a remnant of the Nkai Yi Zhu. Absolutely cannot let them escape. Lin Han took advantage of their unpreparedness and was about to launch a surprise attack. At this time, a black hole suddenly appeared beneath the feet of Long Si Han and the 3 of them, Lin Han. All 4 of them fell into the hole at the same time. The 3 disciples standing on the ground were startled and exclaimed, it's dark magic. The 4 of them, Lin Han, Long Si Han, Xiao Nuan, and Inzan fell and landed in a cave. Lin Han was the most miserable. He landed first, becoming the meat cushion for Inzan and Long Si Han. Xiao Nuan's huge body fell next to Lin Han, making a loud boom. Lin Han gritted his teeth in pain and groaned, my butt. Lin Han's eyes suddenly widened, something unbelievable appeared before him, this. In front of Lin Han was a huge, oddly shaped mound. On top of the huge mound there was a figure, with dark auras swirling around him. He said, who dares to intrude on my territory? Lin Han's head instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The figure in front of him gradually became clear, an old man with gray hair and beard. His beard under his chin was as long as human hair. Under the old man's body were not ordinary human legs, but a bunch of twisted roots, intertwined together, supporting his body. Lin Han was terrified and said in a trembling voice, "Could it be? Could it be?" Inzan opened her eyes wide and looked at the old man in front of her, uttering a name, Eternal Master. Lin Han turned his head and asked Inzan, "Do you know him?" Inzan raised her hand to loosen her collar and replied, "Our clan has a 1,000-year-old legend." Inzan began to tell the story. Deep in the immortal forest, there is an eternal master. He is the master of the dark-type beast, protecting this place. At this time, Eternal Master opened his mouth and smiled. "I didn't guess wrong. This little girl is indeed a member of the Dark Clan. No wonder there was a beast that left from my territory." Inzan immediately knelt on one knee, bowed respectfully and said, "Junior Inzan, pays respects to Eternal Master." Eternal Master said in a deep voice from afar, "Your people haven't appeared in a while. Where did they all go?" Inzan was like a wound being touched. Tears welled up in her eyes. "They were all killed." Inzan gritted her teeth and said each word with resentment. "Junior is the last of the Dark Clan. Please grant Junior the strongest beast. Help Junior avenge our clan." Eternal Master opened his stiff mouth and said indifferently, "Is that so? I am willing to save you. It's just out of respect for our fate. I haven't avenged the Yao Huang yet. How can I help you?" Lin Han was a little confused and asked, "Yao Huang? Does he know Yao Huang?" Shu Jia next to him patted her tiny forehead and continued, "I said why he looks familiar, it's him." Eternal Master's face was very similar to someone. Shu Jia remembered the warrior carrying a large sword behind his back. His face was 99% similar to Eternal Master in front of him. The captain of the Yao Huang's bodyguard from the previous generation, Dark Sword King Ling Tianhua. Shu Jia recalled the majestic scene of the sky filled with smoke and fire that year and began to tell the story. He was once one of the 3 most powerful forces under Yao Huang's command. A moon-washing sword swept across the land, unmatched. If he hadn't led the troops on an expedition to the Demon Clan, Yao Du would definitely not have been defeated that year. Shu Jia was so excited that his face flushed red. He looked at the old man in front of him with excitement and said, "Seeing him, I think of 7 words. The world's wind and clouds emerge from the world." Lin Han next to him propped his chin, looking at Shu Jia's exaggerated expression. The corners of his mouth drooped. "Seeing him, I also think of 7 words, that is, the most beautiful is the sunset." Eternal Master was fast asleep. And even blowing his nose, Lin Han was deeply moved. Eternal Master, who was fast asleep, suddenly woke up. He was startled and called out, "Ah, Wu Huang." Shu Jia exclaimed with joy, "He recognized you." Lin Han looked at Eternal Master, feeling that something was wrong and said, "Not good, his spirit seems to have a problem." Eternal Master's voice sounded resentful. "This minister is late to rescue. Please forgive Wu Huang." Eternal Master's mouth twitched. He kept muttering the 2 words, "this minister." The deep eye sockets, like hollow trees without pupils, trembled. "Wu Huang, this minister will avenge you." Eternal Master suddenly raised both hands to his head. In his mind, countless nonsensical curses echoed in his mind. Eternal Master's lower half, made of tree roots, slowly moved, lifting him up. His whole body trembled, emitting a strange laugh. "You bastards, I will chop you into meat." Long Si Han covered her mouth with her hand and whispered softly to Lin Han next to her, "My back is so cold now. Let's go quickly." Lin Han was also trembling with fear. He agreed softly, "Uh-huh." Eternal Master covered his face with both hands. His blood-red pupils looked out through the gap between his fingers and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Nuan used her huge body to block the other 3 and reminded them, "Dangerous, back off." Eternal Master's face showed anger. He pointed ahead and ordered, "There are assassins, dispatch troops, protect Wu Huang." The roots under Eternal Master's body flailed wildly. Countless round black holes appeared out of thin air. Countless black holes appeared in the air. Dispatch troops poured out of those black holes, rushing towards them. Long Si Han immediately let out a piercing scream, "Xiao Nuan, protect the prince consort." Xiao Nuan heard the order and immediately swung her steel fists, hammering the dispatch troops below. Xiao Nuan's powerful punches combined with her lightning-fast speed caused the scene to be filled with smoke. Lin Han's face went numb. He was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. "Prince consort." Long Si Han blushed, frowned and pouted at Lin Han. "Stop pretending to be stupid, my father promised you to me." Lin Han fiercely grabbed Lin Han's neck and said ferociously, "I don't want to be married off at such a young age." Lin Han completely objected, "I don't agree, besides, What do you mean by promising you to me? Long Si-han held a knife to Lin Han's neck. Her eyes looked at Lin Han as if they were about to spit fire. She threatened, "Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you are mine. Dare to mess with other women and I will cut it off." Lin Han was scared. He immediately shut his mouth. On the battlefield over there, the dispatch troops, even after their bodies were chopped off, didn't die. The dismembered bodies of the dispatch troops began to climb onto Xiao Nuan's arms. All of Xiao Nuan's attacks were ineffective against them. The dispatch troops, both intact and dismembered, swarmed Xiao Nuan, pressing her huge body down and attacking. One of Xiao Nuan's hands held the boy Lin Han asked her to protect, lifting him high above the dispatch troops. Her other hand raised a sign, "Help." Seeing this, Lin Han worriedly called out to Xiao Nuan. Lin Han rushed forward to the rescue. Two beams of light shot out, one red and one blue. Lin Han shouted, "Ji Kexia, Nan Nai." Nan Nai, freeze Xiao Nuan to prevent her from getting hurt. Nan Nai appeared in midair, spread her arms wide. A gust of ice wind blew, instantly freezing both Xiao Nuan and the dispatch troops inside. Lin Han's voice rang out again, "Ji Kexia, use fire to stop the dispatch troops from getting close." Ji Kexia appeared and took the order, "Obey Wu Huang," she said, and then used a large fire to sweep forward, stopping the dispatch troops in front of her. Xu Jia was thinking of a plan, sweating profusely and said, "The dark type is the hardest to deal with. Only the lightning type can barely restrain it." Xu Jia saw the critical situation. He was startled and urged Lin Han, "Quickly make a contract with Yuchu." Lin Han looked at the battle on the other side and said helplessly, "You think I don't want to? I have no time or place now." Lin Han hadn't finished speaking when Xu Jia interrupted him. "This doesn't count, the main topic is bed. Arrange." Xu Jia suddenly opened the book, pressed the page directly onto Lin Han's head and sucked him in. And Zan and Long Si-han stood nearby and saw it. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His head disappeared. Lin Han was teleported to a pink room decorated with large and small pink hearts. Looking at the surroundings, he suddenly blushed. This place is Yuchu's boudoir. In front of him was Yuchu, who was giving him a charming look and said, "Wu Huang, are you satisfied with the size now?" Yuchu gently lifted her foot. Her soft bare feet were revealed. The girl's white and smooth feet, like powder, were completely exposed. In the real world, Lin Han and Zan didn't see Lin Han. They were looking around in confusion. Long Si-han exclaimed, "Where is Lin Han?" And Zan wondered, how come he disappeared in a flash. On the other side, Xu Jia was clenching his two tiny hands, straining so hard that the book was bent. His face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and endured. Be gentle, your cover is about to be pierced by you." And Zan felt her cheeks flush red. She looked at Long Si-han next to her. She didn't know why. She always felt that something shy was happening recently. Lin Han's face was even redder than Zan's. He pretended to say, "Me too." On the other side, Xu Jia was straining so hard that the book was bent. His face was as red as a tomato. Now only Long Si-han and Zan could see Xu Jia. Suddenly, two sharp thorns emerged from the ground, piercing through the earth and coming out. The two thick, black thorns extended out of the ground, shot forward and wrapped around Ji Kexia and Nan Nai's waists, tightly binding the two girls. Ji Kexia was startled to see herself bound by thorns around her waist, lifted into the air and exclaimed, "What is this?" Nan Nai next to her was also bound by the thorns. She was scared and cried out, "Ah!" The thorns used their extreme speed to drag Ji Kexia and Nan Nai's bodies away. An old voice echoed in the space, "Little girl, you dared to be disrespectful in front of me." Nan Nai and Ji Kexia were dragged directly in front of Eternal Master. Nan Nai used both hands to try to remove the thorns that were binding her waist, but to no avail. She turned her head and said, "Uncle Wu Tianhua, it's us." Ji Kexia was hanging upside down, her head touching the ground. She also pleaded, "Wake up." Long Si-han on the other side saw the two being captured. She also ran over quickly and shouted to Zan next to her, "Go help." Unexpectedly, a hole suddenly appeared beneath the two girls' feet. The two were caught off guard and lost their footing. They fell straight into the hole and cried out in unison. They thought the two had fallen into the hole, but at this critical moment, two hands reached out and grabbed their collars, holding them back. The two girls looked up, happily calling out, "Lin Han." The one who just saved the two was indeed Lin Han. At this time, Lin Han's expression was very bright. One could say he was full of spring breeze. Xu Jia hovered next to Lin Han. Using his right hand to rub the head of his book as if he were wiping sweat, his mouth twitched and said, "Thank heavens. I thought you wanted to do it all night," Lin Han said with a radiant air. "The situation was urgent, so I accelerated a bit." Lin Han smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Yuchu, get ready to work." Yuchu used both hands to support her hips, dragging her 2 legs towards him. Her long slender thighs were close together. Yucho's face was flushed red. She was beautiful and wet. She said in a coquettish voice, "Yes, Wu Huang." Lin Han bent forward, leaned forward, and then suddenly swung his arms back. He didn't care about the beauty. He threw the 2 girls he was carrying straight behind him. The 2 girls screamed at the same time. Lin Han stood in front of the hole, bent over, his hands wrapped in golden lightning, crackling. Lin Han lifted his foot, took a step, leapt up. His hands wrapped in golden lightning swung back. His 2 eyes simultaneously flashed with golden lightning. He shouted, "Charge!" Eternal Master in the center of the battlefield had gone mad. Flames of anger surrounded him. The roots under his body thrashed. Eternal Master roared with resentment, "Killing those from my clan, destroying my dynasty. I must tear you apart." As soon as he finished speaking, countless thick roots, the size of an adult's arm, rushed towards Lin Han, who was surrounded by golden lightning and was charging towards this side. Nan Nai and Ji Kexia were suspended in midair. Ji Kexia anxiously reminded, "Wu Huang, be careful. This is very strange." Nan Nai sensed it and said in fear, "Our energy is all gone." But it was too late. Lin Han had already charged into the middle of the roots. The young boy's small body was dwarfed by the giant roots. The golden lightning on Lin Han's hands transformed into 2 golden lightning swords. Lin Han was not afraid at all. "Let you put on a show. I am as stable as a dog." Lin Han swung his lightning swords. The thick, stiff roots around him were instantly chopped off. Long Si Han looked at Lin Han's heroic posture. Her eyes instantly appeared 2 pink hearts. Even Lin Han's slightly open mouth appeared a light pink love heart. She thought to herself, "Not bad for the prince consort promised to me, both strong and powerful." Xu Jia was lost in thought. Lin Han's bouncing lightning technique can't yet create lightning power on its own. Luckily he made a contract with Yuchu in time. Xu Jia floated in midair, his hands on his hips. The cover of the book showed a smug look as he watched Yuchu constantly emitting blue light, wireless charging, both charging and releasing. It can be used to support the human beast model through Yucho's energy. Lin Han swung his lightning swords. Wherever he went, the tree roots were chopped off. Soon he was close to Eternal Master, who was in the center. Eternal Master looked up at Lin Han, who was flying in the air in front of him. His left hand condensed golden lightning into a giant fist. Ready to strike him, Eternal Master warned Lin Han, "You dare to take another step forward. This abyssal gate of mine will take you to the Hellfire Sea." Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in the middle of Lin Han and Eternal Master. His giant lightning fist was about to hit the middle of the black hole. The moment Lin Han's hand entered the black hole, Eternal Master's face instantly changed. He grinned wickedly and cursed, "You fool." Lin Han's fist disappeared into the black hole. The lightning on his hand still flickered with golden light. He ordered, "Explode." As soon as he finished speaking, the black hole that was wrapping Lin Han's fist instantly shattered into pieces. Without the black hole's protection, Lin Han's giant fist hit Eternal Master's grinning face directly. Eternal Master didn't have time to react. His face was dented. He bit his tongue, which hadn't retracted in time. In Eternal Master's mind, a very absurd thought appeared. This feeling, so familiar, so intimate. Eternal Master shouted angrily, "Just lucky, next prepare for my ultimate move," full of arrogance. Lin Han released his spiritual energy, used a move full of virtue, and said casually, "This old man is beyond saving, let's send him on his way." Suddenly, Eternal Master put on a serious face and said, "Your skills are extraordinary. Dare I ask your name? Would you like to make friends? I have no other hobbies, I just like to make friends." Lin Han praised him, "You are truly flexible." Eternal Master patted his head sincerely and asked, "What happened just now? I don't remember anything." Xu Jia on the side said, "Let him believe you are the reincarnated Yao Huang. He has a nickname given by the Yao Huang. Only the 2 of them know it. The nickname is..." Lin Han put his hand on Eternal Master's shoulder and said, "After all these years, I didn't expect to have the chance to see you again. You've been through a lot, He Xiao Gui." Eternal Master recognized the familiar nickname. He cried and asked, "You? How do you know? Could it be Wu Huang?" Lin Han smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I'm back." Eternal Master immediately hugged Lin Han's waist, tightly grasped his clothes and cried, Wu Huang. Lin Han said nervously, I don't want others to know my identity yet, don't be so obvious. Eternal Master heard this and said, Obey, obey. Long Si Han was furious, she reprimanded, You old geezer, take your dirty hands off, that's my man. Eternal Master cried and said, That year, your humble servant heard that Yao Du was attacked. He quickly led his troops to reinforce, unfortunately, he didn't make it in time. All these years, your humble servant has lived in torment and regret, only hoping for a chance to redeem himself. Luckily, heaven has eyes, he brought you back, your humble servant wants to cry too. Lin Han was lying there listening and wanted to explain, actually, you. Eternal Master wiped his nose with a handkerchief. Then he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Your humble servant will wipe your face for you, causing Lin Han to be startled and shout no need. Zan saw this and exclaimed in astonishment, Why is Eternal Master so familiar with the Master? Even a little flattering, Long Si Han said proudly, It's obvious that he's been conquered by my man. Lin Han asked further, How did you become Eternal Master here? Did you bring all those dark-type beasts? Eternal Master replied, Yes, after Yao Du was destroyed, the human-demon coalition almost wiped out our demon race. Your humble servant, in order to preserve the last bloodline of the dark type, led them to escape here. In exchange for supplies, your humble servant established a cooperative relationship with a human tribe. They traded dark-type beasts for supplies, on the condition that they kept this place a secret. But in recent years, some strangers have come. They have taken dark-type beasts away. I don't know what tricks they're up to. I only regret that I have become one with this forest. I can't escape, otherwise, I would absolutely not spare them. Lin Han wondered, So how many dark-type beasts do you have left, and how strong are they? Eternal Master replied, 32 above 15 stars, 7 above 18 stars. There are also quite a few below. Your humble servant ordered them to hide. You give the order, they will gather immediately. Lin Han waved his hand and said no need, let them hide first. He thought, this is an important force in the future, he can rely on, absolutely cannot be given away casually. But if the people of the Xuanqing sect keep making trouble here, sooner or later they will discover them. How can I drive them away without revealing myself? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Lin Han turned his head to look at Long Si Han and Zan who were standing below. Long Si Han thought to herself, he's glaring at me. What's he looking at me for? I can't take it. And Zan next to her also thought, Benefactor's eyes are looking at me. Why is he looking at me like that? I'm too hot being looked at. Lin Han used the Yao Huang's expression. He smiled dangerously and said, Xiao Wu, I have a plan. You have to listen carefully. Eternal Master's eyes lit up, thinking, that's the smile. Back when Yao Huang was alive. 1 smile to destroy a city. 2 smiles to destroy a nation. Our demon race is finally about to revive. Thinking about it, Eternal Master happily replied, Your humble servant obeys. Suddenly, the whole ground shook, causing everyone to be startled. Suddenly, a sharp iron claw plunged down from the earth ceiling. A large crack appeared. Behind the crack, a pair of glowing red eyes were staring at the two. Seeing this, Eternal Master was startled and shouted, Not good, we've been discovered. Found them, attack. The leader gave the order. His subordinates shouted in unison, Yes. A spirit beast appeared. It landed in front of them. Seeing this, someone shouted, Damn it, another spirit beast. Suddenly, there was a shout from above the large crack, coming soon. Hearing this, Long Si Han exclaimed, There are people coming down from above. Lin Han asked He Xiao Gui, Can you pull us down here? Then you can also take us out. Eternal Master raised his hand, condensed his spiritual energy and said, Of course, your humble servant will take you up first, then slowly gather those bastards. Lin Han frowned and said, No, after taking us away, you also escape. Don't confront them directly, accumulate strength, wait for my orders. Eternal Master heard this, he was touched and cried, Your humble servant obeys. He thought to himself, My blood has been silent for thousands of years, it has finally reignited. Long Si Han hurriedly pointed at the laughing spirit beast and said, Your plan has been heard by it. Lin Han said calmly, It's all right. It can't speak. Lin Han hit the nail on the head, causing the spirit beast to stop laughing. Lin Han added, Hurry up, let's go. Eternal Master gave something to Lin Han and said, Wu Huang, take this. Lin Han took the long sword and said in confusion, this is. Looking at the thick spiritual energy on the blade, he wondered, moon-washing sword? Eternal Master clasped his hands and recalled the past. Back then, you gave this sword to your humble servant, so today it should return to its original owner. This sword can only unleash its full power in the hands of its original owner. After saying that, Lin Han's entire group disappeared. Even Eternal Master gradually disappeared, to the spirit beast's horror. The henchmen began to jump down. They said, we've found it, the mountain-piercing beast is still there. But when they got down there was only one beast. They asked in confusion, where are the people? Why is there only a large stone? The mountain-piercing beast just pointed randomly at the stone where Lin Han's group had just been standing, but no one understood what it meant. Someone was furious. He knocked the mountain-piercing beast into the stone and cursed, find it. Find what? What's with all the commotion? Seeing the leader come down, everyone clasped their hands, bowed and respectfully called out, Elder Jun Zi. He landed calmly and said, it seems they have escaped, but it's all right. I know where they went. Gather your men, follow me. The group replied in unison, yes. Qinglian Zi gradually woke up. Then he discovered that he and Lin Han's group were on Xiao Nuan's back, going somewhere. Qinglian Zi asked, why is it you? Lin Han scratched his head and replied, I'm also wondering, why would I meet you here? Perhaps this is fate, my friend. And Zan blushed, pointed at the gold dot on the paper placed on her full chest and said, Master, ahead is the northern border of the Shang nation's Xinchu. Should we replenish supplies, and take him back to the Qingyun sect? Lin Han blushed and replied, of course we have to go, it's convenient to eat something delicious. Long Si Han pretended to have a headache, leaned on Lin Han's shoulder and said, with our identities, it's likely to be very dangerous to enter. Lin Han held her in his arms, his eyes glued to the map. He rubbed his chin confidently and replied, what's to be afraid of? I have my own way. Qinglian Zi spoke up, why did you save me, and you're even willing to risk taking me back? Lin Han heard this and asked back, do you even need to ask? He recalled the past and then continued, brother, you are not afraid of tyranny, you are willing to take the risk to expose the actions of the Xuanqing sect. You have truly made me admire you. Even if we are reduced to dust, we must escort you back to the Qingyun sect. Expose the crimes of the Xuanqing sect to everyone. I've already set the fire. Qinglian Zi heard this. He was moved and covered his mouth and said, you guys. Lin Han smiled and continued, let's go into the city. Change clothes first. Qinglian Zi asked in confusion, change clothes. He explained, the Xuanqing sect will definitely follow us, not to mention, we can't be recognized by the guards of the Shang nation. So the best way is to disguise ourselves. The two ladies will change into men's clothes, and we too will change into women's clothes, no problem, right? Xiao Nuan, stop ahead, find a place to change clothes. Qinglian Zi blushed and stammered, want to change into women's clothes, then I won't be. Long Si Han rustled behind the bushes, she giggled and said, we're done changing. She walked out and narcissistically said, dashing and handsome, plump breasts and full hips, I'm beautiful. Xiao Nuan next to her heard this and raised a sign, gallant demeanor. Lin Han walked out like a female impersonator, raised an eyebrow and touched the fake chest and said, this apple is too heavy, I can't fix it. Long Si Han pressed him against the wall and used a flirting move, lady, are you interested in going into the forest with this young master? Lin Han blushed and changed the subject, asking, where is your chest? Long Si Han raised her eyebrows and replied, don't you know there is something called a chest binder? Lin Han blushed and turned around to change the subject. He shouted, no need, another day. Brother, are you done changing? A smooth, black shadow replied, I'm done. Lin Han said with his hips on his hands, men changing clothes have to be separate, otherwise, I can stuff apples for you. Seeing the person in front of them, Long Si Han and Lin Han both widened their pupils, they couldn't believe their eyes. Qinglian Zi awkwardly asked, is this all right? This is a true female impersonator. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in unison, too beautiful. This smooth figure, this noble aura. This temperament, she is truly a girl. Long Si Han blurted out. Hearing this, Qinglian Zi blushed and asked, is it? Long Si Han glanced at Lin Han and compared dejectedly, you see how natural her chest is. Lin Han turned around coldly and said, hurry up, we have to enter the city before nightfall. Si Han grumbled, HMPH, you're so unromantic. In fact, Lin Han turned around to hide his flushed face and the blood dripping from his nose. He thought to himself, damn it. Qinglianzi's female impersonation is so adorable. What am I thinking about? Lin Han, get a grip, he's a man, he's a man. The four of them quickly arrived at the border of the Shang nation, Xinchu. At this time, the group had just finished eating, their stomachs were full. Long Si Han burped contentedly and said, finally had a good meal. Lin Han sat opposite her and called out, waiter, open 4 rooms for us. The waiter ran over and replied awkwardly, I'm so sorry, we only have 2 rooms left today. Long Si Han heard this, she reached out to make arrangements, then we too will share a room. The 2 of them will share a room. Lin Han spoke up, no. So the 2 of you men will share. It's right for us 2 girls to share. Lin Han put his arm around Qinglianzi with a calculated look. Long Si Han turned around angrily and asked Qinglianzi, you want to sleep with him, right? You don't want me anymore, right? The little maid saw the melodrama and ran to the side to eavesdrop. Not letting Long Si Han say anything more, Lin Han quickly pulled Qinglianzi to run back to the room. He said cheerfully, go, good sisters. Let's go to sleep in the room. Long Si Han watched them leave, her face darkened, she angrily bit her nails. Back in the room, Lin Han immediately took off his female impersonation clothes and sighed, these clothes are so uncomfortable. You also quickly take it off, get some air. Lin Han casually sat on the bed, took a bite of an apple, turned and said to Qinglianzi who was standing shyly by the door. Qinglianzi heard this, she chuckled and made up an excuse to sneak away. I'll go for a walk, she thought to herself, I'll escape first, I won't go with them anymore. Suddenly, an arm pushed open the door, unfortunately hitting Qinglianzi's head. The hand angrily shouted, Lin. Qinglianzi was hit and fell backwards to the ground. Long Si Han didn't care, she angrily flung the door open and shouted, tell me clearly, in your heart, is it true that you don't even value me over a man? The crowd saw the hot drama and whispered, 3 men, how difficult, man plus man, both sides are difficult. Lin Han pulled Long Si Han inside and closed the door. He reprimanded, you, don't be so noisy, are you afraid that people won't pay attention to us? Long Si Han pouted and replied, I don't care, I'm shouting. He grumbled, get a grip, he's a man, why would I be interested in a man? Long Si Han retorted, oh, but I can tell, you are very interested in him. She asked back, which eye of yours saw? She replied, both of my eyes saw it. You kept staring at his chest. I don't have it, you do. Qinglianzi, in the middle of the argument, thought to herself, I still have to leave, this place isn't convenient to stay long. This is an apple, Lin Han said while pulling Qinglianzi's clothes to prove it. She asked back, what's the big deal? But the way the clothes are pulled is a little strange. I can't see any apple. I only see a white bear with a pink nose. An unknown type of beast appeared. The 2 stood dumbfounded, blushing and asking themselves, brother, why is your chest like a bump? Qinglianzi knelt down, embarrassed and honestly said, I am the daughter of the Qingyun sect's sect master, Qing Sanchu. In order to hide my identity, I disguised myself as a man and entered the sect to cultivate. Long Si Han was wiping the wound on Lin Han's face. She had just been punched. She asked in confusion, why did you need to hide your identity? Lin Han thought to himself, no wonder his chest is so firm. Qinglianzi recalled the past. She gritted her teeth and explained, but paper can't wrap fire, someone already knows my unusual identity. It's even more reason for me to prove myself. So I broke up with my master, came to the Immortal Forest to investigate. As long as I bring evidence to prove the crimes of the Xuanqing sect, then I can prove my strength. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, which caught Lin Han's attention. The sound came from right next to the wall where he was standing. It turned out that outside, Zan was being interrogated by the soldiers with swords. Be honest, or I'll kill you. You go call them out, don't play any tricks. The soldier next to him said, call that man out first. All the other soldiers were ambushed outside, waiting for someone to open the door and capture them alive. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the wall, causing Zan and the soldiers to be startled. The soldier swung his sword to strike her, but the hands quickly pulled Zan inside. Seeing this, the soldier shouted, discovered, attack. One of them rushed forward, laughing gleefully and ordering the others, go. As he rushed forward, he slammed face first into the suddenly opened door, his face distorted, his teeth clenched together. The others followed, piled on top of each other. Seeing this, Lin Han said calmly, there are too many people outside. Sorry, did I hurt you? Let me help you up. Lin Han reached out his hand, one of them grabbed it and said, thanks. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Han smiled wickedly, using the moonlit willow scepter, a person promised after sunset. Lightning came from his hand to the leader. Don't hold hands carefully, you're old 6. The soldiers quickly followed suit, screaming because of the electric shock. Seeing that the 4 of them had left, the waiter shouted and chased after them. Guests, you haven't paid yet. Lin Han didn't stop, he continued to run and said back, Xuanqing sect's work, put it on the tab. Suddenly, a strange voice said, nonsense. Don't try to smear our Xuanqing sect. The leader suddenly flew behind Lin Han, raised his hand to strike. Lin Han shouted loudly, get out of my way. The others quickly avoided. Lin Han pressed his hand against the leader's attack. He felt his hands tense up, but he couldn't hit him. He said, you can't break free, he's absorbing my true energy. The leader sneered and said, exchanging palms with me is the stupidest decision you'll ever make. Now no matter if you're lightning or fire, you can't use it anymore. Wait for me to suck you dry. Seeing the critical situation, Long Si Han ran over in a hurry and said, I'll help you, and Zan shouted, Master. The leader waved his hand, pushing them away and shouted, don't meddle. Lin Han thought hard, this guy's skill is too strange. Even if I summon Ji Kexia, they will be sucked dry, try that. His hands gathered spiritual energy. Lin Han shouted, moon washing. Take this move of mine. He attacked the leader, he jumped up and dodged Lin Han's attack. He clicked his tongue and said, this guy is fast. Suddenly, he frowned, 2 small beads of sweat rolled down. The leader didn't know that his head was bald, he crossed his arms and said proudly, there are still such insidious moves, unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage to me, I'm really cool. The leader, with his shiny head, started to be narcissistic, I'm originally the handsome man of the Xuanqing sect, naturally handsome and arrogant, the immortal forest is protected by me. Whoever comes to their death will die. Lin Han raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light coming from his head and exclaimed, who's putting on a show, it's too dazzling. The leader continued to be proud, such a good poem, not bad for me. Poetry and beauty are equally outstanding, what's wrong? He glanced at his subordinates next to him and saw them holding back laughter. One of them reached out with a trembling hand and gave him a mirror. He wondered, what's with the mirror? As soon as he saw the person in the mirror, his face distorted, his jaw dropped, he shouted, heavens, who is this ugly guy? Wait, it's me. The leader erupted with power, he roared angrily, you bastards, I'll tear you apart. He immediately rushed over, his eyes were bloodshot, he shouted, go die. Lin Han jumped up and swung his sword down, watch the sword, but he underestimated the leader's ability, he used 100% bare hands to catch the sword. His eyes shone brightly, he sneered and said, kid, I forgot to tell you, my energy-absorbing skill, it also works on weapons. Nan Nai, Lin Han shouted loudly. Nan Nai immediately appeared, blowing ice to envelop Lin Han. Seeing this, the leader laughed and said, you fool, you're so scared that you're aiming wrong. The old saying is indeed true. Intelligence and beauty are on par. Suddenly, a large fire erupted. The subordinates were frightened and stepped back a few steps. Lin Han inside sighed in relief, although there was ice insulation, it was still very hot. As soon as the ice melted, he quickly jumped out of the flames. Seeing this, those below worriedly called out, Lin Han, Wu Huang, are you okay? Lin Han left the scene, he ordered those around him, go, out of the city. One subordinate saw this and said angrily, damn it, let them escape. As soon as the flames died down, a pair of bare feet covered in black burn marks were revealed. He said contemptuously, a childish trick, it's just a temporary extension of death. The subordinates saw that he was still safe and said, leader, you're fine, not bad for leader, even if you were ambushed by fire, you also. They stopped there, the leader's hair was burnt to a wisp, the clothes on his body were completely burned, leaving only a pair of small shorts. He said proudly, of course, I wasn't harmed in the slightest. The subordinate saw this and exclaimed, don't use that word anymore, if you keep saying it, you're going to lose all your hair. In another place, a voice said, wake up, yesterday someone reported the Xuanqing sect and a group of people suspected to be scoundrels gathering in the city and fighting. Wake up, dare to cause trouble in the Shang nation. No matter who they are, capture them first and then talk. The soldiers behind him shouted in unison, yes. As soon as they left, the lid of the huge jar moved. Lin Han stuck his head out of the jar and said, The commander has also been alerted. This time it's even harder to escape. If it's really inconvenient to go out of the city. Can we change hiding places? Qinglian Zi leaned against Lin Han, blushing and asked. And Zan hugged him from behind, happily. Behind master. I'll protect you. Long Si Han casually put her arm around him and enjoyed herself. Oh, the scent of a man. Lin Han's eyes widened. Wait. We've been discovered. In the distance, a figure is staring at them. Zan curiously raised her head and asked, what? They could find us in such a secluded place. The leader combed his burnt hair. He gritted his teeth and thought. Wait for the commander to leave, then attack. Chop them into meat paste. Little brat, I'll see what tricks you have this time. Lin Han suddenly popped out of the jar and shouted, quick, look, there are people on the roof over there. The soldiers were startled and turned around. What, over there? Go, don't miss anyone. They gathered under the leader, raised their swords and defended. The leader was so angry that black liquid came out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. He cursed, damn it, has my mouth ever been opened? Has my mouth ever been opened? Ever been opened? Opened. The soldier under the commander shouted, men, defend the Shang nation, follow me and kill. Hearing this, the leader angrily retorted, have I ever touched your country? Stop them for me. Then both sides fought fiercely. Lin Han's group took advantage of the battle between the two sides to escape. Lin Han ordered, Xiao Nuan, stop for a moment. One person in the group was surprised and said, we finally escaped, why don't we go quickly? Lin Han heard this and replied, there's something more important to do than going. They could always find our location, there must be a problem. He looked straight at Qinglian Zi and asked with a smile, what exactly did you steal from the Xuanqing sect? Hearing Lin Han's question, Qinglian Zi was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the jade pendant and said, I took one at the time, I don't know what kind of trained beast it is, summoning it will tell. Okay, Qinglian Zi said, then she summoned the trained beast from the jade pendant. The trained beast appeared. Seeing this, Lin Han said, it's a fire-type south beast, Nan Nai, come. Nan Nai replied, yes, then she used an ice wall to block the fire-type south beast. The flames melted away. Dual attribute earth-type formidable Qilin. The beast used earth thorns, a series of sharp thorns emerged from the ground. Lin Han was suspicious, then he warned, dangerous. The earth thorns broke through the ice wall. Lin Han quickly rushed forward and hugged Nan Nai to avoid it. Qinglian Zi was taken aback and exclaimed, it has two attributes. The other two worriedly shouted, Xiao Nuan, master. Xiao Nuan was worried for everyone's safety, so he stepped forward to break the earth thorns. Then, Xiao Nuan jumped up high and punched the sharp thorns, then he hit continuously without stopping. As soon as the earth thorns disappeared, Xiao Nuan angrily used all his strength to strike the beast. Unexpectedly, a beam of light suddenly struck Xiao Nuan's position from the sky. Long Si Han worriedly shouted, Xiao Nuan. Xiao Nuan's whole body turned black and smoked, then he fell down. Looking at the fire-type south beast, it was covered in golden light, and its shape changed. This is its third form, Lightning Qilin. Qinglian Zi couldn't believe what she saw, then she said, how is it possible? It has three attributes. Seeing the Lightning Qilin jump up high and approach, one person in the group shouted a warning, dangerous. Lin Han grabbed the Lightning Qilin's neck. Then he looked at it angrily and said, special group, you're truly a good item, you keep changing attributes. Come on, do you have the ability to change another one for me to see? The Lightning Qilin roared. Xiao Tu, let it be quiet for a while. Xiao Tu, in the form of a beast, replied, obey. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tu bit the Lightning Qilin's butt. It had no resistance to the poison. It seems it doesn't have the poison attribute. Seeing that the Lightning Qilin was poisoned and lay down on the ground, Lin Han concluded, in the natural world, there will be no multi-attribute beasts merged. It must have been modified by someone, worth researching. Lin Han said boredly, I'm not interested in this science and technology. Suddenly, the Lightning Qilin transformed. Then it transformed into the shape of a naked girl. Lin Han looked at the girl with shining eyes, then he said, I didn't expect that the world would have such amazing technology. I must thoroughly examine her whole body. This type of science and technology is being researched. Lin Han smiled wickedly and reached out his hand. With a lustful expression, he said, although the outside looks a bit like burnt nighttime meat, but when you open it, the inside is still very soft, especially the water that's both hidden and obvious, it's really Burnt outside, soft inside, very successful. Contrary to Xiao Thu's lustful thoughts, after hearing Lin Han's words, Long Si-han said helplessly, "It's just sharing the barbecue meat, why does it feel like you're talking about?" Qinglianzi held the talisman in her hand and said, I found this in its stomach. The mist-scattering talisman of the Xuanqing sect. And Zan saw this scene and couldn't help but feel sympathy. It's cruel, to do this to a humanoid high-grade beast. A miserable rabbit was caught on the spot. Lin Han stuck the talisman he had just taken onto the rabbit's body and said leisurely, so-called righteous sects, aren't they always like this? Qinglianzi heard this and angrily said, our Qingyun sect will not collude with them. Lin Han casually replied, ah, yes. That's why I'm willing to escort you back, don't let me down. After saying that, he released the rabbit he had just caught. It was scared and ran away immediately. Seeing the lightning Qilin appearing on the cliff, Xiao Nuan was so surprised that his eyes popped out. The others didn't see anything, they calmly sat down. Eat, the meat is freshly grilled, Lin Han said. Seeing that the meat was cooked, Long Si-han happily replied, okay, I'm starving. In contrast to Lin Han's group's calmness, Xiao Nuan next to him tried to signal a warning, not good, it's awake. Lin Han asked, is that little Qilin tied up? And Zan retorted, no, it fainted, it won't wake up in a short time. Xiao Nuan next to him continued to signal, don't eat anymore. Seeing the lightning Qilin running away, Xiao Nuan wanted to tell it, stop. Xiao Nuan saw that he was ignored, so he angrily shouted, fire spewed out of his mouth. Long Si-han was furious, she glared at Xiao Nuan and threatened, Xiao Nuan, are you itching for a beating? Xiao Nuan was scared, but he still tried to express that. The Qilin beast ran away. Qinglianzi next to him panicked and said, not good, it recovered its strength so quickly. Lin Han immediately chased after it and ordered, what are you standing there for, chase after it. Lin Han chased to the beach, there were 2 boats docked nearby. He shouted, stop, we won't harm you. Seeing the lightning Qilin gliding on the water, Lin Han thought to himself, once it escapes into the water, it's impossible to catch it. After thinking about it, he immediately jumped onto the nearby rock, using bouncing lightning, local reinforcement. Lin Han leapt up and hugged the lightning Qilin, saying proudly, caught it. But unexpectedly, the 2 of them flew straight into the nearby boat. Those in the boat were startled and exclaimed, boss. Lin Han struggled to hold the lightning Qilin, which was thrashing. He said, stay still, calm down. The man next to him was stepped on by Lin Han. His face was pressed into the bowl. The people next to him worriedly called out, boss. Lin Han knew he had caused trouble. He said, I think I'm in trouble. The henchman angrily walked over and shouted, where did you come from, you scumbag? The boss, furious, slowly surfaced and said, interesting, someone dares to injure our horse and barge onto our TNE gang's boat. The boss used his long tongue to lick his face clean, then he said, who sent you here? The lightning Qilin was hugged by him. It was choked and about to suffocate. Lin Han awkwardly jumped down to the table and apologized. Sorry, I accidentally fell in. I disrupted your meal, I'm leaving now. On the other side, the boss pulled out his knife and threatened, he snorted. It seems you won't be willing to confess until I cut off your 2 arms, he said. Then he licked the knife and looked at Lin Han with hatred. Suddenly, Lin Han's group, along with Xiao Nuan, jumped onto the boat. They pressed down on the boss, causing him to press his face into the rice bowl again. His henchmen saw this, they were worried, their faces darkened, they shouted, boss. Long Si-han had changed back into her clothes for safety. She worriedly asked, are you all right? Lin Han saw this, he couldn't help but be helpless, his whole body was scared and weak, his face was red like a chili pepper. He thought to himself, it was supposed to be a small matter, but now, you've made it into a big deal. It must be the enemy who sent them, quickly chop them to death. The soldiers on the boat roared with anger. Lin Han's group raised their hands in surrender and said softly, good fellows, calm down, it's just a misunderstanding and coincidence. You're saying misunderstanding, coincidence, right? The big, strong boss, who had a whole dragon tattooed on his bicep, growled angrily, then who the hell was it that stepped on my head just now? I'm sorry, it was me. Really, I'm very sorry. Qinglianzi quickly bowed, gently but sincerely apologized. She decided to infiltrate the ship. Is that so? Shy and fierce. As soon as the boss saw Qinglianzi, he was struck by love at first sight. He shyly covered his face, which was flushed red. The boss called a servant close to him and whispered to him, Huh, oh, the servant replied, scratching his head. Lin Han saw this and said, I think I smell something fishy. Our boss said, we can forgive you, but there's one condition. The servant heard this. Then he turned and said to Lin Han's group, the boss, like a blushing young girl, sat discreetly. You have to marry our boss, become the mistress of our TNE gang. The servant pointed at Qinglianzi and shouted. Qinglianzi heard her name mentioned and was startled. Me. This is definitely not. Qinglianzi trembled with fear. She stammered. She didn't dare to refuse out loud. Of course, but what is your TNE gang's background? Can you introduce them first? Lin Han quickly covered Qinglianzi's mouth, holding her hand with one hand. Listen carefully. Our TNE gang is the largest gang that controls the water transportation routes in the Shang nation, the representative servant said. They have one large ship and two small ships following behind. This one is the boss of the TNE gang, who is powerful in the Shang nation. A single cough can make the world tremble. Hu Sando, the servant knelt on one knee and placed both hands towards the boss, who was pretending to be brave. Super cool, he said in a low voice. Lower yourself. Lower yourself. Boss of the TNE gang. Hu Sando. So it's Boss Hu, my apologies. Lin Han pretended to be surprised at Hu Sando's authority. It seems we're in over our heads. Lin Han clasped his hands respectfully and said to Hu Sando. Qinglianzi quickly turned and said to Lin Han, what do you mean? Don't speak. Listen to me arrange it. Lin Han turned to face Qinglianzi. He winked at her, but with Qinglianzi's innocent personality, she wouldn't understand his intentions. What's your relationship with this beauty? Could it be? Hu Sando saw Lin Han and Qinglianzi talking intimately. He became jealous. He was furious. Can't you see, we're clearly siblings? Lin Han casually put his arm around Qinglianzi to explain to Hu Sando, siblings. Qinglianzi hadn't even thought of this skillful act of lying. And these two handsome men are our servants. Lin Han smiled and pointed at his two remaining teammates, and Zan, being a servant, happily replied, while Long Si Han, being called a servant for the first time, was a bit unhappy. Our parents have both passed away. Our elder brother is like a father. I can fulfill this marriage, but Lin Han seemed a bit hesitant. He walked closer to Hu Sando to make it easier to talk. According to our hometown customs, before getting married, we must go back to our old home to pay respects to our ancestors. Otherwise, the woman will bring misfortune to her husband. Boss Hu, would you mind coming back with us first? Lin Han whispered in Hu Sando's ear, making up a story to postpone the marriage. What customs? It's all feudal superstition. Tonight, I'll go to the bridal chamber. Hu Sando didn't listen to Lin Han's words. He wanted to perform the ceremony immediately. Coincidentally, my father felt the same way that year, and he died within a few years. Lin Han pretended to be innocent. He slapped his hand and said honestly. Hu Sando was immediately intimidated. The words of our ancestors should still be respected. Where is your hometown? We will go there. Hu Sando was afraid. So he had to compromise with Lin Han. His face was covered in sweat from fear of death. It's not too far, right at the top of the Qingyun sect mountain. Lin Han changed his mouth to say. Right at the foot of the North Ming mountain, free guard, training, we got a free trip. So Lin Han smiled at this brother-in-law. Pass the order, change course, target North Ming mountain. Hu Sando hurriedly ordered his henchmen to change course. The group of henchmen excitedly shouted, yes. Thank you for making it possible for us, big cousin-in-law. Hu Sando was about to get a beautiful woman as his mistress. He was so happy that he cried. He took Lin Han's hand. He was not to be outdone. He also shed tears. I'm entrusting my sister's happiness to you. You must make her happy. Hearing Lin Han's instructions, he replied, okay. Qinglianzi looked at this touching scene with a bewildered expression. She's stupid. She doesn't understand the world. Someone, quickly arrange a cabin for my wife's family to rest. Hu Sando happily arranged for Lin Han's group. The henchmen were also very obedient and replied, yes. That's it, they're taking us to North Ming Mountain. And Zan didn't understand why this was so easy, but she still admired Lin Han very much. Long Si Han was infatuated with Lin Han. She had forgotten her way back. Not bad for the man I have a crush on. He's a real cunning fox. Night fell. The energy is all gone. Will it automatically transform into a wood spirit? It seems you have used up a lot of energy to transform into your third combat form against the forces. Lin Han was now in his private room, holding the jade pendant and studying it. The luxurious living room of my brother-in-law. Finally, I can rest quietly for a few days. Lin Han hugged the jade pendant. Lay on the bed in his brand new pajamas. At this moment, a whizzing sound. Lin Han caught the arrow flying in from the window, which was pointing directly at his face. It seems it's not over yet. Shoo, take a closer look at the arrow. Lin Han discovered that there was a letter attached to it. The letter said, the Xuanqing sect's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Take care of it yourself, along with a passionate red kiss reminding Lin Han. Strange, who is it, helping me in the dark? Do I have an acquaintance in the Shang nation? Lin Han opened the window and looked out at the vast sea, his heart filled with questions. But the cold, salty sea breeze hit Lin Han's face, making him sneeze loudly. Where did the handsome look go? Strange, who is scolding me? Lin Han wondered who was scolding him. Forget it, even if the sky falls, my brother-in-law will hold it up. Lin Han enjoyed himself, climbed onto the bed, pulled up the covers and went to sleep. Let Hu San-do take care of everything. At the same time, in the lair of the violent Shang, there were countless bears lying collapsed on the ground. I thought so too, because I was too naive. The suffering is also because I was too serious. A man was panting, puff, puff. He grabbed the rabbit's ear and held it tightly in his hand. His other hand quickly took the talisman off the rabbit. Lin Han, the man with torn clothes and a bald head, shouted in despair. The people around him weren't much better, they were lying exhausted on the ground. Sadness turned into a river. IACBD your whole family XYZ. The next morning, as the TNE gang's fleet continued to sail peacefully, the crescent moon in the sky faintly emitted a gentle light across the world. Ho ho! A dark shadow opened the door to Lin Han's room and laughed in a perverse way. Lin Han was still sleeping soundly like a pig. Not bad for my man, I thought he was pure, but he turned out to be a scoundrel. Princess Long Si Han appeared, peeking at Lin Han's room with a smug face. The princess has left. Those who didn't participate in the battle quickly get off the boat. Black, I chose this time to come, it wasn't wrong. Long Si Han thought to herself. She performed a perfect mid-air turn, quickly and neatly threw her underwear outside. 10 years of dedication. Long Si Han's secret recipe. Night attack rotation. At this time, Long Si Han was doing a beautiful split, preparing to land on Lin Han, who was sleeping soundly like he was dead. Suddenly, there was a shout on the scout boat. Urgent situation. Drop anchor and stop the boat. The other boats in the fleet suddenly stopped according to the order. Long Si Han, because the boat suddenly stopped, she couldn't aim accurately and land on Lin Han. Damn it, I don't believe I can't subdue you tonight. Long Si Han fell face first onto the wooden floor. Her face turned red. Tears welled up from the pain. Lin Han was still snoring like a pig, oblivious to what was happening. I advise you not to do anything rash, there will be murder. Shu Jia appeared next to Long Si Han and kindly reminded her. Long Si Han was scared and exclaimed, what is this? I am. Shu Jia thought for a moment about how to tell Long Si Han. Then he continued, Lin Han's soul guardian, if you don't want to be pierced, you absolutely shouldn't tease Lin Han while he's sleeping. Shu Jia appeared with a strange and radiant appearance. Let the princess see herself with a shining aura. Shu Jia thought to himself. Then he continued, for example, when he hasn't woken up. The power hidden in his body is very strong. When he's awake, he can still control it. Shu Jia chatted with the princess. Then Lin Han sat up on the bed, like he was waking from a nap. Long Si Han was startled and scared. He's awake. Lin Han jumped off the bed and went out to the balcony. He faced the sea and took care of human needs. It turned out he was peeing. Long Si Han breathed a sigh of relief. She thought he had woken up. Shu Jia continued to talk to her, but if he's unconscious, it will erupt with a very terrifying power. Terrible, although I've never touched a man, I've learned a lot of theory from the scriptures that the empress kept hidden. Don't even think about it. Long Si Han thought that Shu Jia was lying to her, so she didn't believe his words. Shu Jia just grinned at her words. You must remember. Lin Han is definitely a man, but a man is not necessarily Lin Han. How does he pee in a way that shoots out a golden stream with powerful destructive power? The stream even went straight through a large rock on the other shore and shattered the rock into pieces. This is a man among men. Lin Han's standing posture. Shu Jia laughed gleefully, while Princess Long Si Han was speechless with amazement at this incredible power. Lin Han finished his business, then he happily got back into bed to sleep. Luckily, I didn't succeed just now. Long Si Han sighed. Life is good sometimes. Shu Jia pointed her in the right direction. If you want to take advantage of him while he's sleeping, bring more people with you to share. At this time, a series of alarm sounds went off urgently and rapidly. Lin Han was awakened by the noise. He quickly got out of bed. Long Si-han was sweating profusely, thinking about how to answer when she was caught here. What's that sound? Huh, Long Si-han. Why are you in my room? Lin Han leapt out of bed, surprised to see Long Si-han waiting in his room. Oh, I also heard the sound, so I came to find you. Long Si-han found an excuse to cover for herself. Go and see. Lin Han heard this. He believed it. He quickly opened the door and ran out at a fast pace. Come on. Long Si-han also followed behind and said, okay. Xu Jia looked at the princess's underwear lying on the floor and said awkwardly, isn't it cold down there for her? Brother-in-law, what happened? Lin Han ran to Hu Sando and asked. He replied with an angry face, pointing ahead, someone is blocking the way. The place Hu Sando pointed, there were indeed two people standing, one tall and one short. They were holding a green staff, like a cactus. In an instant, they overturned one of our ships, Hu Sando said angrily to Lin Han. If you don't stop quickly, our ship will sink too. Hu Sando showed a look of sadness and fear at the strength of the two strangers. Lin Han saw clearly what they were wearing and said, the two cultivators. Amitabha, the tall and thin cultivator, wearing brown clothes, clasped his hands in a Buddhist style and said, Buddha is merciful, we disturbed you. The tall monk smiled apologetically. The two of us came here to find someone. Please ask the benefactor to help, the short monk said, asking for help. You're looking for someone, why did you break our ship? If this isn't explained clearly, our TNE gang won't easily let it go. Hu Sando also clasped his hands in a martial arts style. He argued with the two. Lin Han stood next to Hu Sando, observing the situation. He thought to himself, could these be the Xuanqing sect's reinforcements? Are they really monks? The benefactors on the boat are too rude. I just introduced myself. They laughed loudly, insulting the Buddhist sect. Only then, the short monk stopped his words in the back because of guilt. The tall monk continued with a regretful face. We also committed the sin of hatred, guilt. Saying that, even if you did something wrong, you can't be blamed. I am Hu Sando of the TNE gang. I don't know how to address you two masters. Hu Sando heard this. Then he calmed down his anger and spoke. My Buddhist name is Qishi. This is my junior brother, Qijin. The monk named Qishi introduced formally. The whole group of people on the ship held back their laughter until their faces flushed red after hearing the Buddhist names of the two monks. It's hard not to be disrespectful. Benefactors, why are your expressions so strange? The monk named Qishi noticed the unusual expressions of Lin Han's group and asked, are you not feeling well? At this point, they had really held back their laughter beyond the limit. Lin Han wanted to cry to forget this joy. I'm trying to remember the saddest event of my life, but Lin Han did his best to maintain the dignity of the two. The others on the boat also trembled with laughter, afraid that the boat would sink again. But trying too hard led to disaster. The whole group of people on the boat laughed like they were having a good time. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Mom. Ha 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 ha. What kind of weird Buddhist names are these? The two monks opened their eyes, burning with hatred. They roared, you guys are dangerous, someone shouted, reminding everyone of the attack of the two, helping everyone avoid a fatal blow. Lin Han reacted quickly and hugged Long Si-han, jumping to a different location. My mount, my boat, my beloved, how could you ruin it? Hu Sando held his head and cried out as he saw his boat with a large hole after the recent attack. Lin Han also angrily said, these two guys. Disrespectful disciples, you dare to be disrespectful to Buddhism. I will redeem you. Jade Buddha illusion. The fake monk Qishi transformed into a large green arhat, as fat as he was. Qijin glided onto the boat and said in a feigned pious manner, calm down, brother, don't delay the main business. Lin Han and Hu Sando were startled by his sudden appearance and disappearance. Have you ever seen these four? Qijin showed a wanted poster of the four. Lin Han. The painter specially depicted Lin Han's clumsiness. Hu Sando recognized the group of people who were his brother-in-law. At this time, Lin Han and Long Si-han had secretly slipped away and escaped. Zan and Qinglian Zi had woken up from the noise of the recent attack and came out to the hallway. What was that loud noise? Zan saw Lin Han. She quickly ran over to ask. Lin Han whispered and gestured, don't come here. Qishi was high up, so he could see Lin Han's group hugging each other and trying to escape. You four, what are you secretly doing? He asked. Secretly, Chijin repeated his brother Kashi's words, implying that Hu Sando was hiding something from him. They are all brothers who I've helped. I've never seen the people you're looking for. Hu Sando tried to wave his hands and feet to cover for Lin Han's group. The soldiers behind him also cooperated by standing in a row, blocking the fake monk Kijin's view. But Kijin's level was higher, so he simply jumped over Hu Sando. He flew towards Lin Han. Wanting to see their faces, Hu Sando could only say one word, "Oh no." "Stop, turn around." The fake monk Chijin caught up to the four, Lin Han, and ordered. They could only stop abruptly. The four of them slowly turned their heads towards Chijin, showing their faces to compare with the wanted poster in his hand. "I want to see you four." "What's wrong, master?" The handsome man and the beautiful woman's faces were already messed up. Only their distorted faces remained, trying to make Chijin not recognize them. They were really too cute. "We disturbed you, you guys go back and recuperate." Chijin was sensible. He let Lin Han's four go. Lin Han pretended to be a third party. He pretended, so his walk was also swaying, his voice was effeminate. He replied, "Okay. This man named Lin Han is really ugly. Amitabha, guilt, guilt." He made a mistake in the previous sentence. Then he chanted Buddha in the next. I don't know which Buddha is witnessing this fake monk. "Who are you calling ugly?" Because the fake monk Chijin was talking when Lin Han's group hadn't walked far away, so the three ladies heard him openly badmouthing Lin Han. And Zan used bullet-like eyes towards Chijin. "You bald liar, do you have any taste?" Long Si-han was also angry. She said, "Do you believe I'll rip your mouth open?" Lin Han saw the three ladies going crazy and turned around. He knew this trip was doomed. "Mr. Teacher. It's truly you, hand over the beast. I can give you a way out." Chijin saw the faces of the main characters clearly. He smiled and jumped towards Lin Han, using a move, Demonic Sky Strike. Golden lightning struck out. Lin Han managed to grab his weapon and launch it to block the deadly blow from the seventh forbidden. The two sides entered a stalemate. He could still unleash such powerful force. The seventh forbidden felt something was wrong, so he retreated, not rushing to fight Lin Han head-on for now. "It's truly a peerless divine blade," the seventh forbidden thought to himself. The force of the blade inflicted a considerable amount of internal injuries on him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Even the tenfold growth rate of Long Liao couldn't critically injure him. And there's still one more guy fighting, Lin Han thought to himself as his body was also jolted back. Luckily Qing Lianzi dashed over to support him. Unbelievable. Even Tian Longzi colluded and did wrong with Zan Qingzong. "How dare you guys do such a thing? Don't you fear going to hell?" Qing Lianzi was furious, seriously lecturing the two fake Buddhist masters about the principles of human nature. "I won't go to hell, then who will?" The Buddhist glow shone around the seventh forbidden. He clasped his hands together and bowed his head. A heart-stirring scene of a highly cultivated person who attained enlightenment. "He's putting on such an act that I can't react in time." Lin Han and Qing Lianzi were genuinely pissed off by his pretentious act. "You dare plant strawberries on my great treasure," Hu Tamdo yelled, appearing under the crescent moon, swinging his axe towards the seventh forbidden. "Brothers, come and hack him." Hu Tamdo issued the battle command to the brothers on the boat. The legendary One Blade 999, the fascinating Wolftooth, the legend of the Passionate Fist, the Peak Strike. The others charged at the same time. "This monk doesn't have the mood to play around with you." The seventh forbidden lightly glided through the air, dodging the combined attack. The whole group of Hu Tamdo just missed their target. "Senior brother, Lin Han's technique is very strange. Quickly finish him off." The seventh forbidden also transformed into a giant form. "All right." Seventh body replied to his younger brother. Both Buddhist masters simultaneously struck Lin Han and his group. The twin Buddha flying strike. "Such an exaggerated move. If we face it directly, something big will surely happen," Lin Han said worriedly when he looked at the two Buddhist masters. Shu Jia appeared beside Lin Han, ready to support him. "Now's the time to quickly activate the fourth new beast wife." "Right." Lin Han found a way to deal with it. "It's time to rely on the new beast wives to help." Lin Han grabbed Shu Jia, flipping through the pages to search. Shu Jia trembled and said, "Ouch, it's stretching too much. It will tear, be patient, it will be fine later," he reassured her. "Damn, too late to suck." Lin Han widened his eyes as he looked at the attack of the two Buddhist masters that was coming down on his head. "My Buddha is compassionate, he delivers all beings." The two brothers, seventh body and seventh forbidden, inside their protective aura. raised their hands and unleashed a palm strike towards the boat. At this moment, the wind blew strongly, causing the sea to become turbulent. The boat also shook violently. But the palm strike missed, the two Buddhist masters tumbled into the water, and the boat was running at a ridiculously fast speed. How did this ship suddenly accelerate? It's clearly not windy, Seventh Body asked in confusion. At this time, Seventh Forbidden spoke as he looked towards the boat. Look at the back of the ship. What's that? The two Buddhist masters noticed something at the back of the ship. It was kicking water and pushing the ship forward very fast. Ah, Long Xing was blown away by the wind. Luckily he was able to cling to the wall so he didn't get blown away. Lin Han and the others weren't much better as they struggled to hold on against the strong wind. The force was so powerful. Could it be that jet engines already exist in this world? Lin Han thought to himself, remembering the fast, engine-powered ships in the real world. Danger, we're about to crash into a sunken ship. A Tian Yi Bang soldier in charge of observation saw the bottom of a flipped ship, quickly shouted loudly as a warning. But the ship was too late to stop, it continued to move forward, not afraid of anyone. The ship was moving at maximum speed, using the sunken ship as a springboard, it flew into the air, beautifully surpassing the obstacle, high-end engine. Usually, the simplest is the best. The jet engine runs on rice. Hu Tam Do was the one who used his own strength to push the ship forward, escaping from the two Buddhist masters, and used a really loud fart to launch the ship into the air. You dare bully our Tian Yi Bang? You guys are too young. You want to capture our people? First catch my fart then talk. Hu Tam Do revealed his true strength, full of manly spirit, mocking the two pursuers. Ha 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 ha, the laughter echoed across the vast ocean. Hu Tam Do pushed the ship away, leaving behind only the fish that surfaced and died because of the dangerous biological weapon that had just passed by. Stop! Unexpectedly, the two Seventh Body and Seventh Forbidden were hot on their heels. Lin Han looked back at the enemy charging towards them and said, even if you swim faster, it can't compare to flying. Take this chance, summon the fourth beast wife. Lin Han seized the opportunity when the enemy had not yet approached and got to work. Lin Han held Shu Jia in his hand, began the summoning process. He said forcefully, give it to me. Open, Lin Han commanded. A blinding yellow light appeared from Shu Jia's body. Shu Jia was trembling uncontrollably from the impact of the beast wife's appearance. Her face had turned completely red. A small beast wife named Bu Man appeared. First appearance, soul entering, unique camp wife. Bu Man had the body of an extremely adorable loli. She was also wearing a pufferfish-shaped hat on her head. Little Bu Man politely clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Han. Greetings to the Emperor. The male protagonist saw that Bu Man was so small. He was a little worried, so small and pretty, what could she do? Right now, to catch up with the ship, one of the Buddhist masters unleashed a palm strike against Hu Tam Do, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah! The soldiers following him quickly shouted, Big brother. It's ruined, the ship stopped. Save the boss, quickly come to support. The soldiers on the ship hurriedly ran towards the back of the ship to rescue their boss who was in danger. Lin Han looked at little Bu Man. He felt something was wrong and asked, what's wrong with you? Little Bu Man was very angry because she had been splashed with water and got soaked. Shu Jia quickly warned the male protagonist, stay away from her, but it was too late. Little Bu Man erupted in anger and shouted, fire, I'm wet. Lin Han didn't understand what was going on. Bu Man began to transform. He was squeezed by the mound of meat like a piece of meat in a sandwich. Ah, the camp wife's form has transformed, super huge. Bu Man had now inflated, transforming into a giant with an angry face. She was no longer the pretty loli she was before. Bu Man angrily raised her hand and gave a quick slap to the Buddhist master, Seventh Forbidden. He flew straight into the ground. The little girl's strength was truly incredible. Beautiful, one slap shattered his golden body. Lin Han laughed loudly with joy, raised his hand in celebration like a child before the little girl's overwhelming power. Damn, I haven't lost yet. Seventh Forbidden clutched his chest and got back on his feet, seriously injured but still cocky. I thought he was done for. The place where he fell had even been pierced with a big hole. It's just brute force. Look at my Buddhist internal cultivation. Diamond indestructible body. Seventh Forbidden's whole body turned golden like a statue. He stood there and posed. But before he could make a move, Bu Man stepped on him. Congratulations, master, you couldn't control it, you've become a Buddha on the spot. Junior brother AAA, seeing his junior brother killed, Seventh Body shouted in despair. then immediately launched his ultimate skill, the Buddha Light Annihilation Divine Palm. Go to hell, he shouted. Oh, the wind is so refreshing. Bu Man enjoyed the wind brought by Seventh Body through his ultimate move. Seventh Body's powerful move just now was nothing to her. It only blew her hair a little. Seventh Body was already scared. He couldn't control his expression anymore. If you want to act cool, how can you not give Buddha face? This monk, Seventh Body, clasped his hands in front of his chest, smiled softly and said, Benefactor, put down your weapons. Become a Buddha on the spot. This monk added, Buddha said that hatred can never resolve hatred. Only compassion can resolve hatred. Lin Han stood aside, frowning with a dumbfounded expression. Confused, this monk added, Buddha said if a dog bites you, can you bite back? Buddha said don't fight. If you lose, you go to the hospital. If you win, you go to jail. Seventh Body clapped his hands loudly, scaring Lin Han. He angrily yelled, are those really what Buddha said? The night was quiet. The two monks lay down on the wide ground. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed. Originally thought it was just Zhan Qingzong messing around. It turned out to be Lin Han's voice. It seems we were too optimistic. At that moment, he was standing next to Xiao Lian. He spoke and thought to himself why this little loli was sleeping on his body. Xu Jia calmly said that the super huge state consumes a lot of energy for her, so she needs to get close to you to replenish energy. Wait until you two sign a contract in the future, then you won't need to do this anymore. Lin Han's face darkened. He hesitantly said, to this little loli? Suddenly, a voice echoed, no need, don't you owe me an explanation. Lin Qing and Xiao Lian were a little startled. He admitted that he had forgotten about him. It was Hu Tam Do. His body was sturdy, with bulging muscles. A blue winding key was attached to his butt. He knelt on the cloth that his two disciples were carrying, like a palanquin. He put one hand on each disciple's head. He spoke in a clear voice, causing such great trouble. There must be something you're hiding, right? Lin Han came before him and said, thank you, Hu Lao Da, for your courage and recklessness in helping us. I don't want to deceive you. It's true, we are actually. Hu Lao Da spoke in a probing tone. Just now, was that your test for me? Right. This question made Lin Han panic. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, what? At that time, Hu Lao Da trembled and stood up straight on the two palanquins across the shoulders of his disciples. He said firmly, I have to say, the performance just now was truly spectacular. On his left arm, on his bulging muscles, was a tattoo of a creature that looked like a terrifying dragon. He calmly added, but I can still withstand this pressure, and I even gave the maximum test, right? The two disciples looked up with surprised and horrified expressions. They exclaimed, what? It was a test, boss, how did you find out? The boss was a little silent. You idiots, don't use your brains at all. He angrily scolded his disciples. I just said I wanted to marry Miss Xiao Lian, and someone came to kidnap her. Are there such coincidences in the world? His subordinates immediately understood. They scratched their heads and muttered, that's how it is, the boss is brilliant. The boss proudly said, the scene was very real, although my engine is injured, don't worry, we'll be fine in the future. He smiled, revealing his neat, white teeth. He raised his thumb and said, it will definitely not affect Xiao Lian's sex life for the rest of her life. Speaking of which, Hu Lao Da's face darkened as he thought to himself, he's not giving anyone a chance to confess. At the same time, Lin Han and Xiao Lian thought to themselves, is this brother in the final stage of love? A loud shout broke the atmosphere, attracting attention. Lin Han and Xiao Lian turned their heads towards the voice in confusion, those Lin people. It was the bald old man's voice. His face was full of anger. He yelled, you dare to toy with me like an idiot. Lin Han suddenly smiled softly and said, it seems you know your place. A kind look gave a hint of victory. He added, you know you're an idiot. A mischievous smile bloomed on Lin Han's face. He added, the ghost who won't go away. The bald man was furious. He pointed to the sky, angrily said, stop being so cocky. Look how many people I brought this time. He ordered, everyone come out. Lin Han thought to himself with a frown, it seems this is the reinforcement mentioned in the mysterious letter last night. This trouble is really a bit big. At that time, the commander of the army pointed his finger and ordered his troops to charge. He resolutely added, kill them all, don't leave a single one. His troops charged forward, obeying and launching into battle. However, suddenly, a voice echoed, who dares to act recklessly? The emperor's decree. The enemy traitor Lin Han has snuck into the country. Guards from all over the country must surround and eliminate him with all their strength. Capture him. Reward 10,000 gold. life or death is irrelevant. That was the army man. He was on horseback, with tens of thousands of soldiers. Lin Han's head is ours. The moonlit night was quiet. The old man frowned, his face clearly showing anger. He thought to himself, damn it, I didn't expect the army to be watching Lin Han. A sturdy man spoke, no matter where you come from, in the northern wilderness of Beishangguo, it's best to be honest. You want to take credit with the army, think about the consequences. Lin Han and his companion stood far away. He said innocently, I didn't expect to be so famous. Xiao Lian stood beside him. Unable to hold back, she scolded, it's already this late, you still have the heart to joke around. How are you going to escape this time? Hu Tam Do burst into laughter, ha ha ha. This play is very well acted. Even the army has come, I understand, let the horse go. Lin Han was startled and confused, wait, no. Hu Tam Do stood in a fighting stance, gathering power, preparing to attack. I'm sincere to Xiao Lian. Even if it's a frozen wasteland, I'll die for her, I won't hesitate at all. The subordinates next to him shouted in fear, boss, don't. The key on Hu Tam Do's butt fell heavily to the ground. Listen, the sound of nature wraps around the world. Look, flowers bloom and fade, thousands of bright lights flash. Things, clouds roll and clouds fly. Hu Tam Do stood firm, sweating profusely. His subordinates shouted boss, he simply replied, stand still. The profound Buddhist law, I have understood it all. Hu Tam Do's eyes were moist. His face looked like a graceful and stylish teenage girl with makeup. Lin Han, although he couldn't see, slept with a red face and drool flowing. The old man from Zhan Qingzong frowned, gritted his teeth, showing clear anger, and said, I don't care if it's Qin Da Xing behind you or Boss Xie. Lin Han must be led away by me. The general on the army side was unhappy, and he immediately said, in the territory of the northern Shang kingdom, you Zhan Qingzong are acting like you're the boss. Except for us, no one is allowed to touch him. Lin Qing arrived later than Hu Sando and struggled to hold onto the key of the spring. He didn't expect to be so hotly contested. Hu Sando trembled, blushing, and said, stop, be gentle. Listen, I'll tell you. His face was now red like he was drunk. The reason is, well, I'm just sitting back and watching the tigers fight. If they all want him, then wait for them to fight until they can't. He trembled and added, right, use force, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Lin Han felt puzzled. He thought to himself, I really want to use force to stab you. The girl with golden hair tied high in a ponytail, standing beside Lin Han, whispered to him, but he's right. Wait for both sides to fight. Maybe we can take advantage of the chaos and run away. Lin Han replied helplessly, the logic is not wrong, but people with a little brain won't do that. The two sides were arguing, each standing on a cliff facing each other. One side said, His Majesty's instructions, to see a living person, we must see a corpse. Kill them first, then we'll go grab the body. The other side shouted, disciples of Zhan Qingzong, listen up, everyone go and greet them. Those bastards on the boat must die in our hands. Lin Qing, standing from afar, quickly said, this is the normal procedure. The soldiers on the army side were raising their bows and arrows. Suddenly, a voice said, hold on. Lin Han sighed and thought to himself, as expected, the messenger last night was secretly helping. Ji Ka, they don't need to act for now. Xiao Lian called out, Master. Qing Yun Zong, with white beard and hair, smiled and said, Qing Yun Zong is doing this, stop. He stood on a magic staff that could move and help him stand upright. Behind him were thousands of disciples. The bald old man gritted his teeth and said, Qing Yun Zi, the immortal spirit sword. He also has his Qing Yun 13 swords this time. It's going to be a hassle. The general on the army side squinted and said, without my orders, no one is allowed to act rashly. He thought to himself, Qing Yun Zong has always been aloof, what's he doing here now? Qing Yun Zong spoke to Lin Han gently, young Master Lin, we meet again. The messenger said Qing Lian Zi is with you. Where is she? Lin Han scratched his head and stammered, she. Xiao Lian, who was standing beside him, called out, Master. Qing Yun Zong scratched his head awkwardly and said, this miss, you've got the wrong person, I'm not your master. Xiao Lian was flustered and admitted, I'm Qing Lian Zi. Qing Yun Zong was stunned, pointed at Xiao Lian's face and said, Qing Lian, why are you dressed like this? Qing Yun Zong suddenly understood, I understand, you're wearing women's clothes to hide your identity. Xiao Lian replied shyly, sorry, master. I've always been a girl. Qing Yunzong couldn't believe his ears. He asked in shock, a girl? He jumped, thinking in panic, a girl? Xiao Lian bowed her head and apologized, I've been hiding for so long. Qing Yunzong replied, let your master calm down. The disciples behind them whispered, no wonder her voice is so soft, no wonder she refused to bathe with us. One disciple bit his index finger and choked back tears, she's not a man, what a waste of my affection. Two other disciples were startled. The bald old man immediately said, Qing Yunzi, even if you come in person, it won't do any good. There are things we need to make clear today. At the same time, the illusory sword in his hand appeared. Qing Yunzi replied calmly, hearing this voice, you know the way of the dog. Qing Yunzi looked puzzled and asked unconsciously, where are you? Where are you? The bald old man standing opposite him roared angrily, I'm here, you damn bastard, where are you looking? Qing Yunzi chuckled and covered his mouth, saying, your hair, what's going on? The bald old man blushed and shouted, do you need to worry about it? Shut your mouth. The general on the army side said seriously, Qing Yun elder, your noble disciples can follow you. But Lin Han is a person chosen by His Majesty. You can't take him away. The bald old man immediately said, that's right, you can take Qing Lianzi away, but that Lin guy is just an outsider. You have no reason to keep him. His bald hand clenched the sword tightly, showing the suppressed anger in his heart. He thought to himself, directly attack, kill the Lin guy first, let that guy find a chance to deal with Qing Lianzi and Qing Yunzong. Xiao Lian cried out in shock, Master, you can't ignore Lin Han. Xiao Lian bowed down and begged her master, without them accompanying me, I would have been in danger long ago. Qing Yunzong calmly said, Qing Lianzi, you know the rules. Qing Yunzong sighed and added, we can't make a big deal out of it just for an outsider. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Lian panicked and stammered, he's not an outsider, Lin Han, he's. Lin Han scratched his head and said calmly, I understand, Elder Qing Yun, please take Qing Lianzi away. He scratched his head and added, we'll figure out another way. Xiao Lian blushed and shouted, he's my husband. Qing Yunzong and his disciples were stunned. Lin Han panicked, waved his hands and backed away, thinking to himself, sister, are you ruining my reputation? Long Si Han said sarcastically in a stern voice, good for a lovesick man. Long Si Han strangled him from behind with an angry face and bulging eyes. Is this princess not enough for you? You dare to commit to another woman for life? He blushed, gasped for air, and stammered, calm down. Elder Qing Yunzong approached and whispered to Qing Lianzi, you and him, did you? That? What? She blushed and shyly nodded, yeah. Elder Qing Yunzong helplessly slapped his forehead. The people around him spoke up, what do we do, master? Should we take the little apprentice with us? The commander of His Majesty's troops frowned, Elder Qing Yun, you know the right thing to do is Trang Tuan Jia. You don't need to offend His Majesty for them. You have to think clearly. Elder Qing Yunzong put his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and said in a challenging tone, for my children, I will. Your Majesty cannot control Qing Yunzong. The Qing Yun 13 swords are all upon you. Protecting the two of them is not difficult. Lin Han was in pain behind him, there's a small problem. Lin Han blushed, there are still 2 family members over here, please help save them too. Elder Qing Yunzong was stunned after hearing him. Elder Qing Yunzong's face was uncomfortable as he stared at him. Although you are also a friend of Qing Yunzong, but this. I'll add money, it was getting dark. Elder Qing Yunzong and his disciples were ready to break through the encirclement. If you're a friend, of course, we won't leave anyone behind. Elder Qing Yunzong shouted loudly. His disciples all said in unison, yes. The commander on the other side sat on his horse, pointed at the elder, and signaled the attack. If so, don't blame me for being impolite, shoot arrows. Elder Qing Yunzong's side was not to be outdone, sword formation. The arrows and sword formation collided, creating many explosions. The atmosphere at the time was chaotic. Long Si Han's eyes lit up, showing admiration, so magnificent, darling. Did you prepare this for me? Long Si Han was admiring, sorry, I blamed you wrongly. Lin Han was helpless, just go with what she thinks. Inzan looked at Qing Lianzi and thought to himself, earlier, the master said I'm also a family member he wants to take back. She huddled and used her hand to cover her body. With the magnificent fire now, could he be planning to confess to me? An arrow flew from somewhere towards Anzan. Qing Lianzi quickly pushed Anzan to the side, making her jump and shout in surprise. She pressed Anzan to the ground and warned her, "Stay alert, the enemy's attack is so fierce, the sword formation is about to collapse, Anzan blushed in this embarrassing position. "It's okay, master, I can handle it, come on." What's going on in this guy's head? On the other side, the commander's troop and Elder Qing Yunzong's disciples were tense. "Good opportunity, let's give them a beating." "Yes," they all said in unison. A stranger, blending in, took advantage of the opportunity to take them all out here. Swords flew everywhere. Below was a group of people surrounded. "Risk it, 6 swords for defense, 7 swords for attack." Yes, Qing Lianzi was thinking of a way. This kind of all-out attack won't work. Bu Man sat huddled, looking at her. "Wu Huang, if you want to break through the encirclement, I can help." Anzan, below, raised Qing Lianzi's chin with her hand. "Master, you can come in." Qing Lianzi was still pressing Anzan. Thinking for a long time, Qing Lianzi's eyes suddenly lit up. "What unique skills do you have? Use them quickly." A purple thorny circle began to expand. Bu Man used force to make it even bigger. "Shoot poison." The poisonous rays flew everywhere. Purple droplets fell on the soldiers, who were puzzled. "It's raining." "No, it's not. What is this?" He foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he bled. Elder Qing Yunzong's disciples dodged quickly. "Poison." One after another, the soldiers below foamed at the mouth. The beast identification panel only showed 15 levels of toxicity. 15-star poisonous beast, has a group-damaging poison skill. Without a way to suppress or overwhelm her, she is almost invincible on the battlefield. The leader shouted in fear, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Behind the stone wall, there were countless voices, "Run! Absolutely do not touch her. Such a powerful poison has no antidote, a single drop is fatal, dangerous." "Such poison, what do I do? Wear steel armor?" Earlier, by the seaside, 3 large ships were waiting for people to board. Elder Qing Yunzong laughed loudly and politely. "They probably won't dare to chase us. Let's fly back to the mountain gate. It's only a stick of incense away." Lin Han clenched his fist in respect. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Elder." Hu Lao Da looked out and asked, "You plan to leave like this?" Lin Han scratched his head. "Sorry, Hu Lao Da, for causing so much trouble for you. The loss of your fleet, I will pay 10 times the price." He laughed awkwardly. "Qing Lianzi really can't marry anyone, please forgive her." Hu Lao Da was calm. "Compensation is not necessary. In fact, I should thank you. Before last night, I always thought I was a normal man. But just now, you emerged from my body. I realized." Lin Han was full of question marks. Hu Lao Da blushed shyly, like a shy maiden. "Who said men are only worthy of women? A glimpse of the vastness of heaven and earth, it turns out people like being passive more." The 4 people outside leaned over in confusion. It seems like something is crooked." Hu Lao Da put his hands up to cover his blushing face. I suddenly said that. Is it too abrupt?" Lin Han laughed loudly. "Hu Lao Da is so honest, daring to love and hate. You're a role model for me." Hu Lao Da blinked and stuck out his tongue cutely, wondering, "So, when can I experience your magical touch again?" Lin Han froze, stammered after hearing his words, "Wait, until your butt is healed." Hu Lao Da waved his handkerchief in farewell. A promise is a promise. Above, in the sky, Lin Han was in a hurry. Quickly, step on the gas." The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and a white bird was circling. At Qing Yunzong, Bei Ming Mountain. Elder Qing Yunzong and the 4 of them were strolling and chatting. The sect master is still in seclusion. He'll be coming out of seclusion in a few days. We'll meet then and talk about the details. You can stay in the guest rooms for now." Lin Han nodded. "Okay, thank you for the hospitality." Long Si Han, princess of the empire, looked at Lin Han with heart-shaped eyes. "We brought Qing Lianzi back, why haven't you returned yet?" "Get married." He ignored her. "Since we're already here, how can we leave without paying our respects to the owner who's gone?" Lin Han's eyes were firm. "It's difficult to enter the inner circle of Tian Dao Ming. How can we leave so easily?" Long Si Han's face was fierce and murderous. "Who is the mysterious person who sent me the message? I must find out." Lin Han was curious. That night, he was sound asleep. "Luckily, I brought the imperial palace's sleeping incense." The smoke of the incense was blown into Lin Han's room. Even if it's a top expert in the extreme yuan realm, they won't be able to detect it. They can only obediently fall for it. She gently pulled out the sleeping incense. Long Si-han smiled slyly. After he wakes up, he'll face the person in front of him and release his primal instincts. She was dreaming. Lin Lang is about to release his primal instincts with me. What should I do? A shadow behind her held a 5-ton hammer and smashed it on her head. A woman with a hot body walked towards Lin Han's room. What are you doing sneaking around in the middle of the night? You can lie down for a while. The princess of the empire, with 2 red bumps on her head, lay behind the bushes. In the dark room, the woman looked at Lin Han. Such a loud noise, he didn't wake up. It turns out that the northern Shang kingdom is also called the national teacher. She looked at him with infatuated eyes. Even coming to Qing Yunzong, you can't be so careless. You really can't make people feel at ease. Your body is so. A voice from outside said, Lin Han, are you asleep? The national teacher glanced towards the door. Outside, Qing Lianzi knocked on the door. It seems like I heard someone talking inside. She was surprised when the door opened softly. It was unlocked. Qing Lianzi's face turned sour, holding a small tray of food. The food on the mountain is quite plain. I specially went down the mountain to buy some wine and meat for you. She walked in. It turns out you're sleeping. Qing Lianzi brought her face close to Lin Han, not noticing that someone behind her was holding a 5-ton hammer. She looked at him seriously for the first time. He's actually quite handsome, isn't he? As soon as she finished speaking, you go to sleep too. Lin Han trembled. The national teacher and Qing Lianzi were both bewildered. The bloodline of the Love Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes widened, shining brightly. His primal instincts surged. Continuing the story, we see Lin Han abruptly sitting up with the blanket wrapped around him, his eyes burning with desire, much to the surprise of the northern Shang kingdom girl and Qing Lianzi. Seeing this, the northern Shang kingdom girl said, no wonder that little lady was sneaking around outside. It turns out she was poisoning him. This made Qing Lianzi even more surprised. She turned to her and asked, who are you? Meanwhile, Lin Han suddenly sat up with a lustful look towards Qing Lianzi and hugged her, causing her to scream in fright. Both of them tumbled and flew away, crashing into the wall. Lin Han was holding Qing Lianzi's hand tightly, so she was scared and quickly reminded him, Lin Han, get a grip. While Lin Han seemed to lose his mind and kept approaching her, Qing Lianzi thought, what that person said just now means Lin Han has been poisoned. But if I resist and alert the masters, Lin Han will definitely be expelled from the mountain. However, at that moment, the northern Shang kingdom girl was about to sneak away when Lin Han noticed her. Without thinking, Lin Han quickly acupointed Qing Lianzi with a dangerous look in his eyes. This made Qing Lianzi think, crap, I can't move anymore. The northern Shang kingdom girl regretted it, thinking, damn it, I should have waited until he was sober. Suddenly, Lin Han grabbed the northern Shang kingdom girl's legs and held her back. He pulled her towards him at the speed of light. Lin Han, you're going crazy. This made her fall. Ouch. The northern Shang kingdom girl said angrily, you little brat, you dare have dirty thoughts about me. Once I make my move, I'll make sure you're either dead or injured. Saying that, the northern Shang kingdom girl blushed and thought, that's right, if I make my move, he will be injured. Seeing this, Qing Lianzi broke free from the acupoints and shouted angrily, wait. She ran over to block the northern Shang kingdom girl. What's the matter with you? Target me, absolutely do not harm others. This made Lin Han freeze. The atmosphere was like it belonged to the two girls. The northern Shang kingdom girl stepped on Qing Lianzi's back and affirmed, are you kidding? I need you to protect me. Move aside. Today, I want to test the size of this little brat. Qing Lianzi firmly replied, after all, this is our Qing Yunzong's territory. I must protect her safety. Suddenly, Lin Han squeezed into the space between the two girls. His mouth was still drooling, and he shouted angrily, shut up. Lin Han continued, only kids choose. As for me, I want it all. Lin Han suddenly burst into a lustful laughter. The two girls, Qing Lianzi and the northern Shang kingdom girl, sat by the wall, surprised when they saw Lin Han's glowing body. Suddenly, lightning appeared, signaling a night of stormy rain and excitement. The scene shifts to the next morning. On the damp ground, Long Si-han lay there, about to wake up. In a flash, she suddenly remembered something and said, yuck, Lin Han's poison. She ran to the door, hastily opened it, and shouted, Lin Han, don't be afraid, I'm here. However, what she saw in front of her was a broken bed with no one there. She was surprised and said, why is the bed collapsed? Where is he? Gradually, the scene shifted to a forest. A purple flying object appeared. It was the Northern Shang Kingdom girl controlling her powers. Lin Ming was bound and gagged. He could only grumble in discontent. URM. The Northern Shang Kingdom girl said helplessly, I was kind to you, but you did this to me? You're worse than a beast. The atmosphere became gloomy. The Northern Shang Kingdom girl raised her head, showing a threatening smile. Wait for me to recover my composure. I will definitely make you pay 10, 100, 1,000 times over. Lin Han's expression suddenly stiffened, full of doubt, thinking, what's going on? Why am I captured when I wake up? On a vast grassland, in the distance, were towering cliffs. On the highest peak of the cliffs, there was a castle. The air seemed to have stopped at this moment. The eighth prince, inside the stone castle, was chuckling as he wrote a plan. Lin Han must die. The prince's plan for revenge. First, the elder sister will use the beauty trick to lure Lin Han out, dig a big hole on the road, wait for him to fall into the trap, release poisonous gas, make Lin Han lose his combat ability, let 108 people weighing 108 kilograms surround and attack him, make his consciousness collapse. Only then will the 108 heroes attack Lin Han while digging a secret passage. Dig in the small flower garden. After 108 days of surrounding and attacking, and digging, finally reaching here, I will use a special torture to torment Lin Han for 108 days. Finally, Lin Han will die. Just as he was still triumphant about his plan, the national teacher of the Northern Shang Kingdom led someone into the castle. As soon as he saw her, he immediately smiled, pointed at the plan he had just written, and said, Elder sister, look at the plan I made. As long as you follow this plan, you can definitely bring down that little brat Lin Han. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Han emerged from behind the national teacher. His upper body was bare, and he asked in puzzlement, who called me? Seeing the figure behind her, he stared in disbelief. Lin Han? He also greeted him enthusiastically. Yo, 8th Prince, long time no see. It was you who ruined my reputation, now I have no face to go home. He angrily said as he pulled a shining golden knife from the air, rushing towards Lin Han. Go to hell. However, Lin Han stood still and had no intention of moving at all. Seeing this, the national teacher immediately ran to stand in front of him. She shouted loudly at him, what are you doing? Don't treat Uncle Lin like that. She continued. He was stunned by these words. He pointed at her but couldn't speak. The shining knife in his hand stood still in the air. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her shoulder. Is this too cruel to your son? Lin Han appeared from behind, hugging her. His face was lustful and he asked, defend her? But she just blushed and calmly replied, it's okay, he'll adapt sooner or later. The national teacher was being hugged. Lin Han said, let's go, take me to your room and see. She replied, okay. The two of them cuddled together, releasing shimmering hearts flying in the air, ignoring the 8th prince behind them who was angrily looking at them. How could my enemy become my stepfather? He pursed his lips, his tears falling like rain, lamenting the unfortunate fate of his life. So, the messenger on the boat, it was you, right? Lin Han asked. I've taken over Bai Hu Dao. The two of them walked into the national teacher's room. She replied, so, it's okay to talk to you freely. You're smart. Why? Lin Han sat down on the chair, picked up a red apron, and asked, I thought after becoming a concubine, our cooperative relationship would end. She stood by the window, changing her clothes, and replied, it should have ended, but I didn't expect you to sneak into the Northern Shang Kingdom and collude with Qing Yun Zong. She threw the purple clothes aside. Lin Han said again, I was on the road, saw injustice, and helped. At the same time, he also raised the red apron and asked, do you need an apron? She turned back and refused, I don't like wearing it at home. Her figure stood out in the red dress she just changed. Her long purple hair fell to her waist. Her face was slightly shy, and she looked particularly beautiful. Her hands were resting on the bed as she continued, I like the feeling of being free more. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk about the main thing first. Lin Han's face darkened as he asked, what's your purpose in bringing me here? Simply 1234, once again, she replied, your taking of the concubine title angered the emperor greatly. She sat down on the bed, leaning back slightly. After all, I participated. If he finds out, both you and I will be in danger. Therefore, tonight, you sneak away through Bai Hu Dao, never return, okay? Lin Han frankly refused. I still want to stay at Qingyunzong for a while. There's something personal that needs to be taken care of. It's because of the little lady last night, right? You're really something. The two faced each other. However, Lin Han was the one who was surprised. Little lady? Who are you talking about? The little lady left secretly early this morning. She probably doesn't want you to know. I'm not in a position to reveal her identity, the national teacher replied. She added, it also means that last night, I was with two girls. Lin Han pressed his glabella and thought, damn it, I don't remember anything at all. Could it be the princess? The question is, am I really that brave? Don't daydream anymore. Do you understand what I've arranged? The national teacher reminded him, you have to leave the northern Shang kingdom tonight. Don't cause trouble for me. She said in a sinister tone, otherwise I'll have to be impolite. It seems that if I want to return to Qingyunzong, I can only use a little force, Lin Han replied. The masculinity in Lin Han surged, like a blazing red fire. This time, he was determined. At the same time, at the foot of Qingyunzong, in the middle of the forest, there was a resting place. Two people under a canopy were talking. Lin Han is missing. I don't know if he's run away. The other person replied, it doesn't matter where he is. The 3-system unicorn that was stolen is probably still in Qing Lianzi's hands, he said. It was personally crafted by the spiritual messenger. The mysterious person took a sip of water and replied, we must retrieve it.